Hey guys, welcome to the channel. As you see in the thumbnail, what if Issei had kids with Tiamat Penemue Rossweisse Part 1. Before I start, please do support for more awesome content, and subscribe my channel and like this video. Go support and follow the Jyanzein for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story. Link in the description. Well, what was that important thing you were talking about, old man? A man with black hair and blonde bangs asked with a somewhat bored tone, as if he was too busy to be there. The old man stroked his huge beard as he gave a small smile and looked at his three guests. You'll see very soon, Azazel. If it's a meeting between three faction leaders, I don't understand why I was called. Could you explain it to me, Odin? A young white-haired, light blue-eyed young man asked, as he stood with his arms folded. I consider this to be something that concerns you as well, brat. Old man, who is now identified as Odin, said. A man, who appeared to be about 21 years old, appeared behind Odin while giving a small bow. They're coming, sir. Good work, Rossweisse. Odin nodded towards Rossweisse, blessing him with a satisfied smile. Just then, a magic circle appeared between the guests and the locals, and two men emerged from it. The guests were alarmed to see the first man. What is the meaning of this, Odin? A blond man who appeared to be about 28 years old asked sternly. Take it easy, Michael. I don't come with the same intentions as I did a few months ago. A gravity-defying white-haired man stated with a smirk, while he came out of magic circle to stand between them. I wasn't referring to my son, but to Odin did not finish speaking, as everyone was watching the young white-haired man who was wide-eyed, something that made all of them quite anxious. Well, all except for Odin, who wore a small smile. Is something wrong, Vala? Azazel asked, while opting for a rather serious look. That energy, I know it very well, Vala said as he pointed to the man standing behind Loki, who was wearing a hood that covered his face. At Vala's response, the guests looked at the hooded man warily. The brown-robed man's eyes shined a violet color, and then he proceeded to remove his hood, slowly. As this happened, Azazel, Vala and Michael were shocked to see who it was. Looks like you saw a ghost, folks, Issei said, and at the same time removed his hood completely. Prologue: False Awakening, the emergence of a demon without demonic corruption. 9 months before. Guaf. Issei coughed up a large amount of blood as he looked at the huge bleeding hole in his torso. If you want to blame someone, blame God for creating the sacred gear that resides within you. A woman who had black-colored feathered wings and wore a sadomasochistic outfit declared, and then disappear with a purple magic circle. Wonderful memories, thank you. Sacred what? Issei thought, as he fell to the ground and continued to expel a large amount of blood from the hole in his gut. Issei clutched his lacking stomach tightly with one hand, as his eyes began to turn opaque and the puddle of blood expanded beneath him. Is it really it? In this little park? In some inexplicable way I'll die? Issei mulled over, regret sounding in his words. If you were going to kill me, at least you should have let me touch one of your s, Issei said hoarsely, and raised his hand soaked in blood to put it in front of his face. He squeezed it tightly, as a few drops of blood fell on his face. No! I shouldn't be thinking of boobs right now. If I hadn't been such an idiot and let myself be deluded by just a pair of boobs, Issei thought angrily, as his consciousness slowly started to fade from his body, leaving him with one last thought. If I had a second chance, I would do my best to change that part of me. At last, Issei's consciousness disappeared completely, dying in an absurd and incomprehensible way. Today's your lucky day, brat. What? Issei shouted with a clear, frightened tone in his voice. Quickly, the brown-haired looked around, and saw that everything was on fire. He couldn't exactly process what was going on. A huge red-scaled dragon appeared in front of him, giving a great roar that deafened him for a few seconds. I can finally talk to you, partner. The dragon spoke, with a more relaxed tone in his voice. Talk to me? Issei was confused. Partner? He asked with even more confusion. I know this will all be new to you, but I will help you as much as I can, the dragon stated with a serious tone, and spread his wings. Nevertheless, I must admit that I am genuinely surprised. It's barely been 6 hours since your resurrection, and you were already able to strike up a conversation with me, the dragon observed, with a somewhat intrigued tone in his voice. Issei was in shock. Resurrection? What the hell? The huge crimson dragon turned its head back as he began to glow brightly. It looks like your dream is ending now. We'll talk in a while, partner. Ha. Issei abruptly shouted, sitting up with a jump on his bed and breathing very shakily. He felt sweat running down his entire body. Stop screaming, or you'll sleep outside tonight. A woman was heard yelling from outside the room. Issei rubbed his hair, somewhat embarrassed. I'm sorry, Mom. He apologized quietly. He settled into his bed and closed his eyes tightly for a few seconds. He then opened them with a confused expression. What a weird dream I had today, Issei mused, but shrugged it. Issei got up from his bed and started putting on his pants, only to stop in the middle of the process. A dream? That means Yuma dash. It was all real, brat. Issei gave a small cry of surprise and fell to the floor, with only half of his pants on. He quickly got up and looked around in all directions frantically. At the back of your left palm, brat. The deep voice resounded again. Issei lowered his gaze and widened his eyes in shock at the sight of a green oval-shaped light emanating from his left hand. First of all, you need to calm down. Shit, I'm going insane! Issei exclaimed quietly, widening his eyes. Your electronic device is proof that your sanity is stable. The thick voice informed with a very calm tone. At the mention by the voice coming from his hand, he looked for the nearest piece of furniture, or more precisely, his cell phone. Issei's somewhat frightened expression changed to one of surprise. He gave the benefit of the doubt to everything that was happening right now. The brown-haired man put away his alarm clock, grabbed his cell phone and turned it on. April 2nd, Issei uttered with eyes wide open. He plopped down on his bed, an indescribable expression on his face. Today was supposed to be the first day of school, which is April 1st. Now, will you listen to me without saying stupid things in between? Issei raised his left hand to face level with a look that gave off some seriousness, as if he was pondering carefully about the proposal. That mood and moment was spoiled when the alarm clock alarm went off in the room. Issei quickly turned it off, not allowing it to unnecessary noise. A few hours later, the brown-haired man found himself going to Ko Academy in the student outfit. He carried his small suitcase over his shoulders hooked on one hand, and had his cell phone in the other. You're right, there's not a single picture of anything that happened yesterday, Issei noted, only to have a voice echo inside his head. Since this is a paranormal situation, that fallen angel took it upon herself to erase or change all memories around your circle, including the photos taken together. Issei frowned slightly. That means Matsuda and Motohama won't remember Yuma. Issei believed. The conversation in his subconscious was abruptly interrupted when he bumped into a small white-haired girl. Issei rubbed his head in pain, but quickly stood up and gently extended his hand to the girl. Sorry, I was too immersed in my thoughts. Issei apologized to her, holding a nervous smile on his face. The petite albino girl accepted his gesture to help her stand up. She then dusted off her skirt. No problem, but be more careful next time. The girl admonished him with a somewhat cold tone, and with an expression that was indecipherable to him. The brown-haired boy widened his eyes and gave her a big smile as he recognized the little albino. You're Kaneko Toju, our academy's mascot. The now introduced Kaneko nodded with her cool expression. You are Issei Hayadu, the boy who joined the academy in 2nd grade yesterday. Issei picked up his bag, while giving her a somewhat intrigued look. That's right, why does she know so much? Issei noticed internally, with genuine confusion. I have to go. I hope you'll pay more attention to where you're walking next time. Kaneko advised him and then turned around to walk away towards the academy. Okay, Issei stated, as he raised his hand slightly in a gesture of greeting. He then continued walking behind her and dived back into his thoughts. By the way, back home, you said that the person who revived me is in this academy. Can you tell me who are they? Issei mentally asked. She will show herself in time. For the time being, I plan to talk to you about other things that I consider much more important. I'm all ears. Issei thought with a serious expression on his face. I'll start with the 3 factions. Later that day, Issei is inside his classroom, fiddling with his eraser while holding the biology book on the first page with a very concentrated expression, as if he was paying full attention to the class. That means, besides the Fallen Angels faction, there are also 2 more factions, which are the Angels faction and the Demons faction. Issei thought carefully. In reality, there are many more factions, but those 3 are the most abundantly present in this region. Young Hayadu, could you please continue reading? The teacher asked, while adjusting his glasses with a smile. Issei looked up in confusion. Yes. In this first unit, we will focus on molecular biology. Young Hayadu, we're currently reading at the top of page number 4. Pay more attention, please, the professor declared with a frown. At this, all the students in the room glanced at Issei and laughed quietly, while his 2 friends half turned around on their seats to watch him with a raised eyebrow. Sorry, Issei said with a blush of embarrassment on his face. The professor just shook his head. It's alright, just don't let it happen again. Matsuda, can you continue? Matsuda opted to simply nod with a smile and started reading. Issei flipped his pages of the book to pretend that he is paying attention to the class, while still listening to his inner dragon. Now I'll tell you something. But first you must prepare yourself mentally. I don't think you want to make fool of yourself again like you did a second ago. The booming voice warned, with a slight grace in his words. At this, Issei frowned slightly and gave a nod, giving the dragon the signal to drop the bomb. I'll get straight to the point. To be more precise, you were not revived by that person, but reincarnated as a demon. Therefore, you now belong to the demon faction thanks to that person who reincarnated you with the chess pieces. The dragon was silent for a few seconds, to let its bearer process all the information. Everything around Issei became inaudible to him. He couldn't even hear his own breathing. From the outside perspective, he seemed to be very calm. But if someone looked at him more closely, his eyes would appear to be slightly widened and a cold sweat was slowly running down his face. After a minute, the brown-haired boy looked a little calmer, so the dragon decided to speak again. Do you have something to say? What exactly did those chess pieces do? Issei inquired his dragon, as cold sweat still ran down his face. A few moments later, so I'm a servant of a demon, huh? That sounds creepy, Issei thought. He began to turn pale, just thinking about what they might do to him. The deep voice started to chuckle a bit at his thoughts, but quickly decided to act to calm him down a bit. Take it easy, partner. Even though you're a servant of a high-class demon, you're still a demon, so the members of your new family won't harm you, unless they see it convenient or necessary. Convenient? Issei questioned mentally with a raised eyebrow. That's right. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Ddraig. I am the Welsh Dragon of Domination. His proud tone till now got affected in his next words. Unfortunately, my unending fight with the other celestial dragon, Albion, caused us both to be sealed inside a sacred gear because of God of the Bible and other lesser beings. Now I reside within your sacred gear, which consists of the power of boosted gear. The dragon's tone again became somewhat imposing and proud. At first this sacred gear seems to be very ordinary. But with me inside, things change drastically. Boosted gear? The word sacred gear started to resonate in Issei's mind, as he remembered how Yuma had mentioned it before. It's a complicated thing to understand. It would be best for you to experience sacred gear for yourself through training, Ddraig advised with a somewhat excited tone, as it had been a while since his bearer had used his power. Something like that shouldn't be too difficult, considering you have enough power for you to be able to communicate with me. Issei again remembered Yuma and how she had killed him, so he frowned at the memories. Alright, I'll try. Since someone else will come back for me for sure, if they find out I'm still alive. Ddraig nodded with satisfaction inside the sacred gear. Wise decision, partner. Issei gave a small, thankful smile. Thanks for taking the trouble to explain everything to me, Ddraig. Ddraig widened his green eyes a bit upon hearing Issei's statement, and then gave a small smile in return. No problem, partner. If you have any other questions, feel free to ask. Issei simply nodded internally. But just as he was about to say goodbye to the dragon, something, or someone interrupted him. I see. Hey, I see. Calling from ground, Issei looked around with somewhat exalted expression, to see who was calling him. His exalted look changed to an exhausted one when he saw who it was. What's wrong, Matsuda, Motohama? At the somewhat weary attitude of their stalwart friend, they both moved a little away from their desk and towards Issei's desk, and looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Is something the matter, I see? It's been about a whole minute since the bell rang for the end of class, and you're still sitting here like an idiot. Matsuda questioned him. He was obviously somewhat worried about his friend. Plus you haven't gone out for either recess. Motohama queried while adjusting his glasses with one hand. Issei slumped towards the back of the chair, opting for a relaxed posture, as he looked up at the ceiling with a look that conveyed he was, somewhat, lost in thought. I'm sorry guys. But I'm not feeling too well today. At Issei's response, Matsuda and Motohama glanced at each other with confusion on their faces, only to gain a perverted smile and look at the brown-haired man again. I know a way you could regain your spirits, Matsuda informed with a big perverted grin, as he pulled a cassette out of his shirt. Issei peeked at Matsuda with a bored expression, but then widened his eyes at the sight of what he held in his hands. Issei's reaction did not take long to come out, and he quickly jumped out of his chair to grab the cassette with a big perverted grin. Momo's new volume. Issei's perverted grin faltered a bit, noticing that the erotic image the cassette presented was having much less of an effect on him than usual. Simply said, he was not as aroused as he used to be before, by seeing the image. Though considering who he was, it was still having a lot of effect on him. Anyway, that was something that he missed to death. Matsuda threw an arm each over Issei and Motohama's neck with a big smile on his face. So what are we waiting for? Let's go to my house right now. At Baldy's house. That's right, show the monster who's boss, Momo. Matsuda exclaimed, while breathing heavily. I'm seriously thinking that this is the best volume of the whole series so far. Motohama commented, while holding a goofy grin on his face. Issei was sitting next to his two friends, watching the video rather strangely. Is it really that good? I like the previous ones much better, Issei remarked, as he began to watch the tape with more and more confusion. At their friend's question, Matsuda and Motohama looked at him like he was crazy. Is something wrong with you? Motohama asked, with great surprise in his voice. Issei rubbed his hair with great exhaustion as he stood up from the floor of the room. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not feeling well. The day was too heavy on me. I'm going home to get some rest. Both friends opted to look at Issei with a raised eyebrow, and then simply nodded. Okay, Matsuda said. Get well soon. Motohama wished. Issei simply nodded in thanks, then left the room, while still rubbing his head tiredly. As Issei left the room, both friends looked towards each other with some mild surprise. What the hell is wrong with him? Matsuda pondered, to which Motohama simply shrugged his shoulders, having no idea what could possibly be wrong with his friend. Outside Baldy's house, Issei came out of Matsuda's house to see that daylight was spreading on the streets. The boy looked at the street lights to see that they were switched on. Quickly, he pulled his cell phone out of his pocket to see what time it was. It's just like what Ddraig said. It doesn't matter that it's nighttime, I'll be able to see everything as if it were still daytime. He muttered to himself, then put his hands in his pockets and started to walk home. In the meantime, he could hear conversations that were happening at great distances. But he simply chose to ignore them, as it was something that had been happening to him since the early morning. And Ddraig had also explained to him that it was due to his condition as a demon. Noticing that he had a long way to go before he got home, Issei decided to strike up a conversation with his new extraordinary friend. Ddraig, can you hear me? Issei internally asked. Loud and clear, mate. The voice of Ddraig echoed inside his mind. Does turning me into a demon make my virtues less innocent? Pure virtues disappear by a large percentage, right? Issei asked, with clear doubt in his words. At his question, Ddraig laughed loudly inside his head for a few seconds, causing the young man to become slightly annoyed. Indeed, becoming a demon makes the evilness in your soul grow to a great extent, Ddraig stated, suddenly changing tone to a very serious one. Issei widened his eyes slightly at the dragon's sudden change of attitude. Practically in 1 second he was dying of laughter, only to be so serious in the other. If so, why do I feel the opposite is happening to me? Issei questioned with great lingering doubt in his words. Ddraig frowned noticeably, although no one could see him right now. There's something I forgot to tell you. Issei, I have a question to ask you. Do you have any idea why fallen angels are fallen angels, and why demons are demons? The resident dragon asked, with a serious tone in his words. Issei raised his gaze to the night sky. He made a thoughtful face and folded his arms. Because of what are they like this? Well, the fallen angels fell from the sky because of falling into the temptation of original sin, such as lying, murder, lust, and others. Issei took a hold of his chin, as he further emphasized his thoughts. But demons are different in their own way. Since they were always corrupt, unlike angels since they were born. For that reason, they never had a chance to be in heaven, because they have always been under sins. Exactly. Angels are the purest and most innocent beings in the world, even more than human children. Whereas fallen angels are the species that most resemble humans, although they are worse. Once a fallen angel falls in the temptation of a sin, it is almost impossible for them to redeem themselves, since they feel a great pull toward that sin, making them extremely dangerous. And even if they somehow manage to untie themselves from their sin or sins, they would never be the same again. That happens because a fallen angel will never again be pure and innocent as an angel. The dragon told him with seriousness in his words. And what does that have to do with me? Issei raised a question internally, while putting his 2 hands on the back of his neck and raising an eyebrow. That's where I'm heading, mate. Demons are beings that are, like you said, corrupted to the core. But that happens because of a reason, and that is as follows. When they are born, the corruption of all the original sins darkens their soul, including the reincarnated ones, like you. This has a name, and it is called demonic corruption. This makes every demon unsafe from sins. And unlike the fallen angels, no demon would even think of redeeming themselves, as they are like that by nature. This made Issei stop walking and widen his eyes at the new information. Ddraig quickly cleared his throat. Although, there are also strange cases, where demons do not suffer from demonic corruption, Those cases are practically rare. The dragon puffed out his chest proudly and gave a smile. And as you may be thinking, you are one of those cases, thanks to me, since I possess an incredible power, and that makes you immune to the corruption. Hence, it cannot affect you in the least. The dragon exclaimed with clear pride in his words, and then changed it to a somewhat amused tone. Besides, if you remember when we first met, I told you it was your lucky day, and that was because I also did everything I could to take away your impulsive desires. What? Issei shouted out loud in shock, which caused the people passing around him to move a little away from him in fear. This made Ddraig chuckle a little under his breath. You said it yourself, if I get a second chance, I promise not to be a moron again. I didn't exactly say that. He shouted out loud again, causing people to turn away even more. When he noticed the reaction of the people around him, Issei quickly calmed down, but a small blush of embarrassment appeared on his face. Anyway, I didn't want my desire to disappear completely. I just wished I could control it, the brown-haired man thought with a much calmer tone. That's exactly what I said. I reduced your impulsive appetite. That doesn't make you stop seeing women as something beautiful, I guess. Now you won't act like an idiot in front of a woman who is well endowed, though that depends a lot on your conviction for that uncontrolled desire to disappear completely. The dragon's calm tone changed to one of genuine disgust. Even with my great power, I couldn't erase your impulsive desires completely. It was a disgustingly dense and giant mass, Ddraig said, as he imagined a gigantic mass of white and slimy color. Issei lowered his head in apology and embarrassment, as he scratched his cheek with his index finger. Sorry, the brown-haired man glanced to his side by pure coincidence, only to see a small path that led to the fountain in the park. This caused him to remember Yuma again. He lowered his head sadly, but raised his gaze with great determination and chose to move towards the fountain. Issei perched near the fountain, as he recalled all the events that had happened. Great regret swelled in his heart. Their date, her betrayal, his death, his promise. Issei clenched his fists tightly while he watched the fountain with great determination. I said that if I got a second chance, I would change my ways, and that I will. I'm sorry to interrupt your moment, but there is something important I must tell you. Ddraig's voice was very serious because of the harsh thoughts his bearer had been having. Issei raised his left hand to look at the green orb somewhat quizzically, giving Ddraig the gesture to continue. In this last millennium, the demons and fallen angels have behaved very differently from their nature. They may have evolved for the better. And that would be a very good thing considering your status as a servant. Although obviously, there are still demons and fallen angels that are evil. A clear example would be that fallen angel and her boss she mentioned. Ddraig's words made Issei's body visibly relaxed. Apparently, he was thinking about that matter as well. Nevertheless, take precautions, Ddraig warned his host, with the most serious tone that had come out of his mouth so far. Why are you still alive? A new voice caused Issei to abandon his conversation and look skyward. He widened his eyes as wide as they could go, involuntarily. Again, those wings was Issei's only thought, which was accompanied with great fear. He watched the guy with the hat and black wings flying in place. Quickly, the brown-haired man looked around when he realized that the whole atmosphere of the environment had changed drastically, as if they were in another place. The new fallen angel shook his head, while looking at Issei seriously. I generally don't trust Rainier to do her job. But I never thought she would fail to kill a mere human. Rainier? Issei said, his expression denoted great fear. He then took a step back. This is not the time to think about that. I have to get out of here or he'll kill me again. Well, I'll finish the job left undone, the fallen angel declared, as he made a spear of purple light appear in one of his hands. At this, Issei widened his eyes even more, but now in terror. He takes an incredible leap backwards which was not anticipated by the man. He raised an eyebrow. A normal human wouldn't be able to make such a leap. The man contemplated carefully, then shrugged his shoulders and threw the spear just as he does. Issei quickly covers himself with both of his arms, while closing his eyes tightly. Will the same thing really happen again? Will I die here again, barely knowing why I'm being chased? Will I die without meeting the person who revived me? No. Issei widens his eyes with great boldness. If that damn artifact, the sacred gear, is so powerful, save me now! Issei screamed at the top of his lungs. It caused a red light to cover his entire body for a few seconds, just when the spear was to impact his arms. What? The man exclaimed, dumbfounded. He grits his teeth and watches the big red flash. He had no choice but to cover his face from that blinding light. Ddraig was with a big, impressed and proud smile as he witnessed what had happened. Awesome! The dragon mentally cheered. When the light around Issei dissipated, it revealed the brown man breathing heavily, wearing some sort of red gauntlet with a green gem in the center equipped in his left hand. It was slightly damaged by the light spear. He managed to activate his sacred gear without doing any training, but how is that possible? Ddraig turned around in Issei's soul, to see something flashing in a purple color. This caused the dragon to widen his eyes. I knew there was something off about this boy. His soul has a great affinity for dragons. It seems that this is the reason he was able to release it, as it gives off a small hint of my energy. Ddraig quickly realized something and looked straight ahead with a frown. However, his body is not prepared to handle that much energy, so Issei was still breathing heavily, and after a few seconds his eyes rolled back, signifying unconsciousness. He collapsed on the ground and his sacred gear disappeared along with it. This caused the fallen angel to look at him with even more shock than he already was portraying. His body will give up quickly. Ddraig thought with great concern. The fallen angel frowned, and created another spear of light. That took me by surprise. But it won't work a second time, he said with a bit of anger in his words, and then threw the projectile towards the unconscious boy. The spear was about to hit, but was destroyed by an onslaught of crimson flames that appeared out of nowhere. The man raised his gaze with a raised eyebrow, seeing that a red-colored magic circle had appeared on the spot. That symbol, the stranger recognized the pattern of the magic circle symbol just before it disappeared. I'm sorry, but I can't allow you kill my servant. The stranger chuckled under his breath, and then gave a small bow. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do something against the Gremry family. But you should take better care of your servant. People might mistake him for a stray demon, as I did. The fallen angel quickly straightened himself when a lightning bolt passed close to his face, but he never abandoned his smile. Calm down, Aquino. I'm sure this fallen angel will leave the area without creating any conflict. A redhead appeared and said, as she watched Aquino, who appeared with her, with a smile. Aquino stroked her cheeks with her fingers while holding a somewhat sadistic smile. As you say, Bucho? The stranger again gave a small bow, not forgetting his smile. Thank you for your consideration, heiress of the Gremry clan, Rias Gremry. The fellow quickly flew away laughing wickedly while his black feathers fell from the sky. Donasek is my name. Make sure you don't forget that name if we cross paths ever again. Rias's smile changed to a serious and somewhat displeased expression once the man disappeared. What do we do with him, Rias? Aquino inquired as she peered over Issei with a small smile. Rias looked at Issei with a serious expression, and then gave a small sigh of exhaustion. It looks like we arrived just in time, and he appears to be unharmed. So we'll just take him to his room. Aquino simply nodded with a smile, and carefully picked up the boy. There was no one else around the area, another girl said as she walked out from the trees. She was Kaneko. Good job, Kaneko. Rias appreciated her with a small smile, and then chose to disperse the effect that had been created in the environment, making everything return to normal. If you don't wake up, I will kill you. If you don't wake up, I will cut you to pieces. The clock was slammed hard against the wall suddenly, courtesy of Issei. Issei tossed and turned several times on his bed while squatting on it, in a karate stance, as he looked all around him with an icy expression on his face. I'd say good morning, but you don't seem to be in a good mood. The voice in Issei's hand made the young man visibly calm down. Issei looked around with a bored look on his face, feeling that he had experienced this before. I think waking up alive is quite comforting. Good thing you were being followed by your allies, otherwise you wouldn't be here right now. Issei rubbed his hair at the same time as he let out a big tired sigh. Great. 2 days, 2 attempts to make me disappear. Issei looked at his school bag intently for several seconds, then frowned slightly. I think I'll do something about that, thought the brown-haired man. Chapter 1: The Nun. See you later. Issei exclaimed as he adjusted his shoes and propped the suitcase behind his shoulder. Whatever you say, bye. Issei's father's voice would echo, causing the young man to shake his head in disgust. Issei walked out of his house, only to look towards the window of his home to make sure his parents weren't watching him. Suddenly Issei would run off in the complete opposite direction of Ko Academy. Are you sure about this, mate? Ddraig's voice would echo inside Issei. Issei would just give a small smile, then speak telepathically to his mate. My parents won't notice, since they don't care much about my academic results and other matters around me. If I miss a day or 2 at the academy, they won't notice. I'm really glad you decided to train so soon, Ddraig mentioned with a somewhat excited tone. The way Issei was, the dragon never expected him to take the whole thing so seriously. But if he thought about it, there was something very important at stake, and Issei knew it very well. Issei kept running at full speed towards a nearby park, as his face grew serene at Ddraig's words. They already tried to make me disappear twice, and they'll try a third time for sure. But they won't take my life, just a defeat. I like the way you think, mate. A few moments later. Are you sure this will do? Issei thought as he gritted his teeth hard from doing some push-ups with a railing found in the park. If you increase your stamina, strength, speed and other attributes, you'll be able to awaken the sacred gear at will in no time. But it will require much more effort to master it completely, Ddraig replied with a wise tone in his words. Issei fell to the ground exhausted, while breathing heavily. It's enough for me to wake it up. I don't want to get killed just for having this thing inside me. No offense. Ddraig chuckled internally, causing Issei to get a little confused. What's so funny? Nothing, it's just that all my bearers feel special when they get to awaken my power, and you're the first bearer who doesn't seem to like the idea of being the dragon of domination. Issei shook his head, then wiped away his sweat and opened the suitcase. Inside was a large amount of sandwiches and 2 bottles of water, but no book. I'm not the dragon of domination, you are. Issei picked up a water bottle to give it a big sip. You've been working out for 2 hours already. You should take a little break, since your body isn't used to training like this, Ddraig commented with a somewhat concerned tone, causing Issei to give a small smirk. Are you telling me that a demon's body is quite weak? Not if you train it properly. Though it doesn't compare in the slightest to a dragon's body. The dragon replied, with a clear tone of pride in his last words. Issei got up from the ground and would close his suitcase, then start running in the park. That sounds great. But unfortunately I'm a demon, and I'm left with no choice but to overtax my body for quick results. Ddraig smiled to himself as he saw how his bearer was overdemanding himself too much. Maybe it was a good thing the brat is a scrawny nobody, because now that he awakened his power he has no choice but train to control it, otherwise his life will hang in the balance. Ddraig thought to himself with a pleased smile, then turned serious. Speaking of that, seemed like that demon already wanted to reveal her true identity to Issei. Finally, the dragon bowed his shoulders with an apathetic expression. I guess you'll have to wait another day or two, elsewhere. He didn't come to the academy, and he didn't even pass by on the way to it. Rias, Aquino and Kiba looked seriously at Kaneko for the recent information. The 4 demons were in the Occult Club, in the old school building. Shall we think of the worst? Kiba asked as he rubbed his shoulder with a serious look on his face. Aquino leaned back even more on the couch, as she watched Kiba, who was on the other one. I don't think so, replied the woman with her typical relaxed and somewhat unsettling smile. Rias nodded at Aquino's words, as she looked at some papers on top of her counter. Aquino is right. Issei's house is located near Ko Academy. I don't think the fallen angels would have wanted to go that far into my territory a second time. So, what do you propose? Kiba questioned with a smile, not paying too much attention to the subject. He didn't even know the boy, so he didn't care much about the matter. Rias looked at Kaneko with a smile. Kaneko, I need you to keep an eye on Haida Issei's house first thing tomorrow morning. If you see that he doesn't leave for the academy, try to infiltrate the house and find out if he's there. If he's not, just open up dead. Rias ordered as she bowed her shoulders at her last words, returning to her papers. Aquino simply chuckled somewhat strangely, looking at Rias. It's a pity. Just when you had the chance to add someone else into your peerage. Rias rested her hand on the counter with a somewhat downcast expression after hearing those words. That's quite an addition to my servitude, considering he took my 8 pawn pieces. Speaking of which, it's very strange that his soul never bonded 100% with the demonic pieces. Now we'll have to find his grave to extract the pieces from his body, if he really died. Kaneko commented in her typical vacant tone, while eating a chocolate. Rias put the papers down on the table, giving a tired sigh. It's a bummer that the bonding didn't turn out as I expected. Because of that, I can't track him with my pieces. It's certainly a very curious specimen, Aquino declared as she licked her lips. A few moments later, in the park, Issei continued to run through the huge park. About an hour had passed and he was still running without stopping, although he was going at a fairly moderate speed. A large amount of sweat was pouring down his face, but even so his facial expression looked very calm. That was thanks to the fact that he was talking to his fellow intern. Hey, now that I'm in doubt, earlier you said that cases of a demon without demonic corruption were rare. Do you have any idea if there are any others alive that are like me? I mean, after all, you told me you were locked up a millennium ago and maybe you know someone. Vanishing Dragon. Issei stopped dead in his tracks as he noticed how Ddraig's voice had a much more serious tone than usual. I don't know if he's awakened yet, but there's a chance he's either a demon or a fallen angel. So both would be special cases between their respective species. However, that doesn't mean that you two will become friends. Noticing the tense atmosphere that had been generated by the last question between the two, Issei was forced to change the subject as he resumed his jog absent-mindedly. Speaking of Albion, you told me that their fight was a millennium ago. So how many years can supernatural beings live? I don't know exactly how old I am. But dragons were the first supernatural species to populate this world. First came Great Red, and after a while Albion and I were born. Calculating the times, I think I am about 200,000 years old. As he had forewarned, the conversation had again shifted to a calm atmosphere. But Issei did not expect such a response. 200,000 wait, what? Issei shouted in his mind, slowing down in his tracks as he had an expression of complete shock on his face. If I follow your logic, how the hell is it that my mistress is still at the same school? Supernatural beings have a period where their aging slows down almost completely. It's from 21 until death. Probably, when she turns 21 she'll have to go back to hell, that or start erasing memories like crazy. Issei placed both hands on his knees, breathing shakily. The young man sat down on a nearby bench to rest, as he rummaged through his briefcase for food and water. So, considering that all supernatural beings have the same life expectancy, how old can you see a supernatural being physically speaking? I might be a good example of that. Considering I had an appearance of 40 years when I died, I can say that every 5,000 years of mine is a human year. Although, obviously that 5,000 years is a lot of time, regardless of whether you are a supernatural being or not. Now, did you get that? Issei set his bottle aside as he rubbed his cheek quizzically. I think so. Chances are that everyone will continue to meet at that academy in the future, because it's no coincidence that of all the institutions, your mistress just happens to be at that one. Issei rubbed his hair in confusion as he didn't understand exactly what Ddraig meant by the latter, but quickly widened his eyes when a realization hit him very hard. Wait a second, if I'm a demon now, does that mean shit? How the am I going to explain to my parents? I was wondering at what point you'd figure it out, Ddraig commented with an amused tone in his voice. The next day, I'm leaving. Kaneko watched from afar as Issei left his house with her typical stoic expression, though she changed her face a bit when she saw Issei look towards his house with a mysterious aura and left in the opposite direction of Ko Academy. At least he's alive. I'd better get him to the president before his luck runs out, Kaneko thought, as she began to follow him from close behind. But first, I'd like to know what exactly he's doing. Issei would keep running with a smile on his face, oblivious to his spy. I thought I'd be sore all over today, but I feel fantastic, Issei exclaimed with a somewhat goofy grin on his face. Good thing I pointed you to the proper stretches, or else you'd be lying in your bed like a dead man right now. Also, you should thank your demon body. I wonder at what point your excessive improvement will slow down, the dragon said in a deductive voice. Issei simply increased his smile, as he began to run with increased speed. The longer the growth spurt lasts, the better. Being a demon has its advantages. What the hell is he doing? Thought Kaneko as she quickly followed him. 3 hours later. Shit, I'm completely exhausted already, Issei thought, as he wiped the sweat from his face and tried to regulate his breathing. Issei was in the same park, sitting on one of the benches facing the street. It's normal for you to be tired. You've been running for 3 hours with almost no breaks. Issei simply smiled nervously, and later focused on eating a sandwich. Doing all this leaves me completely hungry, Issei thought, then took a big bite of the sandwich with a goofy grin on his face. Ouch. Issei set his food aside as he watched a girl who was dressed as a nun stumble as she walked up on the sidewalk. Issei set the sandwich down in the suitcase to offer help. Are you okay? He asked with a slightly concerned tone as he held out one of his hands. The young woman looked at Issei with a smile as she accepted the gesture of help. Yes, I'm fine. It's just that I'm very clumsy. Issei only increased his smile. No problem. Issei quickly knelt down to gather the things the young girl had dropped, causing her to be a bit surprised by the boy's gentle gesture. Issei rose from the floor with all of the nun's belongings with a friendly smile. This is yours, thank you very much. The nun thanked with a slight blush as she made a small bow. Issei simply waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was nothing. He was about to return to his pew, but noticed that the nun seemed to have a confused look on her face as she looked in several directions. Is something wrong? Issei inquired as he closed his suitcase, without first removing one of his sandwiches. The young woman lowered her head in embarrassment at the boy's question. Well, it's just I'm new around here and I don't know where I am, she answered him with a blush of embarrassment on her face. Issei gave her a chuckling smile, extending the sandwich towards her. If you want, I can help you. It wouldn't be a bother, since I have the whole day off. Are you serious? Thank you so much, the nun exclaimed, as she accepted Issei's sandwich with a big smile. Hi to Issei, why were you absent for 2 days at the academy? Shit, was all Issei could think, as he began to sweat excessively. Issei turned his face like a robot, to see that his academy's mascot was looking at him with her typical expressionlessness on her face. Issei's frozen expression would change to a very confused one at the sight of Kaneko. Kaneko? Why isn't she at the academy? Kaneko quickly grabbed Issei's hand and started dragging him towards the academy. Let's go now, before the principal expels you for vandalism. For vandalism? Thought Issei with a roll of his eyes. He quickly looked at the nun with a faint expression of guilt. I'm sorry, but I won't be able to help you. Ask someone here for directions. They'll surely help you. The nun just smiled and nodded, then looked at Issei's sandwich and took a small bite. It's delicious, thought the nun with a blush on her cheeks. Kaneko, can you explain to me what's going on? Issei asked as he tried to free himself from her powerful grip. Kaneko let go and looked him straight in the eyes, making Issei a little nervous. What I did was stop you from killing that nun. What? Issei would roll his eyes at the answer. Maybe that nun belongs to the angel faction, and you would get the president in trouble if you killed her without warning. The demoness clarified with narrowed eyes. At Kaneko's response, Issei widened his eyes in surprise. You know about the factions? Wait a minute, you're at Ko Academy and the woman who reincarnated me is there. Issei pointed at Kaneko with wide eyes. You're a demon! At Issei's shout, everyone around would look at the boy in confusion, then go about their business. Kaneko quickly covered his mouth as she looked to the sides. I don't know how you found out about the factions, but you're coming with me right now, she whispered softly. Issei just nodded as he saw that the little girl albino didn't seem to be dangerous. Besides, she would most likely take him to this president, and he would have the chance to meet the woman who reincarnated him. Although he was no longer human, Issei was very grateful to her for giving him another chance to live. At the academy, we're here, President. Kaneko advanced into the living room, giving a slight bow to Rias, then sitting in an armchair quietly. I was already beginning to think we were unlucky, Rias thought aloud. I never imagined that the president of the Occult Club was a demon, Issei commented as he walked into the living room and looked in several directions, being amazed by the cleanliness of the place. Akino, Kiba and Rias looked at Kaneko with a raised eyebrow. I don't know how, but he already knows everything. He made it quite clear to me when we were heading to the academy, replied the girl albino with her typical expression, as she picked up a box that was on the small wooden table, starting to take out different sweets. Well, I guess that saves us the more complicated introductions, Kiba mentioned as he motioned with his hand to his side. Issei picked up on Kiba's intention right away and sat down next to the blonde. Issei swung his legs excitedly as he looked around at everyone present. Kaneko already mentioned your piece to me, can you tell me what yours are? Again, everyone but Kaneko looked at Issei in surprise at his knowledge. How does he know so much? Rias thought, frowning slightly. My name is Kiba Yuto, I am the knight, introduced the blonde with a small friendly smile, as he bowed his hand. I don't know why, but I don't really like this guy's face, Issei thought with a slight grimace, as he shook the knight's hand. My name is Akino Himejima, and I am the queen. It's a pleasure to meet you, Hayato. Akino would introduce herself with her typical sassy look, causing Issei to blush slightly and make an idiotic face, but he would quickly shake his face and put on a serious expression. Remember what you promised. It will be hard, but I will keep it. After that thought, Issei gave a friendly smile and gently greeted the queen. Finally, Rias stood up from her desk and placed one of her hands on her chest, making Issei look like an idiot for a second, but he would quickly correct her. My name is Rias Gremory, and I am the king. Therefore you are my servant, replied the redhead as everyone spread their bat wings, Issei included. Welcome to my family, Rias commented as she widened her smile a bit more, only to have her eyes take on a slightly dangerous gleam. Before Rias could say another word, Kaneko quickly stood up from her seat. I found Hayato talking to a nun without him feeling like killing her. This means that somehow he didn't suffer from demonic corruption, Kaneko stated quickly, interrupting Rias. Everyone looked at Issei with wide eyes at the statement. That's fine. Thanks for letting me know, Kaneko, Rias said, making Kaneko sit back down on the couch. Rias sat down at his desk as he put a hand to his chin. Demonic corruption is supposed to happen 100% when it comes to humans, but you know a lot about factions, And on top of that you don't have demonic corruption that just leads me to think that, effectively, Miss Gremory, the thick voice coming from Issei's hand made everyone look at the young man somewhat quizzically, except for Rias, who had a somewhat triumphant smile on her face, as if she had hit the jackpot. I never thought to have the security under my servitude, but it's a pleasant surprise to know. Ddraig's maniacal laughter was heard throughout the room, and this time everyone had to be confused and surprised by it, including Issei. Servitude? I will never serve a demon, nor an angel, or fallen angel. Have you forgotten how they left our kind after the Holy War? The only one I will listen to is my mate Star. Hey Ddraig, you never told me about this. Issei thought somewhat uncomfortable with the situation. Rias simply bowed her shoulders with a smile. As you say. Just the same, it was the dragon's fault that their own kind ended up that way. Though I should also thank them, because if it hadn't been for the constant dragon fights that were going on in all the regions, the Holy War wouldn't have ended on good terms regarding the three factions. Battles? They only came together when the battle between the Dragon of the Apocalypse, Great Red and Ophis nearly destroyed all existence. Otherwise, they would have continued with their constant stupid attempts at world domination. Moreover, if the demonic revolution hadn't happened in those times, I'm sure the demons would have continued to struggle for power, but the countless massive casualties they inflicted on themselves made them ridiculous as a species. And look how they ended up now, being tamer and smaller than mere cockroaches, countered the dragon with a defiant and amused tone in his voice. Rias lowered her gaze and clenched her teeth tightly at what the dragon mentioned. Apparently, he had totally crushed her in the verbal argument. Hey Ddraig, let's calm down. Please. Issei would scold with a frown. Was it so necessary to resort to something that happened over 1,000 years ago? It's fine that as supernatural beings they can live much longer. But 1,000 years is 1,000 years, and even if it's an ephemeral part of their long life, it's still an absurdly gigantic amount of time. Do I need to tell you how many is 1,000 years in days? It's okay, mate. It's just that it gave me a bit of courage. Ddraig mentioned, somewhat regretful for getting carried away in the heat of the moment. Don't worry, I'm sure they'll understand. Issei soothed the dragon with an understanding smile. Rias gave a tired sigh, causing Issei to look at her a bit embarrassed. Relax, there's no need for you to apologize. You're not the one who said all those words after all, stated Rias with a kind smile, causing Issei to reply in kind. Thank you, Bucho. Listen well, as you are now part of my peerage, you will have to join the Occult Club. You will also have to do some errands as a demon that humans ask for and other things that will raise our reputation as demons. Issei just nodded in understanding. Ddraig had already told me about these things, so I already have some idea what it's about. Rias just nodded in satisfaction at Issei's answer. That's very good, because it saves a lot of explanation. Now I'd like to ask you a question. Issei looked at her somewhat intrigued. Any one you want, Bucho. Rias frowned slightly. Why did you miss 2 days at the academy? Don't you realize how your parents will get if they find out? Issei would simply laugh dryly, causing everyone to look at him quizzically. My parents? They're better off the farther I stay away from home. They can't stand me much because they always wanted a daughter, and somehow that frustration was getting on me over the years. They tolerate me anyway, though. After hearing those words, everyone had the same thought. They tolerate me? At Issei's answer, everyone fell into an awkward silence. Issei smiled again, breaking the uncomfortable atmosphere that was being generated. And regarding the first question, I'm trying to awaken my sacred gear voluntarily so that I have a chance to defend myself. I thought so, Kaneko thought with her typical expression as she looked at him out of the corner of her eye and ate a chocolate quietly. I understand your concern, but you can't miss the academy because of that. Especially because you're safer here with us. And besides, this academy is Gremory and Citri family territory. No one will dare to enter here without permission, unless they want to get into a lot of trouble. Especially if we are talking about other factions, Rias would explain/reprimand seriously. Issei lowered his head a bit in embarrassment. I understand. I won't be absent tomorrow. Rias smiled at Issei's reply. Well, you can go now. There's no point in entering classes now. Tomorrow I want you to be here after class. Issei simply nodded in agreement. The next day, I think I know why I had a feeling I was going to hate this guy. Issei thought as his eyes seemed to be empty and a depressive aura surrounded him completely. Issei was watching as Kiba was completely surrounded by women, while the blonde-haired man had a nervous smile on his face from the huge commotion that had been generated at the exit of Ko Academy. How the hell? It's barely the 5th day of school and he's already surrounded by women, that bastard. Matsuda gritted his teeth in great jealousy. Motohama adjusted his glasses with a very serious look. I agree with Matsuda. Just because he has a pretty face, he's already better than us. Issei turned around and started walking like a zombie towards the old academy building. At this, his two friends looked at him somewhat worried. Are you still a little sick? They both asked in unison. Issei turned his face over his shoulder with a fake smile. It's not that. I joined a club today and I have my responsibilities. Matsuda and Motohama looked at each other with a raised eyebrow. A club? Asked Matsuda, really confused. Motohama smiled greedily. He probably signed up for the kendo club. You know, there are a lot of pretty women in that place. Matsuda started to cry comically. Is he serious? And he didn't invite us, being his best friends? A smile broke out on Motohama's face as his teeth flashed, indicating that he was up to something. I got something better than that. I found a hole in the wall of his dressing rooms. Matsuda acquired a dangerous gleam in his eyes as he became incredibly serious. Enlighten me with your great knowledge, sir. Well, this might be a problem. Rias commented with a hand on her chin, seriously observing how Issei couldn't create a magic circle. Ddraig had already told me. The amount of magic reserves in my body are almost nil. Issei clarified the obvious with a depressed aura and a defeated posture. Rias simply shook her head, somewhat amused as she thought of a way to complete the errands without Issei's need to use a magic circle. I know! Rias snapped her fingers with a smile. At this, Issei snapped out of his depression and looked at her intently. We can use a more conventional method, like going house to house. Issei quickly shook his head with great disapproval. No, 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 no! What will happen to my training? Oh, you're right. Rias looked up at the ceiling, searching for a possible solution. Can't you lend him the bike outside? That way he'd get the errands done quickly, and incidentally he'd get a good warm-up too. We'd kill two birds with one stone. Ddraig's voice echoed in the room, and they both had to agree with that idea. Alright, but be careful. That bike is a Kino's. Rias warned as she handed some pamphlets to Issei. Don't worry! Issei exclaimed with a big smile between his teeth, then quickly left the place. Rias changed her smile to a serious look. She put one of her fingers to her ear and a small magic circle came out of it. I need you to keep an eye on Issei. He doesn't have enough magic to use magic circles and something might happen to him on the way. The customers are the usual. A familiar voice would echo through the magic circle. As you command, Bucho. A few minutes later, Issei was going at a high speed on the bike, but he didn't seem to be tired at all. Apparently, the effects of the training were starting to show much faster than normal. Though, of course, he wasn't someone very normal for obvious reasons. Mate, why do you follow his orders without reproach? At Ddraig's question, Issei would put on a thoughtful face. It's true that I want to awaken my sacred gear now so I can defend myself. But I also owe the Bucho a lot for reincarnating me, and I think this is a good way to repay her. I guess fulfilling my services will make her happy, and that way I'll feel happy too. Issei smiled as he thought about his next words. Besides, she doesn't seem to be a bad person, despite being a demon. Just like everyone else, they seem like people I can trust. Ddraig lowered his head as he thought carefully about his bearer's words. I have to agree with you. Their attitudes completely surprised me. Issei increased his smile as he saw that his mate thought the same thing. Ddraig frowned as he didn't understand certain things. Still, in all this time, just after the Holy War they mastered their instincts. And that they did it together with the fallen angels seems even stranger to me. There's something that doesn't quite add up in this story. By the way, Ddraig, there's something that's been haunting me ever since you told me about the life expectancy of supernatural beings. At Issei's hesitation, Ddraig stepped out of his little world and brought his attention to Issei. How did you manage to have so many carriers, if you were only sealed for 1,000 years? Issei asked with genuine interest. Ddraig chuckled a little under his breath, due to his bearer's curiosity. That's simple. All of my bearers are always human, and have never become demons. That, and other factors, make my number of bearers somewhat level to speak of only 1 millennium. Obviously, you are the first bearer to become a demon, and while we're on the subject, I'll also tell you that supernatural women are extremely infertile, because they can only have between 1 to 3 children in their entire long life. There is also the possibility of a supernatural man impregnating a human, but that is highly frowned upon and happens once in a very, very long time. And yes, before you ask, if someone is half human and half something, they will still have a normal lifespan, unless they get involved with some faction. Issei squealed in surprise. Wow, Ddraig. You have all the knowledge in the world, but I guess that's normal if you live that many years. I wonder how smart those who live that many years are. Having absolute knowledge doesn't make you smarter. It just makes no one in the world can call you ignorant," exclaimed Ddraig with a clear, wise tone in his words. The conversation with Ddraig was suddenly interrupted when the whole atmosphere changed drastically. Issei did a big braking with the bike, while looking in several directions, gritting his teeth. "Shit! It's this atmosphere again, and I know it can't mean anything good," thought the young man, quickly getting off the bike. "Took me a while to find you, but I was finally able to do it." Issei turned around quickly. "Who's there?" Issei saw the black wings again, causing him to frown, and automatically, his arm glowed red. "Boost!" Issei looked at his arm with wide eyes as he saw that he had activated his sacred gear just by thinking about it in a split second. Besides that strange sound that made him feel that much stronger, a black-winged woman slowly descended from the sky, until she touched the ground. "A twice critical? I see you haven't been wasting your time these past 4 days. But a little toy like that won't be enough to beat me." The woman's eyes widened as she felt how something cold and metallic was brushing the surface of her neck. "Sorry to interrupt your grand entrance, but you won't hurt Hayadu." The woman glanced back sidelong with a small smile. "I take it you're another slave of that gremmery, or am I wrong? My name is Kiba Yudo. It's a pleasure to meet you," Kiba said, flashing a condescending smile. "Oh, Prince Charming has arrived." Issei commented to no one in particular, showing complete reluctance to accept help from Kiba. "Prince Charming?" Kiba thought with a roll of his eyes. "My name is Calwarner, and would you do me the favor of putting down your sword? I didn't come with the intention of fighting, just to warn you." Kiba's sword would further squeeze Calwarner's neck, causing the woman to lose her smile and a small trickle of blood to run down her neck. "I think you can still talk without cutting yourself," Kiba replied, still holding his condescending smile. Calwarner again smiled and proceeded to explain. "We are with a group of fallen angels in the abandoned Church of Ko, just outside their territory." "So what of that?" thought Issei with a raised eyebrow. "One of our new companions arrived today, and she had traces of demon on her belongings. We quickly asked her if she had run into anyone and if they had tried to harm her, and she mentioned the brown-haired boy," Calwarner stated, pointing at Issei. Kiba just shook his head. "And how could you know it was him?" At that question, Calwarner gave Issei a sly smile. "Because the nun explained his physique to us very well, and coincidentally we have another girl who also knows him very well." Issei lowered his head and clenched his fists tightly. "Yuma." The woman folded her arms, looking sideways at Kiba. "I'm just telling you guys to stay out of our business, and that way we'll avoid unwanted circumstances." Kiba withdrew the sword with a gentle smile. "I'm sure it was a misunderstanding." Calwarner gave a sideways smile. "Yes, a misunderstanding." After those words, she soared through the skies and disappeared with a magic circle, causing the whole atmosphere to return back to normal. Kiba disappeared his sword and changed his smile to a somewhat worried look when he saw Issei's expression. Issei stopped clenching his fists, picked up his bike and started walking. "I'll go run errands," Issei mentioned, half of his face shadowed. "Thank you so much," Issei shouted, as he carefully closed the door and got on the bike. As soon as he started pedaling, he put a stupid grin on his face. "After a week, I finally get to finalize an order. I'm sure the Bucho will be very happy," Issei thought with great joy, as he rode at a high speed on his bicycle through the streets. "You were lucky that person only called you to read and discuss those strange comics. Otherwise, your account would still be 0. Stated a voice in Issei's mind, with a bit of grace in his last words. At this, Issei frowned. "Hey, don't be like that. It was just a joke." Issei lowered his gaze as he thought carefully. "It's not that. Are you thinking about those 2 girls again?" Ddraig's voice sounded much more serious. Issei also became serious, increasing the speed even more. "That's right, it's been a week and I didn't get any information from the blonde girl. It makes me quite angry, because she seemed like a nice person, and it's more than obvious Yuma must not have anything good planned for her. I just hope she's okay." He finally lowered his head regretfully, causing Ddraig to be a bit surprised. "It's rather curious to see how a demon cares for a nun, being that they are natural enemies. Probably if you ask that gremmery to go rescue her, she'll want to shove a stick up your ass to make you come to your senses." Issei trembled with fear at Draig's last words. "That's exactly why I didn't say anything to her. I also know that going to the church alone would be suicide. It's true that I can already control my boosted gear a bit, but I still have a long way to go to defeat 3 fallen angels. Besides, we're not sure there are only 3 of them." Draig's comment made Issei frown in frustration. "No way," he thought internally, then gave a weary sigh and looked seriously ahead. "I guess I'll let it go, because there's nothing I can do." Later, at the academy. "Good job," Rias congratulated with a big smile on her face, seeing how Issei had successfully completed his first assignment as a demon. It was nothing. Issei rubbed his hair with a nervous smile on his face. Rias sat on top of her desk, while holding a slightly mischievous smile on her face. Well? I had told you earlier that I would give you a reward when you successfully completed your first assignment. What do you want? Rias had studied Issei in this week, and knew very well that his two best friends were total perverts. When she saw her friends behave that way, she assumed Issei wasn't much different, but the young man surprised her by seeing that he hardly even flinched at obscene thoughts. Obviously, she had noticed that for every meeting at the club, Issei would give a somewhat idiotic look for a small second when he looked at Akino's body or her own. Perhaps, unlike his two friends, he was only affected by bodies that were very well endowed. Obviously, she didn't know that if it wasn't for Ddraig, Issei might be even worse than his two best friends. Basically, Rias had no idea that Ddraig could suppress a large part of Issei's inordinate urges, in addition to demonic corruption, and that every day, thanks to the willpower the protagonist had, those extreme appetites were disappearing more and more. Issei looked seriously at Rias, causing her to be surprised by his face. I want you to give me the day off tomorrow. It's Sunday, and since I'm not going to the academy, it's a perfect opportunity to train all day and increase my power, alright? Replied Rias with clear confusion in her words. For the short time she had to get to know him, she thought he was one of those closet perverts and was going to ask to touch her ass, but she was quite surprised by his response. Issei clenched his fists tightly with a smile. Well, did you hear that, Ddraig? Strong and clear, mate. It's a great opportunity to awaken your boosted gear to the second level. That sounds great. See you Monday, Bucho. Issei shouted loudly, waving goodbye to his boss and rocketing out of the place. Yeah, see you at the academy, Rias said to nothingness, as she raised her hands slightly with a frozen expression on her face. I guess Yuli decimating him won't be an option. Or at least, not for now. I should wait to see how he performs in the future. A few hours later. Phew, I need to take a break. Issei wiped the sweat from his forehead, while breathing heavily. The brown-haired man found himself working out in the same park as usual. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and he had already been training for a lot of hours, so it was time for a break. Issei opened his bag and took out a sandwich and a bottle of water, while he sat down on a bench in the park to take a break. He looked around with a small smile as he watched the children having fun at the different games, as people enjoyed a hamburger at the local restaurant. Honestly, it was quite a relaxing atmosphere. It was something that helped distract him a bit from what the world was really like. Read your fate. Find out your good or bad destiny through the numbers. Find out your lucky number. Issei looked with some interest at the bald old man who was passing right in front of him with some sort of cart that was made of wood. One side had a corrugation that carried a large amount of coins and bills, while in the middle it had two small boxes that said good luck and bad luck, respectively. Issei stood up from his seat with a smile and raised his hand to the old man, who stopped his cart with a smile at the sight of a new customer. Are you seriously going to buy one of those stupid things? Questioned Ddraig with a tone of disapproval. This will help me clear my head a little. Honestly, I can't stop thinking that I've helped almost nothing in the capture of the two wandering demons that happened a few days ago. Issei thought, making Ddraig understand the frustration his bearer was going through right now. He would probably be seeing himself as useless right now. Hi son. Do you want to see your good luck number, your bad luck number, or both? It costs 1,000 yen each. Commented the bald old man with a friendly smile on his face. Issei grimaced a little internally at the price. He wanted to buy both, but it wouldn't be good for his allowance. I'd like to know my good luck number. Issei replied with a friendly smile. The older man would gladly nod as he received the money from Issei and placed it in the cart, then reach into one of the boxes and close his eyes tightly. Thought Ddraig to himself as he noticed something strange coming from the old man. Here it is. The old man exclaimed, pulling a small piece of paper out of the box, then handing it to Issei. Issei received the paper with a slight grateful nod, then turning it over to check the number. 25, Issei said to himself as he rubbed his hair with some confusion. Noticing the boy's confusion, the older man smiled and proceeded to explain to him what that number meant. 25 is your lucky number. No doubt that number will mean something very important to you in the future. It could be a specific date, a count, a raffle number, or anything else that has to do with numbers. Oh, I understand. Thank you very much. Issei dismissed the old man with a small bow. The old man did the same with a mysterious smile on his face, then went on his way. Issei sat back down on the bench as he took his food again and continued to eat it gladly. He pocketed the small piece of paper without taking much notice of what the old fortune teller mentioned. Hello? Issei opened his eyes somewhat confused by the familiar voice, then widened them and began coughing in an exaggerated manner due to his choking. Oh, I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to. Issei took a large drink of water and set his bottle aside to deliver a toothy smile to the young woman in front of him. Hi, glad to hear you're okay, Issei exclaimed to the blonde girl as he gave her a big hug, making the young girl blush slightly. But she reciprocated the hug anyway. It's good to be able to see you again. Issei broke away from the hug with a smile. Issei Hayadu. It's a pleasure. Issei bowed his hand, causing the nun to shake it with a smile. Asia Argento. It is also a pleasure, replied the nun with a beautiful smile, making Issei a little nervous about her naive beauty. Issei quickly placed his hands in the pockets, after remembering a very important piece of information. Asia just watched him, somewhat confused by his quick change of attitude. Is something wrong? The blonde asked, a bit worried by Issei's expression. Nothing, it's just that you know. The fallen angels already told you that I'm a demon, and I don't really care that you're a demon. I can see that you're a very good person, and for that reason I came to this park once again in hopes of finding you. Asia lowered her head somewhat apologetically. Since you had to leave so quickly last time, we didn't have time to get to know each other. Issei smiled to see that Asia did not possess any prejudice towards him. This really made him happy. Issei grabbed Asia's arm, causing the blonde to be surprised by the sudden action. Do you want to have some fun for a while? I'm sure it must not be fun to be in an abandoned church for so long. Like friends? Asia asked with a glint of happiness in her eyes. Issei looked at her somewhat quizzically at her attitude. That's right, like friends. Issei's words caused Asia to give him a big hug, surprising and blushing the man for the sudden action. Issei quickly replied to the hug, somewhat flustered by the excessive approach towards a woman. Or at least, this was excessive for him, since he had never been in contact with a woman for so long, except for his mother. But obviously, he doesn't even remember that anymore because he was a baby, after all. As something's wrong? Issei asked with a definite nervous tone. I'm very happy. At that statement, Issei could do nothing but get confused. I'm really happy. I've never had a friend before. At Asia's answer, Issei gave a small empathetic smile and hugged her even tighter. He was definitely going to ask how her story went during their meeting. Issei and Asia had a really good time for a few hours. First they went to eat at the park's restaurant, then they took a little walk around the place. The young man bought her some gifts and got different trophies in the machines, making Asia very happy in those moments. They were both having a great time for 3 hours, but it was time for the party to end. Asia and Issei were sitting on a bench in the middle of the park, admiring a beautiful fountain. Issei was eating an ice cream very happily as well as Asia, until the blonde got a little alarmed and looked at her clock. Sorry, I have to go. Asia quickly got up from the bench and gave Issei a small bow, showing her appreciation. Oh, no problem. Issei dismissed her somewhat curiously. That was too sudden, Issei thought with a rather doubtful tone, but he would let it go. Asia handed him a sweet smile as a farewell. Thank you so much for today. I really had a great time. Asia lowered her head a little, making Issei a little confused. It was really nice to have had a chance to hang out with a friend. I'm really grateful. Asia bowed again, making Issei a little nervous about her very condescending attitude. You don't need to do that. After all, I had a pretty good time myself. Thanks to you, I was able to distract myself a bit from my problems. Asia raised her gaze with a smile and raised her hand in a gesture of farewell. Issei did the same as he watched her leave. Issei's smile decayed into a serious look as Asia was lost from his sight. Are you worried about her, mate? Ddraig's voice echoed inside Issei's mind, causing the protagonist to grimace a little in disgust. Something smells fishy to me. That goodbye sounded like I'd never see her again. Issei thought as he stood up from his seat and looked off into nothingness. I don't think they're hurting her. I mean, I don't manage to witness anything coming from her. That means she doesn't really have anything special, or right now she's too weak to get good potential out of her. I doubt the fallen angels want her for anything other than a fallen angel reincarnation. And if everything turns out the way I have in mind, there won't be a noticeable difference in her personality, since a fallen angel reincarnation doesn't manage to corrupt you like a demonic reincarnation would. Ddraig gave his take on the situation, and Issei softened his gaze as he listened to him. If you say so, I guess it would be so. Issei thought with a hint of pity, then began to jog home. Well, if I think about it carefully, it's better for her to become a fallen angel than die. Maybe I should stop thinking about it, he concluded, with a focused and calm expression on his face. Ddraig cut off the communication and frowned. Nevertheless, it wouldn't be the first time I've been wrong. I just hope the brat forgets about all this and starts focusing 100% on his training, otherwise he won't last 5 seconds against the Hakuryuku. Thought the great Welsh dragon, then let out a sigh. I only hope it will be a long time before our fated meeting, because my bearer has a long way to go. Perhaps he may become the weakest of all the Securii in existence thus far. I will have to pray that Albion's case is exactly the same, otherwise we won't stand a chance. Culminated Ddraig with a displeased expression. Honestly, he would have told Issei that he had the reputation of being the worst bearer so far, but he had liked the boy too much to tell him that. A few days later, Issei was walking out of Ko Academy with a vacant look in his eyes, all because of seeing how Kiba was once again surrounded by women begging for his attention. I don't know why it is, but for every day that goes by, I feel more like kicking your ass. Issei thought as he watched the scene with great jealousy. Issei woke up from his vengeful little world when he looked to his sides and realized that Matsuda and Motohama were not with him. Issei rubbed his cheek with his index finger, clearly confused. Come to think of it, they weren't with me at recess either. Where the hell did they go? Issei pushed his thoughts aside when he heard a large amount of threatening female shouting coming from his right. Issei rolled his eyes as he saw Matsuda and Motohama running at a great speed in great fear as an angry mob of women with wooden swords were chasing them. Oi look, there's Issei! Matsuda shouted at the top of his lungs. Human shield in sight! Motohama exclaimed, causing Issei to visibly twitch at what he heard. Before he could do anything, both Matsuda and Motohama stepped behind Issei and pushed him towards the seething women. The Kendo Club girls had the decency to hold him up before he fell to the ground. Hey, the problem isn't with you, so back off now or… Issei raised both hands in a defensive gesture, causing the women to look at him intently. Whoa. Can you tell me what the hell is going on, Murayama Kates? The two women in front of the mob looked at their classmate with an air of annoyance, making Issei feel a little intimidated. These two perverted jerks were peeping into our locker rooms. Both women shouted with great fury in their words. Issei looked at his friends with rolled eyes, then looked at the enraged mob again. Okay, I understand. But I don't think that's the way to settle such a superficial conflict. Superficial? All the women shouted in great anger. At this, Issei felt himself shrinking greatly in front of the enraged women. Me and Murayama already know that you are friends with the pervert duo. Are you also like them? Kates questioned with great indignation in her words. Issei again waved his hands in defense. No. I'm just saying that it's a bad idea to resort to violence for once they've spied on them. Obviously, I don't agree with them and I think it's right that if they are found once again spying they can punish them with no problem. Issei gave his point with a big nervous smile on his face. All the women looked at each other for a few seconds then nodded. Agreed. But if we find them spying on us again, we'll kill them. Murayama declared with great hatred in her words. This made Issei and his friends sweat nervously. Finally, the group of women dispersed and Issei's best friends went to thank him for his help. I knew we could count on your support, Motohama said as he rested a hand on his shoulder. You're amazing, Issei! Matsuda exclaimed very seriously, resting a hand on Issei's remaining shoulder. And well, they wanted to use me as a human shield, Issei commented with a roll of his eyes. Matsuda gave Issei a slight shove, causing Issei to look at him somewhat confused by his action. Let's just say it was our little revenge for you joining a club full of beauties without you letting us know about it, Matsuda stated with a mock-pained expression. Same here. That was very wrong of you, Motohama said as he adjusted his glasses with a very serious look on his face. Oh, speaking of which, I should be going now. I have some chores to do at the club. See you later. Issei waved goodbye to them with a wave of his hand as he hurried off. Motohama shook his head, showing his disapproval. Anyway, I wouldn't join a club of beauties if I had to stand at their feet with so many little jobs. At what point would I get to see their s? Matsuda nodded vigorously, indicating that he agreed with his friend. Issei entered the Occult Club to see that Aquino and Rias were playing a game of chess. The young man quickly introduced himself, being answered by the two women. Rias rose from her seat and handed a pamphlet to Issei. Only one? The young man asked somewhat curiously. Aquino, Kiba and Kaneko already took care of all the others. This was the only one left. I hope with your previous experience you can complete this assignment successfully. Issei just nodded with a smile and grabbed the pamphlet gladly. See you in a bit, Bucho Aquino. Issei gave them a thumbs up, causing both women to smile their typical smiles at him. When he finally left, Rias sat back down and studied her next move. Do you think he'll be able to complete it? Aquino asked with a quiet smile. I don't know. I hope he does, because at the moment he's not contributing too much. It's amazing to think that Hayato is the security and he's so weak. Rias made a move that killed the queen with a pawn. Still, he has incredible potential. We are talking about the security, after all, Rias clarified with a pleased smile at having a potentially strong servant. Aquino could only say her era when she watched in surprise as Rias had killed her queen. Is this the place? Issei wondered as he looked between the house and the pamphlet. Issei got off the bike and knocked on the door. The young man stood for several seconds without receiving a response, so he knocked on the door again louder, causing it to open a little. Is open? Issei wondered, rather confused, then took off his footwear and stepped inside. Hello? Issei stepped a bit into the house and closed the door while looking around at different places, everything being a bit dark. I'm not a thief, the door was open, so yuck. Issei held his nose in great disgust. Where is that smell coming from? Thought the brown-haired man in great disgust, as he advanced to the living room. Pluf. Issei looked down somewhat confused as he felt he had stepped on something wet. He quickly regretted it, and his face began to turn purple, as he covered his mouth in shock. What the hell? This is blood, and in liters. Issei thought to himself in great alarm, looking at the entire floor covered in blood. Ah! Issei's eyes got big from the scream and he ran full speed towards that direction. He finally ran through a door and could see a familiar person, who was covering her mouth in shock at what she was seeing. Asia? Issei wondered in shock. Why are you screaming, you bratty idiot? Don't you realize that this jerk asked for the help of a demon? Issei could see as a man appeared out of the shadows and approached Asia menacingly. But killing him is not the solution, shouted Asia in sheer terror as she saw the man's mutilated body. The subject grabbed Asia's neck and pressed her tightly against the wall, hurting her a little in the process. I don't give a shit what you say. I am the great Freed Selzen, and you will have to respect my methods. Or better yet, I'll make sure it's taxed deep into your body, you ing nun. After those last words, Freed took a completely lunatic look at Asia and ripped off a large portion of her dress, causing the blonde-haired woman to let out a frightened scream. Stop! Shouted Issei, appearing from the shadows as he trembled slightly in anger. Freed watched Issei with a psychopathic look, then let go of Asia and moved a little closer to his next victim. Oi. Look what we have here, ing demon, don't hurt him. Asia exclaimed, clinging tightly to Freed. The albino glared at her with hatred and punched her in the stomach with his arm to push her to the ground. Don't say stupid things. Issei gritted his teeth hard at the sight and activated his boosted gear, while clenching the gauntlet tightly. The green sphere began to flicker for seconds as the word boost was heard. Freed looked at Issei somewhat confused, then back to his psychopathic grin and pulled out a sword, along with a pistol. If you want to fight, I'll be glad to give it to you, ing demon. Freed would say, giving a small bow. Boost! Mate. Issei clenched his fist tightly as he looked at Freed very seriously. I know Ddraig. I can't go over 12 boosts or I'm screwed. Issei thought, grateful for his mate's concern. He'll still have no problem with 12 boosters. If he's alone, it'll be an easy win. Issei just smiled, making Freed look at him with some intrigue while still holding his psychopathic smile. Are you smiling because you're going to die? Let me exorcise you so you won't have the pain of being a foul demon any longer. Freed lunged at Issei, but the young man easily dodged it, causing the white-haired man to be slightly surprised. Freed again attempted to give him another lunge. Seeing that the movement was much faster, Issei blocked the cut with his gauntlet, to then give him a strong punch in the stomach with the other hand that sent him flying and crashing into a cabinet, breaking it on the spot. Freed quickly got up, as he wiped a small trickle of blood from his mouth. Well, the ing demon is even stronger than I thought. Freed widened his eyes mischievously and pointed his gun at Issei. In that case, Freed's gun fired a white shot, causing Issei to be a bit surprised, but he still managed to block it with his gauntlet without much difficulty. Issei looked surprised when he lowered his gauntlet, and Freed had his sword inches from his neck. The young man moved his head just in time, and the sword grazed his neck. Issei widened his eyes at the opportunity and wasted no time, giving Freed a hard knee that almost made him vomit blood, then gave him a right to the cheek and took out his gun with the other. Finally, he gave him a hard kick in the face that sent him crashing into the wall. The sequence of blows was too much for the exorcist, so he was left lying on the floor half unconscious. Good, thought Issei with a defiant smile, clenching his gauntlet tightly. Good job, mate. For your first one-on-one battle, it was pretty good. Before Issei could reply to Ddraig, He quickly turned around defensively after hearing someone. Hayato, is everything under control? Kiba asked with a smile, being followed by Kaneko. The albino looked at the wreck site with a completely stoic expression. Great, more ing demons. Freed grumbled under his breath as he tried to sit up in vain, as he fell back to the ground. I can't believe that idiot left me like that with only 4 hits, thought the exorcist in great disgust. His disgusted face changed to a psychopathic grin as the sky was tinged with a purple aura. Apparently, my friends, the fallen angels, have arrived. He shouted in a chanting tone to cough up blood at the end, causing him to look at Asia with great contempt. None, what are you waiting for? Come here and heal me now. I want to make sure I tear apart even one ing demon. Asia instantly heeded him, and went over to heal him. The blonde looked with a sad smile at Issei. Thank you for caring, Issei. But there is no need for you to help me anymore. My suffering will end tonight, and I will serve God, as I always wanted to. Asia began to heal the white-haired man with a sacred gear that gave off a green color. Kiba and Kaneko focused before the blonde's sacred gear, and looked at each other. They were thinking the same thing, apparently. Kiba stepped forward and gripped Issei's shoulder tightly. I'm sorry, Hayato, but we have to leave. I guess there'll be a lot of fallen angels and there's no way without Bucho's help we'll be able to defeat them. But Asia, Issei said, clenching his fists tightly. Kaneko walked up to Issei and squeezed his waist tightly so that he couldn't move, causing the protagonist to be shocked. A magic circle of the Gremry family appeared at the feet of the 3. She can't come with us. She's not a demon, Kaneko stated with her typical emotionless expression, causing Issei to start struggling very hard to try and go with Asia. Kaneko's eyes widened slightly as she found herself using more force than she intended to stop Issei's advance. Asia! Asia smiled at him as tears began to fall from her face. Issei could only reach out his arm helplessly towards the blonde, feeling himself slowly disappear from the spot to suddenly appear in the clubroom. Finally, the magic circle disappeared and Kaneko let go. Issei fell to his knees as he had a completely cold look on his face. Kiba and Kaneko looked at each other, worried about the stupidity that was crossing Issei's mind right now. Issei remained on the floor with an overwhelming silence in the room. The only thing that could be heard was the bathtub being turned on, along with Akino and Rias' voices in the background. Just as the bathtub stopped sounding, Issei hit the ground hard and stood up, starting to walk towards the exit with his eyes shadowed. Kiba took a step forward, worried about how his companion was doing. Hayato, it's not good what you think. The Bucho will punish you if you try to go there. Issei stopped in his tracks before closing the door to look at Kiba out of the corner of his eye. Even Kaneko was surprised to see the frightened expression Issei was giving off. I've had enough. If I don't help her, who else will? I'd rather die with a clear conscience than go on living knowing that I abandoned a friend. Issei slowly closed the door, causing Kiba and Kaneko to look at each other seriously. Hey guys, did something happen for you to be here at this hour? Asked Rias, coming out of the bathroom with only a towel, as did Akino. Bucho is Hayato. He's planning to save that nun he crossed a week ago. Apparently, he's not willing to listen to us. At Kiba's seriousness and words, Rias and Akino frowned in great disagreement. After thinking about it for a few seconds, Rias gave them a smile. In that case, I'll have to give him a good scolding so that he understands not to meddle in matters that don't concern him. Kiba and Kaneko looked at each other seriously, then nodded. The nun had a very rare sacred gear. She could heal superficial and medium damage wounds at a good speed. Kaneko commented with an unusually serious expression. Rias looked at her somewhat surprised by the information. She's a nun, so you could reincarnate her as a demon and that way you'd get a powerful bishop, along with a very rare sacred gear. You'll just have to wait for the right time. Kiba explained with a smile. Rias looked at Kiba as she folded her arms with a pleased smile on her face. Apparently it didn't take you long to choose, Akino inquired with a somewhat strange laugh at the end. Issei walked in the middle of a grove of trees to reach his destination, the church. The young man had his gaze shadowed as the gem on his gauntlet glowed every so often. Mate, try to control your emotions. It's dangerous for you to use so much boost. It's no use increasing your strength so much if you reach over boost. Ddraig had a worried tone in his words. Issei looked up with a completely serene expression on his face. He stopped clenching his gauntlet tightly and paused as he saw that he was already relatively close to the church. Relax, Ddraig. I'm perfectly fine. I just want to go in with all my power and try to bust them all without them noticing my presence. Sorry to disappoint you, boy. But we're not idiots enough not to patrol the area when we're about to do something very important. Issei could feel his skin crawl as he saw 3 fallen angels appear through the trees. 2 of them were already familiar to him. I appreciate if you would turn around and leave the place. We don't want to get in trouble with the Gremry family, but not for that reason will we allow you to screw up Rainer's plans, clarified the fallen angel known as Ddraig. Issei raised his gauntlet at the same time as he gave him a piercing look. Why are you doing this to Asia? All she wanted was to serve God and have friends. The 3 fallen angels looked at each other and smirked arrogantly. I can see that you have become much stronger than in our first encounter. But you still have a ways to go before you can beat one of us. So what makes you think you can take the 3 of us together? Calawarner questioned, holding a clear air of superiority in her words. Issei just gritted his teeth as a boost could be heard. He may have been a fool, but not even a mental moron would answer that he could take all 3 of them no problem. The only thing pushing him to battle was Asia. After all, he said so himself. He could never forgive himself if he didn't do something about it. Are you still here? Apparently you want to die, don't you? The fallen angel blonde spoke with a slightly macabre smile on her features, though it didn't look very good with how small her body was. He never mentioned it would be a 3-on-1. A muffled, apathetic voice was heard from behind the fallen angels, causing them to turn around with a raised eyebrow. Issei recognized that voice immediately, so he was slightly surprised. What's more, he never mentioned that he was going to fight you guys. A distinctly male voice echoed through the trees, only to be followed by the appearance of 4 figures very familiar to Issei. Bucho! Issei exclaimed in great surprise at the sight of the complete Gremry peerage. Rias directed a friendly smile at his pawn. Issei, you can continue on your way along with Kiba and Kaneko. Akino and I will take care of this problem. At the president's statement, Akino licked one of her fingers with a sadistic and seductive expression, causing Issei to blush a little. But thanks to his recent hormonal control, he downplayed it almost instantly. Okay, Bucho, thank you very much. Rias just nodded with a confident smile as Issei ran past her and his 2 companions followed shortly after, first giving a satisfied nod to their mistress. Well, this will be an easy enough job, exclaimed the blonde girl, fully confident of her victory. Don't get overconfident, middled. Remember, this is the Gremry family we're talking about, and their power of destruction can be devastating. Calawarner warned with a slight frown. Ddraig laughed loudly. I don't care if that brat is from the Gremry family, or some high-class family. This last, he said with a distinctly sarcastic and mocking tone, then adjusted his hat with a superior smile. There's 3 of us and 2 of them, plus she's a mere brat. She must not even have awakened the power of destruction yet. We'll see about that. Rias replied with a confident smile, then looked at Akino. The woman just laughed in a somewhat strange way and looked at her opponents lewdly as she raised her hand. A large lightning bolt began to form along her palm. At the sight, the 3 fallen angels widened their eyes slightly in surprise. Issei burst loudly into the doors of the church, giving them a big kick and sending them flying. From behind him followed Kiba and Kaneko, who were on the lookout for any dangerous situation that might arise. Issei ran along with his companions as they looked in various directions, not understanding why the place was completely empty. Asia and Rainer were supposed to be here. The 2 of them, and besides, oi. Look who we have here. The 3 companions stopped dead in their tracks as Fried appeared from behind a wall as he turned his distinguished psychopathic grin on them. I still have yet to repay you for what you did to me last time, ing demon. Fried declared, licking the tip of his sword in a grim manner. Where's Asia? Fried was a bit surprised by Issei's question, because he didn't seem to be paying the slightest bit of attention to him. The white-haired man looked back and pointed to an entrance leading down. There's ritual going on down there. There's also a lot of priests, but I don't like crowds. You know, he clarified with his typical psychotic tone. Issei started to advance at a fast pace towards the entrance, not caring that Fried was in front of the entrance. Kiba and Kaneko watched this seriously as they prepared to battle Fried in the worst-case situation. Fried raised an amused eyebrow. Are you ignoring me? Remember, I owe you one for last time. This time I'll be sure to cut you into 1,000 pieces, and you'll be reduced to little pieces of shit, as it should be, Fried exclaimed with a sing-song tone at the end as he wagged his tongue wildly. Fried quickly stepped into the middle of the road, causing Issei to clench his teeth and his fists tightly. I don't have time for this, shouted Issei, pouncing at a speed Fried couldn't keep up with. A strong red light burst from the gauntlet as Issei's fist sank into Fried's cheek, causing the subject to let out a scream of pain and fly off with a spray of blood on his nose and face. His flight ended when he crashed hard against the benches in the area, knocking him unconscious. Issei wasted no time and went down with his 2 companions, only to be shocked by the sight. Or at least, Issei was shocked. There were about 40 priests in the place who seemed to be praying to Rainier, while the woman was a few stairs up, next to a cross. Worst of all, was what was hanging on that cross. Asia! Issei shouted loudly, watching helplessly as the blonde was hanging on the cross. Seeing it, Rainier gave a somewhat ghoulish grin as she played with the gift Issei had bestowed upon her. Oh, so you came to witness the nun's death? In a slightly more normal moment, Issei would have asked Rainier why she was still wearing the bracelet he had given her on their date. But it wasn't a very normal situation, to say the least. Why are you doing this to her? Issei stepped forward in great anger, causing the priest to step in front of him. Rainier looked at him graciously. Why am I doing this? You know she possesses a very strong sacred gear, right? My boss ordered me to take it to keep for myself, because dark but fun times will begin to arise before too long. And he wants to make sure we're in the top spot when it happens. Boss? What are you talking about? You know whatever? Issei thought as he looked at Asia with great concern. Before Issei could act, a loud scream rang through the place. Asia! Issei shouted loudly as he watched the nun scream in pain, being surrounded by a green aura. Rainier watched all this in fascination. Issei tried to run again, but the priests blocked his way again. Before any of them could attack the brown-haired man, Kiba and Kaneko rushed towards the priests, swinging swords and punches at them, respectively. Seeing this, the corrupted priests took several steps back, impressed at the strength Kiba and Kaneko had, creating a path for Issei. Go, Hayato. We'll take care of them. Kiba commented with a smile. We've got your back, Hayato. Kaneko backed up the blonde's words with her typical apathetic tone. Issei looked at the two of them as his eyes glistened from being on the verge of tears. Okay. But when we get out of here, I want you both to call me by my name. Issei shouted loudly as he wiped his eyes and ran to where Rainier was. Kaneko and Kiba just nodded at Issei's proposal and continued to battle against the corrupted priests. Issei stopped in his tracks and watched in horror as the green light began to fade, and with it, Asia's screams. It's already too late, Rainier declared, reaching out his hands to take a ring that glowed a green color. The sacred gear, Twilight Healing, is mine. With it, I will be invincible. Rainier exclaimed, spreading her wings and beginning to laugh like mad. Issei didn't give a damn about what the woman who tricked him said and rushed over to let go of Asia with the intention of carrying her in his arms. The blonde looked at him and smiled weakly. Issei's eyes started to get watery again, but not a tear fell. Asia, I'm so sorry if I had come earlier. Issei lowered his head a little and closed his eyes tightly, causing a small tear to escape from his right eye. Issei was surprised when Asia brushed the tear away, then positioned her hand on Issei's cheek affectionately. I'm glad I had a friend, Issei. Issei watched in shock as a tear began to run down the side of her eyes. Thank you so much for making me feel so happy in just one day. Asia's tear fell and she closed her eyes, causing Issei to hug her tightly in great pain. In the end, he had been unable to do anything, but he could still avenge her. A small violet spark flashed within Issei's soul, causing Ddraig to become alarmed at the sight. Issei looked back with great hatred to see if Rainier was still there, but saw no one. He could only see a large amount of black feathers leading to the upper floor. I'm sorry, Issei. We couldn't stop her at first. But she must still be upstairs, confident of her victory thanks to her new power. Kiba commented, a little worried about the great hatred that was emanating from his new friend. It was so weird, even Kaneko was surprised. He wasn't supposed to have demonic corruption, so it's not normal for a human to have so much hatred. Take care of Asia. Kaneko and Kiba looked at him in surprise. But, I'll personally take care of her. Kaneko was interrupted by Issei, causing them both to look at him even more surprised. Issei, she is a fallen angel and now possesses a sacred gear. She's much stronger than the priest you faced. Kiba tried to talk some sense into Issei to no avail. I know, was all he replied as he left Asia in Kiba's hands and began to move forward with great hatred in every step he took. Rainier was quietly waiting for Rias Gremry's arrival, as she was very confident of her new power. In fact, too confident. It's beautiful, Rainier commented in a low voice as she looked at the ring on her finger in admiration. Her close study of the ring was interrupted when Issei appeared through the door, causing Rainier to look at him superiorly. Oh, you still feel like fighting? I'd rather take the Gremry as proof of my victory. I'm giving you a chance to save yourself from the demons, and you still want to die. Issei lowered his head a little, not really paying attention to Rainier's words. Even if he had only known her for a day, Rainier had been his girlfriend. Even if it had been for one day, he had really had a good time, and had even considered giving up seeing other women by having Yuma with him. After all, would he really need to see many women, if he could see his lover's beautiful eyes every day? That's what he had thought. He just wanted to give love to her, and receive that love in return. Issei really appreciated her, and now it turns out that she not only cheated, hurt, betrayed, and killed him, but she also killed someone he could call a friend. Never mind that he didn't have much time to get to know her. You were my first girlfriend. Rainer looked at his bracelet with mock tenderness. Yeah, from what I could tell, you were incredibly new at it. A guy who has yet to meet a woman, I'll admit it was all in good fun. Issei clenched his fists tightly as his gaze darkened. I was going to treat you like a queen. Yes, that much was clear to me. For that very reason it was so entertaining to see your panicked face when that dream was shattered. Rainer replied in a distinctly mocking tone, mimicking Yuma's voice. Issei clenched his fists even tighter, causing blood to start oozing out on his free hand. I thought our thing would be something special. Rainer laughed loudly. That's right, it was something very special. I kept your gift for myself to remember the day you died. Rainer played with the bracelet Issei had given her, emphasizing her words. It really was something special, don't you think, Rainer? Issei raised his gaze in great anger. Don't scream my real name because you ruined the moment. Rainer shouted with a psychotic grin on her face as she created a spear of light. Issei dodged the spear of light with great difficulty, causing Rainer to laugh loudly. Looks like you'll be making this a bit interesting. That pleases me. I won't be bored until your mistress arrives. Rainer added, creating another spear of light. She just wanted to have a peaceful life. Rainer looked at him somewhat disgusted. It was amusing when they talked about them, but not when he would bring that blonde girl in. Do you really think she would have lived a happy life? Having ended up dead is the best option. You still don't understand how the supernatural world really works, and you'll never have time to understand it. Rainer threw her spear in hopes of hitting Issei. The brown-haired man used his gauntlet when he saw that he had no chance of dodging it. He managed to block the attack, but it seemed that the gauntlet would not hold another blow. I will avenge her, Issei shouted loudly, making Rainer laugh even louder. She was having a lot of fun with the current situation. Teasing and making her victims suffer was something she loved. Those were her sins. That was her nature. Avenge her? If you could do that, what good would it do you? Rainer created another spear as she delighted in the broken expression Issei had. Avenging you won't bring her back to life, you idiot. Those were Rainer's last words before throwing her spear. Everything became slow for Issei as he had a look of complete shock from Rainer's last words. That's right, what good was it for him to take revenge, if that doesn't bring her back? That didn't mean he would stop hating her or forgive her for what she did. He just didn't want to stoop to Rainer's level. Asia wouldn't want it to be that way, and he knew he was more than that. Ddraig watched as the little violet spark fused with Issei's soul, causing him to go into complete shock. He would kill her anyway, but not for revenge. He would do it to make sure no one else fell into the fangs of such a viper. If you can't give her back to me, he thought. Ddraig felt like a lot of emotions were running through his bearer. But at first, it was only hatred. Now, he wasn't sure how many emotions were involved at the moment, but the vast majority of them were not pleasant. If you can't give her back to me, Issei's eyes widened as a great red glow surrounded him completely. Rainer watched in shock as the spear of light shattered into 1,000 pieces upon contact with the blinding light. Dragon Booster. The gauntlet had undergone a small transformation, growing larger. If you can't give her back to me, I'll make sure no one else has to go through the same thing. Rainer took a step back in complete shock at the sound of the boosted gear's voice. Ag-ga-hey-hi. Boost, 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 boost. Issei shouted loudly and lunged at Rainer at an incredible speed, landing a heavy blow to her stomach that made her spit out a large amount of blood. Issei spat out a small amount of blood, because a light spear had pierced his leg. The protagonist staggered backwards, causing Rainer to fall to her knees on the ground while coughing up blood. Rainer looked up with a faint psychopathic smile as he began to heal. I never imagined you had one of the 13 Longinus. But that doesn't save you from the great pain that runs through your entire body when you come in contact with a spear of light. What are you talking about? Rainer was shocked as she watched Issei remove the spear like it was nothing, and a great gush of blood spurted out of the hole. The only thing that hurts is the gaping hole in my leg. It's exactly the same pain as when you pierced my stomach. Well, it's even a little more painful, Issei commented with a somewhat grim smile, making Rainer panic. But how is that possible? You're a low-class demon. You shouldn't be able to move. Rainer widened her eyes in shock. Wait a minute, just a little more pain. Your body is supposed to be that of a demon now. How is it that you only feel a little more pain than last time? That's impossible. It's not that it's insignificant pain, but the desire to stop you is even greater than all the pain I'm feeling right now. Explosion! Issei's gauntlet grew even larger again, now covering his fingers and forearm completely, causing a second green gem to appear on the gauntlet. Issei took a step forward, not really caring what Rainier was babbling about, causing the woman to look at him in terror and barely get up from the ground. Rainier could only watch in shock. He released the boosted gear's second form and final form in just seconds? What kind of demon is he? Rainier thought in alarm as she created a spear and threw it at him with all her might. Issei just continued to advance and deflected the spear of light with his gauntlet as if it was a simple fly, making Rainier look at him in complete terror. Kiba and Kaneko were about to leave with Asia's body, but they saw Issei fighting. Just as they were about to join in, they could both see Rias and Aquino at one of the windows as the redhead shook her head. The two got the message and turned to hide in the shadows, watching the fight. Rainier turned around and began to fly away in fear, in an attempt to escape. Don't think you'll escape. Rainier looked back in horror, due to the fact that Issei had grabbed her by the foot. The problem wasn't that he had caught her, but how quickly he had done it. I don't understand. I should be superior to you with my sacred gear. You're an angel, so fly. Issei exclaimed with anger contained in his words, directing a strong punch at her that made her spit out a large amount of blood. Rainier bolted towards one of the windows and broke it in the process, being outside of the church. Issei wasted no time and jumped through the same window, only to find Rainier lying on the floor with a very sore face while the ring was a couple of meters away from her. Issei grabbed the ring and began to slowly move forward until he was in front of Rainier. The woman's eyes widened in terror. Rainier decided to use her last escape card. It was too low, even for her. But it was the only possible escape route. Issei's eyes widened when he saw how Rainier had transformed into a different person. Issei, please forgive me. I swear I didn't mean to do it. Please give me another chance. Yuma declared as tears began to flow from her face. Rainier suddenly returned to her original form, courtesy of Issei, as he grabbed her neck tightly with one hand and slammed her head into the ground, causing Rainier to gasp in pain. Issei sat on top of her legs with a dismayed look on his face. Rainier, I really liked you. I really liked you a lot. I would have done everything I could to make you the happiest woman in the world, not because you were my girlfriend, but because you were charming, shy, attractive, cheerful. You were an amazing woman. Issei tightened his grip on Rainier's neck even more, making her spit out some saliva. Issei raised his arm that held the gauntlet, pointing at the woman's face. But that wasn't you. Boost! A treacherous tear escaped Issei as he watched Rainier try her best to break free from Issei's grip, as the pain was killing her. She couldn't even think rationally to create a spear. Issei's right arm reached the highest possible altitude. The protagonist looked up at the night sky with a broken smile on his face at a sweet memory. Please, let's go on a date. I guess I'll always be a loser with women. At least, I know Matsuda and Motohama will always be with me on it. Boost! The sound of the boosted gear was the only thing heard for a second. After that, a frightening female scream was heard, followed by multiple booms that echoed in a sickening manner. A few minutes later, so this is the girl? Rias looked at Asia's corpse with a smile. That's right, Bucho. But it won't do any good to reincarnate her if she doesn't possess her sacred gear. Kiba answered seriously, causing the redhead to nod with a smile. Don't you think it wasn't necessary to let her die? Considering we could have created the magic circle in the church, we would have arrived in time, Kaneko commented as she looked at the blonde's corpse with her typical apathetic expression. It's something that was necessary. I knew Issei would release a new power through his feelings because of it. Rias clarified, then gave a satisfied smile. Though I never expected him to awaken so much power. He gave the fallen angel a complete beating. Besides that, remember, she might not have wanted to be reincarnated as a demon if we rescued her. This was the most viable option. Kiba added with his typical kind smile. Kaneko nodded in compression. Now, we just need to bring the sacred gear to revive her. I don't think that's necessary. Aquino replied as she watched Issei enter through the shattered doors of the church. The queen licked her lips as she saw how Issei had the gauntlet covered in blood, along with part of his upper garment. Having heard the last words, Issei clenched the ring tightly in shock as he watched his friends. Issei quickly observed Rias with a big hopeful smile. Bucho, does that mean you can reincarnate Asia if she has her sacred gear? Rias nodded with a smile as she folded her arms. That's right, or did you already forget how we reincarnated you? Issei clenched his fists tightly and gave a big jump of joy. Quickly his joy diminished as his vision became blurry, along with a great dizziness suddenly hitting him. Mate, deactivate the boosted gear. I congratulate you on reaching the last release, but you still have a long way to go before you can control it without passing out from exhaustion. Issei just nodded and heeded immediately, deactivating his gauntlet. Issei, you did an amazing job. I must say I was very impressed by your performance. Rias congratulated him. Issei dropped his butt to the ground from exhaustion as he gave a thumbs up to Rias, causing everyone to smile at how the brown-haired man acted. Everyone thought he would be much more down about killing his ex-girlfriend, but he seemed to be more concerned about Asia's recovery right now. In fact, it wasn't quite like that. Simply put, Issei had made his point between him and the women when the fight against Rainier was over. But he was much more wrong than he thought, and he was going to discover in the future. 1 minute later, Issei watched in astonishment as the Rias bishop entered Asia's body. As your new mistress, I will grant you a new life. Rias finished her conjuration, causing the magic circle beneath Asia to disappear. Issei watched impatiently, waiting for Asia to wake up. Huh! Asia opened her eyes in confusion as a red glow flashed across her eyes for a second. Issei quickly rushed to Asia and hugged her tightly as he started to cry. Asia! Issei suddenly broke away a little. Do you recognize me? He asked rather worriedly. Issei? The now demoness asked in confusion. Issei hugged her tightly again, causing Asia to smile and return the hug. The hug lasted a few seconds as the young woman quickly pulled away from Issei, something that confused the young man. Who are they? Asia asked, looking at the others. Rias pointed to herself with a smile. I am Rias Gremry. They are all my demon servants. I was the one who reincarnated you so you could have a second life. You should know that I am your mistress from now on, and you are a demon. At that statement, Asia grabbed her head somewhat confused, but her confused expression changed to a disgusted one quickly. Issei felt a little bad knowing that Asia was devoted to God even though she had been considered a heretic for curing a demon. He quickly tried to remedy the situation. Bucho, is there any way Asia can still perform prayers to God? At Issei's question, everyone present twitched a little, though the brown-haired man didn't notice. Well, he didn't notice it for a reason. Issei, are you crazy? I'm never praying to that idiot again, ever. Issei looked in shock at Asia for the out-of-character response she had given. Asia looked around in clear disgust. Besides, why did they have to revive me in a church? This place is disgusting. Before Asia could say or do anything else, Rias quickly went over to her and tapped her on the shoulder. That's okay. I'd like to give you some control lessons before you continue living in the mortal world. Rias looked back seriously. We'll be at the club. I probably won't be attending the academy for a couple of days. Before Issei could protest for an answer, Rias and Asia disappeared through a magic circle. Issei looked at his companions, waiting for an answer. A rather awkward silence ensued for several seconds. It's the demonic corruption, Kiba replied, breaking the silence. The week progressed quickly. Issei resumed his morning training without many problems, although things were very complicated when it came to practice with his boosted gear. According to Ddraig's explanation, he had evolved the boosted gear too fast without mastering it completely, and that made his body get exhausted very fast, and the only way to improve that situation was with a personalized training by someone who knew about sacred gear, or that they understood how the dragon power worked, since technically the boosted gear is pure dragon power. He tried to seek help from his teammates, but Rias said she could help him in magical aspects, but not when it came to improving his control with the sacred gear. He also tried to ask Kiba for help, but the blonde said that when he awakened his sacred gear he had never had any problem using it. In the end, Ddraig and Issei concluded to keep improving his physical condition, since that was what was stopping the improvement process at the moment. With Rias' help, Issei followed a training plan throughout the week. Regarding Asia, Issei had barely been able to visit her at the club these days. Although he was glad that she was well, her change of attitude made the brown-haired man cool his relationship with the blonde. Now, Asia had a much more direct and abrasive personality. There were even times when her attitude looked a bit sinister. The only sure thing for Issei was that she would never go back to the way she was before, and that was something that bothered him a little. Finally, he came to the conclusion that he would try to convince and warn all the people who wanted to become demons what they were exposing themselves to, unless there was no other alternative. If Asia had changed so drastically, being such a kind and timid person, he could not imagine what would happen to a person with a stronger attitude. In these few days that had passed, normal things also happened. Like Kiba's fan club. The ones branded as the pervert duo, along with the pervert's friend, something that played negatively on Issei's reputation, but that was nothing compared to how all the women viewed Matsuda and Motohama. The only really important thing this week was that Issei discovered that there was more than one heir to a large family at the school. This heir was a woman, and her name was Sona Citri. He also discovered that his pawn Wasaji had recently joined their ranks, just before the start of school. He had not liked the boy very much because of his cocky and stupid attitude. But he quickly assumed that the demonic corruption had corrupted his soul, so in the end he ended up pitying him. He only hoped that in time he would learn to control it, so to speak. After this summary, we finally get to the present day. Although there wasn't really anything interesting going on, for now, Issei was leaning on his desk with a completely bored look on his face. At his side, there was a backpack much larger than what would be considered normal. Matsuda and Motohama left me again to spy on the locker room. Oh, I'd like to go too, Issei thought, not really giving his thoughts any importance as he was watching as the girls were gathered at a table and talking about the prince. The women all turned and shouted out of nowhere, causing Issei to cover his ears in annoyance. He decided to turn his gaze to see what or who had caused such a fuss. Speaking of Rome, Issei thought as he watched Kiba walk in, giving him a completely emotionless look. The women started whispering to each other as they saw Kiba sit down right in front of Issei's bench. "What's wrong, Prince Charming?" Issei questioned, raising his gaze slightly, with a definite teasing tone in his voice. Kiba shot him a nervous smile at his friend's attitude. "The Bucho wants to see you." At this, Issei straightened up and looked at him very carefully. Kiba looked around and began to whisper very low. Once a month, a recognized family from Hell gets a chance to visit the family realm. Luckily, the Bucho and Sona came to an agreement where the Citri family entered the previous month, and we in this one. "She will give you more details." Issei simply nodded in a somewhat distracted manner as he glanced sideways at the girls in the back, to make sure they couldn't overhear his conversation. "What time?" he whispered. "In 25 minutes. 25? Is there a problem?" "No, it's just that number seems kind of curious to me." Kiba just shook his head at his friend's ramblings and left the place. "Did he say family realm?" Issei raised an eyebrow internally upon hearing Ddraig's hesitant tone. "Yeah, is there something wrong with that?" he asked very curiously. "Something weird?" "No, not at all. I was just asking. I've never been to that place before, but I've always heard some things." The fact that Ddraig was trying to correct his voice made Issei realize that he was hiding something from him. But he finally downplayed it. Lately, his trust with Ddraig had increased by astronomical levels, and he knew that if the dragon wasn't telling him something, it was for a reason. And many times, those reasons were personal. A clear example is when he wanted to know why Ddraig and Albion started their eternal rivalry. The dragon simply replied that some things were better left unearthed. Although he promised he would tell him when he was much stronger. Several minutes later, "I see, so that woman was your familiar," Issei commented as he listened attentively to Rias' explanation. The familiar left her female form and turned into a small strange animal with bat-like wings, then perched on Rias' shoulder. They were all gathered in the occult room, where Rias had finished her explanation of what a familiar was. "My idea is to take you two to get a familiar. Besides that, this will be a good experience for you to begin to relate with atypical worlds." "It will be a good experience," Asia said with a sideways smile. Rias raised her index finger with a small smile. "By the way, Asia, you're already enrolling in Ko Academy tomorrow. I think you're already ready to enter, but be careful with your actions. I would hate to have to erase everyone's memory because you attacked a follower of God in the middle of a class." Asia just nodded with an enthusiastic smile. She was already looking forward to entering the academy ever since she had come to this place. Rias looked at her two most resentful acquisitions with a smile. "Well, do you have any last questions?" Issei raised his hand, and Rias quickly gave him the word. "How different will this realm?" Rias directed a sly smile at her. "It is not something I can explain with my words. You'd better describe it with your own point of view." Issei just nodded in understanding. Rias called everyone to perch inside the magic circle, then disappeared. Issei and Asia looked around them in mild surprise. The sky was green, they were surrounded by trees and more trees, not to mention that they were ridiculously huge. They could also hear the sound of flowing water, implying that there were a lot of streams in the area. To top it all off, an extremely humid climate reigned over the place. "It's like a forest," Issei thought, looking in all directions, omitting the fact that the trees were an ash-white color, along with leaves that appeared to be made of green tea. "God. The only thing its inhabitants aren't the usual animals," Issei thought with a roll of his eyes. "This place is quite nice," Asia commented as she looked around with a bright smile. "Oh, so we meet again, Gremory girl." Everyone looked up to see a sort of version of Ash Ketchum, but much more grown up. Bucho? Issei asked with a confused tone. He's the one in charge of keeping order in this realm. He makes sure that the demons don't harm the small ecosystem of this place, along with keeping order among the species that live here, as some are very territorial. Rias explained wisely. That's right, brat. This place seems infinitely vast, but it's much smaller than you might imagine. I need to make sure everything is kept in order. Especially since there's no other place in hell for these folks to move to if their home were to be damaged. Stated the man in the tree. Hell? Asia wondered in disbelief. Rias nodded with a proud smile on her face. That's right. The family realm is located in an extremely hidden place in hell. For that very reason, only high-ranking families know the location of this forest. Before they could continue their talk, a small dragon descended from the air and stared at Asia, causing everyone to be surprised. But the one who was most surprised was undoubtedly the family caretaker. Asia just watched him for a few seconds with a slightly surprised gesture. The little dragon finally stopped studying her closely and leaned his head forward, indicating that he wanted to be petted. Asia didn't hesitate and stroked the little blue and white dragon's back, causing the little one to become happy and start circling around her. Finally, the little dragon landed in Asia's arms with great tranquility, and a small glow covered it for a few seconds, causing a small seal to appear on his abdomen. I can't believe what I'm seeing. We barely got here and the lady tames a sprite dragon instantly, being a race quite known for being considered a rather surly, territorial, and highly untamed spice. I see you have a truly remarkable touch, young lady, declared the keeper, with great awe in his tone of voice. Everyone approached Asia and began to congratulate her, with the exception of Issei, who was going crazy about the place. Ddraig, what the hell is going on? I don't know if I'm going crazy, but I feel a lot of presences in this place. Issei widened his eyes to the widest extent possible and quickly looked back, having felt a disturbingly strong, but dormant energy. Mate, calm down. This is completely normal. As you are in a small part dragon, you can sense the presence and power of other dragons for miles. This is an ability that only our species possesses, as others cannot sense presence, they can only sense the expulsion of magic and power. Although we can only locate us among the species. In addition, it not only allows you to know their presence, but also allows you to study their mood. Although that is already a very advanced level that you may not be able to reach, due to the fact that you are not 100% dragon. Ddraig explained very seriously. A big cold sweat ran down Issei's face. I understand, Ddraig. But Issei continued to stare back at him as a large icy-colored aura rose from behind him. Is normal that a dragon can possess such a suffocating aura and power? Ddraig? I'll call him Rasse. Issei abandoned his worry to concentrate on Asia. He had yet to congratulate her properly. Besides, he had nothing to worry about. After all, he hadn't done anything to that dragon for her to be angry with him, hadn't he? Rasse, that's a nice name, Issei commented as he approached with a friendly smile. Rasse opened one of his eyes and then a large electric shock shot out of his body and hit Issei hard, making the brown man dance in a funny way. Hey Rasse, that's not cool. Asia scolded her pet, though it didn't have much effect as she was holding in her laughter. What the hell? Issei asked, already rid of the electric dance. The caretaker directed a smirk at him. Remember what I said? Those dragons are extremely territorial, and you just so happen to be a dragon. A moment later, Kaya! Get it off me! Wait, let's not use magic or all our clothes will be torn to pieces. These things are disgusting. Era, how naughty. Issei found himself turned around facing a tree fixedly as he listened to the whole party going on behind him. I don't have to see, resist the temptation. Kiba swung a strong sword at one of the many slimes in the place, ridding Kaneko of the creepy creatures. Issei, could you help me? Doing all this alone is a bit complicated. Issei turned his head for a second and could see how Rias and Akino's S were almost exposed. Both women jiggled, making the S vote in a sensual way, and if you add the fact that they were covered in the slime's drool, it gave the scene a rather lewd touch. I can't! Issei quickly turned around and positioned his hands on his face to cover the large blush. Come on, Kiba replied with a nervous smile. He's a pervert, Kaneko scolded with a frown. Kiba continued to eliminate slimes alongside Kaneko, but when the situation seemed under control, a small amount of them appeared through the trees, falling on top of the women and stripping them completely naked. Kaya, I thought we wiped them all out, Kiba mused as he rubbed his cheek with a nervous smile. Issei was about to give in to his UL instincts and turn his gaze away, but just appeared the caretaker in front of him. Ha 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 ha. These creatures feed on clothes, especially women's clothes, so it's normal that they're attacking them like that. The man looked at Issei with a smirk. Though usually, the amount of slimes reflect a man's appetite, and it's more than obvious who he's dealing with. Issei removed his hands from his face in shock. Are you saying it's my fault? The caretaker placed one of his hands on top of Issei's shoulder. It's not that I'm blaming you, brat. You're just unlucky to have a libido 15 times higher than normal. I hope in the future you'll be able to control it without any trouble. The man looked amusedly at the women pulling out the drool. Because at the moment, you haven't done a very good job at hiding it if the naughty little ones became aware of your presence. The man turned away from Issei, causing the brown to give the man's words some thought. He finally nodded to himself decisively. He had to learn to control his voracious appetite, more than anything else so as not to end the reputation of his two best friends. He knew he couldn't get lucky with any woman because of his past scars, but that didn't mean that women couldn't have a good impression of him outside of the love arena. Although by now you knew what Issei's biggest motivation to stop being a perverted beast was. Issei changed his determined expression to a slightly frightened one after hearing Rias' repressive tone. Assuming that the girls were already dressed, Issei turned his head slowly and began to sweat profusely when he saw the suffocating aura surrounding Rias. Yes, Bucho, I understand that you can't control your appetite and have attracted all those slimes as a result. But it was very wrong of you to stand by and do nothing, just to see us naked. Rias stated with a frown. That was very wrong, Issei. Aquino supported Rias with a seductive smile. Now my whole body feels sticky, silly, Issei said as she rubbed her uniform uncomfortably. Pervert, was Kaniko's simple reply. Kiba would only get a bead of sweat from what was happening. As your mistress, this is something I cannot forgive. If you see us in danger, any kind of danger, you must always help us. Now it was stupid, but what's to assure me that you won't run away when there's a really messy fight? Bucho, Rias waved her hand dismissively. Yes. I know you would never do that, but you have to keep in mind that I need to show you my authority so that something like this doesn't happen again. Rias narrowed her eyes at the last words, making Issei swallow hard. Kiba, you're a man too. Help me, Issei commented, giving him a pleading look. Kiba rubbed his hair with a nervous smile. I'm sorry, Issei, but I can't disobey Rias. Issei just looked down, completely dejected by his friend's response. Rias folded her arms with great seriousness. From what I've learned about you, I know that a punishment based on physical training would only make you happier. And the action you took today is not serious enough to whip your ass. Bucho, Issei looked up with a hopeful gleam in his eyes. So your punishment will be to stay here for 3 days. What? Issei shouted loudly over what he heard. A magic circle formed under Rias' feet. Her other servants gathered around her, with a somewhat confused look on their faces. Apparently, they weren't too sure about this punishment. We'll see you on Thursday, Issei. Try not to move around too much in this place, or you might get in trouble with the dragons. It's the only territory they have left after the war, and they're excessively territorial for that reason. Wait a second. Issei tried to throw himself into the magic circle, but they all disappeared in his face. I think I prefer lashes, he finally said as he looked around with some fear. 1 hour later. Ha 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 ha. So, here alone for 3 days, huh? That's right. Issei and the caretaker were eating a large amount of berries and other fruits. It was obvious to say that those kinds of fruits were not common in the land, but their taste was still similar. Thank you for giving me some food. Issei gave the man a smile to indicate his thanks. No problem, boy. I know you're not someone who possesses bad intentions. Just by looking at you I can tell that. Issei opened his briefcase and tossed all his books and notebooks on the floor to begin stuffing in the fruits. By the way, do you know any place where it's not dangerous to sleep? The man looked up with a thoughtful face. Not really. There are no places here that aren't dangerous, although there are places that are less dangerous than others. The man lowered his gaze with a serious expression. I recommend you stay around these areas, as they are the least dangerous. The man watched curiously as Issei closed his suitcase and adjusted the position of the backpack they carried on their backs. By the way, what do you carry in the backpack? Issei slung the briefcase over his shoulder as he directed a smile at him. I never go home after the academy, so I always take a backpack with me to have a large amount of water and food. Luckily, I'll get a lot of help today. The man gave him a worried look. Don't your parents worry about you being away for so long? Issei gave a derisive snort, causing the man to look at him quizzically. Issei would turn around and began to walk, raising his hand as a gesture of greeting. They sure will be glad not to see a hair of me for 3 days. The man gave him a somewhat confused look, but decided not to press the issue any further, as it seemed somewhat delicate. The man snapped his fingers with a smile. I almost forgot to tell you something. North of here is a cave that is quite safe. No one dares to go in there because of the freezing temperatures. Issei changed his direction a bit to head north as he pointed to his giant backpack. Luckily, my blankets were very torn and I had to buy new ones. The man continued to watch Issei until he finally disappeared into the trees. Anyway, I wonder what that place has to generate such a low temperature? Thought the man, cupping his chin. Issei continued to move forward through the trees. He could hear the sound of lots of water and animals to his right, so surely there was some kind of lake in that direction. Issei put a goofy look on his face. I'm lucky to have a lake nearby, along with such vegetation. This will do me a lot of good to sustain me for 3 days. Issei put on his serious face again. I just hope my dragon sensor doesn't make an appearance again in these 3 days. I'd hate to have to worry about the auras found in the forest at nap time. Mate, I don't think it's as safe in the cave as that wanderer told us. Issei would raise an eyebrow at Ddraig's hesitant and frightened tone. Ddraig, do you have something wrong with this place? Ever since we got here, you've been acting like you've been afraid of something or someone. Asterisk me? Scared? Ha! You have no idea what you're talking about, brat. Asterisk Ddraig replied with a clear tone of superiority. Issei gave a small smile as he looked at his right hand. So, what's bothering you? It's nothing, mate. It's just something insignificant. Don't worry. Ddraig replied with a clear, confident tone. Issei looked straight ahead with a smile and continued to move forward. In that case, then there's nothing to worry about. Wait. Anywhere but there. Asterisk Ddraig shouted with a clearly frightened tone. Issei stopped in his tracks and a small twitch in his eye showed the annoyance he was currently in. You know? If you're not going to tell me why I shouldn't advance toward the cave, stop fasting me and shut your beep. Issei frowned and continued to move forward faster. Okay, if you don't want to tell me, that's your problem. Issei was advancing for a few more minutes, until he finally broke through a tree and saw with great astonishment how the cave hovered about 40 meters away from him, showing that the surrounding vegetation was completely flattened by the weather of the place. The cave had a large hole in it, and everything around it was adorned with ice. Before Issei could take a step onto the ice, Ddraig finally spoke. It's something from my past, for that very reason I don't want you to go there. Please, mate, listen to me. My bearers usually die from the battle against Albion for the most part, but they also die because of 2 other factors. One is because of the Dragon Slayer, and the other is in this cave. This misfortune is something that has been haunting me since the beginning of my battle against Albion. I don't like to remember and talk about my past, but I would hate for you to die, being the best bearer who has treated me in this millennium. Everyone has treated me as a source of power, but you are the first one who treats me as his mate. So please, I promise I will tell you everything, but I beg you for a little more time, as these are hard memories for me, because they are things that will never come back. Ddraig's genuinely sincere and concerned tone caused Issei to give a very pleased smile at his response. All right, mate. I understand that your memories of when you were still alive are hard, but I just want there to be true trust between us. After all, we might get to live a great many millennia together. You're right. Thanks for not pushing me, mate. Ddraig thanked with a clear, grateful tone in his words. Now, let's get the hell out of here. Issei lowered his raised foot, stepping onto the edge of the ice. The brown-haired man watched in mild surprise as the ice magically moved away from his foot. Inside the cave, giant eyes of a deep sky blue color would pop open. Shit. Issei was abruptly pulled into the ice sector by a huge icy dome that surrounded the entire surrounding area, being trapped inside the place. But what kind of witchcraft is this? Shouted Issei in shock, seeing the huge dome that was surrounding him. Issei quickly materialized his gauntlet and gave the ice pillar a heavy blow, and didn't even get a scratch on it. But what is this shit? Issei questioned with narrowed eyes as he began to shiver from the cold. We're lost. We went too far in, and she noticed our presence. Ddraig replied in a very serious tone. Issei blinked twice in surprise. She? The last factor that doomed my bearers is a dragoness named Tiamat. She's completely insane. It's useless for you to stay here. If you don't go, she'll come for us. Wait, what did you do to her to make her hate you so much? Issei put on a bored look. More personal issues, I guess I'll ask her. You'll be very lucky if she lets you say more than 2 words that aren't part of your introduction. It was an honor to have been your mate for over 2 weeks. Hey, don't leave me for dead yet. Issei stated with a twitch in his eye. He didn't understand why he had to deal with his personal problems. But if he died because of this stupidity, his soul would enter the sacred gear just to kick his ass. Issei entered the cave, where he could only see darkness. He continued to advance a little recklessly through the cave, until he ran into a stream of air that seemed to be a breath. Issei took a big leap backwards as huge beautiful eyes of a deep light blue color opened before him. "I never thought you would come willingly to your death, Ddraig," declared the figure as it stood up and spread its wings, having such a gigantic size that it spanned the entire cave. Issei would be much more frightened right now, were it not for the melodious and beautiful voice that came from a huge dragon, omitting the fact that the tone described her hatred. The dragoness' first words sent a slight shiver down his spine. After a few seconds, Issei watched in amazement as the entire cave lit up thanks to the eyes that adorned it. He was even more amazed when he saw the huge 9-meter dragon standing in front of him. Her scales were completely white, except for her abdomen and wings, which were a light blue color, almost as strong and deep as her eyes. "Then I hope you are prepared for your death, Ddraig. And if you're not, it's not my problem." The dragoness's clearly annoyed tone snapped Issei out of his shock. Issei waved his hands in defense with some fear. Wait. I'm not Ddraig, I'm his bearer." Tiamat narrowed her eyes, making Issei even more nervous. "That's right. Now that idiot is a mere sacred gear, but you're both the same scum. After all, you are the Security," said the dragoness with a clear mocking tone at the end. "Scum? What am I missing?" thought Issei carefully. "Don't call me that, my name is Issei, not Security. That's just a silly honorary title I get for having Ddraig." Tiamat's eyes flashed with a glint of intrigue for a second. How curious all the previous bearers I kill were rejoicing in their title like assholes. Seeing that the dragoness had some interest in a chat, Issei didn't miss the opportunity and pointed a finger at her. "Besides, I don't know what Ddraig must have done to you to make you call him scum, but I had nothing to do with his problems." Tiamat glared at him, implying that he had touched a very sensitive spot. "So that idiot only rejoices in stories where he achieved great accomplishments, huh? In fact, he didn't even tell me anything about his life. But I don't plan to answer so as not to lose the chance to get out alive," Issei thought, feeling the sweat begin to break out on his face, indicating that his surface calm was slowly beginning to give way. Tiamat brought her face menacingly close to Issei's, causing the brown-haired man to panic a little. Not because of her closeness, but because of the pain and hatred her eyes gave off. "I was completely in love with the dragon, along with 2 other females. In our species, it's normal to see males practice polygamy, so I didn't mind sharing him. But soon after, I discovered that he only wanted the other 2, and I was just seen as a trophy for my position. That caused me to fall into dragonfall, a lethal disease that consumes you in a single week, and all it needs to sprout in your body is for your lover to betray you. It's an almost incurable disease, but if you overcome it, you'll never have to go through it again. Obviously, I wasn't emotionally strong enough to overcome it myself, but this is where Ddraig comes in. He took care of me for days on end to make sure I was okay. As I healed, I just couldn't help but fall in love with him, and I felt our connection was very special. But when I finally healed, he left me. I kept tracking him for a whole week, until I finally found him." Tiamat's eyes became a little teary. "In the arms of another. And again, I was rejected." At this moment, Issei's fear had dissipated into empathy. In fact, he felt a great pity for Tiamat, because he had experienced something similar firsthand, referring to the first part of the story. Tiamat turned her face away from Issei and her tears crystallized and broke, so that she then gave off an aura of death around her. "For that very reason, I vowed revenge. I took revenge on my former lover, and took possession of this cave in the last millennium, to leave only when I feel Ddraig's presence, only to go kill him." Tiamat only waited for Issei's answer to kill him. She only waited for him to reply like everyone else, "You are crazy. You're unhinged. For being that way, no one will ever love you or want you. Aren't you lonely?" Tiamat changed her angry expression to a very confused one. "What?" Issei rubbed his cheek with a nervous smile. "I'm just saying, you know. If you wait here for so long to kill Ddraig, that means you didn't talk to hardly anyone for a millennium." Tiamat looked at Issei with great surprise. "Well, I suppose. But I never really thought about it. I only had one goal in mind." Issei stopped rubbing his cheek and looked down with a slightly downcast expression. "I know it can be really hard everything you went through, but it's always good to try to get through it. And talking to people can help you with that. You know? Don't make me laugh. Don't try to pity me, when you don't even have any idea what it feels like." Tiamat roared with great anger in her words. "Why do you think I'm a demon? Don't take hasty assertions." Tiamat looked shocked again as Issei raised his gaze with great seriousness. Plus he had yelled at her. How long had passed since someone had shouted at her? Actually, had anyone even shouted at her? That wasn't what was really on her mind right now. All she was thinking about was Issei's piercing gaze. No doubt the boy had gone through a similar experience to hers. That meant he understood her pain. Don't compare one thing to the other, mate. Your experience was far worse than that dragoness. Tiamat's scales bristled, indicating that she didn't feel like listening to that voice at all. How dare you! How dare you! The dragoness roared loudly, causing Issei to be dragged a few feet. Issei clashed his hand with his face internally. At this moment, he was very angry with Ddraig. Just when he had a possibility to live, his own mate ruined his chance. A great amount of power that materialized as ice began to surround her, giving her a very imposing and threatening image. But Issei had his head elsewhere at the moment. Why are you getting angry? You don't know what my... Issei was so angry, he didn't even think his words, only they came out of him. They came from his soul. Shut the up, you underdeveloped lizard. The suffocating atmosphere caused by Tiamat instantly disappeared, causing everything to go completely silent as the dragoness had her eyes widened beyond belief. Hey, I'm defending you. Watch how you address me, brat. Ddraig whispered under his breath in a very offended tone. Obviously, his whisper was of little use, as everything was completely silent. Issei just stood motionless watching Tiamat. A small icy stream was the only thing heard in the agonizingly silent seconds. After that, Tiamat's expression of complete surprise slowly began to soften. In fact, it looked like she was beginning to smile. HM. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Tiamat rolled over on the ground as she laughed nonstop and grabbed her stomach with her forepaws. Tiamat began to hit the ground hard, making the whole place rumble. Issei couldn't stay surprised by Tiamat's reaction for long, because her voice and laugh was so beautiful when she wasn't threatening you with death that it was simply too easy to get carried away by her. For that reason, he too began to guffaw along with her. I don't like where this could be going, thought Ddraig, very offended by what was happening. President, are you sure about this? Kiba asked with concern. Everyone in the club looked at Rias with a raised eyebrow. Of course I am. It's the only way to get Issei to stop being distracted by trivialities. Can you imagine what might happen if in the middle of a raiding game a woman gets naked in front of him? Kaneko put a snack to her mouth and looked at Rias seriously. I understand your concern, President. But remember that the family kingdom is fraught with danger for Issei. That could mean losing a very important piece to your team. Rias simply squeezed her hand dismissively. Relax, nothing will happen to him. And if something were to happen to him, maybe that gets him to change his attitude a little. You should be more careful with those actions, President. I know you can treat him as you like because he is your servant, but remember that you can't afford to lose strength over stupid things. Especially at this time of year. Aquino clarified with a rather serious tone, something out of the ordinary for her. Rias gave Aquino a penetrating look. She didn't like her servants telling her what to do, but she couldn't help but think that her queen was right. It's a few months away. If I can get the Security to increase its power, it would be a guaranteed victory, Rias thought with a hand on his chin, then raised his gaze with a smile. It's still a few months away, so you shouldn't worry about it, Aquino. Everyone else simply smiled at Rias' response, except for Asia, who didn't understand exactly what he was referring to. Excuse me, President. But what will happen in a few months? Rias gave Asia a very serious look for her question. It was something she didn't like to remember, but she would have to tell him. There was no use hiding it until the last second. Chapter 4. The Decadence of the Dragons. Issei was sitting on the floor and leaning on Tiamat's neck while they were both still laughing, but at a much more normal pace than at first. The dragoness was still turned over on the floor, although she had already stopped hitting the floor hard with her hands. Apparently, the euphoria of the moment was gone. By dragons, my stomach hurts so much, I haven't laughed like that in a millennium. Tiamat exclaimed as she rubbed her abdomen with one of her paws. Issei looked up with a smile and leaned further into the dragoness' neck. Phew, I don't think I've ever laughed like this in my whole life. Issei looked into one of the dragoness' eyes that was looking at him piercingly, as if she wanted to study his soul. I think it was because of your laughter. It's too contagious, Issei said with a huge smile between his teeth, causing the dragoness' eye to widen a little at his words. Issei was a bit confused when Tiamat looked up and her smile changed to a serious expression. At least it wasn't an angry expression, like the one she had at first. You still didn't tell me your story. This statement made Issei look at her in surprise. The dragoness shot him a glare. You know, I already told you mine. It's only fair that now you tell me yours. Anything is better than you continuing to laugh at me, Ddraig interrupted with an annoyed tone. Silence, underdeveloped lizard. Tiamat's serious expression curved into a smile after saying those words. Ddraig grumbled under his breath with nothing in particular to be heard. He only seemed to lament that Tiamat had found his weak spot, and that weak spot was his pride. Issei's deep, melancholy sigh caused Tiamat and Ddraig to leave their discussion for later and pay special attention to the chestnut. Before we begin, I would like to know, what is life and love to you? At Issei's question, Tiamat looked up, unable to find an answer. I don't know. It's not something you can describe physically. You just feel really good, and then you want to die. The very out-of-context answer Tiamat gave made Issei shake his head. Issei leaned further against the dragoness neck and positioned both hands behind her neck with a serious look. I guess you're right. It's not something that can be easily explained, but they are concepts that are related to each other. To me, life is like a drink. It makes you feel great, but if you try to taste more than you can swallow, it will just kick your ass hard. Regarding love, it's like a drug. It feels amazing, but it becomes incredibly destructive if you don't take the right one, or if you become blinded by it. Tiamat looked up with some confusion. I understand what you mean, but how does life and love relate? Issei clenched his fists tightly behind his head, something Tiamat noticed. Because the drug can up your life. Issei gave a heavy sigh and jumped up, turning his back to Tiamat. That's what happened to me. I tasted love and became completely addicted. I became totally blinded and couldn't see the true intentions behind my girlfriend. She turned out to be a fallen angel, and she completely wrecked my life, killing me. Issei folded his arms, then turned around with a smile. But someone helped me, and thanks to that person I got a new life. Obviously, it's impossible for my scars to go away completely. Issei put a hand to his heart. In fact, they still hurt, but I won't accomplish anything by regretting it for the rest of my life. If I was given a new life, all that's left for me is to try a new drink and keep moving forward. When I feel like throwing up from getting drunk, I'll just have to endure it. No one has a life without ups and downs, after all. While that's all Tiamat could say upon hearing Issei's story. He had definitely had a much worse time than she had, as not only did the woman betray him, but she also killed him. She was more impressed by something else, though. How can you still be smiling, after going through something like that? The dragoness asked, finally rising from her previous position. Before Issei could answer, Ddraig interrupted. Remember, he was a human, Tiamat. He doesn't feel with the same intensity that dragons feel. Tiamat looked at the talking gauntlet with a frown. You're right, I had forgotten that detail. Issei was surprised at the response, for he thought Tiamat would be mocking Ddraig again. What are they talking about? Issei asked with great curiosity. Since I see that the underdeveloped lizard is still useless, I'll take it upon myself to explain it to you personally. Tiamat commented seriously, causing Ddraig to grumble under his breath again. Issei pointed at himself with a nervous smile. Does that mean you don't want to kill me anymore? I pity you, huh? Tiamat's reply made Issei blink. Tiamat stared at him with her typical serious expression. As you heard. Even though you're not a dragon, I find it amazing that you've been through something similar, even worse than me, and you can still be so happy. Tiamat's eyes glowed in a singular way, something Issei picked up on. That made me rethink some things. If a mere human can get over it, why can't I? Tiamat lowered her gaze with a hint of sadness, something that did not go unnoticed by Issei. Besides, I've also realized that this is making me very ill. I will never stop hating Ddraig, but like you said, the hatred has so permeated me that I've been alone for a millennium. I guess when you told me that, it really hit me. Am I really going to spend the rest of my eternity hunting that jerk? I thought. Ddraig rolled his eyes at the last statement, but he opted not to say anything, as Tiamat was having a very strong reflection right now. Issei folded his arms, directing a chuckle at her. It's great that you think so. Tiamat directed a small smile at Issei, only to have a large glow surround her. Something that impressed the protagonist greatly. Before we begin, I'd like us both to make ourselves comfortable. The icy glow surrounding Tiamat disappeared, causing Issei's jaw to drop in complete shock. Now the large, powerless dragoness had changed her figure to that of a mature woman with a slightly taller stature than Issei. She was wearing an all-white shirt, along with jeans of the same color that tightly squeezed her legs. The shirt was missing a button at the top, revealing a small cleavage that revealed her large S. Worst of all, her S looked incredibly firm and soft. They were even bigger than Rias, and that was very easily noticeable. Even so, her legs and butt were not far behind at all. In fact, you could even say they were as she had a large, but moderate butt that clung tightly to her jean, giving the image that it was very moldable, just like her thighs that seemed to be completely fleshy and soft, just like her butt and S. But the really amazing thing about all of this was that her body fell short of the beauty that her face gave off. She had creamy skin that was beautiful, along with a softness even higher than wool. Her face looked like it had been carved by the gods themselves, along with her deep blue eyes and beautiful expression, which gave off a breathtaking seriousness, making everything around her give her a mysterious touch. Her hair was of a lighter light blue color than her eyes. Her hair moved freely and with great grace until it reached below her waist. It looked incredibly silky and shiny, giving off another great aura of loveliness to her entire body. Wow! Issei just stared at her with wide eyes. The most beautiful woman he had ever met by his standards was Rias, and this woman made the redhead look like the ugliest woman in the world. Tiamat crossed her arms under her S and raised an eyebrow. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something wrong with my face? Issei took a step back as he continued to admire her beauty. It's not that. It's just I didn't know dragons could shape-shift. Tiamat raised both eyebrows at the response. You don't know that dragons have human form? Tiamat put her hands on her hips and gave a big sigh, then looked up with great seriousness. Will be quite a while. Issei snapped out of his trance and directed a chuckle at her. In that case, Issei tossed the large backpack forward, causing Tiamat to raise an eyebrow. Lion jumped. Delicious! Tiamat thought after taking a bite of the sandwich prepared by Issei. A small pleasant smile came across her face, showing her small canine teeth on the outside, giving her a rather tender appearance in Issei's eyes. They were both sitting across from each other on a blanket, simulating a picnic of sorts. They were at the exit of the cave. The ice had already disappeared, courtesy of Tiamat, because Issei was shivering with cold a few moments ago. Tiamat set her sandwich aside and returned to her serious expression. Well, what do you want to talk about first? Issei looked down at her sandwich with a thoughtful look. I'd like to know first why dragons have a human form. Did you pay attention to my body when I was a dragon? Issei simply nodded. So I guess you'll remember that I didn't have any reproductive organs, right? Issei looked down with a small blush on his face. I hadn't noticed in such detail. Issei looked up in surprise. Wait a minute, you're telling me that? Tiamat nodded seriously. That's right. We dragons always resort to this form when it comes to reproducing. It carries a danger though, as our powers are reduced by 30%. Issei turned a sheepish smile on him. So, how do you guys take care of your babies? Tiamat bowed her shoulders. My mother never explained it to me, and I've never had a child either. In fact, I've never even had. A small awkward silence rose between the two, even making Tiamat nervous. The other thing you wanted to know, was it about dragon emotions? The dragoness question broke the awkward silence, causing Issei to nod quickly. Basically, we dragons are the most sensitive species there is regarding feelings. Just so you understand, if we feel joy, we feel it 10 times more. If we feel passion, we feel it 10 times more. If we feel sadness, we feel it 10 times more. If we feel hate, we feel it 10 times more. In fact, it is for this very reason that the fall of the dragon originated, because we enter into a state of depression so great that we end up dying because of it. The good thing about this is that it can only happen to you if your body is subjected to a great deal of emotional stress. It also has one factor in its favor, and that is that if you suffered it once, you become immune to the disease, because your body has already adapted to the conditions it suffered before. But that doesn't mean you won't feel devastated if you go through something similar again. Issei rubbed his hair in surprise. Okay, that sounds very complicated. Tiamat looked at him seriously, causing Issei to become a bit elated. You don't have to worry about it. Only dragons have these characteristics. You have underdeveloped lizard, but you're still a demon. You may acquire some dragon abilities, and even have dragon aura, but you won't be a dragon. Unless you want to try, but I don't recommend it. Issei watched Tiamat with great curiosity at the last mentioned, but said nothing about it. In fact, you'd have to worry more about yourself. After all, being a demon doesn't guarantee you eternal life. You still have to face the other celestial dragon, and that's not the only thing you have to worry about. Tiamat frowned, causing Issei to pay special attention. There's also the Dragon Slayer. Issei blinked in surprise at hearing that name. From your reaction, I can see that you've already been told something about it. Tiamat grabbed the sandwich and took a bite, then lifted her gaze to remember. He's a very dangerous subject. He was created by the 3 factions a millennium ago to wipe out all dragons. It is true that to us, demons, angels, and fallen angels are nothing more than cockroaches, with exceptions. As she said that last word, A shadow of a woman appeared in Tiamat's mind that had about 10 black wings with piercing red eyes. The problem is that even if they are cockroaches, if you put the power of the three factions together in one subject, it makes it somewhat problematic. That's how Brand Cangelman came about, an experiment that served to eradicate all the dragons below the Dragon Kings. Very few survived. Even 2 of the 4 great Dragon Kings died at the hands of those scum. Brand was the main dragon slayer, and if it hadn't been for him, they would never have been able to kill 2 of the strongest dragons that ever lived. Dragon Kings? Issei asked with great intrigue. Tiamat gave him a somewhat proud look. That's right. We dragons are a species that has a great deal of level difference between us. For that very reason there are scales. In the 5th scale, there are the weakest and least intelligent dragons, known as Dragliars. Thanks to them is that the species still has a chance to survive, but being so weak they became the relatives of the demons, in exchange for living in this place. In the 4th scale are the dragons. Here you could find weak to very strong dragons. In fact, Brand was the one in charge of killing the strongest of that scale, since not even the demon kings could take care of them. Unfortunately, each and every one of them was killed. In the 3rd scale, there are the Dragon Kings. Unlike the previous scale, these dragons have an enormous power, a rarity even within the dragons, and for that reason only 4 dragons managed to reach such a level. Something curious to note was that although they were classified with the same title, there was a great difference in power among the 4. Because of this, the 3 factions joined together with Brand to defeat Vitra and Fafnir, the 4th and 3rd Dragon King respectively. But as they saw that they could not defeat the 2nd Dragon King, Tannen, they all agreed to make a pact with the dragon, giving him lands of hell in exchange for peace. But not everything was rosy for them, as Brand defected from the 3 factions upon seeing this, and is currently wandering around to find and kill the bearers of Ddraig and Albion, although he now also poses a danger to the 3 factions. Basically, killing dragons is his only ambition in life. Wait a second. You're telling me that the Dragon Kings were so strong that the 3 factions had to ally to defeat them, and even then, they couldn't handle the 2nd strongest? Tiamat smiled proudly at her genuine surprise. That's right. In fact, they might have been able to take Tannen if God helped, but apparently he didn't take part in the fight. Supposedly he had been greatly weakened after sealing Trihexa and the 2 heavenly dragons, which by the way, Albion and Ddraig belonged to the 2nd scale, which would be the heavenly dragons. They were so strong that it would be cheeky of us to classify them as Dragon Kings. Issei raised an eyebrow in confusion. Wait. If the 2 heavenly dragons are stronger than the Dragon Kings, how come they lost? We didn't lose, Ddraig interrupted. We simply got overconfident, since we didn't know that God had some items called sacred gear, and that he could seal a part of our soul in it. Tiamat looked at the gauntlet with a smirk. You didn't defeat them, but you did lose. Otherwise, you wouldn't be talking through a gauntlet. Face reality, underdeveloped lizard. Tiamat widened her smirk even further, as she listened to Ddraig grumble under his breath. Tiamat turned her serious gaze to Issei. And before you ask, Trihexa was sealed thankfully. But it also took the dragon god by surprise, and it took the help of all the faction leaders to get it sealed. And I'm not just talking about the 3 factions, I'm talking about all of them. Trihexa was a global threat, so everyone had to participate. Still, the only option they had was to seal him in a dimensional prison. Issei blinked in surprise. How did you know I was aware of the dragon gods? Tiamat flashed him a tiny smile. I figured. The underdeveloped lizard is not such an idiot that he would forget to tell you something so important. The dragon gods are power at its finest. There are only 3, though there is a rumor among the dragons that a 4th exists. At this, Issei looked at her with great interest. Big Red, the dragon god of sleep. Ophis, the dragon goddess of infinity. Trihexa, the dragon god of hate. And finally, there was said to be a dragon god of rage. But it has been a long time, and he has never appeared. It's bullshit, as far as I'm concerned. Tiamat took a last bite of her sandwich, rising from her comfortable seat. That's it. Yeah? Issei replied, absorbing all the information he had gained. Tiamat changed her typical serious expression to a small smile, revealing the tips of her fangs. It's been entertaining getting to know you. I hope you have a safe journey. Tiamat raised her hand. Issei directed a chuckle at her, shaking her hand. Likewise. It's been a bit of a scary experience at first, but then it's been fun. Tiamat covered her mouth with her free hand and began to laugh, leaving Issei delighted by her beautiful melody. Sorry about that and thank you, she said with a very grateful tone at the end. Issei was touched by her sincerity at the end, but didn't comment on it. Fare thee well, Issei said, letting go of Tiamat's hand and quickly turning around to carry his backpack, not noticing that the dragoness had been staring at his hand longingly. Issei finally left the spot as she raised her hand as a gesture of greeting, without looking back. Issei's contented expression changed to one of complete shock. Friend, he thought internally, I know what you're thinking, mate. And I must tell you that Tiamat is the most beautiful dragon that ever lived. How could that jerk hurt her? Didn't he have eyes to see the incredible beauty he had in front of him? She was even willing to accept other women, as long as he kept loving her. But no, thought Issei, clenching his fists tightly. I get it, if at those times I hadn't fallen in love with Delia, Ddraig? Issei asked worriedly, seeing that his friend had stopped out of nowhere. Nothing. It's just that I remembered something very funny. Issei simply nodded in compression. Partner, won't you stay with her? Draig's worried tone quite impressed Issei. I don't think it's necessary. Besides, why are you worried about her? She's killed some of your bearers, true. But she's my kind, and I can't help but feel sorry for her. Ddraig thought the brown-haired man rather surprised by his companion's attitude, then gave a huge chuckle. You don't have to worry. She seemed really strong, so I don't think she needs my. Issei turned around to give him one last look. Company. He felt stupid. Tiamat was still at the exit of the cave. The wind made his hair blow freely down his body. She had a serious and calm expression, but the look of her gaze showed only a feeling. Loneliness. Hatred has so permeated me that I have been alone for more than a millennium. The memory of Tiamat's words made Issei clench her teeth tightly. How had he been so callous and stupid? Tiamat's eyes widened in surprise to see how Issei was returning with her hand raised in greeting, a nervous smile on her face. Did you forget something? Tiamat asked with a raised eyebrow. Issei looked away and rubbed his hair in embarrassment. Not really. In fact, I had come to this place to stay here in the beginning, and? Asked the dragon, raising her eyebrow even more. Issei finally met her eyes with Tiamat's. Well, I was wondering if I could. Yes. If you can stay. Tiamat interrupted Issei with great enthusiasm as she clasped both her hands under her tenderly from her. Issei blinked in surprise. Really? Thank you very much, he responded with a big smile at the end. For 3 days, huh? Tiamat asked as she sat down across from Issei. The young man rubbed his hair in disgust. That's right. And it was all just because of stupidity. Issei would give a big tired sigh. Anyway, now it's something that doesn't matter. He opened his backpack and took out a couple of sandwiches, along with the fruits he had received earlier from the caretaker. It was already evening. Issei had told him a bit of his story of what he had done once turned into a demon. He omitted to talk about his companions, though, as Tiamat seemed rather reluctant on the subject. Apparently, she still held a grudge, as did Ddraig, for what happened in the past, although her partner hid it very well. Tiamat grabbed one of the sandwiches and looked at it seriously. Tomorrow we'll have no choice but to forage for food. Is there something wrong with that? Issei asked with some amusement as he watched Tiamat sketch a small smile as she tasted the food. Apparently, she had a weakness to food, or at least her food. Tiamat flashed a small smile at her, showing the tips of her fangs. You may not have noticed because you're not a dragon, but the area is home to a fair amount of dragons. I can sense them by their aura. Tiamat took a bite of the sandwich, making her smile a little more visible. They are very weak, but keep in mind that I couldn't even sense your presence, so you're even weaker than they are. Thanks for the compliment. Issei replied, completely dejected as he watched Tiamat happily eat her dinner. Issei rested his cheek on his hand as he watched with a small smile as Tiamat thoroughly enjoyed her meal. After a few seconds, Tiamat finally noticed his gaze and raised an eyebrow at him in response. Something wrong? Issei just shook his head in amusement. Nothing, just that when I get back to my place, I'll treat you to a real dinner. Tiamat widened her eyes at the aforementioned, making Issei nervous. Though you don't have to if you don't want to, clarified the protagonist, rubbing his hair. Are you seriously going to invite me to your house? Issei was taken aback by the great enthusiasm Tiamat showed with her words. The woman was looking at him very seriously, but her eyes and tone of voice showed great restrained excitement. Issei just smiled at her. Of course. I don't see anything wrong with it, unless you want to go somewhere else more ostentatious. Ostentatious? Tiamat asked with great curiosity in her words. For humans, what's a swanky place? Issei picked up a stick nearby and began to draw a restaurant on the outside of the sheets that made a picnic. This is a more ostentatious place. It's kind of expensive, but you'll eat a delicious dinner made by a person who specializes in it. Boring, Tiamat said with a rather funny expression. Issei watched Tiamat with a raised eyebrow, then gave her a smile and erased the drawing she made recently. She began to carve a new drawing. Then, we could go to a place where we can make our own food, he stated as he drew a park. Tiamat would rest her face on her knees as she looked at Issei with great interest. At this, Issei chuckled a little. You like that idea a lot better, don't you? Tiamat dropped her apathetic expression to the side to give him a small smile as she nodded. Without realizing it, they had both set a date for a date. Friendly date or not, it was still a date. Issei winked at her with a proud look. You'll see, I'll cook you something much better than this. Sounds very tempting, Tiamat said with a slight smile. They both finally finished dinner after a friendly chat. Now, the night started to get extremely cold, and they both decided to create a fire inside the cave so they wouldn't freeze to death. Issei put on the 2 blankets he carried in his backpack, breathing a big sigh of relief as he sat down and made himself comfortable near the fire. Tiamat just sat near the fire, right at the other end where Issei was sitting. Minutes passed. Issei was about to fall asleep, but he could catch something a little sad out of the corner of his eye. Tiamat was hugging herself while shivering with cold. Issei was immensely surprised by what he was seeing. Tiamat? Tiamat raised her gaze in intrigue after hearing her name. How can you be cold? Issei asked somewhat worriedly as he pulled back the blankets from his body a little to fully reveal his face. Tiamat directed a smirk at him. I'm sorry, but I'm not immune to cold. My power may be ice and ice may be what shelters me, but I can't use my power, because I might freeze you. You know, it's like someone with fire or lava powers. Even if your body is surrounded by its own flames, it won't do anything to you, but external heat can still affect you. Unless his power works differently than mine. Issei lowered his gaze in grief. That means you're getting cold because of me. Tiamat would look at him very seriously. I've been through much worse, so you shouldn't worry about me. Tiamat lowered his gaze again as she started rubbing herself again to get rid of the cold. Issei watched all of this rather pitifully. Finally, he shook his head and smiled. Tiamat still had her eyes closed as she rubbed her body in an attempt to warm up and fall asleep. Suddenly, she felt a wave of awesome warmth invading her all over her body. She opened her eyes in surprise, only to see that Issei was pressed against her as he used the 2 sheets to cover them both from the cold. Issei hugged the woman around her waist, pulling her even closer to his body, causing the dragoness to rest her face on his shoulder. She clung a little to the blankets as she closed her eyes to feel the physical warmth embrace her completely. It felt amazing. Much better, isn't it? Issei inquired with a smile as she closed her eyes to sleep. Tiamat pulled her body a little closer to Issei's as an imperceptible blush appeared on her face. Thank you. Line jump. Tiamat stretched her body as she absorbed the icy blizzards coming from outside. Are you sure about going out? Dragons are quite territorial, they could hurt you. Tiamat warned, looking sideways at Issei with her typical apathetic expression. Issei directed a smile at her. Don't worry. I really want to get out and explore this place a bit, and I don't like the idea of you alone doing all the work. Tiamat looked straight ahead as she bent down for a stretch. As you wish. Issei looked away with a small blush due to Tiamat's but pressed tightly against her white jean. Besides, this might help me get stronger. Stronger? Thought Tiamat seriously. Tiamat placed her hands on her hips and turned around to look at Issei seriously. Meet me back here in an hour. Issei just nodded seriously, only to be taken aback as Tiamat suddenly disappeared. Issei squeaked in surprise. She's really fast, partner. Ddraig chuckled a little under his breath, getting Issei to look down at his gauntlet with a raised eyebrow. What's so funny? Nothing. It's just, you still don't know a lot of things about her. Ddraig replied with an innocent tone. Whatever you say, Issei replied with disdain. The only thing that bothered her about Ddraig was that he kept things from her, but he wasn't going to force himself on her either. All in all, he knew that sooner or later he would find out everything. Line jump. I think this one will do, Issei said to himself as he took a fruit that resembled a banana from the top of a tree. Since those trees were gigantic, I don't think it's necessary to state that Issei was a few feet off the ground. Issei's smile changed to a surprised look when a shadow passed over his head. Partner, I understand, Issei stated seriously. I'd better get the hell out of here before I. Issei took a big leap and screamed as he was attacked by a blue-colored dragon that was about his height. The young man landed face first on the ground and quickly got up while rubbing his face in irritation. He didn't have time to insult the dragon, as he activated his gauntlet and the sound of boost echoed through the place while he dodged another dragon very similar to the previous one by the skin of his teeth. The 2 dragons stood in front of Issei, giving him a huge roar. Issei put his gauntlet in front of his face, and the word boost resounded again. They seemed to be very angry, he said as he looked at the two dragons very seriously. I don't know what happened, but they came straight for you. It's obvious that something has them very upset, Ddraig stated seriously. What should we do? Issei asked as she took a step back as she watched the dragons begin to slowly approach menacingly. Negotiating in this situation is ridiculous. We're not in their territory either, so they're angry about something else. They will not only come to harm you, but to kill you as well. So, there's only one option, run. Issei turned around and started running at full speed. Issei rolled on the ground to dodge two magical attacks that passed over his head and impacted against two trees, causing both trees to start falling. Both dragons reached Issei very easily, and both tried to attack him, while he was still not recovering from the previous attack. Luckily, he was just in time to defend himself with his gauntlet, plus both attacks hit in the same place. But the dragon's strength was much greater, so his gauntlet was severely damaged, and he hit himself in the stomach from the pressure they exerted on him, causing him to spit out some saliva. Fortunately for him, the two dragons had to leap backwards as the two trees came crashing down on him, trapping Issei underneath. Both dragons widened their eyes as the dust disappeared from the scene, the fallen trees generating an X. When they looked around for Issei, the brown was no longer under the two trees. The dragons roared loudly with great anger and looked everywhere, then began to fly away. Issei was hiding behind a tree as he clenched his teeth tightly with some fear. He could only watch as his hand where his gauntlet previously was had about 3 claw marks that were making him bleed a little more than could be expected from a wound that had been mostly blocked. Damn, that was close, thought the chestnut as he looked at the two trees that were about to fall on top of him. Let's get the hell out of here before they find us. And make sure you don't use the sacred gear, or it might alert them to our presence, Ddraig warned wisely. Issei just nodded seriously and started walking in the opposite direction the dragons had gone. Lion jumping. Issei watched with a small smile as many exotic animals were playing in the forest with each other. There were all kinds of species. This is a good sign. If there are so many familiars in one place, it means this place shouldn't be dangerous. That's good to know, Issei replied as he rubbed the wound on his hand with a small grimace of pain. Gwab! Issei raised his gaze in confusion after hearing a cry come from the peak of a tree. The chestnut rolled his eyes as he saw how a small dragon was upside down because of some vines that had trapped it. It had small scratches all over its body. The clues indicated that it had ended up in that condition because it didn't know how to fly properly yet. Should we help him? Issei wondered, rubbing his cheek with a finger. He's not a baby dragon, but he's still very small. He probably won't want to accept your help at first because he's another dragon, but he's still very weak anyway. Issei became serious. How weak? I think they're close relatives of the dragon sprite, to give you an idea. Issei rolled his eyes. Like that little demon that's now Asia's familiar. Do you know how bad I had a hard time with his blue lightning? Issei angrily grumbled. Would you let a dragon child bully you? Ddraig asked with grace in his words. With other carriers, he would take this reaction as worrisome due to the fact that it could affect his image. But Issei was Issei. He couldn't take his fearful attitude seriously, being that he faced Tiamat herself. Although, come to think of it, maybe he would have been afraid if he had told her who Tiamat was in the first place. In fact, he still found it odd that she hadn't told him herself. Ddraig snapped out of his thoughts when he saw that Issei had his hand a few inches away from the dragon as he tried to untangle the vines. Got it! Issei tore off one of the vines that was holding the dragon's mouth almost completely shut. Seeing this, the little dragon's eyes gained a dangerous gleam and it looked very piercingly at Issei, causing him to become confused. From one moment to the next, the blue-colored dragon opened its mouth and spewed out one great flame after another. Issei began to scream and dodge all the attacks with better maneuvers than those demonstrated in circuses. Finally, a strange sound was heard from the dragon's mouth and some smoke came out of its snout, indicating that it had run out of magic. The dragon fainted from that very thing. Seeing this, Issei smiled triumphantly. How'd you like that, you little bastard? Issei changed his expression to a confused one, seeing that the angle at which he viewed the dragon had changed quite a bit. His face turned blue and he started sweating profusely as he realized that the tree he used to climb was in front of him. Issei tried to fly by waving his arms in vain, falling face first to the ground. Issei dug his face off the ground with a bit of difficulty, raising his face while drawing a completely bored expression on his face. That's twice now that this has happened to me this day, and I barely started the morning. Issei snapped out of his internal argument when he saw that the flames of the little dragon had somehow reached out to touch the vines, and as a product of that, the little dragon might face a painful fall. Issei quickly got up from the ground and took a big leap forward, grabbing the little dragon with both of his hands. The dragon opened one of its eyes with great exhaustion, seeing that Issei had saved it. The chestnut was surprised when his new friend gave him a weak smile. Issei settled down to sit on the grass as a few family members surrounded him and looked at him with great attention for what he had demonstrated earlier. Ddraig, should we do something to get him healed? Issei asked, somewhat concerned about the little dragon's apparent condition. No, partner. He just had a lot of magical wear and tear, that's all. The other wounds are very superficial. You can leave him here, no problem. I'm sure when he wakes up he'll go looking for his parents. Issei rubbed his hair with a worried look. It's okay. After saying those words, Issei gently supported the dragon on the ground, then set down one of the fruits he had gotten so far. Issei turned around to leave, but was surprised when he felt how the little dragon had clung to his back as he ate the fruit he had given him. Wasn't it going to be a while before he woke up? Issei asked with great surprise. Ddraig chuckled to himself as he understood what was going on. Apparently he hadn't run out of magical power. He had simply gone too long without eating. Issei shook his head in amusement, then handed him another fruit he was carrying in his backpack, causing the dragon to smile amicably. It's all right, friend. I hope you're feeling much better by now. Issei commented with a smile as he watched the little dragon eat the fruit, gladly. Let's go now or we'll be late, Ddraig declared seriously. Issei widened his eyes slightly in alarm. That's right. Tiamat said to meet him at the cave in an hour. Issei turned around and started running, without first giving his new friend a smile. I hope you have luck finding your parents. The little dragon could only watch as Issei began to disappear into the trees. He didn't hesitate for a second and started to follow him as he flew. Line jump. Won't you stop following me? I thought dragons were totally reluctant to hang out with others of the same gender? Issei would ask with a roll of his eyes. That's right. But this dragon isn't male. Issei began to sweat nervously as he would glance back sidelong to see the now identified dragoness. That means, Ddraig was shocked at the thoughts that raced through Issei's mind. What? Of course not. They may be of different gender, but they take a great amount of years of evolution with them. Issei put a hand to his chin at that answer. It's like it's between monkeys and humans? Exactly. I think the only dragon you could fixate on as your lookalike is Tiamat. But I'm sure that would be a bad idea. Issei widened his eyes slightly at the statement. That's right, I have to hurry. Shit, they detected us somehow. Immediately after saying those words, Issei stopped in his tracks as he saw the two dragons that had caused him trouble earlier appear from the sky and fall in front of him with a very angry expression. Issei gritted his teeth hard at the sight of the two dragons and immediately stepped in front of the little dragoness, to make sure she was not harmed. Both dragons looked at each other confused by what they saw, then looked at Issei again. Issei blinked in confusion. What's wrong now? The little dragoness would poke her head over Issei's back and give a happy snort, then fly happily towards the two dragons. The two older dragons greeted the little girl with a few small tears at the edge of their eyes, hugging her tightly with their wings. What did I miss? Wondered Issei, really surprised to see how everything took such a drastic turn. I never would have thought that those two were her parents. Issei could only watch as the little dragoness was pointing at him and talking very cheerfully in a language he didn't understand. But he was sure that his little friend was telling her parents how they met, and how she was saved by him. When the little dragon finished telling her story, the two older dragons looked at Issei with wide eyes and a blush of embarrassment on their cheeks. The two dragons quickly moved closer, causing Issei to activate his gauntlet just in case. But he was surprised when one of the dragons gave him a deep bow, while the other hugged him tightly. Issei blinked in confusion, and all he could do was reciprocate the hug. What the hell is going on? He wondered internally. In short, the little girl told them how you saved her. As a token of gratitude, the male dragon knelt before you, implying that you have their respect to socialize with them whenever you want, despite being a male dragon. While the female is just thanking you, Ddraig explained in a rather calm tone as he saw that the situation did not get out of hand. I see. Issei thought as he rubbed his hair with one hand, and continued to pamper the dragoness with the other. In the end, the whole slightly absurd situation had only made Issei fall behind with her work. Line jump. I'm 15 minutes late, Issei thought very nervously. Maybe it wasn't that long, but Tiamat had proven to have a very strong temper in the short time they had known each other. As he walked along, The 3 dragons followed behind him as they watched through the air as the cave that was always frozen was now not. Although there was still a threat with an impressive aura in that place. They had only one question in their minds: how on earth could Issei go there without being annihilated? Although, it was also true that it was impossible that a dragon of his own rank could have such a powerful aura. That could mean that this dragon is more civilized than them. Issei crossed the last tree that blocked his view to see the empty path that led to the cave. A few meters away from him, Tiamat was waiting impatiently. As soon as she saw him, the dragoness quickly turned to him with her typical apathetic expression. Issei looked down nervously as he tried to explain himself. "I'm sorry, but a lot of things came up and somehow, you're fine." Issei widened his eyes as he felt Tiamat wrap her arms around him in a hug, resting her face on the chestnut's shoulder with a bit of regret. Issei simply said nothing and reciprocated her embrace, still with surprise still in effect on his face. Tiamat turned her face away slightly to look at Issei, revealing a genuinely worried expression. "Since you took so long, I thought something had happened to you," she clarified as she cupped Issei's cheeks with her hands. Issei directed a goofy grin at him. "Thanks for worrying, but I'm great." He held up his thumb for emphasis on his words. In these moments, that's when Issei realized that Tiamat didn't just possess a serious, strict, and bloodthirsty personality. In fact, having been so long with great hatred in her heart may have caused her other emotions to be buried within her being, but that didn't mean they wouldn't come out again. Tiamat turned her face even further away from Issei and grabbed the brown man's hand with both of her hands, giving him a piercing look. "Who did this to you?" Issei winced slightly as Tiamat began to stroke his wound with one of her hands. Tiamat looked up with eyes that indicated suffering, causing the 3 dragons flying a few feet away to tremble in fear. The dragoness stopped caressing Issei's wound, making the chestnut brown impressed when the pain disappeared and a small column of ice covered his wound. He quickly began to feel the cold burning, but it was a pleasant rather than painful feeling. Tiamat narrowed her eyes at the 3 dragons. "I'll be right back." After saying those words, Tiamat disappeared from Issei's sight, making the chestnut blink in shock at the sheer speed the dragoness had. When he turned around, he could see how she came flying with the 3 dragons clinging to her snout. It would be comical if Tiamat wasn't suffocating them with her suffocating grip. Tiamat landed in front of Issei and threw the 3 dragons to the ground like a sack of potatoes. The dragons quickly got up, fearful of what might happen. "Who was it that did this to you?" Tiamat asked in a calm tone, making the atmosphere even more tense. Issei looked down at his wound, then back up at Tiamat. "It was the 2 biggest dragons. But I think it was some kind of misunderstanding." Tiamat gave the 2 larger dragons a piercing look with a glint in her eyes that indicated pain. "Well," the dragons quickly began to explain themselves with strange sounds and moans, something Issei didn't understand at all. Though Tiamat's case was completely different, as she had a hand on her chin as she nodded from time to time, indicating that she understood their language. Tiamat crossed her arms under her seriously. "I see, so they thought Issei had somehow kidnapped their son to make them both leave this territory, and leave it to him." The 2 dragons nodded several times frantically as Issei watched all this with great amazement. Tiamat watched the little dragon as she began to speak cheerfully, then began to circle around Issei with the same glee. Tiamat put a hand to her chin and her apathetic expression changed to a small smile as she turned her gaze to Issei. "I see, so you saved her, and thanks to that they were able to clear up the misunderstanding. That's great, because that means now you won't have to worry about getting through this place without other dragons attacking you again, since dragon territories cover a lot of miles." Issei blinked in confusion at this statement. Wait, then how come you can live here, if it's not your territory?" Tiamat looked at the 2 older dragons, causing them to start sweating a little. "Because they know very well that it is not in their best interest to take me on," Tiamat stated with a mischievous grin on her face. Tiamat returned to her typical apathetic expression as she watched the 3 dragons. "Well, considering it was all a misunderstanding, I guess I won't do anything to them." Tiamat turned away and placed a hand on her waist. "What's more, I'll even let them come this way, because I see that your daughter became good friends with Issei." Issei watched with a big smile at the little dragon as she continued to circle around him. "That means I found a familiar." At these words, the little dragon stopped dead in her tracks and looked at him carefully. Issei clenched his fist tightly with a defiant smile. "With our strength, I'm sure." Issei received a strong attack of fire, causing his entire face to go black. He opened his eyes with a dazed expression on his face as he spat smoke from his mouth. The little dragon was just watching him in triumph. Ddraig began to guffaw at this, while Tiamat lowered her head and shook her head in disappointment. You have the aura of a dragon. You can't ask another dragon to be your familiar. It's like you're insulting it. Tiamat stated, then looked at Issei's face, causing her worried look to return to her face. Are you okay? Issei directed a smile at Tiamat for her great concern towards him, causing the dragoness to reciprocate with a slight smile. Line jump. It was already a little late. The dragons had left the place, leaving only Tiamat and Issei in the cave. They were both sitting near the campfire while the chestnut was telling her a story about his two best friends. The funny thing about this is that Matsuda and Motohama had to turn to me in order to save themselves from the wrath of the Kendo women. Issei shook his head at the end at the attitude of his friends, as he shared the blankets with Tiamat. The dragoness would only increase her smile in force a little, leaning a little more on Issei's shoulder. Why are you like this? Issei looked at Tiamat in confusion. Like what? Tiamat opened her eyes and raised her gaze to look him in the face. You're cool. Issei blinked in confusion at her statement. Cool? He was sure no one had ever paid him that kind of compliment before. Tiamat lowered her gaze again and rested her face on Issei's chest, causing the brown-haired man to be a little surprised. I don't understand it very well either. I just think you're great, because you make me feel great. In just these 2 days, I've felt so much better than I have in hundreds of years. That wasn't really a hard thing to accomplish, considering she'd lived alone for a millennium. But it was a subject Issei didn't want to remind her of. Issei rubbed her hair with a small blush of embarrassment. Well, you just needed someone to understand you a little, don't you think? Issei lowered his gaze somewhat in disgust to see Tiamat frown at his words. I think you were unlucky. Tiamat raised her gaze with a frown, bumping her nose against Issei's. Bad luck? If I just needed someone to understand me, why did it take me so long to show up? Tiamat flashed a beautiful smile at Issei, managing to make the protagonist look surprised. To my mind, cool people are unique. Considering it took you so long to show up, you're someone unique. Tiamat lowered her face again to lay on Issei's chest, hugging him deeply. You're great. Issei reciprocated the hug with great surprise at Tiamat's words. Simply put, I did what anyone would have done. If it were as you say, you wouldn't be unique to me. Therefore, you would not be great. Nor would you make me feel great. Thanks, I guess. A small blush appeared on Issei's face, feeling Tiamat cling a little tighter to her body. You must be really cold. Line jumped. Issei and Tiamat were drinking a juice they had made last night, using the water bottles that the brown man had brought as a container. They were both sitting on the already somewhat dirty blanket. We should stick to a bath today, Tiamat commented as she looked down at herself, to see that her hands were somewhat dirty. Yes. We also need to take the opportunity to clean our clothes and stuff, Issei added with a bored expression. Tiamat looked at him with slightly widened eyes. Can't you materialize clothes with your magic? My magic reserves are almost nil. A depressive aura surrounded Issei after saying those words. Tiamat looked out of the cave somewhat surprised by the revelation. Oh, I understand. That might be a problem if you want to become stronger. Issei looked at Tiamat quizzically at what she mentioned. The dragoness just looked at him seriously. If your magic reserves are almost nil, you can only rely on melee combat, or with bladed weapons. Honestly, I have no idea what the undeveloped lizard can do, nor do I care to know. But if you really want to become stronger, you should improve your fitness and technique. Ddraig grumbled under his breath, due to the fact that it had been a long time since he had been called that way, and for a moment, he had thought she had forgotten. Issei directed a smile at him as he clenched his fist. I've already been practicing my physical condition, though lately I've been a bit stuck with my progress. He added the last somewhat embarrassed. Tiamat moved a little closer to Issei and began to touch the muscles in his arms, getting the young man to blush a little. I can see you've been training hard. But there's no use increasing your power if you lack technique. Tiamat stopped touching him and rested her knees on the ground very close to him. Being the Sekiryudai, sooner or later you will become powerful. But that also means you will face powerful opponents, and believe me, they will indeed have good technique and combat experience that will crush you instantly. Issei lowered his head, dejected by the revelation. So, how can I improve my technique and power at the same time? I've already asked the president, but she doesn't know how to help me. She only told me that I should improve my physical condition even more to have special training. Tiamat gave a small derisive snort. That girl is just like you, she has no experience whatsoever in really dangerous combat. Although, I must say she's right about one thing. I can see that your physical condition is not good, but not bad either. You have to keep improving that aspect, and there will come a time when your body will be able to withstand the power of the sacred gear much better. But it is not convenient that you only exercise, you should also enter into friendly combats against other people who can teach you new techniques. Tiamat pointed to herself with a proud smile. Like me? Issei blinked in shock. Does that mean, after the bath, I'll teach you a thing or two? Tiamat interrupted him with a small smile as she nodded. Follow me. I know just the place. Tiamat got up from the ground, being followed by Issei, who was gathering all his things to wash them. As Issei gathered his things, he gave Tiamat a curious look. Or rather, at what she looked like. The dragoness stood at the edge of the cave, so the wind made her hair wave in a majestic way. She always had that serious expression that didn't ruin her beauty, along with her beautiful face and knockout body. Why are you looking at me so much? Tiamat asked with a raised eyebrow. Issei just looked away, embarrassed by the previous thoughts. I was just wondering how someone as young as you could fall in love with Ddraig. I mean, Ddraig was physically 40 years old at the time, and you're much younger than that. Tiamat looked down and folded her arms seriously. I don't know why it happened, I just fell in love with him. I guess there's no such thing as age difference when it comes to love. Tiamat turned around and started to walk away, being followed by Issei. When I fell in love with him, I had barely turned 20,021 years old. Now, it's been a little over 1,000 years since then. Although it was a long time ago, my physical appearance is still 25 years old, just like back then. Issei looked at the large lake that loomed in front of him with stars in his eyes. The first time he had come to these parts, he had heard the movement of the water, but he had not imagined something so big. Many relatives were lounging in the trees, bathing, or just playing with each other, creating a friendly atmosphere. The small layer of steam rising above the crystal clear water gave a hint that the lake was at a slightly warm temperature, ideal for relaxing with a nice bath at normal temperature. Tiamat put her hands on her hips with a small smile. This place is perfect. Whenever I'm looking to relax, take a bath, or both, I always come here. Issei leaned both of his fists forward in excitement, indicating that he agreed with Tiamat. It's a gigantic hot spring. This is amazing. As unbelievable as it seemed, for the first time, Issei didn't imagine a bunch of naked girls in the water, waiting for him to go in with them. His excitement at the whole thing is genuine, without any malicious ideas behind it. Ddraig thought seriously, then put a rather silly grin on his face. You're growing up, partner. Well then, Tiamat walked over to the water and dipped her hand in, then closed her eyes in satisfaction after feeling the temperature. We better not waste any more time. Huh! Issei blinked several times in confusion. Quickly, his confused expression began to change to a nervous one. Wait a second, we haven't split up yet. For a large glow surrounded Tiamat, causing Issei to look away as he realized that his clothes had begun to disappear. A large, unbelievable blush appeared on her face, as Tiamat continued to touch the water with a calm look in her eyes. You can't do that if I'm in front of you, Issei exclaimed as he looked away in great embarrassment. What's wrong with that? A loud splash was heard, giving Issei permission to take another look at Tiamat, who was already deep in the water and half of her s were covered by the thick steam, sparing the protagonist's nostrils. Dragons always bathe naked in front of other dragons. It's a sign of trust we have among the species. We're not as delicate as humans on that subject. Tiamat replied with a smirk. Have you already forgotten that I am a human? Shouted Issei as he looked away and pointed at himself as an idiot. Tiamat raised her index finger with an amused look on her face. You were human. But now you are a demon, Tiamat declared with an air of grace in his words. She was actually having fun with this situation. How long had it been since she had been amused by something so trivial? Come to think of it, had she ever? Issei glared at Tiamat while blatantly pointing at her. That's right, I'm a demon. A demon, not a dragon. And that has nothing to do with it really. I was raised on human principles, and it's completely normal for me to act and think like a human. Right after those words, a large amount of water completely washed over Issei, causing him to spit out a small stream of water. Stop making excuses and come at once. Tiamat gave him a mischievous grin. Unless you want to get wet again, but with slightly colder water. A small shiver ran down Issei's back. He didn't think twice, and began to take off his clothes with a big blush on his face. Tiamat was just staring at him, not taking her eyes off him. Issei hadn't noticed due to his great discomfort that the dragoness wandered a little with her gaze between his torso and neck, though it was only for a short second. Finally, Issei only needed to remove her chasers. Can you turn around? I'd like to keep my human dignity unpunished for a little while longer, Issei declared as he looked sideways at her with a big blush on his face. Tiamat just rolled her eyes. Fine. Tiamat looked straight ahead as she wondered a couple of things. Why do humans feel so ashamed when it comes to showing their UAL organ to others? Maybe it's to defend their dignity? Tiamat placed a hand on her chin as she thought seriously. But what kind of dignity should they have, if their dignity is valued when it comes to protecting their UAL organs? Compared to the dignity of dragons, it's pretty ridiculous obviously. That doesn't mean you should walk around naked all the time, because that would be disrespectful. Why am I even thinking this? Tiamat finally thought, rolling her eyes. The dragoness looked to her side as she caught the movement of the water, only to realize that Issei had already gotten in for a swim, several feet away from her. Enjoying it? Tiamat asked with a small smile as she saw that Issei had a very calm expression on his face, being that a few seconds ago he looked like a talking tomato. That's great, was Issei's simple reply as he stretched his arms back and rested them on the rocks. Tiamat mimicked his movement, making her S even more visible and pronounced than they already were. The amused air around Tiamat changed to her usual serious atmosphere, causing Issei to become a little serious as well. Regarding your training, I don't know if I'll be able to help you, Tiamat replied while looking at the sky seriously. Why? Issei asked with some disappointment behind his words. Tiamat lowered her gaze and looked at him seriously. Because today is the last day you're here, and we're not sure what time your mistress. Tiamat replied with a hint of venom in her last word. Issei caught Tiamat's tone, but decided to leave it for later. You're right, today is the last day. Issei looked at the whole place around him with some regret. He really had liked it. But until they find me, it might take a little longer. The president told me that my pieces didn't link to my soul as they should have, and as a result, she can't track me with the power of her pieces. Tiamat hummed at Issei's last words. She had never heard that demonic pieces could fail, even in a small way. But it was also true that she had barely been involved with such knowledge for obvious reasons. Anyway, it would be best not to waste time. Tiamat stood up, causing Issei to look away. At the very least, I'd like to prove a couple of things to you before you leave. Issei blinked once, confused by the tone of Tiamat's last words. He was sure they sounded somewhat discouraged. 3 days with someone must not be a long time for someone who was alone for a millennium. Issei thought with some pity, but decided not to mention anything about it, as he didn't know how the dragoness might react. Line jumping. Do you have any questions before we begin? Tiamat asked with a raised eyebrow. Issei rubbed his hair nervously. Do you still hate demons? Issei's question startled Tiamat a little, causing the dragoness to look at him with both eyebrows raised in a piercing manner. Out of fear, Issei quickly waved his hands in defense. You shouldn't answer me if you don't want to. I was only wondering because you seemed really angry earlier when you mentioned my president. I hate demons. Issei looked at the dragoness with great surprise, her cold, piercing gaze causing Issei to pucker her lips at the answer. They are a foul, treacherous, crawling, impertinent, obstinate, and meddlesome species. I hate the 3 factions, but I hate the demons even more for what they are. I would never trust one of them. Issei lowered his head in sorrow after hearing those words, something that did not go unnoticed by Tiamat. But you're special! Tiamat exclaimed as she pointed at him seriously, causing Issei to look up in great surprise. Special? Issei wondered, not understanding the true meaning of the word. Issei was staring very hard at Tiamat, waiting for her answer. She's referring to my power, mate. Thanks to it, you were unaffected by demonic corruption, and that makes you someone special. Ddraig explained proudly after emphasizing his power, while Issei's eyes sparkled after finding the realization. Oh, that's right. I had completely forgotten about it, he stated somewhat apologetically for having forgotten something so important. The power of a celestial dragon can prevent demonic corruption? That explains a lot, Tiamat thought with an air of mystery about him that Issei could not detect, but his companion could. By the way, Ddraig, have you been well these days? You're talking a lot less than usual, Issei asked, rather intrigued as he looked down at his gauntlet. It's better if I don't talk. Tiamat's cold and sinister aura made Issei find an answer immediately. I can't stand that grating, whining voice of the underdeveloped lizard. The dragoness's tone made Issei turn a little pale. Anyway, the aura broke completely and everything returned to normal, causing Issei to give an inward sigh. Let's get it over with. Attack me? After those words, Tiamat placed both hands in her pockets as she watched him piercingly. I won't do anything at first. I just want to know how strong you are. Are you sure? Asked Issei worriedly, causing Tiamat to frown slightly. Alright. It's not like I'm underestimating you, he quickly replied nervously, then turned serious and entered a combat stance. I'm no fool. I know she's much stronger than me, so I shouldn't worry about her. Is that a fighting stance? Wondered Tiamat with a bored expression on her face as she saw Issei's ridiculous pose. I'm beginning to doubt her mistress's competence regarding training and sparring. Though it's also true that she's a mere brat, I shouldn't have expected too much. Issei's gauntlet glowed brightly, covering her figure almost completely, and she lashed out at full speed at Tiamat. The dragoness just stood there with her hands in her pocket as she received a hard right to her cheek that turned her head slightly. Issei didn't stop there. The gauntlet was getting a strong glow for every right and left that she was hitting as fast as she could across the dragon's body. After about 15 consecutive blows, the aura finally stopped appearing, indicating that the boost had reached its limit. Tiamat didn't overlook this and finally made a move as he grabbed both of Issei's arms, stopping his attack in its tracks, leaving the chestnut completely shocked after seeing that he didn't even have a scratch on him. That's all your power? Sensing that his question was a provocation, Issei gritted his teeth hard and tried to free himself from the grip, failing miserably. Therefore, he resorted to Plan B. Issei gave her a hard kick to her crotch that took her by surprise, causing her to let go of the chestnut's hands. Issei quickly jumped backwards to get a little away, while Tiamat looked at him with a surprised look on her face. If I had been a man, that might have hurt a little, Tiamat said as she looked down at his crotch, causing Issei to roll his eyes. But that didn't stop him from wasting Tiamat's inattention. This is my chance, Issei thought as he charged his fist with a great amount of force to punch her in the abdomen. This sensation, the feeling, the direction, it's an incredible punch. Issei had a small flashback of when he sent Rainier flying with a punch. It's even better than that time. Issei connected his fist with fate, generating a small blizzard around the blow. Tiamat's hair blended seamlessly with the gusts of wind, indicating that it had been a really strong blow. Even if that blow could have hit a high-class demon, that meant it had certainly done a bit of damage. It would have tickled me if you had chosen the right place to send that blow. Tiamat's face right now really scary. Issei's eyes were as wide as saucers, in complete shock, still with his head down. I didn't move her even an inch. Who the hell is she, really? To take on a really strong opponent, Issei broke away from Tiamat as he reacted to her words, then tried to deliver a strong punch to her face which Tiamat caught without any difficulty. You also need to be really strong. But Tiamat used Issei's hand as a support to bring his whole body to his back in less than a second, as he took a step forward and bent his knee. If the two of you are equally powerful, Tiamat pulled Issei's arm, causing the young man's entire body to pass over hers and slam hard into the ground, causing him to vomit some blood in progress. The one with the greater technique and experience will be the winner. Issei froze when she saw how Tiamat's foot was practically already over her head, but passed within a couple of centimeters of her skin. In a small fraction of a second, he thought she had missed, but realized she hadn't when he felt every fiber of his skin being blown away by a staggering blizzard that produced Tiamat's kick, sending him flying into the wall. Issei quickly got up with a bit of difficulty, as he wiped the trickle of blood from his mouth. A small smile broke out on his face. She's extraordinary, he thought as he stared at her. In the opposite case, Issei watched very carefully as Tiamat raised her index finger. If your opponent is much stronger than you, and is just as good at their respective techniques and combat experience, you're simply finished. Issei let a bead of sweat drop nervously at Tiamat's rather cold sincerity. If the opposite is the case, you'll tear him to shreds. A small mysterious smile would creep across Tiamat's face, causing her to look at her very intently. But if you are both equally powerful, and you have the clearer concepts, then you could wear yourself out far less than necessary to defeat him. You might even have a chance to defeat a stronger opponent with a good strategy, as long as the guy is not smarter and more strategic than you about battles. Wear me down less? Issei asked with some intrigue. Tiamat positioned her hands on her waist earnestly. I'll give you an example. Suppose I am now using 100% of my power. But if I use my experience and knowledge and techniques, Tiamat gave a sly little smile as she extended her palm towards Issei, causing the protagonist to look at her with great surprise. I would only need to use 50% to be able to defeat you. Even less, but in that case it wouldn't be a battle to save energy anymore. I'd just be toying with you to make it last a little longer for the thrill of real combat. I see, Issei exclaimed as he raised his arms in great excitement. Actually, I'm not even using my 1%, but I can't tell him that or he'll be quite disappointed. Tiamat thought with a bit of grace in her words. Tiamat sharpened her gaze, causing Issei to visibly tense. Tiamat's outstretched palm turned into a provocation as she invited him to face her. Come and attack whenever you want. I'll be sure to show you the difference in technique that exists between us. He didn't have to tell her twice. Issei quickly rushed towards the beautiful woman and attempted to lunge at her. Tiamat's eyes glowed a light blue color as she watched Issei's fist come at her in a very clear way. Right, Tiamat tilted her body to the side, dodging it completely. Her light blue eyes quickly darted to Issei's other arm, which was starting to prepare a strike. Left, Tiamat dodged it again smoothly with blistering speed, leaving Issei genuinely surprised. Tiamat's eyes would quickly dart to the right. Right, he dodged the blow again with no trouble. Repeat, thought the dragoness, and this time without even needing to see Issei's next blow to dodge her left jab even faster than the previous time. His punches are super basic and easy to dodge, plus he doesn't know how to use a feint, Tiamat thought as she closed her eyes and continued to dodge it without any trouble. Although it was super easy for Tiamat, Issei was totally shocked by the display of power she was being subjected to. She continued to dodge everything at a speed that was becoming a blur to his eyes. Adding the factor that she was using her maximum speed and power in her punches, it was resulting in accelerated exhaustion. Now, he could understand much better the word exhaustion and why he should avoid it. Time to put the pressure on him, Tiamat thought as she opened her eyes with a menacing air. She dodged one of his blows with her usual normality, then looked at the left side of Issei's torso, indicating where her blow was going to land. Quickly, he began to prepare his fist to strike. Issei's eyes immediately caught Tiamat's intent, causing him to place his gauntlet in the trajectory to defend and counterattack. To the left, Tiamat's eyes narrowed with a flash of cunning. By the right, Issei's eyes widened in shock and he began to writhe in pain as he felt how Tiamat's left jab had sunk into the right side of his stomach. Tiamat took a couple of steps back as he waited for Issei to recover from the blow. That's called a feint. Remember it well. It's very basic, but it could give you the trump card in a battle. But only use it when you're sure your opponent is overwhelmed by your moves. Also, you must exert incredible mental pressure, not only with your fake attack, but also with a sharp gaze that is projecting where the impact is going to hit, as if you are really going to strike there. Tiamat's gaze hardened slightly, causing Issei to get a small shiver down his spine. We'll also have to work on your variety of strikes. You suck. Issei clutched his chest tightly as an arrow engraved with the pestas pierced his chest. A heavy footstep from Tiamat would bring Issei back to reality. Why do you have that look on your face? We're not done yet. Issei swallowed deeply as he got into a fighting stance again. This time, I'll make sure I don't fall for one of his tricks again. By the looks of it, he'll be more attentive to feints, though that won't entirely save him. Feinting is just one of the many varieties I can use during a fight, not counting my magic power. Tiamat thought calculatingly, then stepped into a combat stance. If you won't come, then I will. Issei gritted his teeth in shock as Tiamat began to run towards him with a menacing stance. Without much time to think, he attempted to answer her blow with another blow. Don't try to defend against a blow with another blow if you're not sure. Tiamat grabbed his forearm without any difficulty and deflected the blow into nothingness, while delivering a large palm strike to Issei's stomach. Even though it was open-handed, the blow was a bit devastating, making Issei vomit saliva. Tiamat didn't end up lashing out like the previous times, passing her fist inches away from his face and making small cuts on Issei's skin thanks to the strong blizzard, besides almost flying away. She didn't stop there and quickly moved and turned her back to Issei at a high speed, then grabbed him from behind and grabbed him hard by the neck with both her hands, then spun around at high speed for a couple of turns until she finally released him and sent him flying, crashing hard into the cave wall. I guess this is it, Tiamat thought aloud as she watched Issei remain sprawled on the ground. But she was surprised when a large red glow came from the gauntlet, indicating that she had achieved another multiplier. He could still go further? Thought the dragoness with slightly widened eyes as she watched Issei struggle to his feet. It's not that he's evolving during combat. That means he must at least have a pretty clear motivation to continue fighting. And to progress, that's a very important thing. Issei finally stood up and shouted loudly as he ran towards Tiamat full of slits. Tiamat's eyes narrowed in disappointment. However, that motivation will not serve to make him strong in a short time. For that, you need another kind of motivation that I cannot teach you. Tiamat ducked and tilted her head slightly to the side, dodging Issei's punch that passed by the side of her face. A tiny smile appeared on her face as she delivered a hard punch to his stomach that lifted him slightly off the ground, generating a small blizzard from the impact. Tiamat slowly withdrew her arm and used her body to support the unconscious Issei. The dragoness gave him a small smile and tightened her grip on his back to enclose him in a warm embrace. But even if I can't teach it to you, I know you'll learn it eventually. And that's because you have the mentality of someone strong. Line jump. President, do you have any idea why we were called here? Asked Kiba as he looked at the huge structure where the Gremlins lived. That's right, they were currently in hell. Rias snorted in annoyance. I already told my brother about all the problems I have with Haidu, so I don't think he'll call me to talk about my security. Rias shook his head with some amusement. He was so happy when I mentioned my new acquisition to him. But his smile quickly faded when I told him that my control over him is practically nil. Aquino delivered one of his typical chuckles. Don't worry, President. Haida is very grateful to you. I'm sure he'll abide by all his orders without a second thought. Speaking of Issei, Asia added. Weren't we supposed to look for him today? Rias gave a tired sigh. That's right. I was planning to do it now, but this unplanned meeting just came up. And best of all, we have a meeting today, and another one tomorrow morning. Rias commented with clear sarcasm in his last words. I think you can survive another day without any problem. Kaneko stated nonchalantly as she waited for the maids to open the door. As expected, the doors opened. The entire Rias retinue, plus the redhead herself, bowed in a big bow to show the Gremry patriarch some well-deserved respect. Hello, father. Forgive my insolence, but I would like to know why I was called so. Rias raised her gaze, going completely blank as she realized that the man standing in front of her was not her father. When Rias shut up so abruptly, the others raised their heads, only to get the same shocked expression from Rias. Ha 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 ha. The laughter rang out in an eerie way. Father, huh? I like the sound of that. But just call me that when you're in bed with me, Rias. Razor, line jump. He was warm, his whole body. The sound of burning wood could be heard in the background. Probably a campfire. It was all dark, probably because he hadn't fully woken up yet and hadn't opened his eyes. Oh God, was all Issei could think as he felt a very comforting caress felt on his cheek. It felt great, and whoever it was, she didn't want him to stop. That hand, it was extremely soft, and caressed him with great affection. Not even his mother had ever caressed him like that, although that woman was not a good example really. He felt how his body was positioned, the space he was in. He was sitting. He could feel how his 2 legs were slightly curled up with 2 other legs. He could feel how his back was resting in great comfort on an extremely soft surface. He could also feel how another hand was holding his waist, hugging him lovingly and making their bodies stay closer to each other. He could feel how his head was lying on 2 huge mounds, soft, round, firm but soft at the same time. His head felt like it was on the best pillow on the planet. She could also feel someone resting their chin on top of her head, indicating how relaxed she was, just like him. Issei opened his eyes slowly. Everything was completely white, and the discomfort he expected to have after his worst battle so far, mysteriously, did not present itself. For sure, that person had taken good care of him all those hours he was unconscious. Finally, Issei's eyes adjusted to the light, and the first thing he could see were piercing, contented, beautiful and calm light blue eyes that were staring at him very intently. That face, Issei thought unconsciously as he admired it. That face conveyed a great deal of tranquility, trust, concern, affection and gratitude. How is it that they could deceive this woman? A small twinge appeared in his heart when he thought those words. It was probably an answer he could never find, and if he did find it, he would never understand it anyway. Are you all right? I think I was too hard on you for a first time, Tiamat inquired, still holding her previous expression, but her concern and guilt showed through her tone. Issei closed his eyes and smiled genuinely at Tiamat's concern, letting himself get caught up in the moment and hugging her tightly. Tiamat's reaction was much different than usual, as she tightened her embrace around Issei's waist and rested her chin more affectionately on top of the chestnut's head. To tell you the truth, it was kind of hard, but I feel amazing. I don't know how you healed me, but I really appreciate it. I'm glad to hear that. They both closed their eyes, enjoying the caresses and bear hug they were giving each other at the moment. Perhaps, the expression of affection was getting a little out of hand, but would they really think about it? Tiamat hadn't felt the warmth and affection of another person in a millennium. Whereas Issei hadn't even experienced such a thing in his short life. They felt too good to walk away from each other. They liked the feeling of warmth all over their bodies. They liked having another person show them true affection. They simply wanted to experience the feeling of being loved by another person. But, still, that strange warmth that began to invade both of their bodies. That warmth that finally parked itself in their hearts, was not a simple desire for friendly affection. But they were both too comfortable to realize that at the moment. They just wanted to enjoy the moment, their closeness. What is it that motivates you to become stronger? Tiamat's question broke the extremely comfortable silence that had settled for several minutes. My motivation? I guess my president, Rias Gremory. Tiamat pursed her lips at the answer. Not only because she felt a small pang of jealousy that this woman should be her motivation and not her, but also because she was a foul demon. She gave me a second chance in my life. I want to become stronger to protect her, and everyone I consider important to me. Like you? A practically imperceptible blush appeared on Tiamat's face as she looked down at Issei's face, who was extremely comfortable and calm, sleeping on both of her s. Issei chuckled slightly under his breath, causing Tiamat to raise an eyebrow in intrigue. Though for the moment, it'll have to be the other way around between you and me, since you're much stronger for now. Tiamat looked up with a smile on her face. If Issei had been wide-eyed, he would have said it was that genuine smile that Tiamat gave off once in a while, like the one when she told him she'd be staying with her for a couple of days. I hummed happily. I don't think you'll ever get over me. Wanna bet? Issei asked with a small chuckle at the end. Tiamat hummed happily again. If you ever surpass me, you can ask me for anything you want, alright. Issei declared without any malicious thoughts from behind, causing Ddraig to puff out his chest in pride again. So, what is it that I must promise? He asked with a small teasing tone. Never leave me. Issei's eyes widened with great surprise at hearing Tiamat's statement. She had a completely serious face. In fact, it looked more like a threat than a request. But Issei knew she wasn't like that, because he learned to see her eyes. And her eyes denoted sadness, loneliness, fear. Fear that he would leave her alone, and that everything would go back to being just as cold, quiet, and horrible as before. I promise. Issei said in a rather serious tone and without even a millisecond's hesitation. This made Tiamat's chest warm in a way she had never felt before. Now nor ever, a myriad of mixed emotions erupted inside her chest and stomach because of Issei. But somehow he found a method to show those feelings. She gave him a huge, toothy grin, showing her beautiful fangs. She had her eyelids closed, but the rims of her eyes were a little wet from her tears, which never fell. Thank you? If Issei was already very surprised by Tiamat's smile, he was more so now to hear her tones so cheerful and truly grateful. Line jump, brother! Rias slapped the table loudly in great frustration. You've got to be kidding me. Rias looked at his parents with the same expression. And you guys are okay with this? Rias' entourage only remained silent out of respect, though that didn't mean they agreed with what was going on. Calm down, Rias. I haven't finished my statement yet. The younger red-haired man replied with a serious air about him. At this, Rias could only continue to listen. I agreed to bring the wedding forward and celebrate it in a month's time. But only on 2 conditions. Razor's stupid grin was completely wiped off after listening. What are those conditions, Sirzex? Relax, Razor. It's something very simple, commented the now introduced Sirzex. My sister has a chance to play a rating game against you. And the second is that anyone who is interested in breaking into the wedding and taking Rias as fiancé may do so, though said subject must beat you in a one-on-one before they can take my sister's hand. A clipped silence came over the room for a few seconds. Razor was completely serious in that silence. But out of nowhere, the silence was broken by Razor's small chuckle, which then turned into a laugh. All right, I accept those conditions, Razor exclaimed, completely sure of his victory. On both the first, as well as the second condition, Rias and his entourage looked at each other very seriously as they saw that they had a chance to free themselves from Razor. Sirzex stood up from his chair, making everyone look at him intently. I think that's it for today. It's already very late, so get a good night's rest. Tomorrow we'll agree on a date and time for the rating game. Everyone nodded, content with the outcome of the meeting. What Razor didn't know was that his ego and pride played a trick on him. Line jump. Hey, don't you think they're taking too long? Tiamat rested her chin on Issei's head after speaking her mind. They were both still in the same position as before. The only thing different were some blankets covering them to get them through the extreme cold of the night. Inwardly, though, they loved that cold, as they snuggled even more with each other, having the sub-zero temperature as an excuse. Maybe they'll come tomorrow, Issei commented in a sleepy voice. Damn. I'm going to be here for 4 days, and I still didn't get any familiars. Why the hell do all the familiars hate me, except the ones that are perverts? Issei rambled aloud, causing Tiamat to stare at him. She knew that those familiars were only attracted to people who had a large UAL appetite, though she preferred not to tell him so as not to embarrass him. A faint smile crept across Issei's face. Come to think of it, it's not all that bad. He continued to ramble unconsciously. It's great to be able to spend another day with you, he unconsciously declared, already collapsing from exhaustion and falling asleep with his head resting on Tiamat's fluffy S. Tiamat only deigned to watch him for his last words. She watched him and watched him for a long minute. Her light blue eyes glittered with mystery. It was impossible to know what she was thinking now, until finally, she came to a conclusion. I think if you stay away from me for more than a day I couldn't bear it, Tiamat stated quietly, as she stopped stroking Issei's cheek and positioned her palm on the hand where Issei activated his gauntlet. His light blue eyes glowed with great longing for a short second. Really, I couldn't bear it. Issei's hand glowed a light blue color, while Tiamat's abdomen glowed at the same time with the same intensity and color. Issei slowly opened his eyes. Everything was dark. The day before he had slept like never before, and his contented face was proof of it. All the memories of yesterday made him feel really happy. When he first met Tiamat, he had simply thought of escaping anyway because of the danger and emotional instability she presented. But now that he knew her better, he realized that she is a good woman with a rather strange character, but very nice, no doubt. Without him and her realizing it, the two had become good friends in just 4 days. Surely it was due to the great loneliness that exploded in Tiamat after being a millennium without company, and on Issei's part, well, he had felt quite empathetic towards her, as they had been through very similar things. I never thought I could sleep so well in a cave. Issei tried to stretch her arms out, realizing that one of them was stuck under something. Before he could think what was going on, the familiar smell and the touch he received on his forehead from another forehead caused a small smile to emerge on his face. Slowly, but surely, he began to pull back the blankets covering his face, only to see a large amount of beautiful light blue hair spread out in various directions as he pulled back the blankets. Finally, he managed to pull it back to the side of her face to see how Tiamat had her forehead pressed to his as she slept with a very serious face, but with an aura of tranquility around her. Her long silky hair was strewn all over the makeshift bed, giving the dragoness a rather beautiful appearance. Tiamat frowned slightly as she felt the coldness begin to invade her body, pressing her nose to Issei's. Her arms wrapped around Issei's back, pulling him into a tight, delicate embrace, seeking to snuggle his body against hers as much as possible. As comfortable as Issei felt right now, he had a duty to get up. Hey, wake up. It's morning. Tiamat opened her eyes, meeting Issei's eyes instantly due to their closeness. Are you going to look for your mistress? The dragoness asked, not moving an inch from her position. Issei noticed that her tone seemed somewhat misguided, and he obviously knew why. I promise I'll be back before you know it. Issei's face grew serious. But for now, I must catch up on my studies. Issei looked up with a small smile on his face. Come to think of it, I don't know how I'll be able to dissuade Matsuda and Motohama. What about your parents and others? Tiamat asked with some intrigue. Issei chuckled dryly at her question. My parents must not even have been aware of my absence, since my 2 best friends are on bad terms with them, and don't dare come to my house. As for the other people, to be honest with you, apart from my friends at the club, Matsuda and Motohama are the only people who know of my existence. I feel quite honored that I have come across your existence. Issei was a little surprised by Tiamat's words. Usually, that comment could be taken as sarcastic, but the very occasional, very special smile that appeared on Tiamat's face made it very clear to him that she wasn't being sarcastic. Before Issei could respond to the sudden comment, Tiamat raised her face slightly towards the entrance of the cave, causing Issei to follow her gaze. Apparently we have visitors, Tiamat said with her typical apathetic expression. Wow, it's the dragons that tried to kill me last time. Issei would point discriminatingly, making the 3 dragons present a little nervous at the memory of what happened. What are you waiting for? Come on in, Issei declared with a toothy grin, causing the 3 dragons to quickly bow for their hospitality. This is my home, you know? Tiamat commented with a roll of her eyes as she watched Issei invite without asking her first. Line jump. If Razor wins the rating game, the marriage will be in a month and 15 days. Surzek's statement caused everyone assembled to nod seriously, except for Razor, who had a stupid grin on his face. The rating game? Rias queried with a clear impatience in his tone, almost jumping out of his chair. Surzek would flash a delicate smile at his sister, indicating for her to calm down a bit. 2 weeks from now. Kiba, Kaneko, Asia and Akino looked at each other with slightly widened eyes. 2 weeks? That's too short a time. They thought in unison. All right. Rias stated, stopping abruptly, leaving everyone present a little surprised by his curt attitude. Wait, Rias. We haven't even. I'm sorry, father, interrupted the girl as the rest of her entourage stood up. But if we only have 2 weeks, I can't waste any more time here, the redhead replied, striding out of the dining room, followed by her entire entourage. Everyone present would just shake their heads at their daughter/sister's attitude, while Razor folded his arms with an arrogant smile on his face. She doesn't even have all her pieces. This is going to be really fun, as the whole royal family will be watching me crush that spoiled brat, thought the Phoenix with great confidence of his victory. President, what do you plan to do? Asked Asia seriously as she followed closely behind. First we have to find Hayato. In these 2 weeks I will squeeze him as much as possible so that he can become the best pawn of the underworld, Rias said with a clear, withering tone, something a bit unbecoming of her. Rias stopped abruptly and turned away with a palpable seriousness on his face. The same goes for us. We'll have to try our best to win the raiding game. Rias turned his attention to Asia, making the former nun flustered by his stare. Especially you, Asia. You're new as Hayato, so you'll have to level up as quickly as possible. Your sacred gear is very important to me, and that's why I revived you. I know you won't disappoint me, Rias stated with a small smile at the end, causing the nun to nod quickly. Do you think Issei will achieve that level you mentioned, President? Kaneko asked, no real concern in her words. Rias' gaze would grow serious and a little dark at the question. He is the Sekiryutai, one of the most feared weapons in the world. It is the least I can expect from my servant, considering its destructive and fearsome potential. But if he fails, a malicious glint would flash across his eyes. I'll make sure he suffers the same as me for being a complete failure. Line jump. Guer, wa, waira. The male dragon exclaimed with a small smile on his face as they all shared the food at the campfire. He says it's a shame you're leaving. Tiamat opened her lips slightly to take a mouthful into her mouth, exposing her 2 cute upper fangs. Don't worry, I'll be back fairly quickly, Issei replied with a small smile as he continued to devour the exotic fruits. Wah, 6 Veer, said the little dragoness with a big toothy grin. She says when you come back, she wants to play with you, Tiamat commented as she tossed the inedible part of the fruit into the fire. You bet, Issei replied with a toothy grin on his face as he repeated Tiamat's action. Her smile quickly faded as she picked up her backpack that lay next to her. It's about time, he culminated as he glared at Tiamat. Tiamat quickly got up from the ground. Before you go, I would like to tell you something, she stated with her typical expression. Issei would just nod and walk to the entrance of the cave, as they were watched by the 3 dragons. What did you want to talk about? Issei inquired as he looked at the horizon seriously. Thank you? Issei looked at her, surprised by her simple word. Thank you for opening my eyes. Thank you for showing me that I can still find happiness in life if I look for it. Thank you for being my friend. Tiamat looked up at him, causing a strong wind to blow her beautiful hair. A big grateful smile appeared on Tiamat's face, making her small fangs visible again. Thank you for everything. Issei stood static for a few seconds due to Tiamat's big beaming smile. When he reacted, he brought his right hand to her shoulder with a small comforting smile on his face. I've said it before, but I promise I'll be back as soon as possible. I still owe you dinner, Issei replied with a big toothy grin. Tiamat placed her hand on top of Issei's affectionately, causing him to be slightly surprised by the gesture. Her surprise grew out of all proportion when she saw a light blue glow appear on her right hand at the same time as a glow of the same hue appeared over Tiamat's S. With this, it will be much easier for us to communicate, Tiamat commented with a small smile. What is this? Wondered Issei as he looked at the light blue mark on his hand. Doesn't it look like Tiamat's dragon form? He thought as he looked closely at the mark. With this mark, both of us will be able to communicate all the time, as we will be able to talk to each other through a magic circle whenever we want. This will help us a lot when you want to come and visit me. I would only have to use some magic to create a teleport seal, although I could also teleport to your position if you wish. It will also allow me to sense your emotions, knowing exactly when you are in danger. Issei widened his eyes slightly at what he heard. Tiamat shook her head in amusement. You are the Sekiryutai, surely many enemies will want to assassinate you, and I will make sure to prevent it. Issei looked at the mark even more surprised. A single mark can do all that, exactly? Issei looked at her with great intrigue after her words. That mark is a sign of trust between the 2 people who wear it. This mark is known as the seal of the familiar. A small blizzard passed between the 2, while not a word was spoken. The only distinctive thing between the two was Issei's completely shocked expression. Wait a second, Issei finally broke the silence. You're telling me you became my familiar being a dragon, plus you're so much stronger than me? He asked completely in shock, not quite digesting what was happening. Yeah, so what? Tiamat placed both hands on her hips with a raised eyebrow. Issei was even more surprised by her simple answer. Bibudio had said that if a dragon becomes a familiar of another dragon, it is considered a dishonor among its kind. That's right. Tiamat replied as she nodded with a small smile on her face. As so, why? Because Issei would be surprised beyond belief as Tiamat would wrap her arms around him very gently and slowly, hugging him with great warmth and affection. Because you are my friend. She whispered in his ear. Do I need another reason to do this? No, I don't know what to say, Issei declared as he reciprocated the embrace with the same intensity as Tiamat, causing the woman to unconsciously hug him even tighter. You don't need to say anything, just accept it. It's the least I could do after everything you did for me. Tiamat broke away from the embrace slightly to look into his eyes with great seriousness. I just have to tell you that this mark has one major flaw. Never allow your arm to be cut off, or we will lose the connection. Make sure you always have the gauntlet active throughout the fight to try and make sure nothing bad happens. And don't tell anyone, very few are aware of this weakness, and it would be best to keep it that way. She stated very seriously. Issei nodded seriously, knowing it was a very delicate thing. After those words, Tiamat would tighten the embrace slightly again, causing the two to bump noses. Have a safe journey. Tiamat declared with affection in her words. Thank you was all Issei said as he broke away from the embrace. He quickly turned around and raised his hand in farewell. Tiamat just continued to stare at him for several seconds. Finally, she closed her eyes and gave a smile. It was amazing that Issei managed to get so many radiant and sincere smiles out of her in just one day. Definitely, he was very special to her. Tiamat gave an intrigued look to the three dragons who were watching her very attentively. Is something wrong? Tiamat asked, curious. The three dragons knelt down in front of her, causing Tiamat to startle a little. We're sorry we interrupted such an important moment when you were cuddling, Dragon Queen. Interrupted? Tiamat wondered aloud. We were just talking. We slept together because it's so cold at night. Don't misunderstand things. Tiamat replied as an imperceptible blush appeared on her face. The three dragons looked at each other in confusion. Talking? But they were too close, practically invading each other's personal space, and they were so comfortable with each other close. We hear you two are friends, but it seems a little too close to be just friends. The mother dragoness spoke, causing the other two to panic a bit as she practically defied Tiamat's word without realizing it. Tiamat lowered her head, darkening her gaze. At this action, the other two dragons were terrified out of their wits and were about to apologize to him. You're right, but I like being with him like this. I don't care what the others think. The three dragons were immensely surprised, and not by her words. It was when she raised her face, as she had a huge blush on her cheeks. Line jump. We finally found you, Rias said as she let out a great sigh of exhaustion. How have you been? Issei consulted with a toothy grin as he approached his fellow demons. Fatal. Kaneko replied simply, causing Issei to stop in her tracks and look at her in confusion, then turn her gaze to Rias, waiting for an answer. We couldn't look for you yesterday, because I had a meeting at my house. Sorry. Rias replied with a slightly apologetic tone, then turned serious. The problem comes in what was dictated at the meeting. I've never told you before, but I'm engaged to a man I don't love, she said, lowering her head slightly. She commented as she lowered her head slightly. I don't know what my older brother was thinking, but the point is that the wedding has been moved up several months. Issei just lowered his head slightly, not knowing exactly what to say. Is there any way to cancel the wedding? He finally asked, not trying to indulge Rias in vain. Rias' seriousness was completely erased, and he would sketch a small smile. There is. Remember the explanation I gave you about the rating games? Issei looked up with a hint of surprise. We'll play a rating game to break your engagement? But you don't have all the pieces yet, the young man clarified as he rubbed his hair in confusion. Rias just nodded with a smile. I may not have all the pieces, but the servants I have are very strong, or have impressive skills. That obviously includes you, Issei. The aforementioned smiled at him, seeing that he had quite a bit of confidence placed in him. Rias' smile would falter a bit, making the whole atmosphere a bit more tense. But nothing detracts from the fact that Razor's team is well built, and for that very reason is among the best at the moment. We will have to train very hard these days. Especially you, Issei, since you have great potential, you just need to unleash it. That will be achieved with training, and more training. Rias' seriousness was quite palpable in his last words. I will not let you down, President! Issei exclaimed as he raised his fist in determination. By the way, how much time do we have? He asked, slightly embarrassed for not having asked such a key question from the beginning. Rias raised his hand, framing 2 of his fingers. 2 weeks. I'll make sure you become the best pawn in 2 weeks, Issei nodded vigorously. This was his chance to repay the favor he owed Rias for reviving him, and he intended to make good on it at all costs, not only because of the favor he owed him, but because he himself knows that the only motivation he has to fight is to keep danger away from his friends, to keep them safe, to make sure nothing bad happens to them. What's the point of fighting if he can't fulfill the only real ambition he has to fight? Line jump. Yes, in the end it was what we had thought. They were delayed by a day, because something very important came up. Issei commented quietly, making sure passers-by wouldn't hear him talking to himself as he walked to school after being absent for 3 days. Okay. Did you tell him that I'm your familiar? Tiamat asked from the other side of the small celestial magic circle that was being covered by Issei's hand. Not at the moment. I didn't find the time to say it because of everything that happened. Issei replied seriously, as he adjusted his suitcase so it wouldn't fall off his shoulder. What exactly happened? The dragoness inquired with a clearly curious tone. I can't tell you now, I'm just getting to the academy. Talk to you later. Issei whispered even lower so as not to be overheard, as there were many students on the small bridge in front of Ko Academy. I understand, have a good one. The small magic circle disappeared, causing Issei to remove his hand from his ear with a small smile. Issei stopped in front of the entrance, as he looked at the academy with a small smile. Even though it was only 3 days, it's good to be back. He thought as he took a step inside the academy. Oh yeah, I see. The aforementioned looked forward with a small bead of sweat as he watched his 2 friends run towards him. Issei's expression changed again when he saw them closer. What the happened to their faces? Issei questioned as he watched in great excitement as their faces were somewhat swollen and bandaged. Matsuda slowed down in front of him as he rubbed his bald head nervously. Well, it's just that you weren't around yesterday to rein in the Kendo Club girls again. Motohama adjusted his glasses as he looked at him very seriously. Don't change the subject, you know you owe us some explanations. Issei just gave a small sigh as he started to slowly move forward, being followed by his 2 best friends who were watching him very carefully. Line jump. 2 weeks without going to the academy? Shouted Issei, practically rising from the couch. That's right. Rias nodded with a smile. We need to focus as much as we can on our training. Issei sat back, giving a big defeated sigh. What will I make up for Matsuda and Motohama this time? He wondered aloud. You don't have to worry about that. Rias replied, causing Issei to look at her curiously. My family owns this school, so my brother already invented a 2-week curricular excursion for the Occult Club. No one will be suspicious. Issei clapped his fist in his palm as he nodded in compression. I see. I should never have doubted the president's preparations. Issei exclaimed with conviction, causing everyone to look at each other with a bit of amusement due to his words. President, you still won't tell us where we're going to go. Kiba would make his point as he watched her intently, his typical smile etched on his face. It's a big house in the middle of the forest that belongs to my family. It's located outside of Ko and a bit away from civilization, so we won't have any kind of trouble using our powers. Rias clarified as he stood up from his seat and looked at them seriously. The limo should be arriving soon, let's go. They all nodded and followed their mistress. Line jump. She wasn't lying when she said it was a big house, Issei thought as he looked at the huge 3-story house that stood in front of him. The structure was completely surrounded by trees and some really tall rock formations that were nearby. They all entered the house and settled into their respective rooms. The house inside was somewhat luxurious, but not to overdo it. Mind you, Issei was sure that the comfort of this place was far above that of his home. After everyone had settled in, Rias called them to the table to explain the different training sessions they would be doing during the week. Asia, I need you to focus on your magical training. You must learn to channel your magic freely. It will make your sacred gear much more effective when you need to heal someone. Rias shot a glance at the protagonist. The same goes for you, Issei. I know you barely possess any magical power, but when you manage to load a good amount of power-ups into your body, I'm sure your magical reserves will also skyrocket, as well as your physical strength, stamina, and other qualities. Issei just nodded in understanding as he continued to listen. In addition to learning how to use your magic, you should also train your physical fitness and stamina as much as possible. Rias frowned slightly with a piercing look. I'm not going to lie to you, this is going to be a hard thing for you. I know you like to train, But I'm also sure you've never done such exhaustive training. Issei sweat coldly as he listened to her without saying a word. Meanwhile, you guys, Rias looked at Kaneko, Kiba, and Akino. I don't think I need to tell you where you need to improve. The three just nodded, knowing what they should do. Rias turned his gaze back to Issei with a small smile. If you need help with physical training, don't hesitate to ask Kaneko, as she is the one who specializes the most in that area. Issei and Kaneko looked at each other without saying a word for a few seconds. I don't think that's necessary, Issei replied with a smile on her face, leaving everyone present surprised. Issei clenched his right fist tightly, causing a light blue dragon mark to appear on it. I'm sure if my familiar helps me with the training, there won't be any problems. Familiar? Everyone asked in confusion. Issei nodded with a goofy grin on his face. That's right. Issei put one foot on the table dramatically. He's incredibly strong, and I know he'll be able to help me with my training. His name is... Kaneko would punch him hard in the stomach, causing Issei to writhe in pain. Don't rest your feet on top of the table. It's disrespectful. The white-haired girl glared at him as she looked at him with her typical expression. If you want to train with your familiar, I have no problem with that. But remember, if you need help, don't hesitate to ask me. I just hope it's not an excuse not to train hard, Issei. Asia added with a dangerous look on her face, making Issei immediately nervous. How do you think, Asia? You'll see for yourself, he replied as he rubbed his hair nervously. Will your familiar be able to help you with magic as well? Asked Rias with great intrigue. Yes. She has a great deal of magical power, and I'm sure she could teach me various tricks. She? Is she a woman? Akino asked with some curiosity. My. She must be quite human-like if you managed to decipher her gender. Actually, it wasn't that hard, Issei clarified as he rubbed his cheek with a small blush as he remembered Tiamat's beautiful face, along with her very feminine anatomy. Can you introduce us to that familiar? Rias consulted with great curiosity. Well, that Issei ducked his head, chagrined. She hates demons, she won't want to be among you, unless it's an emergency. They all looked at each other with a mixture of confusion and intrigue. But you're a demon, Kiba finally spoke, breaking the silence. Issei rubbed his hair somewhat embarrassed. That has an explanation. She said I was special because of Ddraig's power. That makes me very different from the average demon, according to her. They all looked at each other with slight frowns at his words, but said nothing. Did I say something wrong? Issei asked in confusion as he saw that everyone was more serious than usual. It's nothing, you can start your training now. Rias replied with a small smile, then looked around at everyone. I want everyone to be here before midnight. Yes. Everyone replied in unison, leaving Rias and Asia alone at the table to begin their magical training. Issei and Kaneko nodded to each other as a gesture of farewell, as they did with Akino. Issei. Kiba put a hand on her shoulder. If you want to have a friendly fight against a swordsman, don't be shy to ask me. Issei turned around, then gave a small bow. Thank you, Prince Charming. I'll keep that in mind. Kiba just sweat at his partner's attitude. Having said goodbye to Kiba, Issei was now on his own. Wait a minute, the protagonist thought with a slight blush of embarrassment on his face. How do I call Tiamat if I can't use magic? Issei would position his hand on his chin as he thought with great fervor. I know. He stated aloud as he snapped his fingers. Issei tightly closed his eyes, as his mind visualized something. The image of the girl from the ring appeared in Issei's mind, causing him to give a small scream in great fear as he covered his face. I'll never be able to top that movie, he thought with a big sigh at the end. Is something wrong? Issei smiled as he saw that his plan had worked. The small magic circle that appeared in his ear and Tiamat's cute voice heard on the other side was proof of that. I felt for a second you were completely terrified. Just imagine something that scares me. It's the only method I could think of to be able to communicate with you. Issei explained as he rubbed his hair nervously. Do you need something? I would like you to teleport me there. I need help with training. Really? But you left a few hours ago. Though the sentence sounded as if it was a rebuke, Tiamat's tone was clearly excited. Well, it's not just any training. I'll explain everything when I'm there. All right. The dragoness replied, causing a light blue magic circle to appear at Issei's feet, which soon disappeared in a flash. Line jump. So your dear mistress is on the ropes, eh? Tiamat stated seriously as she played with her hair after listening to Issei's entire explanation. The young man nodded. That's exactly why I'm here. With yesterday, it was clear to me that you have a high level and that you could help me improve quickly. That way, I will do my duty to the president. Issei couldn't help but tense up a little as he watched Tiamat study him with her gaze minutely. Agreed. Tiamat got a big smile in response to his words. But you will not succeed in winning with only the conviction of doing the favor you owe your mistress and the feeling of keeping all your friends safe. Issei looked at her with great intrigue at her words. Do you know why I say that? Issei merely shook his head at the lack of an answer. Tiamat folded her arms, giving him a piercing look. You think that's funny? Huh? Issei didn't know how to respond to the poorly phrased question. Do you think it's fun to fight, if your goal is to repay your mistress and protect your loved ones? Well, I don't know if I'd call it fun. But as long as I have those goals, I'm sure every fight will be fun. Issei exclaimed with great determination in his words. So, what will you do when it's no longer fun? Issei was a little surprised by Tiamat's question, but quickly answered her with a smile. I'll make it fun. Will it be fun even though you fail to complete either of your two ambitions? Issei was surprised by Tiamat's curt question, which didn't allow him to come up with a coherent answer. Even though those ambitions make your excitement for combat incredible, if you fail once, you will be lost forever, all because you failed to fulfill your mistress's favor, and also failed to protect your loved ones, as the same woman will be condemned for an arranged marriage, not to mention what might happen to your demon friends. After that, will you still find some kind of excitement to keep training? Will you still find fighting fun? Issei lowered his head, not knowing what to answer him. So far, he hadn't considered the option of losing, and had never really thought about how it might affect him if it ever happened. Don't worry. Issei was a little surprised by Tiamat's words. Though I have only tasted your strength for a day, I am sure you have a feeling you have yet to discover, a feeling I know all too well. If you had faced Rainier without the desire for vengeance gnawing at your conscience, then you would have discovered it then and there. Tiamat changed her serious expression to a small, somewhat imposing smile. Now you only train to take down strong opponents who will go after your loved ones. Tiamat widened her eyes slightly with a glint of excitement in them. Only when you face them, see the full fruits of your training, and end up taking the victory. Only with that single moment, only when that moment comes. If you find that moment, Tiamat pointed out, causing a great shiver to run through Issei's body, you will be completely fascinated by the true meaning of combat. 300. Issei would exclaim with great exhaustion, sprawling on the floor after completing the push-ups. Tiamat was at his side, watching with great attention that he performed all the exercises correctly. By tomorrow, the amount will increase by 25. And so on and so forth until the rating game arrives. Issei looked up in horror. Are you kidding me? Do I look like I'm joking? Issei swallowed hard when he saw Tiamat's completely serious expression. But I've never done so many reps in a single day before. Couldn't that affect my health? Asked Issei as comical tears streamed down his face, adding to the trembling of his entire body. No. Tiamat replied dryly, causing Issei to duck his head in defeat. Remember that you are no longer human. It's practically impossible for your muscles to tear from doing such simple exercises. The only thing that will bother you will be the intense and overwhelming fatigue you will feel on all days. I don't know if I really wanted to hear that answer, Issei replied as a depressive aura came out around him. Tiamat raised an eyebrow at this. Then why ask? Tiamat just shook her head. Whatever. Now, I'd like to have a little confrontation with you, though I'll give you a head start. Tiamat placed his hands in his pockets. I won't attack. If you won't attack me, what's the use then? Issei began to get up with great difficulty. It would be in vain to hurt you. The idea is for you to improve your speed and reaction. With your muscles so fatigued, it's the perfect time to do it. Tiamat replied, resisting the urge to laugh at Issei's condition. Ununderstand. Issei stood upright, though his body would be shaking with great intensity. He could practically feel his muscles screaming at him to stop straining. A few seconds passed, causing Tiamat to look at him strangely as she saw him do nothing. You know you can start now, right? Issei just nodded awkwardly as his face turned purple. I know. But I can't move. Tiamat just gave a small sigh and looked up at the sky. We'll have to shorten the time of this training, or else it won't give us the time to practice magic. At least for today. It will surely come much earlier in the next few days. Tiamat watched with some amusement as Issei had just managed to take the first step. But no matter what the reason is, it's always fun and interesting to have him around. Line jump. Tiamat dodged one blow very easily, only to take the other one as if it was nothing. It didn't really hurt her at all, so she wasn't really concentrating on moving. In fact, right now, she was much more focused on watching the sunset. Let's stop this for today. After Tiamat's words, Issei practically fell to the ground from the force of gravity that felt much heavier than normal. Issei was breathing very shakily, while sweating non-stop. Over 2 hours with this I felt like I was going to die. he said with a cracked voice because of his irregular breathing. Now we will try to release your magic. Issei looked at Tiamat completely pale. Don't worry, she added quickly. Magic does not require a physical training, but a mental one. Issei breathed a sigh of relief. Saved. Tiamat would give him a small smirk. I wouldn't be so sure. Issei looked at her with confusion at her words. You need a great deal of concentration to find your magical reserves. Mental exhaustion could be just as crippling as physical exhaustion. It's even worse, as you tend to faint much more easily, not only when you seek to master it, but also when your magical reserves are about to be depleted. Tiamat looked at him seriously, indicating that he wasn't joking. That means that if you mismanage your magic reserves, you could pass out in the middle of a fight without being able to do anything about it. Coincidentally, you have incredibly poor magic reserves, you know what I mean? Issei just nodded seriously as he struggled to his feet. If that's the case, then isn't it better not to use my magic? A mysterious gleam flashed across Tiamat's eyes, along with her equally intriguing little smile. I never said that. Even if your magic reserves are poor, it doesn't mean you can't create good magical attacks. In fact, when you learn how to release your magic reserves, I'd like to teach you a good attack. Before Issei could ask which attack it was, a voice interrupted them. Excuse me, may I say something, Tiamat? It's really important. Ddraig's voice echoed from the gauntlet, causing Issei to look at him with surprise and Tiamat with seriousness. The dragoness merely stood in silence for a few seconds, pondering her answer. Finally she nodded, giving her permission to Ddraig. Enhancers not only increase your physical strength, agility, speed and endurance. They also increase your magic reserves in the period of time the enhancers are active. The problem is that your magic reserves are very low, and boosters would only be effective if they are built up non-stop. Although your training is helping you to be able to unleash more and more power without fainting, there will come a point where you will have to focus more on your sacred gear to keep evolving. Could you help him with that, Tiamat? Issei looked very carefully at Tiamat after Ddraig's speech. She lowered her head, placing a hand on her chin. Impossible. Issei looked at Tiamat with great astonishment at her response. May I remind you that the sacred gear were created in the last millennium, and I was locked within myself during that period. Tiamat looked up with some embarrassment. In short, I have no idea how the sacred gear works. Her gaze would return to her gaze again. But thanks to you, Issei has a small percentage of our kind in his soul. I can teach him some techniques of our kind along with the rigorous training that any supernatural being must go through if they are to become strong. I agree, Ddraig replied instantly. He has yet to undergo arduous training before he begins to care about the potential of his sacred gear. Therefore, we shouldn't worry about it for the time being. Was there something else you wanted, underdeveloped lizard? Asked Tiamat seriously, though the amused air around her broke that seriousness. No. After those words, Ddraig could be heard grumbling some bad words under his breath for a few seconds. Tiamat sat down in front of Issei, causing the brown-haired man to get a little confused. We'll start right here. Training inside the cave would be counterproductive. It's a bit noisy outside my house, so it makes the work a bit more complicated, and that's exactly what I'm looking for. It will take you a couple of days longer to awaken your magic, but you'll get more used to the mental exhaustion, and you'll know more accurately when you're close to your limit. Issei just nodded and settled in as she did. Now close your eyes and clasp your hands together, leaving a small gap in the middle. Tiamat watched carefully as Issei followed every step. Look for the magical power within your body. Try to visualize it as much as you can between your hands. Don't get distracted at any time, or you'll have to start from scratch. After his explanation, Tiamat was completely silent, studying Issei with her eyes. And so the seconds passed, and so the minutes passed. The only noises that could be heard were those of nature. After an hour, Tiamat watched intently as a small purple dot appeared between Issei's hands. Right after that, the purple dot disappeared and Issei began to stagger sideways with great fatigue. Finally, he passed out. Tiamat let Issei fall over her shoulder, then hugged him warmly. You did well for your first time, Tiamat said in a soothing voice, pulling Issei's body closer to hers, making the embrace much more passionate. Sorry to interrupt the moment, Tiamat opened her eyes with a small start. It never occurred to her that Ddraig shouldn't necessarily sleep when Issei did. But there's something I need to talk to you about. In private. Make it quick. Tiamat's tone was clearly displeased. When you said Issei was special, what exactly did you mean? Tiamat was a little surprised by the question. My doubts were fully confirmed when you mentioned that you had no idea about sacred gear, coupled with the fact that no one but Albion and I knew about these effects. So why did you say that Issei is special, if you didn't know that demonic corruption didn't affect him. Tiamat rested her chin on Issei's head, thinking of an answer. Because he's been through things similar to mine, even worse, and yet he was able to live on without any problems. It's true that he still has after effects that I don't know if they'll ever heal, but he's not hindered by them. He goes on with his life. So I asked myself, if he has lived through something worse and managed to overcome it, why can't I? I know that dragons feel much more than humans because they have a much bigger emotional trigger than humans do. But still, Issei served as an example for me. Even if things don't go my way, it doesn't mean it's the end of the world. A small smile appeared on Tiamat's face. If you were the second chance in my life, I could say that Issei is the third. But unlike the other two, he knew how to understand and support me at all times, even though he only met me 4 days ago. And thanks to him, I also realized that I acted wrong many times. Not only for me, but also for others. Ddraig was visibly surprised by that last comment. Tiamat gave a small sigh. I can never forget how I felt when you rejected me, so I will never forgive you, but I realize now that I acted like a deranged madwoman these 1,000 years. I'm sorry. An awkward silence fell between the two of them for a few seconds. I do not accept your apology. Tiamat was shocked by the response. You have killed many of my bearers, just because of your madness. In my case, I will never be able to forgive you either. But I am not Issei. Tiamat widened her eyes at the last words. I would like to stay as far away from you as possible, but Issei is my bearer. He's the one who decides who will be part of his circle, and from his attitude and thoughts, I'm sure you're at the top of that list right now. A small blush appeared on Tiamat's face after Ddraig's words. Still, that doesn't answer the question I asked you earlier. Tiamat sunk her face into Issei's neck tenderly, in an attempt to cover her blush. Everyone thinks he's special just because he's the bearer of Ddraig. But to me, Issei is special in other ways. He made all sorts of emotions I didn't feel a millennium ago come rushing back in big holes. Happiness, joy, fun, sympathy. As far as I'm concerned, he's not special because he has a heavenly dragon. He's special because he has all those qualities I mentioned a moment ago. Tiamat would tighten her embrace a little more, making Issei smile in his sleep. He is my dragon of light. Ddraig was completely shocked by her last words. Light dragon, it's an ambiguous term that was used when dragons were in their heyday. Ddraig thought with great surprise. This term referred to dragons that descended from the sun to bring peace to the broken hearts of other dragons. Obviously, these are just stories. Ddraig widened his eyes beyond belief. But for her to say that, so are you telling me that he's special to you, because he manages to make you feel great? Tiamat further covered her face in Issei's neck, covering her growing blush. That's how it is, was Tiamat's simple answer, leaving Ddraig dubious. Why do I feel this way? He thought the dragon, because of how her heart was beating more and more passionately, adding to the fact that the myriad of beautiful emotions were churning the pit of her stomach. I'm just saying how he makes me feel. Is there something weird about that? Okay, I get your point, Ddraig said seriously, ending the conversation. I don't think she feels anything more for my partner. If so, she'd be acting crazy, just like before. Ddraig was silent for a few seconds, only to frown completely. Although, he made me see that I did wrong many times. I'm sorry. Tiamat's words struck Draig's mind again. She's definitely not the same as before. And all of that is thanks to Issei. The dragon thought seriously. Besides, they're always so close. It's really weird. Finally, Ddraig shrugged with a bored look on his face. I guess time will tell. Line jump. After several minutes, Issei finally woke up with a huge headache. Quickly, he tried to put a hand to his head to ease the pain. As he raised his hand, he was suddenly impeded by Tiamat's head, which was resting on his shoulder. Seeing this, a small pained smile broke out on Issei's face, causing him to switch targets. The brown-haired man placed his hand on top of Tiamat's head and caressed it affectionately. This reminds me of when I woke up in the morning, Issei thought as she watched as Tiamat slept peacefully, sitting on top of his legs. I always saw dragons as a fearsome, imposing and terrifying being. But it never crossed my mind that they could also be beautiful. Tiamat was woken up by Issei's voice. Wake up already? Issei asked with a smile, as he continued stroking her hair. Obviously, he hadn't realized that the last words he had said were out loud. Tiamat was only looking at him penetratingly for a few seconds, making Issei a little nervous. I said something wrong? Issei wondered out loud. Tiamat quickly denied. Not at all. I was just thinking that you did a good job today, she clarified, getting up and holding out her hand for Issei to get him up. Thank you? Issei exclaimed with a toothy smile on her face. He glanced at the clock suddenly, and his eyes widened. Shit! I have to go back now, or they'll kill me. Tiamat lowered her head a bit, causing Issei to look at her in confusion. Can't you stay? Issei was surprised by Tiamat's sudden question. Issei placed a hand on Tiamat's shoulder comfortingly, making the dragon look into his eyes. I'm sorry, but I cannot, he responded pitifully. But don't worry. We'll see each other first thing tomorrow morning. Tiamat's typical expression changed to a small smile. Okay. She positioned her hand on top of Issei's comforting grip, before creating the magic circle. Finally, Issei disappeared with a huge toothy grin, leaving Tiamat all alone. The woman stayed for a couple of seconds touching her shoulder, to then look inside her cave. Her home was completely empty and dark, as it always was. But those 4 days were really exciting. And for some reason, what she liked the most in those 4 days was the night, specifically, sleeping with Issei at night. Unfortunately, tonight and the ones that follow cannot be like that. And that was something that bothered him a lot. Tiamat hugged herself. Why is your body so warm and comfortable? She wondered herself, raising an eyebrow in the process. She started to enter the cave slowly. With each passing second, her face was getting more and more flushed. Am I really beautiful? Tiamat thought as she remembered Issei's words. Line jump. It's taking time. Rias gave a tired sigh, seeing that Issei was the only one who hadn't arrived. There is still time, President, Kiba declared, looking at the clock that indicated how long it was until 10:30. If he doesn't arrive in 5 minutes, I'll kill him, Kaneko commented, looking at the food on the table with great appetite. Everyone heard the noise of the door, causing them to turn their heads. Everyone widened their eyes in shock. Sorry I'm late. I fell asleep for a few minutes, Issei clarified with a smile on her face. His body was completely sweaty, as were his clothes. He was leaning against the door frame, because he could barely stand up. The first to change her surprised look was Rias, who gave her a smile. From what I see, I don't need to worry about your training, Issei just replied with a smile, making everyone else nod in approval, indicating that they agreed with his mistress. Line jump. How do you feel today? Tiamat asked with her arms crossed, watching as Issei was stretching her muscles to begin. Fine. Issei blinked in surprise as he realized that he felt no pain at all. Quickly, he began to touch every muscle in his body in great surprise. Actually, too good. It's like I didn't do anything yesterday. You see it? Issei looked at Tiamat with intrigue. That's one of the many differences between a human body and a demon body. A somewhat terrifying smile appeared on Tiamat's face, causing Issei to have a chill throughout his body. That means we can intensify the training more and more, without worrying about your health. Before Issei could rebuke, Tiamat reached out her hand. Just at the same time a magic circle appeared on the spot. She reached her hand into the magic circle, and from it began to pull out a sword that was made entirely of ice. A large amount of cryogenic steam was emitted around her, giving her a menacing aura, though her appearance was quite normal. To start today, I'd like you to learn how to dodge thrusts. At least the most basic ones. Tiamat threw the sword and caught it multiple times. To be honest, I'm not good with swords. But at least it will help you a little. Issei just swallowed nervously when Tiamat looked at him with an imposing shine in his eyes. I know you do all this to help me. But your workouts are brutal, Issei thought, breaking into a cold sweat as Tiamat slowly approached him. Line jump. Issei dodged a downward thrust with great difficulty, leaping back. He could see how the edge of the sword grazed his nose, practically freezing his nostrils. What the hell is up with that sword? It barely grazed me, Issei thought with his eyes widening as he couldn't see how a simple touch had frozen almost all of his nose. I don't have time to think about it. He tried to stop panting from exhaustion, while he dried his face. His legs were shaking like jelly. It's been 3 hours without a break. It moves so fast that if I react 1,000th late, I feel like I could snap in two. Issei tensed as Tiamat put her right foot in front, charging a sword attack from him. A second later, Issei lost sight of her for a moment, causing a small blizzard to kick up Tiamat's previous position. Issei gritted his teeth when the dragon appeared in front of him practically out of nowhere, as she had been doing for these 3 hours. Issei felt a strong tug on both of his legs. Shit! My legs aren't responding. Issei closed his eyes tightly when he saw how the sword was going to cut off his head. Just when he was an inch from his neck, the attack stopped suddenly, creating a small blizzard that nearly knocked Issei to the ground. The brunette opened one of his eyes in confusion as he noticed that his head was still attached to his body. I guess that's your limit. Issei felt how Tiamat placed his hand delicately on his nose, healing the wound and thawing it. Tomorrow I'll go a little faster. He cleared the dragon, pulling away as he began to play with his sword, flinging it and catching it with one finger. Before you take a break, I'd like you to do one more thing. Issei looked at her with special attention. I would like you to do 3 thrusts with my sword. She stopped playing, taking it by the handle and looking at him with her typical seriousness. 3 thrusts? Issei wondered out loud. Well, at least it's something simple. Issei shrugged with a smile. Tiamat only smirked at her words. So Tiamat threw the sword at Issei's feet, causing the brown-haired man to yell in surprise when a crater was created by the weight of the sword. Let it be 4 instead of 3. Issei stood up with a bit of difficulty, and looked at the crater where he was standing with his eyes rolling. I should have imagined it. Line jump. Leave it for today. Tiamat ordered, arriving with some fruits to eat. Issei released the sword as delicately as possible so he wouldn't create another crater on the spot. Damn, he said he with great exhaustion. I could barely lift it twice. I didn't expect you to make it the first time. Tiamat answered, sitting down in front of Issei to share the food. The protagonist just rolled his eyes at his comment. Then we will do the same as yesterday, but adding 25 to each exercise. She stated matter-of-factly, eating her fruit calmly. Also with the legs? Issei asked nervously. They still haven't fully recovered. Tiamat only nodded. When I say everyone, it's everyone. The dragoness gave him a somewhat imposing look, causing Issei to freak out a bit. Finally, her gaze softened and she gave a small sigh. I know I'm too hard on you. But I'm only hard because I want to make sure you get strong. Tiamat looked down with some sadness. I don't want to have to worry when you're not with me. She looked up from her suddenly, a tender look on her face. I'm not saying you should spend all your time with me. She quickly added. The problem is your position. You are the wielder of the Welsh dragon, and I am sure you will run into many powerful enemies. Tiamat's eyes widened a bit as Issei beamed at her and grabbed her free hand lovingly. I understand perfectly. You don't need to explain it to me. Issei squeezed Tiamat's hand a bit, causing a small discharge of emotions to hit the dragon's chest. Omitting all of the above. It's nice to know that there is someone who cares so much for me. Tiamat got a little carried away by her emotions, giving Issei a sweet smile. She returned his handshake, showing how fond she was of him. Time skip. 9 days had passed. Issei spent almost all of his time with Tiamat, although they only focused on training, so they rarely struck up a conversation. There were a few days when Issei couldn't finish certain exercises, but considering the constant sum of numbers and his repetitions it was somewhat understandable. On the last day, Issei had managed to perform 4 thrusts with the ice sword, and he also managed to perform all the exercises successfully after 2 days without being able to finish them. Considering that 11 days ago he started with 300 of each, it's quite an achievement that he can complete 550 in just a few days. Regarding his magical power, he hadn't managed to get too far. Now, the 12th day of training began. Therefore, there were 2 days left for the raiding game. Issei had completed the first series of trainings, so he was already on the small break from him, eating something along with Tiamat. Phew! Issei gave a big snort, patting his stomach. It's impressive that simple fruits can be so delicious. Tiamat just nodded, agreeing. Which exercise will you start with when your break is over? The dragoness asked, opening her mouth wide to take a bite of the fruit, denoting her cute little fangs. Issei put a hand to his chin as he thought carefully. I was planning to start with some squats. Whoa! Their conversation was interrupted when they saw how the dragons they had met before were approaching them. How long, friend? Issei replied, giving the smaller dragon a small smile. The little dragon just nodded with a smile. Guer, Waver, 6 var. She says that she comes to fulfill her promise. She wants to play with you. Tiamat served as translator while he continued to eat without paying much attention. Wera. The little dragon touched Issei's face with her paw, making Issei look at her confused. You are stained. To play, you must remove the stain by staining another person who has not passed it on to you. Tiamat translated simply. Issei quickly fixed her gaze on the dragon pope, causing him to jump a little at her gaze. The brown-haired man made a quick leap towards him, which was dodged without much trouble by the dragon. Issei smiled defiantly, seeing that he was faster than he thought at first. At this time, Tiamat found the game interesting. More than anything, because of Issei's look. Remember that in an hour you must resume your training. Issei just nodded, without taking his eyes off the dragon, who was starting to feel a little nervous because of his intensity. Issei made another sudden jump again, being dodged again by the dragon. In less than a second, they began a huge chase around the entire cave and a part of the forest. I guess you didn't need the rest. Tiamat thought with an amused smile on his face, seeing how Issei tried to reach the dragon without success. The other two dragons were laughing at their interaction. Line jump. Tiamat's eyes sparkled with excitement as she saw that a small purple orb had spawned in Issei's hand. Issei opened his eyes when he felt something strange between her hands, giving a cry of surprise when she saw the small orb. Suddenly, most of his breath disappeared as he felt a great deal of his energy drain away. Tiamat quickly grabbed his shoulders. That's almost all your magical reserves. Try putting half of it back inside you to take that feeling away. Tiamat stated calmly. Issei just nodded, closing his eyes again with great concentration. After that, the small 6-centimeter orb became a 3-centimeter one, causing Issei to snap his eyes open when he felt the energy return to his body. So this is magic, said Issei with great seriousness in his gaze. Tiamat watched him closely. Aren't you happy? After 12 days, you can finally wake her up. Issei looked down in disappointment. I don't know, it's really small. I doubt I could do anything interesting with it. Don't worry. Issei looked up from him in a bit of surprise, seeing Tiamat's smile. Tomorrow I would like to teach you a deadly technique that requires very little magic power. With your current magic, you would be able to throw one of them. Tiamat narrowed her eyes boldly. But with your buffs, you'd be able to get through 5 or 6 without feeling mentally exhausted. Issei could feel how a small chill ran through his entire body. Not only because of the new technique that he would learn, but also because of the fact that he would use his sacred gear. That's right, Issei hadn't used his sacred gear at any time during his training, so he had no idea how many augmentations he could perform right now. I can't wait until tomorrow, he thought with a flash of excitement in his eyes. Line jump. Activate your sacred gear. Issei just nodded. A small flash of red encircled his arm, revealing the gauntlet. Issei looked closely at Tiamat, waiting for the next instructions. Release all augments. Boost. The word echoed through the gauntlet for 2 long minutes, with a slightly slow continuity. Finally, the counter stopped when it reached 35. 15 more than last time. Tiamat nodded to herself. It's pretty good. Issei nodded in agreement in amazement. In her first month she had managed to improve her limit by 20. But now, she barely spent 12 days training with Tiamat and the limit had almost doubled. Listen and observe carefully. Tiamat raised one of her arms with her open palm, pointing to a mountain in the distance. Aim towards your target with the hand that you will launch the attack. After that, concentrate a small amount of magic in the palm of your hand. But think that you will fight a dragon attack. The underdeveloped lizard will do the rest of the work. Issei just nodded and imitated Tiamat's movements. After a second, a small red orb appeared in her hand, emitting a small sonic sound that was almost inaudible. Issei looked at the orb with some disappointment. That amount is fine. Issei was shocked by Tiamat's words. I don't think you need more magical power to finish off your next opponents. Remember that your reserves are very limited. Issei looked at the small red orb again suspiciously. But, trust me, Issei observed the small smile that Tiamat was giving him, causing her doubts to dissipate almost instantly. Now let it go. Issei looked at the mountain that lay in front of him, and took a deep breath, easing her thoughts to release the attack. Really, she didn't expect him to do too much. Dragon shot. Ddraig's voice echoed through the place, being followed by the small orb that transformed into a huge and strong lightning that was fired against the mountain, completely destroying its top. Issei could only close and open his mouth at what she had just witnessed. He couldn't find the words. Tiamat deigned to watch silently with great amusement as he was acting. I told you it would be a good attack. Can I do 5 more attacks? Issei finally spoke, with little stars in his eyes. Tiamat crossed her arms and nodded. Though with just one of those attacks you would be able to defeat a mid-class devil without much difficulty. You just have to make sure you hit it. Issei looked at the gauntlet with great admiration. Tomorrow will be the last day of training, so I would like to change the routine just for that day. Issei watched Tiamat with bated breath. What will we do? Tiamat placed both hands on her hips, giving him a commanding smile. We will have a match. 1-on-1. You will use your sacred gear and do your best to defeat me, as if I were your enemy. Issei gritted his teeth a bit at the statement. He didn't have a good experience fighting her. Your power may have increased considerably. But if you don't test it once during a match prior to the rating game, it won't do much good. Issei just looked at her seriously, without saying a word. Even though every fiber of her body was screaming that she was going to suffer a lot, something inside of him was making him emotional. He didn't know what that something was, but he liked it. Line jump. Tiamat was dodging all the punches and kicks with great ease and technique. Damn, I can't get a hit, Issei thought, gritting his teeth in anger. In one of the many blows that he tried to hit her, Tiamat ducked to avoid a punch that grazed his light blue hair. Not a second later, Tiamat had plunged her fist into Issei's stomach, causing the protagonist to vomit a little blood, adding to the fact that he was thrown backwards by the blow. Since they were fighting outside, this time there was no wall to stop him from sliding, so he only stopped a couple of meters behind. Issei was breathing heavily as he wiped the blood from his mouth. After these 6 hours without her moving a muscle, she has given me the first blow. I can't believe that with just one blow she can do me so much damage. Issei thought with great admiration. Without a doubt, my teacher is someone really strong. Issei stopped breathing heavily, outlining a small mysterious smile on his face. With that in mind, Issei raised his gauntlet towards Tiamat, causing the dragoness to look a little surprised. I think I'll be able to use everything in one attack. A large red ball that covered the entire palm of his hand suddenly appeared, causing Tiamat to widen his eyes. Dragon shot. This time, the sonic sound and the amount of power released was 6 times higher than before, causing the ground to crack from the mere pressure exerted by the attack. The huge mass of red color was rapidly heading towards Tiamat, who was watching the attack with a much calmer look than at first. In less than 2 seconds, he was practically inches from his face. A desperate measure is never a good option. Tiamat deflected the attack into the sky with a flick of his hand, causing the attack to angle at, then vanished into the air with a huge, deafening explosion that sent an incredible blizzard out of the place. Issei could only watch helplessly as Tiamat had deflected the attack without getting annoyed one bit. Finally, his physical and mental exhaustion took over completely, and he fell unconscious. Tiamat approached him with a worried look on his face. It was too sudden a move. Ddraig spoke, causing Tiamat to look down at the now non-existent gauntlet. I didn't have time to tell him it was a bad idea. Tiamat closed her eyes seriously. It was my fault I didn't tell him that a sudden large drain on magic reserves can make you pass out for a few minutes, or render you completely immobile for a few seconds. Tiamat loaded Issei on her back to take him to the cave. Can I ask you a question? Tiamat remained silent as he walked into the cave, giving her consent. Do you think he can win against Razor? Tiamat stopped short after hearing the question, lowering her head in serious thought. I don't believe it, Tiamat answered, closing her eyes in regret. Although he has become very strong in 2 weeks, I think he needs more time to face a demon that belongs to the high class. His physical strength, stamina, and speed are far below what is recommended for this class of matchups, and I don't think he can just beat him using his dragon shot. His enemy would have to be very stupid to take the hit, since it's not that hard to dodge when the attack is so weak, since the shot is too thin and takes a few seconds to hit, depending on the distance. To be honest, I think the same thing. I'm worried about him. Tiamat looked up at the sky with a glint of concern in his eyes. I don't care if he loses or not, since in this case, the result is irrelevant when it comes to his safety. What worries me is how much that defeat could affect him. Ddraig gave a great tired sigh, understanding what Tiamat meant. You only have this chance to return the favor to the bratty demon. The lights in the gym came on, causing Issei to startle a little, while Kaneko seemed unsurprised. Come out, Gremries. We know you're here. The command from the female voice made Issei and Kaneko come out from their hiding place, seeing how 4 girls were waiting for them. Issei just looked at them with some surprise, not knowing what exactly to say. 3 are pawns. The one in front is a rook. Kaneko's simple, cold comment made Issei glare at her. Issei bumped her fists with a defiant smile on her face. In that case, leave the rook to me and you take care of the pawns, Kaneko. Kaneko looked at him with an expression that said, "Are you an idiot?" causing Issei to look at her in confusion. You don't have much combat experience, so I don't think you'll be able to withstand the blows well, and we're talking about a rook. Basically, your forte is stamina and or physical strength. Issei blinked in confusion, not understanding why Kaneko didn't want him to fight her. I already know that very well, that's exactly why I want to fight her. Kaneko continued to look at him like he was an idiot, making Issei start to get nervous. How much longer do you intend to keep talking? The woman in front asked, with a hint of irritation in her words. Issei and Kaneko looked at her with some surprise. If you guys don't come to us, the woman gave them a slightly creepy smile. Then we will come to you. The 4 women rushed towards the stage at top speed. Kaneko got into a defensive stance when she saw the 3 pawns rushing against her. No, Kaneko thought, knowing that the rook's target was Issei. Issei gritted her teeth as the woman began to raise her staff to deliver a heavy blow. The chestnut prepared to defend himself. He prepared and braced himself. How slow, Issei thought with widened eyes as he activated the gauntlet to block and grabbed the staff with almost no difficulty, then lured her towards him and delivered a hard blow to her abdomen that separated her feet from the ground. The woman's eyes widened in surprise, spitting out a large amount of blood. Issei took a step back, surprised at himself as he watched the woman writhe on her knees in pain. Kaneko and the other 3 women looked on in shock. At what point did she acquire such strength and reflexes? Thought the Nikomata in genuine amazement. The woman looked at him with great pent-up rage as she struggled up from the ground with great difficulty. Tiamat was much faster and stronger, Issei thought as a small smile began to form on his face. Boost! The woman lashed out at Issei again with her staff without paying attention to the speaking voice. With the newfound strength, Issei deflected the attack with all her might using the gauntlet, sending the woman's staff flying away as it couldn't withstand such force exerted against it. It didn't take more than a second for her to be surprised by the fact that her weapon went flying, as Issei gave her a strong punch in the face that deformed her face a little, and then gave her a strong kick in the chest that sent her flying against the other side of the gymnasium. When she hit the wall, she kicked up some dust and spat spit, falling to the floor with a thud and falling completely unconscious. By now, the 3 razor pawns were staring at Issei with some terror, feeling a cold sweat break out all over their faces. Kaneko didn't waste the distraction and proceeded to deliver a heavy blow to the neck of one of the girls, which was heard as a loud pop. The 2 remaining women turned to look at Kaneko, gritting their teeth tightly. Issei isn't the only one who hits hard, were Kaneko's simple words, giving the 2 girls an expressionless look. Rook, Shui, Pawn, Kira, of House Razor have been defeated. Issei watched with some surprise as the 2 downed girls disappeared from the gym via a green light. Issei, go. Kaneko's simple words caused Issei to glare at her. I'll take them both. He nodded without complaint, rushing out of the place, while multiple boosts could be heard, due to his emotions being somewhat run wild for obvious reasons. After Issei exited the building, he took a couple of steps until he saw a large light project over his head. Knowing that indicated trouble, the Brown quickly defended his head with the gauntlet, while another boost was heard in the process. The magical attack hit his gauntlet with great force, sinking his feet into the ground a little. Issei gritted his teeth in surprise when he saw that the fire attack was cracking his gauntlet. Finally, the attack stopped as the gauntlet shattered into 1,000 pieces, resetting Issei's hit count, causing him to fall to the ground from the sudden loss of strength. Oh? You managed to withstand my attack? That's pretty incredible stuff for a low-class demon. The wavy purple-haired woman spoke, looking at Issei with a bit of surprise. The young man wasted no time and leapt to his feet, activating his gauntlet again. This time, the boost ran even faster than the previous time, due to the somewhat desperate feeling that emerged from him because of that woman. She's not like the others. I'd better be very careful, or one of those attacks could really hurt me, he thought, gritting his teeth tightly as he reached his 10th boost with great speed. The woman hummed to herself. In that case, a considerably larger fireball appeared on her staff. I'll use a slightly stronger attack. The woman's eyes widened in a sinister manner, causing Issei to quickly get on guard. Not a good option to block it, Issei thought sharply, preparing to pounce when she launched the attack. Just as she pointed the staff in his direction, a large electric yellow magic circle appeared in the green sky, causing the woman to widen her eyes in shock and change the direction of the attack at the last second, sending it skyward. A huge bolt of lightning descended from the magic circle in the direction of the woman, which slammed hard into the large fire bomb, causing both attacks to cancel each other out in a nice explosion. Fufufu. Issei recognized that voice instantly, causing a huge grin to break out on his face as a familiar figure appeared flying in front of him. Akino, I think it's time for me to have some fun, commented the aforementioned, licking her finger in a sadistic and lewd manner. Issei, quickly go where Kiba is. Issei grabbed his ear at the sound of Rias' voice. He recently locked 3 razor pawns in the trap, but the circle of containment was too obvious. It's more than certain they'll head in his direction and break through the barrier, or wait for him outside for an ambush. Issei just nodded seriously and ran off towards Kiba's position, leaving Akino and Kaneko alone. Line jump. 2 razor pawns have been eliminated. Issei looked up with some surprise. That means Kaneko made it, the chestnut thought with a smile. Those thoughts were interrupted when he bumped into someone. Oh, it's you? Issei declared with a grin when he saw that it was Kiba. Where are the enemies? His smile was replaced with seriousness after that question. Kiba pointed behind his back. I already took care of them. Issei looked behind him, to see how 3 women were lying on the ground, disappearing in a flash after a second. That's impressive, Issei exclaimed with a smile, then looked at the trees seriously. But this isn't over yet. Get out of there, we already know you're here. After a few seconds, A large curtain of dust rose on the sight, revealing a brown woman who had a pair of bandages in her hair. I am Razor's horse, and by my loyalty to him I swear I will crush you. Though her words were threatening, her innocent tone took away from her seriousness. Kiba took a couple of steps forward, pointing his sword at the woman. I'll take care of her, Issei. The aforementioned merely nodded. Issei stood behind Kiba, watching his movements. It's all different now, Issei thought, blinking in surprise. Before, Kiba's movements seemed pretty fast to me, he said to himself, watching the sparks fly every time Kiba clashed swords with his opponent. Now he's not slow, but not fast either? It's normal. Issei looked down at his gauntlet as he heard another surge. Maybe it's due to the augmentations and training? He wondered, surprised at himself. Their outnumbered Issei watched as a woman smaller than him appeared, bearing a rather large resemblance to Razor. We'll crush you first, and then we'll take care of the knight. Who are you? Issei pointed at her brazenly. My name is Revel Phoenix. I am Razor's younger sister and his bishop. The woman replied in a fine and proud manner, denoting her noble background. After Revel introduced herself, Razor's remaining pieces surrounded him, causing Kiba to glance back with a frown. Issei, on the other hand, was thinking of other things. Wait a minute, Issei placed his hand on his chin as he thought carefully. All of Razor's pieces are women, so he must be some sort of harem king, and he has his younger sister among those women. Issei stood completely still, causing all the women to look at him strangely. Slowly, his face began to turn violet. Your brother is sick, Issei pointed indiscriminately at him, making Revel blush to understand what he was referring to. We must maintain the purity of our species, Revel shouted, making Issei look at her as if she were insane. Revel quickly regained her composure. Whatever. A low-class demon should not and cannot meddle in matters that do not concern him. Especially if he is a reincarnated demon who understands nothing about our kind. Finally, the chestnut decided to forget everything that had just happened, or else he would be distracted from the fight. Isabella, finish him off, the blonde ordered, causing a chestnut woman with half of her face covered by a metal mask to step forward. I am Lord Razor's rook. By my loyalty to him, I swear that. Yes, yes, yes. Issei waved his hand in boredom, making the women a little angry. I'm getting tired of your ridiculous presentations. Issei's eyes would flash, raising his gauntlet against the woman as he pointed at her. Let us begin at once. The woman gritted her teeth. You will pay for your insolence, she lunged at Issei. The protagonist waited for her until the last second, feeling he had all the time in the world to dodge her. But it was not in his plans to do so. The woman tried to punch Issei in the face, but Issei stopped her in her tracks in one swift movement, using his left hand. That is, the one without the gauntlet. With his bare hand? Shouted Revel with great surprise. I don't keep track of how many augmentations I go. But it must be more than 20. So my strength, stamina, and speed must be more than double when the first battle began. Issei clenched his gauntlet tightly, making a menacing metallic noise. The chestnut watched this in terror and tried to quickly wriggle out of his grip to no avail, as Issei had a pretty good hold on her. She's a bit stronger than the last one, so 2 hits should do it. Issei punched her hard in the abdomen, causing the woman's eyes to widen as wide as they could go. Issei's entire fist sank into her stomach, forcing her to vomit up a large amount of blood, staining Issei's face a bit in the process. The heavy blow generated a small blizzard around her, causing everyone, even Kiba, to look on in shock. Just as Issei prepared to strike the second blow, the woman collapsed in her grip, causing the brown-haired man to look at her in disbelief. A second later, the woman disappeared in a flash of green. Issei looked down at his gauntlet in shock. Silence had been palpable on the Phoenix side. In one fell swoop? Revel thought, rather alarmed. There is no other choice, the blonde shouted, causing them all to glare at her. Let's all attack together. The women quickly nodded and rushed at Issei, while Revel and the other bishop hung back, preparing magical attacks. Issei watched as the women quickly ran towards him, with absolute coordination. Even so, they were still slow. Issei ducked his head to dodge a blow, then swung his body to the side to dodge another one that went for his chest, then leaned to the other side to dodge another blow that went in the opposite direction, and finally finished with a great leap, dodging all the women and causing them to slam into each other. Issei spread his wings so that he could fly, watching from above with some grace. Your coordination is really good. But it's no use if your opponent is much stronger than you. That's what Tiamat explained to me, and I see she was quite right. Two considerably large magical attacks impacted against Issei's back without him being able to defend himself. "We got him!" Ravel exclaimed with a huge grin on her face as she watched the dust cloud begin to dissipate. Both women widened their eyes in shock when they saw that Issei's shirt was torn, but he only had small scratches all along his back. "Damn, I let my guard down," thought the young man with a frown as he felt pinpricks along the entire length of his back. Her face slowly turned purple. "If Tiamat had seen this, she would have surely increased my training hours even more." Issei tried to look at his back, seeing that it was no big deal. "Good thing the power-ups are already taking effect, or else that attack would have been devastating," he thought seriously. "The tower, and the queen of the house of Rias have been eliminated." Both Kiba and Issei widened their eyes in shock at what they heard. Issei clenched his fists tightly as he watched as all the gathered women were studying him warily with their eyes. The protagonist gave Kiba a quick glance, causing him to nod as he continued his fight, though the other woman was already visibly exhausted. Issei tilted his gauntlet towards them, causing them all to visibly twitch. A small red orb generated at the tip of his gauntlet, causing the women to look at each other in confusion. Dragon shot. The small orb transformed into a large red bolt of lightning that shot out at the women, causing their eyes to widen in palpable disbelief. Still, Issei was a bit far away, so it gave them enough time to dodge it. Kiba saw this, and quickly separated his opponent from him with a loud clash of swords that sent her flying, then created another sword and thrust it into her stomach with one throw. The blonde wasted no time and buried his sword in the ground, causing a large number of blades to start flying out of the ground at a considerable height. The women turned to escape, but they were all caught and cut by the swords that came out of nowhere, falling to the ground. They all opened their eyes in horror as the sonic attack was already inches away from their faces. A huge explosion echoed through the scene, causing everyone to take cover from the massive amount of debris the attack produced. A complete curtain covered the battlefield, making it impossible to see where the attacks were coming from. The two bishops stood together back to back, waiting for an attack. A quick flash crossed in front of one of the bishops, widening her eyes in surprise, only to have a large stream of blood spurt out all over her torso, courtesy of Kiba. The dust began to dissipate, making Ravel able to see Kiba. "Now, who's outnumbered?" Kiba asked with a condescending smirk, making the blonde even angrier. Issei clenched his right fist with a big victorious smile on his face. Issei's eyes flickered in shock as he could see a huge fireball instantly impact Kiba, causing a huge scream to be heard along with the huge explosion. Kiba was thrown out of the dust by the sheer magnitude of the explosion, having bruises and burns all over his body, plus his shirt and half of his trousers had been completely destroyed. Kiba rolled a couple of meters on the ground, until he finally fell completely unconscious, causing a green glow to cover him and disappear from the scene. "Ravel, go with Razor. He's taking on the Gremry brat." Issei raised his gaze, gritting his teeth tightly at the sight of Razor's queen. "I'll take care of this kid," Ravel nodded. "Thank you, Yubelina." She took off running towards the direction of the rooftops. "Wait!" Issei would yell, starting to fly in his direction. He slammed on the brakes as another, smaller fireball passed within an inch of his face. "I am your rival, boy," Yubelina declared with a mischievous grin on her face. Issei took some distance, gritting his teeth tightly. "I must end this quickly." Issei tilted his gauntlet towards Yubelina. "With a normal one I won't make it through their attack. You must be careful with the amount of magic power you use. If you use a large amount of magic reserves all at once, you will cause your mind to overload. As if you go into an uncontrollable dizzy spell, and you might even faint, like what happened to you just now." Issei recalled Tiamat's words, causing a small smile to appear on his face. In that case, Issei gave a large sigh as the small orb grew twice as large. "It'll be 20%. Yubelina just watched the attack with a small smug smile on her face. "Really, you think that'll rival my firebomb?" The queen pointed her staff at him, creating a huge fireball. "You've got to be kidding me." The woman threw the attack, with the idea of completely crushing Issei. Dragon shot. Her eyes widened in shock as the small orb transformed into a large attack. Both magical powers collided in the middle, fighting for power for a short second as the dragon shot overtook it with great ease. When Yubelina thought to dodge the attack, it was already in front of her. "Arghar!" A great scream was heard at the same time as the explosion hit, causing Issei to cover his eyes a bit from the huge blizzard that the attack raised. Yubelina stepped out of the curtain of dust, plummeting down with her clothes almost completely shredded. A small blush shot across Issei's face at the sight of her S, but she quickly regained her composure, as she knew why she was here. Issei slapped his cheeks hard. "This is not the time to be thinking about S," He took off in the direction of the school's rooftop, seeing some explosions could be seen from the distance. Line jump. It's a shame it must end this way, Rias, my love. Razor commented, preparing a massive fire attack that looked like a tiny sun for its size. Rias had her clothes somewhat shredded, causing one of her S to be exposed, showing that they had been fighting for a while now. Damn, what can we do against his regeneration? Rias thought in despair, gritting his teeth tightly. He didn't have much time to think of an idea, as the large fireball headed in his direction. Although the attack was really big, its speed was completely abnormal, so it was already only a meter away from the two women. Issei stepped right in the middle of the attack, stopping the huge fireball in its tracks with his gauntlet. The chestnut clenched his teeth tightly as he felt the heat and force of the attack pushing him to his limit very quickly. The attack began to drag him down, causing him to widen his eyes beyond belief. Boost, 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 boost. That last surge indicated that he had reached his limit. Although he had managed to stop the attack's advance, his gauntlet was beginning to crack, causing him to become visibly worried. Promise to tower! He shouted with elation, causing the tower symbol to appear on his body in a red magic circle. The gauntlet instantly stopped cracking. But even so, it still wasn't enough. Issei clenched his teeth tightly in great pain as he rested his bare hand on the attack. He took a step forward, causing the massive fireball to begin to recoil. Oh, Razor said to himself, quite impressed by what he was seeing. A great glint flashed across Issei's eyes as he raised his gaze. The large fireball shot up into the sky after Issei's shout, causing it to crash into the barrier and generate a huge explosion. Issei fell to his knees, breathing heavily as he grabbed his burned arm in considerable pain. They easily became second-degree burns. Asia quickly rushed to his aid, beginning to heal him. Good job. The nun commented, causing Issei to give her a pained smile. Issei, are you all right? She asked Rias, approaching him. Issei was unable to answer, as Razor's leisurely clapping drew everyone's attention. Impressive. I would never have thought a low-class reincarnated demon could stop my best attack. Razor exclaimed, a cocky grin on his face. You've got some pretty interesting pieces, Rias. Razor narrowed his eyes with a dangerous glint in them. Don't you think it would be really bad if something happened to them? Rias just glared at him with great hatred, causing Razor to shake his head in disappointment. First, you dare to interfere in the most important matters of maintaining purity in the demons, adding the factor of wanting to damage a great pact between two families belonging to the 72 pillars for your own well-being. And now you are willing to throw away such valuable pieces for reproach, knowing that your defeat is imminent. Razor bowed his shoulders, a smile on his face. You are a hopelessly spoiled brat. Razor gave him a lustful look, making Rias feel disgusted. But I'll take care of controlling you when you're my wife. How can you say that, Issei shouted, rising from the spot, now fully healed. The president should be able to marry whoever she wants, and for that very reason she acts that way. Razor gave him a somewhat surprised look, until he finally burst out laughing. It doesn't matter what that girl wants or doesn't want. Razor's face instantly grew serene. The demons are going through very hard times since the last war. There are very few pure demons left, and we need to increase that number so that our species doesn't end up disappearing. She is not the only one who will have to submit to arranged marriages, so will her younger brother, and many other pure demons, regardless of their social class. Razor raised both his hands to emphasize his words as a smile appeared on his face. It is for survival. Therefore, it is inconceivable that this brat would behave this way. Issei lowered his gaze, taking in everything he had heard. He stayed like that for a couple of seconds until, what does it matter to me? Razor looked at him in astonishment. She's the one who gave me a second chance, so it doesn't matter what you say. I don't care if the demons will be extinct in a day or hundreds of years. If she's happy, it means I'll have accomplished my job as a servant. Issei waved his hand disapprovingly, clenching it tightly at the end. Razor looked at him seriously for several seconds, without saying a word. Brat, you're just as much of an idiot as she is. Razor replied, folding his arms as he looked at him with a big smug grin on his face. First, for thinking that the extinction of a species is worth the happiness of your mistress. And second, for thinking you can defeat me. Razor spread his arms wide, being a target everywhere. Go ahead, try any attack to make you realize the difference between us. Razor gave a quick glance behind his back, signaling Ravel to get the hell out of the place if he didn't want to come to any harm. Issei looked at him with great seriousness for a few seconds. Aren't you going to dodge it? Of course not, I won't need to lift a finger," Razor exclaimed, mocking him. A small smile appeared on Issei's face upon hearing his response. Then the chestnut bowed his gauntlet towards Razor, causing an orb considerably larger than the previous one to appear in his palm. "I'll take your word for it." Razor merely nodded, his smug grin widening even further as he saw the small magical attack he was about to launch. "You've got to be kidding me. I'm sure his physical condition is his real strength. Otherwise, I can't understand how she manages to defeat my queen." Issei gave a big sigh, feeling like a dizziness was starting to bother his entire body. "I've already used 30% the best thing. I'll use 60% in case things don't go as planned." "Are you sure about this, partner?" Ddraig questioned with clear concern in his words. Issei smiled at his friend's concern. "Don't worry," he said he wouldn't move. "And if he tries to, this attack is much bigger than the previous ones. He won't have any escape." Issei gave a small sigh, then widened his eyes to the max. Dragon shot. A great sonic wave burst from the gauntlet, completely obliterating everything in its path. "It's dangerous." Razor widened his eyes slightly as he saw the attack, creating a magical orange circle that acted as a barrier. The attack hit the barrier hard, causing Razor to grit his teeth as he used all his strength to maintain the magic circle. After a few seconds, a small crack appeared in the barrier. "What?" shouted Razor in great surprise as the entire barrier began to crack, until it finally shattered into 1,000 pieces. Razor screamed with great force as he was engulfed by the dragon shot, causing only his figure to begin to release a large amount of blood. After that, Issei threw Rias and Asia to the ground along with him. A second later, a huge explosion rose up all over the place, causing the roof of the school to be completely destroyed. "President Asia!" shouted Issei with great concern, not seeing how they were doing due to the huge curtain of dust. "We're fine, Issei," Rias would reply, struggling to his feet as he rubbed his butt in pain from the fall. "You blew up half of Ko Academy with just one attack. You're awesome," Asia would add, getting up from the ground in the same pain as Rias. When the dust finally began to dissipate, they could see that they were at the entrance of the academy, though the first floor and the others were already history. The three widened their eyes in shock at the sound of the voice, slowly beginning to turn around. "That hurt like hell. Now I can see how you defeated Yubaluna." Issei quickly stepped in front of the two as he saw that Razor was lying on the ground a few feet away. His entire body was surrounded by flames, with the exception of his face. On it, you could see that he was holding a huge fake smile while a large amount of cold sweat was running down his face. "I'll never trust myself that much again, damn it. That really hurt." Razor would think rather upset, looking at Issei with great attention. "How does a low-class scum have so much power?" Razor would get up from the ground with great caution, something very rare for him. Issei felt his vision go a little blurry, adding to the fact that everything was moving in a strange way. Razor raised an eyebrow as Issei staggered to the side. A sinister smile appeared on his face after processing what he had seen. Of course, a low-class reincarnated devil wouldn't be able to stand up after making such a powerful attack. Razor straightened his gaze instantly, making everyone tense up more than they already were. "I won't trust myself. I'll finish you off before I regret not doing it." Razor spread wings of fire on his back similar to those of the phoenix, flying at a great speed towards where Issei was. The protagonist observed with great patience how the fist covered in fire slowly approached his face, dodging it by the hair and receiving a small burn on his cheek. A small rumble was heard in the place, added to a huge blizzard. After a second, Razor spat out a large amount of blood, due to Issei landing a strong blow to his abdomen. Razor's eyes widened in rage and he wasted no time, kneeing him hard in the stomach that completely unbalanced Issei. Issei took a couple of steps back as his eyes trembled in pain. Razor wiped the blood from her mouth as she slowly approached him with a seriousness palpable on her face. Issei landed a strong blow to Razor's face, causing him to expel a large amount of blood. Even so, the pure demon was unfazed by the pain and struck him hard in the face, followed by another and another. Having taken a complete beating, Issei finally fell to the ground, half conscious. Razor took a few steps towards him while looking at him seriously. He stood in front of Issei, looking down at him with great superiority. "Issei, get up and use another dragon shot." Rias' scream made Razor look down at her. "This boy can't even move anymore," he thought the blonde while he looked at him in disgust. Even so, he gave his all to defend his master from him. "From what I understand, he was only reincarnated a month and a half ago." Razor recalled the great magic attack. "And he can already do attacks like that." A small mysterious gleam graced his eyes. I don't like to admit it, but his power and high fidelity will come in handy when the time is right. Besides, if I keep having fun with him until I kill him, I'd be in pretty big trouble with Sirzex, and that wouldn't do me any good. Razor slowly shifted his gaze from him to Rias, making the woman jump from her murderous aura. If the security is on the side of the devils, why eliminate it? It doesn't make any sense. Razor raised his hand aiming to damage Rias, starting to create a huge ball of fire. Then he better end this stupidity right now. A huge explosion would shake the screen, leaving everything covered in dust. Sirzex, that he was watching the combat. He would smile with a mysterious aura around him. That's right, Razor. If we manage to get the security under our control, all the plans we have in the future will come to fruition. Sirzex rested his hand on his chin, making his mysterious smile grow even more. If everything goes according to plan, I'll have to let the fallen angels know after the wedding, which unfortunately won't work out for you, Razor. I'm sorry for you, but if I can make Issei fall in love with my sister, everything will be entirely on my hands. Reigns, I will only need the small collaboration of my dear sister, who will surely agree to it. Rating game finale. Winner, House Phoenix. Even being semi-conscious, Issei could hear the voice that announced the end of the fight. He could only think of one thing before passing out. For some strange reason, he thought of her first, since Rias was in a much more compromising position. He didn't know why, but in that single, small moment he had only been able to think of her, in her hair, in her smile, in her eyes. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Tiamat. No! Issei shouted at the top of his lungs, sitting up in bed in an instant as a cold sweat broke out all over his face. The protagonist looked around in utter shock. My room? He asked himself, beginning to take in all that had happened. I see I lost, he commented, lowering his head in disappointment. Before he could think of anything else, he felt arms wrap around him over his shoulders. Issei, you're finally awake! Exclaimed the sweet, familiar voice with great joy, sinking his face into the chestnut's neck. Tiamat? Issei asked, not reciprocating the embrace out of the shock of the moment. Just a moment, he added with great seriousness. For how many days have I been unconscious? Tiamat pulled away from him and looked at him with great concern. You were unconscious for 3 days. Since you did not visit me after the day of the battle and I did not feel any emotions through our union, I became concerned and decided to come to see how you were doing. I have been taking care of you these days, but unfortunately my healing is not able to heal internal wounds. My parents didn't say anything about your presence? Issei asked, with great impression. Tiamat quickly denied. No. When I arrived, you were alone in the house. At that moment, the realization hit Issei's head. Right, they were going on a month-long trip. Issei looked towards the closed window with great melancholy and sorrow, causing Tiamat to look at him with even more concern. I was afraid this might happen. I only hope I can find a way to remedy it. Chapter 10. A New Power. Issei watched silently as Tiamat got out of bed and went to open the window. Although her body and soul were there, her mind was elsewhere. I let her down. I couldn't return the president's favor. Issei thought, clenching his fists tightly. How will she be right now? Comrade Ddraig interrupted his thoughts, bringing Issei's attention to him. I understand that you're worried about her. But keep in mind that no one came to check on you, not for a single day, not for a single second. You were simply left here to heal on your own. On the other hand, Tiamat was with you from day one, and she was the only one who took care of you and worried about you. Even if me and that crazy dragoness don't get along, I have to say that Rias doesn't deserve a bit of your attention right now. The one who really deserves your consideration is the woman in front of you, opening that window. You'll have time to think about your mistress situation later, so make sure Tiamat gets the attention she deserves. Draig's words made Issei's eyes widen as he watched Tiamat finally open the window, causing a blinding light to illuminate her beautiful figure while a blizzard shook her hair in a mesmerizing way. It would have been quite splendid if the woman didn't have such a worried look on her face. You're right, Ddraig, I don't want to worry her any more than she already is with my negative thoughts. Issei thought seriously. When Tiamat turned her gaze back to him, she looked a little surprised when he was giving her a big friendly smile. Thank you so much for taking care of me, Tiamat. You even came to the human world to treat me. I don't know how to thank you. Issei looked in another direction with an embarrassed expression on his face. You just have to keep your promise. Issei looked at her with great surprise as he felt her sit down next to him. She was giving him a sympathetic smile. I hope you'll take me out to eat in this small town soon. That clarification made Issei chuckle, while Tiamat was visibly relieved to see that the situation wasn't as dire as it seemed, as he was still just as sweet to her. Still, That friendly, comfortable moment was completely shattered when Issei's stomach rumbled loudly. A flush of embarrassment erupted on Issei's face, causing Tiamat to turn a smirk on him. Is anyone hungry after not eating for 3 days? The dragoness asked with an amused tone in her words. Damn, I'm just now realizing that. Issei replied, clutching her stomach with a slight grimace due to the great aching emptiness she felt in her abdomen. Don't worry. I'll go get some fruits to eat right now. Tiamat commented, giving him one last hug more, which this time Issei was able to reciprocate. Really, I'm so glad you're awake now. The hug continued for longer than they both thought it would, until finally Tiamat broke away. I'll be back as soon as I can. Line jump. A few minutes passed, during which Issei did not move from the spot at any time. An expressionless look decorated his face, making it impossible to tell whether he was well or ill. No one could guess, except for his friend inside his head. Are you still thinking about that? Ddraig questioned with a disapproving tone, not understanding why he still cared after what he told him. I'd just like to know how they're doing. If they didn't come to visit me, it means they're mad at me. Issei commented, raising his gaze. I don't think I'll be able to see their faces again, especially the president. *, do you think they lost because of you? No shit, they barely got to collaborate in the battle. You did most of the work, but I didn't finish it. Issei shouted, angry at himself. I'm supposed to be the Security, someone capable of defeating the gods themselves, but I couldn't even defeat a high-class demon. He added in great frustration, making Ddraig unable to comment on the matter. You don't need to hide it from me. I know I'm the weakest of all your bearers. Issei finished shouting, on the verge of tears from the great frustration built up. An awkward silence fell in the room for several seconds, until finally Ddraig decided to answer her. It's true, you are the weakest bearer of all. Issei clenched his fists and teeth tightly at Draig's words. But you are also the bearer with the biggest heart of all. The dragon's words surprised the protagonist. You're the only bearer I've had so far who only wants more power to protect their loved ones. All the others only wanted power to dominate, allowing themselves to be totally corrupted by my power and turning me into a mere tool of their own. But you proved to me that you were different from the very first days. You proved to me that you really are my partner. For that very reason, I know that you will not end up consumed with power and reach levels that are even unimaginable to me. Ddraig was surprised when Issei began to laugh at his words. Don't you think you're being a little over the top? You're one of the 2 heavenly dragons. It's impossible for me to reach a level that even you don't know about. The dragon chuckled, agreeing with his bearer and causing the mood to twist to a much more cheerful one, abandoning the depressing vibe. *, yeah, you're right. I just got a little carried away for the moment. *. Before Issei could thank him for easing his frustration, a magic circle he didn't identify appeared in the room, activating his gauntlet instantly in defense. Sorry for the inconvenience, Security. I come to bring a message from Sirzex Lucifer, elder brother of Rias. The albino woman who appeared to be a servant bowed her head in respect. Issei dematerialized his gauntlet and watched her with wide eyes. My president's brother? The albino nodded. That's right. The woman withdrew a small piece of paper from her hand that had a strange seal in the center. The wedding will be in a month, and you are invited. Issei took the paper and looked at it with great surprise. But Mr. Sirzex didn't ask me to talk to you just to give you the invitation. He intends for you to be the one to crash the wedding. Bargain? Issei widened his eyes in complete surprise. Right. Apparently, you don't know that the second condition for hastening the marriage date had been that anyone who wished to break into the wedding and take Rias' hand through a confrontation against Razor is allowed. Is it allowed? Issei commented/questioned in complete astonishment, until he finally turned his attention to one particular part. Wait a minute, if I save the president, will I be engaged to her? Issei thought, reluctant to marry her. When the wedding is underway, I'll come looking for you to break into it. Issei cleared his thoughts and looked at her, nodding quickly. I'll think about that later. Now I just need to concentrate on saving her. He thought with great seriousness. The woman disappeared in a magical circle, leaving Issei alone again in the room. He rose from the bed slowly with an expressionless look on his face. Finally, Tiamat appeared on the scene and looked at him with a raised eyebrow as she saw that he was up. Did something happen, Issei? Issei's expressionless gaze slowly transformed into a large smile that promised to restore his pride at all costs, causing Tiamat to be visibly surprised. I have a second chance. Say, how about training me for another month? Tiamat's surprised look quickly changed to a sharp, pleased smile. If anyone not involved in the conversation had seen her, it would have given her a bit of a scare. Will you stand to go a full month without returning to the human world? I wasn't planning on showing my face until it's all sorted out anyway, and being there makes that job a lot easier. Pack your bags. Time skip, 6 days. The silence in the Hyde residence was palpable. Not a sound had been heard for the past 6 days. Matsuda and Motohama went to visit their friend out of concern, but found that there was no one in the place, so they thought that their friend had accompanied his parents on the work trip, and that his mobile phone had broken in America, or something like that. After Matsuda and Motohama left the place, 2 more people appeared in front of the Hyde house. I can't believe my brother is forcing me into this, Rias commented in disgust, looking at the small house. His orders were clear, Asia stated earnestly. You have to be as close to him as possible and pretend you didn't care about the outcome of the raiding game. Spend the next few days together with Issei at his house so that he starts to feel loving affection for you. Asia bowed her shoulders with a small smile. Knowing what Issei went through, it will be difficult to get him to open up to you, even if he is in love. A dangerous glint crossed Asia's eyes. You only have to kiss him nonstop when you're sure he's already in love with you. That way, we'll have him on our side forever. Rias gave a big sigh and knocked on the door of the dorm. I know that. But it bothers me that I have to marry Issei. It's really repulsive just thinking about it, he whispered quietly, Asia being the only one who heard him. Don't worry about it. Remember your brother mentioned that when you do your part, he'll help you cover up your relationship if you ever like someone. Asia whispered softly, causing a small smile to appear on Ria's face. You're right. What really bothers me is not being able to punish him, to make him feel the humiliation I felt when I lost in the raiding game. It's the Sekurudai. It's unbelievable that he can handle a mere high-class demon like Razor. Rias spat with venom in his words. Asia just nodded in understanding of Rias' repressed actions, only to raise both eyebrows in confusion. Don't you think it's strange that he hasn't picked up yet? Rias looked at Asia with the same expression. You're right, Grafia had said 6 days ago he was already conscious. Rias put a hand to his chin. It's very strange, the redhead concluded her thoughts, entering the house from the back. Line jump. Are you tired already? It's barely 11 o'clock at night. You could have held out for another hour yesterday, Tiamat declared, giving him numerous thrusts without even flinching, while Issei dodged or blocked them with his gauntlet with difficulty. He had long since had his power-ups maxed out, but it was no use if he had already been training for over 15 hours without any rest, except for lunch and dinner. Finally, Tiamat's sword ended up shattering the gauntlet into 1,000 pieces, causing Issei to fall backwards in a thud. Tiamat sighed to herself, relaxing and dematerializing her ice sword. The dragoness watched as Issei's chest heaved down and up with great intensity, looking like she was about to be seized by a seizure. Let's stop for today. You can't continue to be like this, it would be counterproductive. Tiamat declared an end to the training, kneeling in front of Issei's face earnestly, then giving him a tiny smile. Issei returned it, then gazed into her beautiful sea-blue eyes with rapt attention. It's been 6 days since this started. I never thought training could become a real hell, Issei thought, having a small flashback of how it all started. Immortality, Tiamat thought aloud, rubbing her chin. Actually, it's not that far-fetched, as some demons are born with certain powers due to their lineage. From what you told me, their strengths were fairly balanced, with the exception of their magical reserves, which is really strange. Tiamat looked at Issei intently, giving him a deductive look. No demon would manage to hold on to the high class for long if you're no big deal. And apparently, immortality is what makes you the big deal. Tiamat removed her hand from her chin and snapped her fingers. All you need to do to win is defeat his immortality. You make it sound so easy, Issei replied with a roll of his eyes. Of course it's easy, Tiamat commented seriously. All you have to do is reach beyond. Break your limits. Break my limits? Issei asked, somewhat alarmed. That definitely didn't sound like an easy thing to do, Tiamat nodded. That's right. To do that, you need to take your boosted gear to the next level. Balance breaker, Ddraig stated, joining the conversation. Issei raised his hand as he watched the gauntlet materialize. If you don't mind, I'd like to explain this to the boy, since you only know about it from our confrontations, Tiamat. Tiamat just nodded, letting Ddraig continue. The balance breaker is not something that allows you to break your limits, it is actually an evolution of the boosted gear, Ddraig explained, clearing his throat. That evolution will allow you to manifest a great deal of my power, causing all of your qualities to be greatly enhanced. The problem is, it's immensely difficult to release it the first time. You'll need to reach a certain amount of power, which, to be honest, you still have a long way to go. Issei lowered his head, somewhat dejected by the last part. But that's not the only condition. You must also have a great trigger of negative emotions, along with a small compatibility with my soul. That is, a small compatibility with dragons. Issei and Tiamat looked at the gauntlet in amazement. Dragon compatibility? Ddraig began to laugh loudly at Issei's concern, causing Issei to look at him like he was an idiot. The last point you've had since birth, thanks to my soul residing within yours. Then that shouldn't be a condition in the first place. Issei shouted, at Ddraig's tasteless joke. Inside Issei, Ddraig's amused expression changed to a serious one when he heard his words. That's right. That's not a condition, since humans have no compatibility with dragons in the first place, thought the dragon to himself, turning around to look at his soul. His body used to be human, no doubt about it. Ddraig narrowed his eyes with great seriousness. But his soul, Ddraig remembered the purple flash in the battle against Rainier, and how quickly his boosted gear evolved, even though the power required was still below average. His soul is very strange. It's as if he has a strange connection to our species. Ddraig finally bowed his shoulders with a smile. It would be impossible for him to achieve Balance Breaker in just a month of training. But his strange compatibility makes me think he might. That is why I can consider compatibility a condition on this occasion. The dragon concluded his thoughts, waiting with great anxiety to see how events would unfold. In short, Tiamat's words made Issei pay attention to her. To break your limits you need to train, 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 and train. Since you will be staying here this time, I will make sure the training is much more rigorous than the last. Those words caused the chestnut to become instantly serious as a cold sweat ran down his face, swallowing hard. If the previous training had been too hard, he didn't even want to imagine what this one would be like. And in the end, it turned out to be a living nightmare. Are you alright? Tiamat's question brought Issei back to the present again. You've been staring into my eyes for several minutes. Issei instantly realized that Tiamat's face was closer to his than he remembered, adding the fact that she had also been looking him in the eyes for all that time without saying a word. Yeah, it's just I was thinking about how it all started. Issei replied, getting up with great difficulty, being supported by Tiamat. Is something bothering you? The dragoness consulted, resting Issei's full weight on her shoulder affectionately. The protagonist lowered his gaze instantly, indicating that Tiamat had hit the mark. You know, I've been thinking that I might not be able to beat her. As I surmised, the defeat dealt him more trauma than failing his mistress. Tiamat thought perceptively. What makes you think that? He is a high-class demon who was blessed by fate with his immortality. And I'm the weakest Sekyutai who ever lived. Are you telling me that you weren't blessed by fate? Issei lowered his head even further at Tiamat's question. You consider that you weren't blessed by fate, being that the underdeveloped lizard ended up in your body, having millions and millions of choices? The chestnut raised his gaze slightly, widening his eyes slightly. There's only one other person like you in this vast world, and you would say that fate has no great things in store for you? No matter how weak you are, if you are the Sekyutai, sooner or later you will become a world power. And that can only be achieved thanks to your destiny. Issei looked up with great surprise, seeing Tiamat's serious face curve into a genuine smile. All you need to get there is a little spirit. Tiamat pressed her cheek against his in a very affectionate act, causing a small blush to shoot across Issei's face. And I know very well that you have that spirit. So Tiamat rested her free hand on Issei's hair and ruffled it affectionately. Don't waste it. Issei gave a big sigh, then gave her a tired smile. You're right. I just got a little carried away in defeat. Life is not a utopia. Tiamat replied quickly, looking at him piercingly. No matter who you are or how strong you are, there will always be a time in your life when you will suffer, because life is not perfect. And what's really important is not how good most of your life was, but the times when it was a nightmare, and you still managed to move on. Tiamat's piercing gaze changed to a big smile that was dedicated solely to Issei, causing a pleasant little shiver to adorn the chestnut's entire body. If you ever hit rock bottom, I'll be sure to be there for you. Just like you helped me when I was at my worst, I swear. Issei could only watch her with a small blush from all the intense emotions the dragoness gave off, and they permeated the bottom of his heart. After a few seconds, she gave him a big smile and broke away from his grip, feeling her strength had mysteriously returned. In that case, I swear too. The chestnut held out his mannequin, causing Tiamat to look at him with some confusion and surprise. Seeing that her now best friend didn't understand the interaction, Issei took her arm gently and slowly pulled it up. If you ever find yourself in a delicate situation, I promise to help you again, and as often as you need it. Issei linked her little finger with Tiamat, causing the dragoness to watch the interaction with confusion, until finally she smiled and tightened the little squeeze even further. Tiamat lowered her gaze with an imperceptible blush as she saw Issei staring at her, with that incredible smile on his face that made her body shake with multiple emotions and incredible feelings. "Thank you for making me feel so great." Tiamat transformed the small grip into a much firmer one as she gently took his hand. Issei was visibly surprised by her act, but didn't have time to say or do anything. "Are we going to take a bath?" Issei blinked twice, then sniffed his armpit and shivered slightly at the smell. "Hell yeah, I stink." The young man looked at her with great surprise and suspicion as he saw that Tiamat appeared to be untouched. "Hey, why don't you ever end up tired or sweaty?" A somewhat mocking smile appeared on Tiamat's face. She started walking, leaving a couple of steps behind Issei. "Because you don't make me do it," she replied, with an amused and mocking tone in her words. "Hey!" A throbbing vein appeared on Issei's forehead, quickly running towards Tiamat, falling over in the process due to all the fatigue returning to his body. Line jump. "What do you mean he wasn't at home?" Ddraig's ever-calm face could not hide the quiver of his eyebrows, indicating his anger. "We searched for him all over the city, and no one knows anything about him," Rias replied, lowering his head in submission. Ddraig leaned back in his seat, thinking carefully about what to do. "They have to find him. If we don't, our plans may not work," the Demon King stated, thinking carefully. "If we don't find him, we can still resort to Plan B." "Plan B?" Rias would ask with a raised eyebrow. "Plan B is to not mention anything to the security about the engagement, indicating that we're not looking for that. We'll keep it a secret until you get his full attention. And if he asks to cancel the engagement, it would be best to tell him that he can do so after a couple of months. In those months, you'll get close enough to him that he'll start to see marriage as a good idea," Ddraig stated with great calm in his words. The Supreme Demon took on a sinister gleam in his eyes all of a sudden, causing Rias to glare at him. "If all else fails, we will have no choice but to resort to Plan C. Which would be a shame." Line jump. Tiamat watched in genuine surprise to see Issei standing behind her. "Do you plan to bathe near me?" asked the dragoness, who was already naked in the lake, upon seeing that the protagonist was in the same place as her. "I was thinking that if you don't mind my presence even a little bit, I think I should think the same," Issei replied somewhat nervously, beginning to take off her clothes. "Are you over your embarrassment already after 6 days?" Tiamat would ask with a small amused tone in her words, then widen her eyes slightly in shock. His torso, thought the dragoness, seeing that the exercises had begun to show in a big way, and her marked chest and the 4 squares protruding from her abdomen were the proof. Issei continued to take off his clothes, leaving only his boxers. Unbeknownst to him due to the embarrassing situation, Tiamat wandered all over his body with her eyes wide open. "I've seen men's bodies before that were much more worked out, but for some reason, Issei's body makes me feel strange." Tiamat averted her gaze with a small blush as she realized she had been looking at him for a long time. "Why couldn't I stop looking at him?" the dragoness wondered, dipping half of her face into the natural hot springs to hide her blush. Somehow, this very normal situation for her wasn't exactly normal anymore. She was sure it was something she hadn't felt in over 2,000 years, but she didn't know what it was precisely. She only knew that it felt good. Tiamat woke up from her thoughts when Issei stepped into the water, seeing that his face was much less nervous than the first time. It probably wouldn't take him long to get used to bathing next to her, as long as that dense mist still covered most of her body, of course. Transition 18 days. The transition indicates various events in the days covered, as opposed to the time skip. "Come on, keep running," Tiamat commanded, as she watched Issei chase after the dragon dad with the intention of catching him. This had become routine training, as they always received his visits in the morning. Issei finally fell to the ground after running for more than 3 hours. He was not using any power-ups on Tiamat's orders, and for that very reason it looked like he would never be able to catch him. Tiamat slowly approached Issei, watching him seriously. The protagonist rolled onto his back while breathing completely agitated. "Let's move on to the next one," were Tiamat's simple words, causing Issei to turn serious and jump to his feet. 800. Issei would be doing some sit-ups, the last exercise before having a little friendly battle with Tiamat. The dragoness watched carefully as Issei's whole body was shaking, but even so her expression didn't seem to waver one bit. "Come on, you're only halfway through," exclaimed Tiamat, then gave her a small smile. "Since the day we talked about his defeat, his mentality has strengthened drastically. Now, he not only has in mind to return the favor to his mistress, but he also wants to take the victory against that man at all costs." His smile increased even more as he saw Issei's completely sympathetic expression. We already have another thing in common, we both love fighting. Though you don't know it yet. 1745. Issei exclaimed, standing on his head, doing completely insane push-ups while maintaining his balance with perfection. Sweat ran down the entire length of his face, while his body trembled from each lowering and raising. Still, he seemed to have no intention of stopping. Remember, it's 2000 now, Tiamat declared, watching him with great attention, being joined by her 3 neighboring dragons. Issei would be watching with great seriousness as the 3 dragons had surrounded him. His body was visibly trembling, and the large amount of sweat running down his entire body indicated that he was completely exhausted, having just recently finished his daily exercises. Tiamat would be watching him, leaning against the cave entrance with her arms crossed. The male dragon opened his mouth, causing a small blue magic circle to appear in his mouth, followed by a bolt of lightning that shot in Issei's direction. The brown-haired man looked behind him and reacted quickly, moving his body to the side to dodge it. Even so, he had no respite as they all began to attack simultaneously. Issei would materialize his wings to be able to fly and dodge the 3 attacks with great difficulty due to fatigue. He couldn't think of a strategy as the consecutive attacks began to seek him out in the air, forcing him to dodge them all by the skin of his teeth. In fact, the last attack grazed his cheek, causing him to clench his teeth tightly, and he was knocked off balance by fatigue, falling to the ground with a thud. He quickly tried to get to his feet, but his limbs did not respond as he had hoped, causing all 3 attacks to hit him squarely. That's enough, Tiamat would order, rushing over to Issei with some concern as she saw that he was nothing short of unconsciousness. I know this is very hard, but I must make sure you take the victory this time, the dragoness would state softly as she stroked his cheek lovingly, beginning to heal him. The dragons looked at each other at the captivating interaction, but didn't comment as they were used to it. After all, they had been coming for more than 2 weeks in a row to visit them. A small smile would become visible on Tiamat's face as she watched Issei doing the one-handed push-ups, beginning to fully master the exercises. Even if the amount increases every day, she's getting less and less tired. This is getting very interesting, Tiamat would think, watching him with a smile. Issei would be doing his daily kicks and punches, but this time he was wearing a large block of ice covering his feet and hands. Movement was much more hampered, but he still managed to keep up with his exercises somewhat normally. Considering that it had only been almost 4 weeks, it was truly amazing. I wonder how fast and strong his punches and kicks will become in such a short time, Tiamat thought, watching him with a sideways grin as he ate a piece of fruit, denoting his beautiful fangs. Issei would be dodging all of the dragon's attacks in midair with considerable difficulty. They had been going at it for more than 15 minutes already, and it looked like it would soon be over by the completely exhausted expression on his face. The brown-haired man widened his eyes in horror when he saw how a bolt of lightning was inches away from his face, making it impossible to dodge. The impact was heard, only to be followed by Issei falling to the ground with a large wound on his right hand, indicating that he had reacted well enough to block it. Tiamat became alert at this and was about to stop the training, but was visibly surprised when Issei began to struggle up from the ground, while a large amount of blood stained the ground thanks to the deep cut on his hand. The dragons watched in complete surprise as Issei slowly rose to her feet, then stood in a defensive stance, and looked at them with great seriousness. His piercing and reckless gaze does not match the great trembling of his whole body. Finally, Tiamat's surprise turned into a big proud smile as she saw that her future partner would not be taken down easily. Impressive. I can't think of another word to describe it. The male dragon looked completely shocked as Issei grabbed his head. Not only was he surprised, everyone was open-mouthed, even the chestnut himself. A cutting silence garnished the atmosphere, until Issei raised his free fist and clenched it with great force. The chestnut's great shout made everyone excited to a great extent. Even Tiamat had a sparkle in her eyes that she had never had before. She felt great just watching him progress day after day. It felt great to have him by her side every day, watching him get closer and closer to reaching a new level. She was very proud of his progress, and very happy with his company. I wish instead of a month, it had been a year, the dragoness thought, looking at him with much affection and longing. Line jump. Tiamat delivered a heavy blow to Issei's abdomen, forcing him to his knees, coughing in pain. I think it's time to finish. It's already past midnight, the dragoness thought, looking up at the sky. The 3 dragons were watching the friendly fight, nodding off from sleep. Only 3 days to go, Issei muttered under his breath, causing Tiamat to look at him, though she didn't hear what he said. I'll make sure I get there, he muttered again, coughing under his breath. His gaze was shadowed, so you couldn't see the myriad of emotions running through his eyes. She helped me for this whole month, relentlessly. She took care of me and let me sleep at her house for all these days. Issei felt like his entire stomach was churning from the myriad of emotions roaming through his body. Oddly enough, there weren't any negatives. That must be so, because he was thinking about Tiamat. He couldn't find any negative thoughts coming from her. I will make you proud. I will make you see that nothing was in vain. This last Tiamat did hear, watching Issei intently. Before Tiamat could tell him that nothing was in vain, that she enjoyed every day being around him, she heard something that completely confused her. Boost. Her power-ups hadn't reached their limit? The dragoness thought. Boost. This time, Tiamat's eyes widened in shock as she saw a red aura that gave off an immense amount of power completely surround Issei. As he slowly raised his gaze, Ddraig smiled proudly inside Issei. Augmentations are not only based on the strength of the wearer, but also on their emotions. But this is the first time one of my bearers has managed to get more power-ups through positive emotions. The dragon thought, only to widen his eyes in shock as Issei's aura grew even larger and another boost was heard in the background. It's not, the dragon said to himself, completely anxious about what was happening. Finally, Issei raised his gaze fully and the reddish energy burst even stronger again, creating a huge blizzard around him. Issei clenched his fists tightly, letting the positive emotions fill and dominate him completely. Boost, 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 boost. At this point, the dragons are being covered by the huge blizzard, while Tiamat could only stare at it in great surprise and bewilderment. But just when everything seemed to be over, a small smile appeared on Issei's face. I wonder what smile he'll give me when he hears about my victory. The biggest smile that Tiamat ever gave him appeared in his mind. That smile had been the first of all the smiles she had given him. That beautiful smile, it came from the fact that he decided to stay with her so as not to leave her alone. That simple smile, that simple memory, was the trigger. Welsh dragon, balance breaker. A strong reddish light surrounded Issei completely, making his figure impossible to make out. The dragons shielded their eyes from the blinding light, while Tiamat could only watch in complete stupefaction. When the light finally dissipated, the dragon's jaws dropped to the ground as they saw crimson armor covering him completely, along with green jewels on different parts of his armor. The power he radiated was so powerful and pure that a thin crimson aura surrounded him with great intensity. A small deafening sound could even be heard coming from it. Issei dematerialized his helmet, showing a completely serene and calm expression. In fact, Tiamat was looking at him with that same expression. They looked so professional, as they didn't even look surprised at what happened. But, after a few seconds of staring at each other like that, they both started waving their hands around trying to gesture words, as if they were children entering a toy store for the first time. I can't believe it, they themselves are the most surprised, thought the male dragon with a smile as he watched the two's reaction, which looked like it would last for several more minutes. I never thought I could see Tiamat acting like that, the mother dragon declared, causing the other two to nod instantly. It's impressive to see how Issei has the power to make her so expressive. No one would believe that that dragoness in front of us is the brooding, murderous dragon queen who prowled for millennia, added the male dragon, watching the interaction with an amused smile on his face. Good, Tiamat said to herself, studying the crimson armor closely. She fixed her gaze on Issei's eyes, causing the brown-haired man to glare at her. Let's have a little spar with this new power you've acquired, the dragoness commented, getting into a combat pose. I'll use exactly the same amount of power I've been using so far so you can see the difference. Issei merely nodded at her words, mimicking Tiamat's pose. Tiamat lunged at Issei without warning, causing the brown-haired man to grit his teeth slightly. Still, he was completely surprised when his teacher's movements were easily followed with his eyes. Consequently, Issei blocked the first punch in its tracks, causing a great blizzard to rise up around the place. The chestnut still had a surprised look on his face, while Tiamat gave him a bold little smile after what he witnessed. Tiamat jumped back a little and continued to throw various punches and kicks that Issei blocked or dodged without much difficulty. What is this? The movements that I could barely see before now seem normal to me, Issei thought with some surprise as his eyes followed the attacks without any trouble, at the same time as his body responded with a great lightness, blocking and dodging them. It's not just that, thought the young man, catching a kick that went straight for his chest, causing the flurry of small blizzards caused by the speed to end with a bang. I can also parry punches without the slightest problem, being that they seemed almost unstoppable to me before a somewhat macabre grin appeared on Issei's face, causing Tiamat to look at him quizzically. In that case, Issei further tightened his grip on Tiamat's foot, causing Tiamat's eyes to widen slightly. Following that, Issei attempted to kick her, but the dragon defended her face with her forearm, blocking the attack without any trouble. After that collision, Issei reacted quickly and tried to punch her in the face. Seeing this, a small smirk shot across Tiamat's face. Does he really think he can reach me? He thought, breaking Issei's grip with great ease, using Issei's hand as momentum, somersaulting high into the air and landing with his back to him, causing his opponent to blink in surprise. Even so, he could not control the sheer amount of force he used in the blow, so he was propelled by his own attack. Tiamat looked over his shoulder with a slightly amused expression as he watched Issei stagger forward, about to fall. Finally, the chestnut continued to lurch forward as he screamed. His scream got even louder as he saw Tiamat's butt getting closer and closer to his face. A small clatter was heard, only to be followed after a short second by a scream. HMPH! Tiamat's muffled, pleasured scream was heard throughout the vicinity as Issei's fist sank deep into her voluptuous ass. Issei fell to the ground after that, and immediately bowed deeply to her. "I'm sorry!" she cried out, raising her gaze to denote the large blush on her face. He had seen a lot of dirty things during his life, so he knew a scream from a moan quite easily. "It's okay," Tiamat quickly replied, covering her butt and quickly turning around, causing Issei to see a blush on her face for the first time. It was an accident, and Tiamat averted her gaze in embarrassment. "It's not your fault that place is so sensitive," she muttered under her breath, but it would still be audible enough for Issei to hear her. The awkward moment didn't last long, as Issei's armor shattered into 1,000 pieces. "What?" Issei wondered aloud, immediately standing up and looking down at his body in confusion. "What happened?" asked Tiamat, watching him curiously. Before Issei could answer, he felt his body go limp out of nowhere, causing him to stumble forward. To his luck, Tiamat caught him in a warm embrace. "Are you alright?" the dragoness asked, concern clear in her words. "Yeah, I'm just feeling weak," the chestnut replied, looking down at his hand in confusion. "It's normal." At the sound of Ddraig's voice, Tiamat and Issei broke off to listen to him carefully. It's the first time you've come to this form, and the physical exhaustion is overwhelming. From what I see, you'll have to train your physique for a while longer to extend the use of the balance breaker without becoming exhausted. Issei blinked in disbelief. "Extend the duration? But I barely held it for a minute." "That's your limit for the moment. You'll have to get a little stronger and get used to the balance breaker to be able to use it for longer." "How long will it take me?" You've already achieved the hardest part, but you still don't have enough time to control the balance breaker. I should also tell you that it's not all about brute force. It won't be long before you'll be forced to study your sacred gear to advance further." "Further advancement?" Issei wondered curiously. "This is bad." Tiamat's words interrupted Ddraig's response. "With only a minute of use, it will be very difficult for you to defeat an opponent with such a skill." The dragoness held her chin, thinking of a solution. "That can be easily solved." "No." It was Tiamat's simple curt reply that instantly silenced Ddraig. Issei would just stare at her in awe at her imposing expression. Finally, the dragoness let out a heavy sigh of exhaustion. "We'll think of something tomorrow. For now, let's go to sleep, it's already late." Issei just nodded with a smile, agreeing with the dragoness. Line jump. Issei was lying on the makeshift bed. Tiamat was sleeping next to him as usual, hugging him tightly, as if she was afraid he would disappear from one second to the next. Issei was gently stroking the dragoness head that was resting on his chest. Tiamat had a small smile on her face, indicating that she was sleeping with great serenity. "Can't you sleep, mate?" "No," Issei replied quietly, while still watching the tender and beautiful expression the woman held. The chestnut brown smile was replaced by a serious expression. "I can't stop thinking about today." Even Tiamat said it. It will be very difficult to beat him in such a short time. A small, somewhat awkward silence was created in the cave, which luckily managed to be stifled thanks to Tiamat's cute expression and the caresses Issei was giving her. Listen to me well, companion. There is a way to increase the duration. Hearing Ddraig's words, Issei stopped his caresses instantly. "Is that what Tiamat forbade you?" It is. She has valid reasons for doing so, as it is a very dangerous and painful procedure. "Tell me more." First of all, I want you to be clear about the words very dangerous. It's not a joke, it can kill you. You wouldn't be talking to me about this if it could kill me, so get to the point. As usual, you don't mince words, the dragon declared with a proud tone in his words. "I'll only warn you one more time, are you sure?" Issei looked at Tiamat with a hint of doubt in his gaze. I don't want to worry you, but there is no other way for me to get stronger in such a short time. I knew you'd answer that, Ddraig stated with a satisfied tone in his words, indicating his approval towards his bearer's attitude. We should move some distance away from the cave so I don't hear your screams. Hearing the last part, Issei swallowed hard at the idea, but he finally nodded. Lifting her hand from Tiamat's head, the woman abandoned her small smile and quickly caught Issei's hand, placing it on her head again. Seeing this, a smile broke out on Issei's face. Don't worry, I promise to be back soon, he commented quietly, stepping away more carefully than the previous time, unnoticed by the dragoness this time. Line jump. Tiamat woke with a start as she felt strange, as if something was missing. Issei? The dragoness asked, looking around the entire cave, to see that it was completely empty. Her gaze finally settled on the exit, causing her eyes to widen in horror when she saw a large crimson glow. No, Tiamat thought in terror, desperately getting up and disappearing in less than a jiffy because of her monstrous speed. She flew through all the trees with absurd speed, arriving at Issei in less than a second. Issei! She shouted loudly, observing how his right arm was completely covered in blood while he gasped in a completely abnormal way. Issei raised his gaze to give her a pained smile. Tiamat? I'm sorry to wake you by that intense glow. Before he could realize it, the dragoness had hugged him tightly, causing the brown to be surprised by the sudden gesture. I told you not to do that. The dragoness reprimanded him, cupping her face into Issei's neck. Issei responded to the hug, feeling Tiamat cling to him even tighter after that action. I'm sorry, but it was the only way. The moment didn't last long, as Tiamat abruptly pulled away, grabbing the arm where Ddraig's soul, or what was left of his soul, was housed. You're a stupid asshole, you underdeveloped lizard idiot. The dragoness shouted with great rage, as she shook Issei's bleeding hand hard. Even when we first met I wasn't this angry, Issei thought with her eyes rolling, after hearing the sheer amount of bad words coming from such beautiful lips. Calm down, you crazy bitch. I only replaced Issei's arm with the dragon's. I would never replace her whole body, knowing the obvious result. Ddraig shouted. Again, Issei rolled his eyes at the sound of his partner's voice. He was also sure he had never heard him so angry. I don't care. You know damn well that with just one body part replaced, he could have died, shouted Tiamat, shaking his arm even harder. Do you really think I would have done that, at such great risk? Tiamat stopped instantly, completely taken aback by what Ddraig had said, and the piercing tone he had used. I'm inside him. I've been with him the longest, and I understand sacred gear the most out of the three of us, even if my knowledge is basic. Those 3 reasons are more than enough to take the risk, knowing the boy's body. Tiamat raised an eyebrow at this. And what does that have to do with anything? The balance breaker takes more training to release, and my partner managed to wake him up early. Having the records of the upgrades he got on the gauntlet with his first fight, there's also something that doesn't fit. After being with him for so long, I noticed that he has a much greater compatibility with dragons than usual. That his arm has not been corroded by the power is proof of that star. Tiamat looked rather impressed at the bleeding arm she was holding. It's true he can control dragon power quite well, despite being a demon. Tiamat blinked in confusion. But how is that possible? As I said before, he has a great compatibility with dragons. I mean, his body has nothing to do with it, but his soul does. Another example I could give is when he momentarily acquired the sense of smell of a dragon, tracking your aura the first time he came to the familiar realm, when he had just started to wield the boosted gear star. After hearing Ddraig's explanation, Tiamat let go of his arm as he looked at Issei with slightly widened eyes. She didn't know that her new friend possessed such an affinity with her species. It wasn't a bad thing though, in fact, she was strangely glad that it was so. Ddraig, there's still something you didn't explain to me, Issei commented, making the dragon listen to him carefully. I know that replacing one arm with another in itself sounds painful. But why are you at such risk of dying? Issei asked with great doubt. As you said before, the power and blood of a dragon is very corrosive to anyone, Tiamat answered for Ddraig. That's why I didn't want you to do it. Keep in mind that countless people have tried to transform into dragons by various methods. Tiamat looked Issei straight in the eye. They all died. Issei blinked in shock after hearing that. What? I rant. Tiamat raised her gaze to the night sky. Well, not all of them. There was one who survived the procedure. Really? Issei asked, very interested in the subject. Tiamat lowered her gaze, giving him a very small smile. That's right. Although at the moment, he's locked up in a dimensional prison, then I guess he wasn't a very good one, Issei thought to himself, wondering what a dimensional prison would look like from the inside. Issei snapped out of his thoughts when he felt delicate hands wrap around his waist, only to find himself leaning against Tiamat's back. Anyway, let's go back to bed. Tomorrow I must explain the plan of victory. The dragoness commented with a small smile as she felt Issei's warmth begin to invade her body again. Issei settled onto Tiamat's back and wrapped her arms around her neck. I agree, the protagonist replied, giving a big yawn as she rested her head on Tiamat's shoulder. Seeing this, the dragoness rubbed her cheek affectionately against his, then began to walk calmly. Line jump, listen to me carefully, Tiamat commanded, standing inside the blankets along with Issei due to the cold that day. Without a doubt, that demon's ability will be very problematic. But it has several weaknesses that are due to a common point, and that point is its species. Tiamat's words disoriented Issei. Being a demon, he possesses many weaknesses that cannot be hidden behind his immortality. For example, divine weapons, divine magic, anything related to God. Tiamat waved her hand dismissively, indicating that the previous points were not very important. The magical reserves. Tiamat stared at him, indicating that that was the point they were going to focus on. From what you told me, this razor guy needs a certain amount of magic to heal his wounds, depending on how big they are. After a whole rather serious explanation, Tiamat finally gives him a small smile. You have to use up all his magic reserves to beat him. You will achieve a victory by knockout or mental breakdown due to the loss of magic. Issei rubbed his hair skeptically. I don't know, it sounds complicated. As far as I remember, Razor had a fair amount of magic. I don't think I can force him to spend it all in such a short amount of time. Issei blinked twice after remembering something important. By the way, how long did the time stretch out, Ddraig? Bearing in mind that you were very exhausted yesterday, and the transformation of your arm, I'd say about 3 minutes. That should be enough. Tiamat's answer made Issei look at her in surprise. Remember what you said about Razor, that he got upset after receiving your dragon shot? That's because he's never been in a real battle before, and must have felt a little scared. From what I understand, Razor participated in several raiding games. That's not a real fight, the dragoness replied seriously. By a real fight, I mean a life-threatening one. You die or he dies. Raiding games are nothing but games. It's more than obvious that guy didn't have any real confrontation in his life if he got desperate for an attack that was far from killing him thanks to his immortality. Issei nodded seriously. I get it, you want me to use that card to my advantage, don't you? That's right, Tiamat replied with satisfaction that her apprentice had caught on quickly. To accomplish that, you have to plant the seed of despair, both in his mind and in his heart. For that, Tiamat stood up abruptly. Her gaze would turn to an icy one as a very imposing and terrifying aura surrounded her completely, causing Issei to panic a little. The physical damage you implement must be on par with his psychological damage. Make sure you have a threatening posture at all times. If you have to say a few words, say just enough and necessary to sink him. Got it? Issei nodded repeatedly with a bit of fear at the sight of Tiamat's menacing figure. In that case, his countenance changed to his usual typical one. That's all. If you make sure to use the combat techniques you learned with me, your victory is assured. The dragoness finished, planting her hands on her hips with great pride. Issei looked down at her hand seriously. I understand, were the protagonist's simple words as her hand turned into a fist. Tiamat watched this with some interest, as she noticed in her apprentice's eyes a hint of doubt. What bad weather, the dragoness said dismissively, rubbing herself from the cold. She watched the snow fall with a grim look on her face. Issei picked up on this right away, so he decided to ask her. Don't you get along with the snow? The young man encircled Tiamat in the warm blankets, causing the dragoness to let out a small sigh of relief as she took advantage of the situation to cling to his body. It's a personal thing. It doesn't bring back good memories. Tiamat clung to Issei's arm, then glared at him. Perhaps this day will be lost to time. Issei rubbed his cheek with a smile at what he heard. In fact, I was thinking of putting training aside these last 2 days. I've already achieved the goal I wanted to reach, and I'd really like to spend time with you. Would you like to? Issei was surprised when he felt Tiamat wrap her arms around him. If that hadn't served as an answer, the sweet smile and force on Tiamat's face was enough to clear it up. I guess I can take that as a yes, Issei commented, returning her smile. Line jump. Issei fell resoundingly to the ground when he received a heavy snowball to the face. Damn! The protagonist exclaimed, jumping to his feet with a mischievous grin on his face. The little dragon just laughed at his reaction, as he dodged a barrage of snowballs, courtesy of Issei. That pitched battle ended abruptly when they both received a heavy snowball to the face, causing them both to look to where the attack came from. The dragon's father was juggling more than 30 balls at the same time. Seeing this, they both widened their eyes, completely shocked. "Retreat!" Issei shouted, being followed by the dragoness shout. They both ran and threw themselves behind the nearest tree to dodge the rain of snow that rained down on them. Tiamat was watching everything from inside the cave along with the dragon's mother. She was watching attentively all the events. After a few seconds, she raised her gaze to the sky to see the snow slowly falling. "Ever since Ddraig fall happened to me, I see snow differently. Those little flakes that fall slowly until they reach the ground, with that silence that makes them inaudible." A melancholy look crossed Tiamat's eyes as she had a small flashback of her kneeling in a cave as tears fell from her face. She was crying completely silently, thinking about what she had done to deserve all that. She loved him, but that guy only saw her as a trophy. She herself heard that her ex-fiancé had said that no one would marry a woman as crazy and loud as she was, and for that very reason it was very easy to charm her, because the only thing attractive about her was her looks. He said that her ass and S were the only redeemable thing she had, and for that very reason no one would fall in love with her. She was a monster among dragons, someone who didn't deserve to have such overwhelming power as she did. A monster! Monster! Those words repeated incessantly in his head, making his chest burn with pain, and his mind go completely blank due to the enormous emptiness he felt in his stomach, to the point of comparing himself to a huge black hole, where only negative emotions could fit. They always remind me of my tears, the only time I ever cried. A long time has passed since then, but I can't forget how broken I was that day. Tiamat closed her eyes as a snowflake fell on her nose. It was snowing that day too, exactly as calmly as it is now. Tiamat lowered her gaze, to watch with a small smile as Issei was having the time of his life. But now it's different. She raised her gaze again, watching with a joyful gleam in her eyes as the snowflakes slowly fell, while Issei's voice and the roars of dragons decorated the atmosphere. Now when snow falls, it makes everything around me feel so warm, so familiar, so pleasant. I don't know why, but I don't care to know either. I just want to enjoy this moment. I want to enjoy it with them, I want to enjoy it with him." Just as she finished her thought, a snowball hit her face. Tiamat slowly took off the snowball with a friendless look on her face, to see how Issei was playing with the snowball. "Want to play?" Issei asked, then sharpened his smile. "Rather, do you want revenge?" After hearing Issei's words, a predatory smile decorated Tiamat's face, making the young man immediately alert. Tiamat soon emerged from the cave, creating a massive amount of snowballs with her magical affinity, causing Issei to blink in disbelief. He quickly moved behind a tree, covering his face as he heard a huge flock of snowballs hit the trunk. When he heard no more, he emerged from his hiding place, without first preparing a few snowballs. Issei watched with some surprise as Tiamat was relatively close to their position, so they both began to throw a large number of snowballs at each other, though much more gently than last time as they ran in a circle around each other, until finally it happened. "Ha!" Issei stopped dead in his tracks when he heard Tiamat's laughter. She had a huge smile on her face as she laughed in an angelic voice. Issei couldn't help but blush when he heard that melodious laugh, along with the beautiful smile that decorated her face. The whole approach gave her face a completely precious glow, which did not go unnoticed by him. True, I'd heard her laugh before, but that case was a bit too punctual. Cough, cough. Making fun of Ddraig, cough, corf. Instead, now she was laughing just because she was playing snowballs. As Issei was distracted, he received a heavy snowball to the face courtesy of Tiamat, causing him to stagger backwards. Tiamat's expression quickly changed to a worried one as she saw that Issei was about to fall. "Watch out!" the dragoness exclaimed, grabbing his arm in an attempt to keep him upright. Unfortunately, they both fell because of this. Issei felt an extra weight on top of him. That doubt was quickly answered when he felt a warm hand brush the snow off his face, causing a small blush to shoot up his face instantly. Tiamat was on top of him, still with that smile on her face that made her so beautiful. Her face was just inches away from touching his, making him feel the warm, slightly accelerated breath hit his lips. Issei would have continued to stare at her longer, had he not caught out of the corner of his eye how an unidentified white object was heading straight for Tiamat's face. "Watch out!" Issei exclaimed, grabbing her very firmly by her waist, causing a small blush to decorate Tiamat's face as she felt the man's firm, warm grip. Issei rolled over, receiving the snowball in Tiamat's place, though instead of hitting her face, it hit her shoulder. Still, he had something else to worry about right now. "Thank you?" Tiamat declared, feeling like her chest was starting to burn with a huge warmth. But unlike the other time, it was a warmth that was completely cocooning her, and most likely due to how their noses were in contact, along with Issei's grip on her hips, and adding that she was now the one bearing all of Issei's weight on top of her body, and it wasn't bad at all. "No problem," Issei replied, not finding the strength to pull away from Tiamat. For some strange reason, he was incredibly drawn to those beautiful cool light blue eyes that, oddly enough, gave off an enormous amount of comfort and warmth that was directed solely towards him, and it felt incredible. It was as if her gaze was calling out to him. It was telling him that he needed him right now, in this very place. And that vision wasn't far wrong, as Tiamat let him know in a subtle way. "Are you comfortable?" the dragoness asked with an amused tone in her voice, causing a huge blush to shoot up Issei's face, not only because of her words, but also because of how her hands wrapped around Issei's back, enclosing him in a deep embrace and making their torsos much more in contact. All in all, he could feel how her large padded S were pressing tightly against his chest. Before Issei could reply with a resounding "I'm sorry," a snowball hit him hard in the face, sending him rolling to Tiamat's side. Tiamat looked in the direction of the giggling little dragon, while her parents slapped their faces disapprovingly. The Dragon Queen felt a little strange when Issei pulled away from her body. She wasn't sure what it was about, but if she could explain it with a feeling, it would be disappointment. "Why should I be disappointed?" she thought, frowning slightly. She looked down at the snow to see that her hair was completely strewn across it, causing her to give a small sigh. She would have to shake it out well to make sure there was no snow left in it. "Line jump. I'm finding it harder than usual to find food today," Issei commented with a heavy sigh of exhaustion at the end, observing how the mother dragon was accompanying him in the dark night with some fruits in her hand. Luckily, the snow had stopped, so that made things a little easier. Issei blinked twice as he remembered something extremely important. "Tomorrow is the last day. What should I do?" "What could I do?" Issei wondered as he put his hand to his chin, then looked at the dragon mother carefully. "Wait a minute, you guys are like family, aren't you?" The aforementioned looked at him curiously, nodding. "Does that mean you can also use magic circles to move from place to place?" She nodded again, causing a small smile to break out on Issei's face. "I need to ask you a favor." Hearing his words, the mama dragon watched him carefully. Line jump. In this last month, Tiamat managed to sleep totally August, despite not using her magic to cover herself. All this was thanks to Issei, since her heat gave him an impressive well-being, added to the blankets that surrounded them because they helped even more to capture the heat and smell of Issei. Being a dragon, her nose was very sensitive, so being able to smell Issei meant a lot more than she seemed. Even so, today she felt especially hot. It was kind of strange, since they were in the middle of nowhere, facing a winter that was scorching. In fact, it is for that very reason that she began to wake up. She opened her eyes slowly, and as always, she was snuggled into Issei's body while she had her face colliding with his, her hair scattered all over her mattress, giving her an incredibly pretty appearance. "Wait a second, mattress?" Tiamat poked half of her face above the covers, completely stunned by what she was seeing. It was a room. To be specific, a human habitation. It was full of photos of two people she didn't know, adding to the typical things that were in a double bedroom. She rolled her precious icy blue eyes in all directions, studying the place. She wasn't scared or alert as Issei was right next to her. It took her a few seconds to realize that said bedroom looked suspiciously familiar. "Isn't this the room that was on the first floor where Issei lived?" the woman wondered inwardly, her eyes slightly widening. "How the hell did we get to this place? Have you woken up yet?" Issei stuck her face out of her blanket, giving her a toothy smile. "How did we get here?" the dragon asked quickly, looking at him in genuine surprise. Issei only increased her smile even more after hearing the question. "When you were asleep, we moved to this place thanks to our little friends. I hope you liked the surprise. How was it possible that you could move me from one place to another without me noticing?" Issei rubbed her hair with her smile still in force. "I just carried you in my arms. You were so asleep that you didn't realize it. You just murmured something and hugged me tightly." Upon hearing Issei's response, Tiamat hid her face again in her blankets so that she wouldn't see the small blush that had formed on her cheeks. "Because?" Issei looked at her with some confusion due to her attitude, a confusion that was instantly dispelled. "Today I plan to fulfill the promise I made you a month ago." Hearing this, Tiamat threw the covers off of her in one swift motion, impressing Issei. "Shall we go out to eat?" the dragon asked with her typical expression, although the sparkle of emotion that was present in both of her eyes indicated that she was happy. "Exactly. I already have the park where we're going. We just need to bring my barbecue," Some meat and that's it. Issei replied with a big smile on her face. Barbecue? The dragon wondered aloud. There is no other device that cooks meat better than a barbecue, Issei exclaimed, holding up her thumb. Seeing this, Tiamat only responded with a small smile on her face. First, you have to prepare, he exclaimed again, jumping up from the bed. The first thing Issei did when she got up was to go to the kitchen and see the cell phone. 40 missed calls? The chestnut wondered incredulously. Who could have called him so many times, considering that his clubmates don't have his number? The answer came instantly. Matsuda, Motohama, Matsuda, Motohama, Matsuda, Motohama, Issei muttered under his breath as he had a blank expression on his face. Finally, he closed his cell phone and took a deep breath. When we meet again, I'll have to come up with a perfect excuse, the protagonist thought, rubbing his head in frustration. Everything is ready. Issei turned to see Tiamat. She had a backpack on her back, and her typical white outfit that was somewhat tight that highlighted her beautiful figure. Then let's not waste any more time, Issei exclaimed excitedly, making Tiamat nod with a small smile. Somehow, Issei had conveyed all of his emotion to her. Or rather, she was just so glad to be able to go out to eat with him, and spend some pretty nice and comfortable time alone. Issei felt the same way as Tiamat, although he also had other reasons to be so excited, since he had only done this with his two friends. Doing it with a company as nice and beautiful as Tiamat was, added many more points. Line jump. During the journey to buy food, Tiamat looked from one place to another, somewhat impressed. He had never seen the new way of living that humans had, since he had isolated himself for almost 2 millennia. He found it fascinating that each one goes on his own. The structure of the buildings seemed fascinating to him. The cars seemed fascinating to him. Absolutely everything he saw seemed fascinating to him. But thanks to her neutral and serious personality, those emotions could only be distinguished by Issei himself, who already knew her quite well. They had lived for a month together, after all. Finally, they both arrived at the park that Issei had used for the purpose of training the last time he was there. But now the purpose was completely different. Issei and Tiamat were sitting in the middle of the park, on top of a square blanket that served as a kind of picnic. They were both watching intently as the food was being made. Issei mostly to make sure he didn't ruin anything, while Tiamat couldn't resist the fabulous aroma he gave off from the grill. Issei looked away from her to see Tiamat's completely emotionless face, something very common for her. He admired her for several seconds, being completely stunned by the great beauty that her hair, her face, her eyes, her body, her skin gave off. Our date? When did you take me to various places? You know what, it was so hard to pretend I was having a good time, ha 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 ha. It was totally boring. And then you wonder why no woman notices you. Do not make me laugh. Rainer's words hit Issei's head, causing him to lower his head and grit his teeth, feeling a small sting in her chest. Why do I remember that now? He cursed himself at the thought of him. Something wrong? Issei looked up from him quickly upon hearing Tiamat's worried tone. He didn't want her to worry about such trivial matters. Still, he couldn't help but ask the question. Issei looked down at him regretfully and rubbed his cheek. Are you having fun? Tiamat blinked in confusion upon hearing the question. Not hearing an answer, Issei assumed what she was thinking without even looking at her face. Sorry I made it sound like something cool at the time, but I guess there's nothing special about eating out. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry I got your hopes up for nothing. Issei yelled, squeezing his eyes shut. Who made you think that? Issei abruptly opened his eyes and looked at Tiamat's serious expression. Finally, Issei's shocked expression quickly softened. You realized? He asked, a bit embarrassed, and then lowered his head with some pain that did not go unnoticed by Tiamat. Do you remember that I had a girlfriend? Well, she told me that everything about me was completely boring, and for that very reason women don't like spending time with me. There was a rather awkward silence for Issei, which made him clench her fists from the discomfort of the moment. After a few seconds, a smile spread across Tiamat's face, and she took Issei's hand, causing the brunette to look at her in surprise. The dragoness didn't say a word. She only began to slowly approach hers while using the chestnut's arm to encircle her waist, until she finally supported her body on it, and affectionately rubbed her cheek against Issei's, making the chestnut blush. Tiamat? Issei asked with her blush still in force, not understanding why Tiamat had supported her face with hers after the affectionate caresses he received from her. Maybe she's right. Women may find you boring. But first and foremost, I'm a dragon, I'm a warrior, I'm a bloodthirsty. Lastly, I'm a woman too, but that's the last priority in everything. The list of things that I am. So you have to believe me when I tell you that this is a lot of fun. Why? Because we dragons don't usually have these kinds of outings. It's something totally new to me, Tiamat. She snuggled a little closer to Issei, resting her face on the brunette's shoulder so that he could see the sweet smile that was in effect on her face. Something new, which is very nice and fun. I'm sure that's because I'm experiencing it with you. Hearing his explanation, the painful pinch he felt in his chest was replaced by thousands of emotions spinning at a rapid speed in her chest, making him feel very warm in that place. A warmth that overwhelmed him, in a good way. Since his body reacted that way, he couldn't help but feel honored by the dragoness. Are you serious? I wouldn't consider myself that important, Issei answered, rubbing his hair in embarrassment, while her face still remained a faint reddish color. You don't need to remember the words of that woman. I can assure you that she has no idea of love if she manipulated you like that. Issei just nodded seriously, agreeing with Tiamat's words. Just focus on what you were thinking earlier, Tiamat concluded, even with her sweet smile in force on his beautiful face. Issei nodded decisively. She wasn't going to let Rainier ruin her day. Okay. The brown-haired man put a hand to his chin, thinking carefully. What was I thinking? Issei snapped his fingers with a smile on her face. Right. I was just admiring your figure. Tiamat blinked in slight surprise as a blush shot across his face. You have the great beauty that comes from your hair, your face, your eyes, your body, your skin, your smile, your attitude, your way of being. Basically, your entire body and personality fit perfectly, making you the most beautiful woman I have ever met. When she finished her speech, Issei stirred slightly when she felt how Tiamat's ass pressed tightly against the side of her torso, feeling how her body was much closer to his while she received a strong hug from him. Her waist. When he tried to see Tiamat's face, he found that she had buried her face in the small cavity between the chestnut's neck and shoulder. Don't you like it when they talk about her appearance? Issei wondered with a raised eyebrow, not knowing that the dragon's reaction was due to her heart pounding, followed by great warmth filling the pit of her stomach and her chest, making her body a mess of heat. Feelings right now that even his mind couldn't fully process, and all that was generated just by a few simple words. Oh, the meat! Issei exclaimed, separating from Tiamat. What's happening to me? Tiamat wondered, putting a hand to her chest out of sheer instinct. It's kind of like when I was in love, but now it's much stronger, he thought to himself, taking his other hand to her chest as he looked at Issei, unable to take his eyes off her. Issei's words hit her mind again, making her body shake from the warmth that those emotions so strange to her transmitted to her. A completely yearning sigh escaped from her beautiful lips as she was accompanied by her desire-filled gaze. Luckily for her, Issei was too focused on the meat to listen to her. She continued to look at him throughout, until she finally felt strong enough to ask a question in her mind. I am beautiful? That's right, she found it incredible that someone would tell her that she is beautiful, after the words she heard coming out of her ex-fiancé's mouth so long ago. Line jump. Issei sat in the tub, stretching out his body in pleasure. Although the natural hot springs found in the family kingdom are very comfortable, there is no better place than your own bathtub. Her body was surrounded by a small towel that was responsible for covering her manhood. When she finished washing her hair, Issei slightly widened her eyes as she began to feel various strange things. It was a similar feeling to her when she had discovered her demon powers after reincarnating, although this time, it was just a strange thing. Do I smell honey? Issei wondered, completely puzzled by the situation. His confusion increased even more when he could smell a rather strong mint smell coming from outside the bathroom. In fact, it was so strong that he felt a small aura being drawn in that direction. Mint? Wait, it's exactly the same as when I saw Tiamat's aura, although now there's also that smell. A slight blush appeared on Issei's face. Wait a minute, why is his presence so close? Issei's response was answered instantly when Tiamat opened the bathroom door. Luckily for her, she wasn't naked. She was wearing her white underwear. She fit her quite well, and it didn't seem like a tight-fitting garment. But because of her voluptuous body, her bra and panties fit her body a little too tightly. Do you mind if I take a bath with you? The dragon asked with her typical serious expression on her face. Issei just nodded with a small smile. It doesn't bother me. Tiamat watched him with a small smile as she saw her attitude changed from her. I see that this month has served enough for you to no longer be ashamed to see me half-naked. The dragoness commented, sitting on top of Issei to enter the shower, because she was very small. Changing the subject, I think my body is undergoing a strange change. Now I can feel your aura, and various scents, Issei said, caressing and washing Tiamat's hair, causing the dragoness to close her eyes in satisfaction. Perhaps it was because he was too focused on the new changes he was undergoing, and for that very reason he did not realize that Tiamat's creamy and soft skin was in contact with his. But Tiamat was not exempt from such information. It is a peculiarity of dragons to track other dragons. Only my kind can use said power. This process would sooner or later occur in your body, and most likely it came so early thanks to the fact that now your body has a special arm. Tiamat answered, wrapping her legs around Issei's and resting her back on the protagonist's chest with great satisfaction. Tracking only works if the dragon is using a ridiculous amount of power, or if they're relatively close. I see, so dragon powers, Issei commented, imagining how many powers a dragon could have. First the dragon shot, and now this. The young man drifted so long in thought of him, that he acted entirely on instinct as he wrapped his hands around Tiamat's abdomen and rested his chin on the head of the woman. Dragoness. A small blush shot across Tiamat's face as he felt the sudden contact, but he didn't bother about it. In fact, quite the opposite. A small smile appeared on his face as he leaned even more into Issei's embrace and joined his hands with the man's, in a very affectionate gesture, to the point of being loving. He acted so nervous before, and now he seems like a completely different person. Chances are he had problems with perversion before to get so nervous. Another option could be that he's a full-fledged virgin, but we wouldn't be in this position if that were the case. The memory of when Issei accidentally hit his butt flew into his mind, making him look down, feeling how his hips were perfectly positioned in the delicate spot for Issei. I wonder if that perversion would wake up now. Would feeling his member squeeze my butt feel even better than that time? After thinking about that situation, Tiamat couldn't help but squeeze his thighs with great force as she felt a tingle that she hadn't felt for a long time invaded her crotch and inside him. Issei snapped out of his thoughts and started sniffing like a dog. What is that? It smells like lemon. Issei wondered out loud with a raised eyebrow. Hearing Issei's words, Tiamat blinked in disbelief and quickly stopped squeezing his thighs. Smell of lemon? The dragoness asked with confusion. Issei blinked with the same expression as Tiamat. No, I think I got it wrong. I am still new to this smell thing, he commented, rubbing his hair in embarrassment. I think we should leave now, Tiamat declared, rising from his new favorite seat. This time, I'll make dinner. I'd like to practice the things you've taught me. The dragoness finished, giving her a sidelong look. Issei could see the small smile from her, causing her to get up instantly. In that case, I'll go buy the products from you, Issei commented, getting out of the bathtub quickly and closing the sliding door. Tiamat only stared at the door for a few seconds, until he finally brought his hand to her intimate area, giving it a little squeeze and then raising his hand again. She watched her hand carefully, as if she was searching for something. If you looked at it with the naked eye, you could only see small drops of water. But looking deeper, she could see a strange thin slimy thread connecting her index finger to her middle finger. I can't believe she turned me on for something stupid, the dragoness thought with a slight frown, looking at the fluid with a bit of revulsion. Until she finally dropped the token on her. Wait, when was the last time I got turned on? The dragon wondered in great surprise. Line jump. Tiamat's meal had been a success. Even Issei was very surprised that he could reach a level almost as high as him, being the first time he had worked with said ingredients. Thanks to that, Issei could see a huge grateful smile from the dragoness, who indicated how grateful she was for her words. Still, all good things always come to an end. For the first time in a month, the two of them slept separately, since it was not necessary to sleep together since the climate in the residence was perfect. Issei slept in his usual bed, while Tiamat borrowed his parents' bedroom. After spending a whole month sleeping with Issei, it was quite difficult for her to fall asleep in such a big bed. She just felt empty, and that feeling of emptiness is what made him have nightmares. I don't know what the hell you're thinking, but you better stop following me. You misunderstood things from the beginning. I only helped you because you hurt me. I'm warning you, you better not follow me anymore. I have a woman by my side. I'm not going to cheat on her, especially if it's someone like you. This is goodbye, and I hope I never see your face again, crazy. Don't make me regret saving you even more. Goodbye. Those were Ddraig's words that were engraved on the ground as a farewell message totally befitting of her pedantic attitude when she was still alive. Those words were not only engraved on the earth, but also in the heart of Tiamat. She remembered those words in her dream, and she could only scream when she saw how a crimson dragon was flying high above. She didn't know why, but her wings didn't work, didn't respond to her. She couldn't reach it. After that day, she was sure that love was a term that should stay out of her life forever. First, someone who cheats on her, and then someone who abandons her. After that, they kill her mother and all of her friends in the war, except for Tannen. That emptiness that she had in her heart only increased to a great extent. She knew that she was to blame for not having been there for them, but the hatred that she felt towards Ddraig at that moment blinded her completely, and she simply blamed it on the celestial dragon. All her misfortunes were due to that foolish dragon. Without realizing it, Tiamat woke up and gave a great cry. He quickly looked around, to see that she was in Issei's parents' room. Her heavy breathing and sweating were clear arguments of what she had been dreaming that night. She put both hands to her abdomen, in an attempt to stop that agonizing emptiness that she felt in the pit of her stomach, which was so strong that it gave her the impression that her insides were going to tear into 1,000 different pieces. It was a completely unbearable feeling. Even so, the serious look continued to be in force on Tiamat's face. No matter what she dreamed, she had sworn that she would never cry again, and she would swallow all those horrible feelings to keep her promise. In any case, her impassive face was torn apart by the melancholic look that graced her beautiful light blue eyes, which were now being consumed by sadness. Still, she wouldn't cry. Tiamat? Issei burst into the room, completely alarmed after hearing Tiamat scream. The dragoness was in her underwear, but she didn't care in the slightest. What mattered to her at this moment was the agitation that her best friend had, added to the profuse sweating and the look full of sadness that adorned her face. He quickly went to her and sat on the edge of her bed, looking at her with great concern. What happened? Tiamat didn't answer her question, she simply hugged him tightly, causing the brunette to widen her eyes in surprise. Still, it didn't take me long to hug him back. Issei's embrace was so warm and strong that he began to absorb all the negative feelings from Tiamat's body. Quickly, that heartbreaking feeling of emptiness had transformed into a warm and rather cute feeling. He felt great, and she didn't understand how Issei had managed to cure her discomfort so quickly. I'll sleep with you today. If you want, of course, Issei commented, stroking her hair to reassure her even more. Hearing those words, Tiamat hugged Issei even more tightly, burying her face in the brown chest while she nodded. Finally, they both went to bed in their underwear. Neither of them cared about that detail, they just wanted to feel comfortable with each other. Sleep without any problems. After several minutes, Issei managed to fall asleep, still holding a firm hug on Tiamat's body. The dragoness just watched him in silence for several seconds, feeling how her body was completely connected to his as usual, although this time with much less clothing. Still, she had her mind working on other things. As I said before, you are a dragon of light. Tiamat delicately positioned her hand on Issei's cheek. A smile full of love and affection adorned Tiamat's face for the first time, while she did not take her eyes off her. You are my dragon of light, because you managed to light up my world in just 1 month. When I was so depressed and so hurt, completely devastated by pain, you came to lift me up. When I am with you, I feel like my head smells miles high. When I was a puzzle, you came to put me back together. Tiamat joined her nose with Issei's, while he began to rub her cheek with caresses full of love. As you said when we first met, life is a drink, and love is a drug. I had taken the wrong ones and was completely devastated, but you offered me the right ones in those first 3 days, and now I have no enough. You covered me with your beautiful white wings when I was so depressed. Tiamat closed her eyes deeply and brought her body closer to Issei's. Their lips were practically touching by that action. You make me feel so drunk and high. So high, I promise that I will help you in any way possible. Not only for helping me and showing me a better way, but also for allowing me to feel what a love is so healthy and true. Just when he was about to seal his lips with Issei's, memories flooded his head. No one will love her. She is a crazy, deranged woman that the only good things she has are her ass and her butt. Don't come near me again. Goodbye. She abruptly separated her face from Issei's, having a somewhat sad look on her face. No. You've helped me so much. You've become my best friend, and I wouldn't want us to part just because of my feelings. She deeply closed her eyes as a small smile spread across her face. It's okay like that. She thought that, but a voice inside her constantly repeated, how long is he going to be fine like this? Although that little voice in her mind was tormenting her, it wasn't loud enough for her not to sleep with a small smile on her face. After everything she had lived through, having the man she loved by her side, someone as good as Issei, she didn't care if they didn't have that intimate relationship that she wanted so much right now. She just wanted to have him by her side, and keep laughing with him. That's all she wanted. She wanted to be together with the light dragon of hers. Line jump, Hayadu. Hearing an unfamiliar voice, they both sat up in bed quickly. Tiamat covered Issei, while threatening an outstretched hand towards the albino woman. Grafia noted how the two were in their underwear, though it didn't seem to affect her. Sorry to interrupt, but it's almost time. Oh, it's the servant woman, Issei exclaimed, recognizing the newcomer. It didn't take long for her to blush, as she finally realized she was in her underwear, due to the woman's words. "My name is Grafia, Mr. Hayate," the albino would comment, giving a small bow. "I'll be waiting for you outside the room. Don't forget to bring the pamphlet I gave you the first time we met." Issei just nodded, still embarrassed by the situation he found himself in. Finally, both Issei and Tiamat got dressed without saying a word. The tension in the air from nerves was almost palpable. "I guess I'll be going now," Issei commented, tucking the pamphlet into his trousers. Tiamat couldn't believe that he always wore his academy attire for everything, but this was no time to question the reason for that action. "Do you have something to say to me before you leave?" Tiamat asked, crossing her arms as she saw the serious, indecisive look in Issei's eyes, something rarely seen in him. Issei lowered his head with a hint of regret. "Well, he raised his head with a nervous smile. "Do you think I can stop Razor with just 3 minutes? Tiamat turned her back to him, looking at the window seriously as she still stood with her arms folded. "Taking down an enemy who possesses such an ability will be very difficult with your current level," the dragoness replied, causing Issei to lower her head sadly. "But," Issei looked up again in surprise, only to see Tiamat turn around to give him a big smile. "I believe in you," she finished, placing a hand on his shoulder to comfort him. Issei's surprise was replaced by a small smile. "What am I worrying about?" Issei wondered aloud, walking towards the door. He paused as he grabbed the doorknob, to give Tiamat one last look. "I promise not to let you down," he exclaimed with a big grin between his teeth. Tiamat smiled back, giving him final parting words. "Good luck, line jump." "Stop!" Issei's shout made everyone turn around, looking with great surprise at the boy who had appeared by kicking the door hard, practically kicking it off with one blow. His gauntlet was active, glaring at the fiancés who had yet to formalize their vows. The Gremory retinue smiled at this, knowing that it would come at some point. Rias could only watch in shock, while Razor seemed to begin to get angry at what was happening at his wedding. "What is the meaning of this?" Razor shouted, pointing at his subordinates. "What are you waiting for? Cut the nuisance out." Razor looked at his entourage with great surprise as he didn't move from his seat, causing him to grit his teeth. "Are you challenging me?" "It's not that, Razor." Razor watched as the Demon King positioned his hand on top of his shoulder. "What is the meaning of this, Sirzex? Have you already forgotten that anyone could break into the wedding?" Sirzex questioned, his condescending smile ever present on his face. Razor blinked in surprise, only to have him start to laugh cautiously, and finally burst out laughing. "Even the nobles didn't have the guts to barge into this wedding, and you're telling me that stupid brat will do it? You can tell he's a complete fool!" Razor exclaimed, finally finishing laughing. "Brother!" Rias exclaimed, being stopped by Razor. "Very well. You will be my last flame before I become a married man. Just be warned, I won't be as benevolent as last time. You did interrupt my wedding, after all," Razor commented with a smirk of superiority on his face, causing Issei to smile inwardly. "First part of the plan successful. The battle will take place on one of the official raiding game stages. You can use anything you have to your advantage, as long as it is no more than 2 items. The fight will end when the opponent is knocked unconscious, surrenders, or dies." Razor laughed at Sirzek's words. "I don't need items to polish the floor with a low-class demon." Issei walked towards the stairs, until he stood in front of Razor. "Same here," he commented with a small smile, making Razor visibly annoyed by this. Was he calling him a low-class demon? Was he? "Wait, Issei!" exclaimed Rias with great concern, causing the aforementioned to give him a glare. "Don't worry, President. I'll be done with this in 3 minutes." After saying those words, both Razor and Issei disappeared through a magic circle created by the Demon King. As soon as they disappeared, Rias' worried look twisted into a satisfied smile as he watched his brother. "Good job," Sirzex murmured, positioning his hand on top of his sister's head, causing Rias' smile to grow. "I can't wait to see how those 2 idiots put on a great show for us. I just hope that show isn't ruined by another Razor victory," Rias thought. Line jump. Issei looked around to see that he was standing on a huge piece of land that looked like a chessboard, though the pieces were spread out and many of them were in terrible condition. He quickly came into focus when he saw Razor appear a few feet away from him. Issei met his gaze instantly. "For starters, promotion, Bishop." A huge bishop piece appeared in front of him, disappearing in an instant. Razor watched him with a raised eyebrow. "Are you a fool? Do you know well that promotion to Queen strengthens all your stats, while Bishop only improves your power and magic reserves?" A small smile broke out on Issei's face. "Yes. I know very well that Queen promotion can grant you other benefits, but the power is distributed. The bishop, on the other hand, only concentrates on anything to do with magic. Razor gritted his teeth slightly as he listened to her explanation. Are you saying you only need to improve your magic to beat me? Issei replied with a bold grin on his face, making Razor start to get really annoyed. Are you ready to begin? The Demon King's voice echoed in place, causing them both to nod. Then begin. Razor clenched his fists tightly and shouted with great force, causing a small blizzard to rise around him. Soon he was surrounded by a thin yellow aura that gave off power. What do you think, brat? When I said I wouldn't have benevolence, I meant I would use all my power from the start. Well, Lord Razor plans to use all his power. Don't you think he's overreacting? He's fighting a low-class demon. He'll sweep the floor with it in less than 10 seconds, I'm sure. All the voices that could be heard only made Razor's smug grin increase even more. Don't worry, I'll make sure to control myself so you don't end up dying. Issei was just looking at him seriously, causing Razor to raise an eyebrow. What's the matter, cat? Got your tongue? A smile broke out on Issei's face. Are you done? Because I'd like to go in with all my power too. Razor got a little twitch of his eyebrow. Do whatever you want. Totally, everything you do will be completely in vain. Issei clenched his fists tightly as he gave him one last mocking look. Such confidence, how easy will it be to take her down? Issei's gaze completely transformed to a perfectly composed one. Razor heard Issei's fists clench even tighter, making him pay real attention to her. Nothing I do will do. Surely he's a reincarnated demon if he thinks he can take on someone like the great Razor. He's an idiot. The good thing is, he'll get what he deserves, and he'll finally understand not to get involved in such important things. For the moment, let's see what a ridiculous thing he's about to do. Start the countdown, partner. Everyone in the audience was surprised to hear Ddraig's voice. Issei stretched his arms towards the ground with great force and finished with a huge shout to the sky. Razor was quick to cover his face from the huge blizzard that had been generated as he watched in complete amazement as a crimson aura completely surrounded Issei's body. The serious gaze of the protagonist was easily distinguishable through the huge whirlwind and the red aura that had been generated because of him. His eyes took on a green color for a second. His left foot flickered crimson, revealing a strong blood-red armor in its place. Next to change was his head, which was covered by a crimson helmet. Then, his arms were also covered by the same armor. Before the party ended, his legs were completely surrounded by the crimson armor, causing the huge blizzard around him to intensify a little more. To end the show, a gem appeared in the middle of his chest, then flashed green and materialized the entire armor in his torso sector, ending the transformation and causing a huge red flash to completely blind Razor, along with the huge blizzard that had intensified even more, if that was possible. The audience was watching the screen that was completely red from the dense aura, causing their jaws to tremble at what they were witnessing. Without warning, the huge crimson glow dissipated along with the blizzard, causing Razor to finally catch a glimpse of Issei. When he saw her figure, his eyes could do nothing but tremble with shock. Welsh dragon, balance breaker, balance breaker? Rias exclaimed/shouted, completely shocked by what she was witnessing. Sirzex just smiled sideways at his sister's reaction. This is better than I expected. The Demon King thought, a mysterious smile on his face as he stared at the Red Dragon Emperor. Razor could only continue to stare at him without being able to say a word. He was completely transfixed by what was happening in front of him. The threatening, suffocating crimson aura Issei was giving off didn't help either. Issei's helmet dematerialized, giving him a look that was identical to Tiamat's when she was angry, or trying to assert herself. He had learned very well from his master. All Razor could think of was a forced smile. All that fuss just to put on that armor? The blonde commented, moving into an attack stance. You'd better put your helmet back on. He would add at last, his look much more serious than usual. He didn't know why, but that suffocating aura, along with Issei's stare, was putting him in a very bad mood, so he wasn't going to hold back in the slightest. A small smile broke out on Issei's face. The helmet? I won't need that to beat you. Hearing those words, Razor clenched his teeth tightly and trembled with anger. TSK. Have it your way, then don't reproach me when I knock your head off, shouted Razor fiercely, spreading his phoenix wings to lunge at Issei. Razor moved like a flash of light to where his foe stood, delivering a huge punch to Issei's face. Oh, at least, that's what everyone expected. What? Razor thought, blinking in complete shock as he saw how his fist had hit the air, as Issei had tilted his head to the side to dodge it, seemingly with great ease. Issei's tempered, piercing, and serious expression only made this fact annoy Razor even more. Issei jumped back a little and began to fly away, crossing his arms while still suffocating him with his gaze and aura. Razor just gritted his teeth hard and followed him swiftly, making numerous attacks that were aimed at the chestnut's face with impressive speed. Issei dodged all the blows with ease, swinging his body and ducking back and forth in the air, performing a great display of impressive movements, as if he were dancing. All Razor could do was grit his teeth more and more as he watched Issei dodge all his attacks, with his arms crossed and that cursed look still on his face. After several seconds with the same result, Razor decided to break away from him and tried to deliver a strong downward side kick that would be impossible to dodge, because if Issei tried it he would break him in half. Or so he thought. A great roar was heard as Issei parried the kick that was heading straight for his cheek with his forearm. It was a completely successful block, as his armor didn't even flinch from the impact. Razor could only stare at him in disbelief, unable to understand what was going on. But you only started 2 months ago? How are you able to parry and dodge my attacks? Issei merely remained silent, knocking Razor's leg off of him with a sharp movement of his arm, causing the phoenix to be forced to compose himself. Even so, he had no time to rest, as a strong punch was fired at his face, which he managed to dodge by the skin of his teeth by dodging to the side. Unbeknownst to the audience, the fight quickly turned in Issei's favor in less than a second, as he was throwing paws and punches left and right at Razor's face that were miraculously being dodged. Razor gave a small frustrated yelp as he saw an opportunity to counterattack, but it was nullified by Issei as his fist crashed hard into his own, causing both attacks to cancel each other out and create a very small shockwave at the center of the impact. Again, without anyone understanding anything, Razor and Issei began to collide all their punches, paws, and knees, creating small shockwaves throughout the arena due to how fast they were moving. What's going on? I can see them in a blur because of the speed. They're colliding all their attacks, canceling each other out. It's impressive. How is it that a low-class demon can match the attack strength and speed of a high-class demon? I don't know, but I must admit it's impressive. Ddraig just laughed at the comments. Yes, evenly matched. Rias could only watch the shockwaves with wide eyes, as could his entire entourage. They couldn't believe that Issei could be dealing with such a strong enemy, from their point of view. I don't get it. How can you keep up? Razor asked/shouted, at the end of his tether. He couldn't believe that a low-class demon was standing up to him. Issei looked him straight in the eyes, causing Razor to widen his own slightly from the look his opponent had held throughout the fight. Your movements are very slow and weak, so it's very easy to match them. Hearing Issei's explanation, Razor widened his eyes in great fury. His movements reached an even greater speed, as did his strength. Seeing the drastic change, Issei bent his back backwards to dodge a punch that was headed for his face. Razor appeared in front of him, clenching his fist tightly. Try to match this, he shouted with great force, delivering a hard punch to Issei's face that shook absolutely everything around him for a second. The protagonist's face was forced to turn sideways by the inertia produced from the blow, his eyes covered by his hair. The bloodthirsty grin on Razor's face indicated how great it felt to land that blow. Without warning, yet another tremor was heard, sounding even louder than the last. Razor's smile faded instantly, and he slowly lowered his gaze to see Issei had pulled himself together without him even noticing, delivering a heavy blow to his abdomen that went all the way through him. Razor could only open his bleeding mouth in disbelief as he trembled in pain. He tried to fix the situation quickly, punching Issei in the face. Yet, he couldn't even finish raising his arm when Issei had already landed a huge punch to his jaw that sent him flying to the edge of the arena, crashing hard into the wall, and sending the already battered piece of horse completely crashing down on top of him. Issei merely lowered his fist and began to slowly advance towards Razor, for he knew that this was not over yet. A huge explosion of flames was released on the spot as an orange magic circle appeared above the rubble. When the smoke and dust cleared, Razor could be seen standing there, breathing heavily. His body was already healing at an enormous speed, but he still couldn't help staggering to his knees on the ground, as he began to cry out in silent pain. Those 2 blows had left him with no stomach, half of his spine missing, and his jaw shattered. All in all, it was very painful. I don't understand. I swept the floor with him last time. How could he get so much better in such a short time? He thought with great anger and frustration. The accumulation of such emotions was so great that they had already completely flooded his mind, and his eyes showed it clearly. I don't care if you are the security, I will kill you for this humiliation. He finished his thoughts, watching with great hatred as Issei stood a couple of feet away from him. Razor's eyes grew wide as Issei's figure became a blur to his eyes. He instinctively rolled to the side to dodge the kick that went straight for his chin. Still lying on the ground, Razor looked down at him, gritting his teeth tightly as he trembled in disbelief. Razor wasted no time and quickly got up to try and land a few kicks that went straight for Issei's face. But Issei himself blocked them with his forearm without flinching a bit. After a few seconds of the same, Issei bent his leg backwards and charged with all his might, letting out a scream at the end when he landed a hard kick to Razor's face that made him spit out a large amount of blood. If that wasn't enough, Razor ended up swallowing a large amount of the ground as he was dragged several meters by the momentum of the blow, leaving a line of destruction in his wake. Issei pulled himself together and looked at him carefully. Razor began to pick himself up from the ground with considerable difficulty, as a large amount of fire surrounded his face, which helped him heal after a second. The Phoenix finished pulling himself together without much trouble, though his slightly ragged breathing and hate-filled gaze indicated that he was mentally unstable. "This is over!" shouted Razor with great force, rising into the air, and raising his right hand in Issei's direction, causing a small ball of fire to begin to be created in his hand. Within seconds, 3 magic circles of significant size were created in front of his hand. Murmurs began to rise in the audience. Will he use that attack? It's Lord Razor's second best attack. The boy will end up badly injured, or even dead. It's a pity, he had great potential. Come to think of it, it's normal for him to have such potential if we're talking about the same Sekyutai. It doesn't matter if he's low class. You're right, brother. Rias tugged at Ddraig's robes, only to be surprised when she saw that her brother's face was still impassive as usual, forcing her to look at the screen to find out what she was waiting for. I don't care if you're the Sekyutai, you must pay for your insolence. Razor shouted at last, causing a small, but powerful fireball to shoot out of his hand, which turned a golden color as it passed through the 3 magic circles, indicating that there was a lot of concentrated magic. The attack was so fast that it left a glowing trail in its wake. Razor's maniacal grin did not waver for a second, while Issei still continued to cross his arms, holding that look on his face. The attack was over the trajectory in less than a second, and just when everyone thought Issei was about to be defeated, the exact opposite happened. Issei raised his hand and deflected the attack into the sky like it was nothing, rendering everyone completely speechless by the action. It only took a few seconds for Razor to speak. How did you become so strong in just a month? How did you learn to fight so well in such a short time? Razor waited for a few seconds for an answer that never came, as Issei just continued to stare at him with that impassive, suffocating stare that infuriated Razor to his utmost point, causing him to shut his eyes tightly and grit his teeth. Say something! The scream was so loud that even Razor's sister herself was surprised, as she had never seen her brother lose his temper in such a manner. Razor opened his eyes and began to gasp for breath, not only because of the scream, but also because of the large amount of magical reserves he had expended to throw the previous attack. He continued to watch Issei, who didn't seem to want to say a word, but just as he was about to shout again, Issei opened his mouth. If you don't surrender, I'll kill you. They were simple words, but those words were enough to make something inside Razor shake him completely. Something changed inside him. Those were his feelings of hatred, anger, and frustration that he felt because of that dragon boy. Those feelings were replaced, changed by a specific one, and that was panic. Razor's face transformed into one of utter terror when he heard Issei's words. The expression on his face was impossible to imitate. It was an utterly icy, cutting terror. That feeling was the real hell. He wanted to shake it off as soon as possible. Razor rose even higher into the air, his utterly horrified face still palpable as he stared at Issei in sheer terror. Razor raised both his hands to the sky, beginning to create a huge fireball. I can't lose, I can't die. Razor thought in desperation, putting an immense amount of his magical reserves into the attack. About 3 magic circles appeared again, but this time they were spread across the entire path he had to take to get in front of Issei. Ah! He unconsciously began to scream due to the large charge of energy he was using to prepare the attack. The large fireball grew larger and larger, to the point of being completely gigantic. The magnitude of the attack is immeasurable. It's going to kill him. Apparently it has angered Lord Razor. Otherwise, he wouldn't use that attack. Now he won't stand a chance. He can't dodge it, and it's multiple times stronger than the previous attack. It was a good fight. Brother? Rias asked uneasily as he watched the huge fireball that didn't seem to stop growing. Ddraig's features were faltering for the first time in the entire fight. He spent that much magical power in a single attack? I didn't expect this, damn it. The griffin won't be able to save him with such a large magnitude of explosion. He'll die with it. What the hell are you thinking, Razor? You know better than to let him die. As Serzex clenched his arms tightly in his hands, that's when Rias realized that things stopped going as planned. Die, you reincarnated demon! Razor shouted at the top of his lungs, throwing the giant ball towards Issei. Issei watched with his impassive gaze as the ball with a diameter of about 20 meters approached his position, passing through the magic circles, becoming more and more yellow because of it. When it was only a few meters from touching the ground, all the debris shot out in various directions, out of the enormous pressure generated by the attack. Serzex gritted his teeth slightly. It's over, and we haven't even started the plan. Serzex looked away, unwilling to see all his wonderful plans slip from his grasp. When the attack was only a meter away from Issei, the protagonist raised his right hand. Dragon shot! He shouted with great force at the end, causing a crimson bolt of lightning much smaller than Razor's attack to slam into the giant ball, stopping its advance in its tracks, and it didn't take long for it to advance towards Razor's direction. Everyone, even Razor himself, widened their eyes in complete shock at what they were witnessing. Issei had practically unleashed an attack with only a second's preparation, and was overpowering the mini-sun that Razor had thrown in no time. No! Razor shouted, completely desperate as he threw a small amount of flames towards the attack to regain control, but the attack continued to slowly advance towards his direction. Impossible! This can't be happening, Razor said, completely terrified, creating a large magical circle that served as a barrier, in a poor attempt to fend off the attack. Both magical attacks hit the barrier and shattered it in less than a second. This can't be happening. A completely blinding light illuminated Razor's figure, and then nothing could be seen of him, as he was completely enclosed within the attack. A second after that, the glow that surrounded the entire arena wavered for a second, only to expand into a huge golden explosion with crimson edges. The blast was so loud that it managed to be completely deafening. A huge whirlpool had been generated around the shockwave, which was responsible for shattering all the chess pieces in the arena. When the magnitude of the attack finally stopped expanding due to the containment barriers, which Serzex himself had placed in advance, the shockwave shrank and disappeared out of nowhere, leaving a huge curtain of dust all over the arena, leaving absolutely nothing to be seen. Murmurs began to be heard from the audience, completely disbelieving what they had just witnessed with their own eyes. As the dust began to dissipate, everyone stared intently at the screen, creating a huge silence in the room, which quickly turned into gasps of shocked people. Issei was standing in the middle of the arena, with his helmet on. The armor would be severely damaged, but still it had not let its wearer take any damage. After a second, the armor self-regenerated and Issei's helmet dematerialized. Partner, we have 20 seconds. All right. Issei nodded earnestly. It's time to move on to the third phase. What do you plan to do to win? Ddraig asked, genuinely intrigued. A small smile appeared on Issei's face. The first thing Tiamat taught me, the feint. If that fails, I'll be sure to save some dragon shot for last. I see, sounds promising, Ddraig replied with an excited tone in his voice. He couldn't wait to see what his partner would do. Their chatter ended just as Issei managed to make out through the dust as a large amount of fire landed in front of him. After a few seconds, Razor's figure became visible. He was kneeling on the ground, his eyes completely lost in the panic of the moment, as his body trembled in terror. He wanted to end it all quickly, and he couldn't do it. Beads of sweat were running down his face, while the faint gasps of exhaustion were present in the air, added to the moans of pain that could be heard coming out in between. That magical aura around him had completely disappeared, indicating that he had almost no tricks left up his sleeve. Issei wasted no valuable time and positioned himself in front of Razor in one swift move, causing the blonde to become very visibly alarmed and rise up to try and deliver a desperate blow to the protagonist, a blow that failed for obvious reasons. He then attempted another punch which Issei dodged with ease, causing a small smile to appear on his face as he saw how Razor's punches were already lacking in technique, and were only desperate measures to escape his predicament. Issei wasted no time, and approached him with that smile still on his face, causing Razor's eyes to widen in horror. Issei flexed his right arm and charged with all his might in an obvious attack, causing Razor to look at his prominent punch with anticipation. "It's too obvious!" shouted Razor, covering his left side and leaving his right side completely exposed. Issei's grin increased even more as he landed a hard left to the side of his ribs, causing him to spit out a large amount of blood and go flying, eventually ending up rolling on the floor. Razor got up with some ease, though his trembling never left his body. The wound on his mid-torso eventually healed, and he looked up again to see Issei. But when she did, she could only blink in disbelief when he was already in front of her again, charging her with yet another punch just like the last one. "You won't fool me with your ridiculous feint this time," Razor thought, covering his left side with one hand and his right with the other. Although his reaction had been correct, he could not withstand the enormous pressure exerted by Issei's fist, so his forearm ended up giving way with a horrible crack, as it was ejected at a great speed by the force of the attack. As this time he flew into the sky, the only thing holding him back were the Surzex barriers, as the battlefield was completely deserted for obvious reasons. Razor's body fell with a thud, which was completely broken when the sound of something shattering into 1,000 pieces reached everyone's ears. "Time's up," Ddraig warned with a slight tone of concern in his voice. Issei would stagger from the breaking of the balance breaker, as the loss of power hit him abruptly. "Shit!" he cursed to himself. "I should have prepared some previous boost in my gauntlet so the difference wouldn't be so great," Issei thought as he leaned on his knee, but it was too late to think about it. The crimson energy surrounding Issei ended up fading away completely. The only thing that had not disappeared from his armor was his gauntlet. Razor began to stand up with difficulty, due to the pain he was currently feeling. The smile on his face was indescribable. What happened? That power was so short-lived. Razor's smile was completely wiped away as his vision became somewhat blurry, and he ended up falling to his knees because of it. Issei's eyes grew wide at the sight. Mental exhaustion. "This is my chance," he exclaimed, extending his hand towards Razor as a small ball began to grow larger and larger in his hand. "You plan to throw it at me from 100 feet away? Your attack is very strong, but it's no use if you don't hit your target. Ha 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 ha." Razor laughed loudly as he tried to fully erect himself. Finally, the crimson ball managed to be large enough to fit into his palm. "If it's that easy, then ski it, dragon shot." Razor watched the attack with a smirk on his face, but his expression turned into a complete puzzle as he prepared to move. What's wrong?" he wondered, staring at his legs in horror. "I can't move them." Razor raised his hand and expended the last of his remaining magic to counter the attack. Issei's eyes widened in shock as another massive fireball materialized in his opponent's hands, but considerably smaller in size than the last. He still had that much magic? Unlike his previous attack, the fireball traversed its path in less than a second, impacting heavily against the dragon shot considerably weaker than the previous one, winning the clash by a very narrow margin and causing both attacks to explode very close to Issei, so it was inevitable that he would take some damage from the blast. He could only be seen to cover his face in vain, only to give a small cry of pain as he was enveloped by the edge of the blast. Razor watched the small curtain of dust as he gasped for breath. He was completely exhausted. Razor gritted his teeth and fell to his knees on the ground, clutching his head tightly as he felt that everything around him was a complete blur, and the enormous pain still lingered in his ribs on his right side. Wait a minute, they hadn't healed yet? Razor looked quickly at the stabbing area, only to widen his eyes in complete shock as he saw blood seeping from the wound from his broken ribs, and there was no flame covering it to heal him. Razor got up with great difficulty, staggering from side to side as he clutched his ribs with an expression of horror and pain on his face. He just hoped the boy was unconscious, because he didn't want this torment to last a second longer. When he finally arrived at the scene, his eyes widened as he saw Issei propped up on his knees. His shirt was in tatters, and his trousers were a bit battered. His skin was visibly bruised, but it was nothing serious. On his hand the gauntlet had just materialized, implying that the small gauntlet had managed to absorb most of the impact. Issei raised his gaze, causing Razor to unconsciously take a step back. "This ends now." It was Issei's simple words that made Razor's teeth clench tightly. Issei lunged at Razor with a shout, charging his blow exactly as he had the last 2 times he had done so. Seeing this, Razor's eyes widened as wide as they could go. "Now you don't possess the strength you had before," he shouted with a big grin on his face, catching Issei's right fist with difficulty, as the strength was still evenly matched. Issei charged his left arm towards Razor's abdomen, being dodged by a millimeter thanks to the blonde's anticipation. "I told you I wouldn't fall for your ridiculous feints anymore," shouted Razor with great force, starting to drive his fist straight for Issei's throat. "I win, but what are you saying?" Razor startled a little when he saw Issei's hardened gaze. "You already lost when you let despair flood your mind and heart." Razor blinked in complete shock when he felt his attack stopped by Issei's hand as he grabbed his forearm, only to feel the chestnut open his fist and tighten his grip on Razor's other hand that had blocked him earlier. At that moment, all became silent and everything began to slow down. Issei's eyes could only visualize Razor's figure in front of him. Everything around him was black. He was looking at Razor, specifically at his chin. A loud, deafening roar broke the silence. That loud, cutting, devastating roar had been originated when Issei's knee impacted with shattering force on Razor's chin. Time had come to a complete standstill at that precise moment, watching from different angles. All that, just for everyone to observe the magnitude of what that blow meant. The knee was repeated again, and again, and again, and again in the reader's mind from different angles, until finally everything started to slow down again. The mouths of the whole audience were wide open, they couldn't believe their eyes. As everything was going much slower, the figure of Razor spitting out a large amount of blood with blank eyes was easily distinguishable. Meanwhile, Issei was still in the air just like Razor, his knee still bent, his vision completely obscured by his hair. Finally, the young man looked up with great seriousness to see Razor's body still slowly falling, about to hit the ground. Taking down an enemy who possesses such a skill will be very difficult with your current level. But, Issei's eyes recorded the moment as Razor's head began to rose on the ground. I believe in you. The first sound heard in that long silence would be Razor's body landing on the ground, crawling like a sack of rubbish a few feet, until his face fell limply to the side, denoting his eyes rolled back in his head. Issei finally landed, gazing intently at Razor. Our Razor Phoenix has been knocked unconscious. The winner is Hayate Issei, the Demon King exclaimed, declaring the end of the battle. After those words, another overwhelming silence followed. Hearing that, Issei raised his gaze to the sky, dropping his arms to his sides. Why do I feel this way? Issei closed his eyes in utter tranquility. I just won a battle against a strong guy. It was just a successful rematch against someone who had humiliated me. I only did it for the president. At that moment, that's when Tiamat's words came back into his head. If you find that moment, Issei raised his gauntlet to the sky, and clenched it with great force. You will be completely fascinated by the true meaning of combat. Yes. Issei shouted with great force and shook his fist with great passion, to shake off all the fabulous emotions that were overwhelming his mind completely. Hearing his shout, Rias trembled with excitement, as he had been freed from the arranged marriage. Whoa! He beat Razor. Who is that guy? I have no idea, but apparently he's the bearer of the Welsh dragon. A great deal of muttering and shouting began to be heard from all the demons in the room, with the exception of Razor's retinue who rushed to his aid. Issei was forced to stop his revelry as he was teleported into the room, causing him to look to the front of him out of obligation as he saw the entire Razor squad quickly approach him, giving him various compliments and congratulations on how he had performed, causing a big toothy grin to break out on Issei's face as a slight blush shot across his face at the words of his friends, and as Kaneko stroked his hair with a hint of admiration on her face. That was amazing, Dragon Boy. Or should I call you Issei? Surzex walked over to him, clapping for his victory along with his sister, who greeted him with a tight hug. Issei, I was so worried, Rias exclaimed, hugging him even tighter. Issei broke away from the hug, shocking those present. You don't have to be anymore, now you're free to marry whoever you want, the protagonist exclaimed with a raised thumb. The Gremry entourage looked at each other seriously for a minute, even Surzek's face got a little serious. Seeing this, Issei looked at them all with confusion. Did I say something wrong? He asked, seeing everyone looking at him strangely. Issei, let's go talk outside, Surzex commented, being joined by Rias. The Gremry retinue looked at each other earnestly. I suppose Lord Surzex will resort to Plan B, Aquino commented, giving a small sigh of weariness. For the moment, we shouldn't worry. Everything went according to plan, with the exception of certain irregularities. Let's let Rias have a little trip with Issei, so they start getting closer. Kiba just nodded with a tired smile on his face. I just hope everything goes well. I wouldn't want to have to do certain things. I wouldn't mind, Kaneko commented, generating a magic circle at the feet of her friends. Me either, Asia concluded with a mysterious smile on her face. A few demons looked at each other in confusion as Issei had left along with Surzex and her sister. That she is free to marry whomever she wants? Then why did he rescue her, knowing he would be engaged to her if he did? The other fully muscled demon with purple eyes bowed his shoulders. I don't know, I'm not that close with my cousin. The guy folded his arms with a defiant grin on his face. But that guy is most interesting. I hope we can talk soon. Line jump. I would like you to escort my sister to the academy. Escort? Wait, sister? Issei blinked in disbelief at the end. Now that I remember, Grafia had told me about this, Issei concluded, rubbing his chin. Surzex chuckled at Issei's nonchalant attitude. My name is Surzex Lucifer, I hope we get along, Rias' brother said, bowing his hand and being shaken by Issei immediately. Same here, replied the protagonist with a smile. Just as they finished introducing themselves, something glittered loudly in Issei's right pocket, causing him to let out a small cry of surprise as a strange bird appeared between him and Rias. By this I meant escorting her, Sirzex commented, resting a hand on the griffin. I hope you take good care of her, brother, Rias exclaimed with a blush on his face, causing Issei to look at her in confusion and his brother to chuckle. In the end, they both climbed onto the griffin and raised their hand in a grand farewell, disappearing into the reddish sky of hell. When there was finally no sign of them, Sirzex lowered his hand, and a grim smile graced his face. It's time to try the first step, Rias thought with an evil grin on his face that Issei didn't see, as he was looking straight ahead. Knowing what Issei's attitude is like, I'm sure a right first step is to use some of my gifts. After all, I don't think Issei has changed that much in just a month. Rias hugged him tightly by his bare back, causing her slightly exposed cleavage to rub against Issei's rough skin from the recent battle. In a way, Rias was right. It's very hard for Issei to change all that perverted attitude in a month. What she didn't know was that her body looked like a plank, if compared to the well-exercised and voluptuous body of a certain dragoness, who had the chance to see naked every day thanks to the natural hot springs. Somehow, that mysterious dragoness had served as a remedy to control that side of Issei to a great extent. That, and thanks to her new mentality, allowed her to face that one dark side she had in her heart. Rias blinked in surprise when Issei seemed unfazed by his action. Still, he didn't have time to get angry, as something came to his mind thanks to his earlier thought. Hey Issei. Where were you all last month? Issei looked over his shoulders to answer him. I was training in the family realm. Rias was visibly taken aback by the revelation. But we looked everywhere for you there. Well, everywhere, except for the place where a monster lives that would be able to tear you apart in less than a second. A monster? Issei asked with a roll of his eyes. Well, in a way, that idea isn't quite right. He thought. Yes. Rias nodded. There's no telling what kind of monster it is, since no one survived to tell the tale. Everyone who tried to find out what's going on around that area ended up disappearing without a trace. Before Rias could continue his conversation, he could watch as Issei spoke through a small magic circle in his ear. You can teleport me. I'm looking forward to seeing you too, and thanking you. Issei gave Rias a quick embarrassed glance. I'm sorry, President, I must leave you alone. I know I promised her, but that person helped me too much, and it would be very cruel and ungrateful of me to keep her waiting. Before Rias could ask who it was, Issei disappeared in a celestial magic circle and made the girl fall to the front, since she didn't have the back of Issei's back. Make her? Rias frowned as he noticed that the word meant a lot more than it sounded. I'd better tell my brother about this. Looks like someone's going to have to go back to the academy alone. Line jump. As soon as he appeared in the cave, Issei felt very soft and delicate arms wrap around him completely, enclosing him in a deep embrace. The next thing he felt was how the cleavage protruding over an unbuttoned one pressed tightly to his chest, feeling a great warmth in that little triangle that was exposed, causing him to blush almost immediately. Still, he was much more focused on returning the hug. Congratulations! Tiamat exclaimed with great enthusiasm. He was so happy, even his little canine fangs decided to make an appearance. How do you know? Issei asked in great surprise, breaking away from the embrace a little to see Tiamat's beautiful smiling face. Tiamat gave him a small tap on the forehead as she laughed. Remember, we can feel what the other feels, silly. Then you know how I felt when I won, don't you? Tiamat nodded with a smile. Yes, yes. You finally knew that courage you lacked to get caught up in the feeling of what a battle is like. It's exactly the same feeling as mine when I enter a fight, no matter who my opponent is. I guess you've rubbed off a thing or two on me. Issei added as they both continued to laugh. I wasn't the one who put that idea in you about replacing your demon arm with a dragon's. Tiamat exclaimed with a chuckle, until finally something important popped into her head. Wait a minute, do you feel something weird in your arm? Tiamat inquired seriously, touching Issei's arm with both her hands, looking for any part that was out of place. No, why? Asked Issei with great intrigue at the sudden change in attitude presented by her best friend and future lover. As I said before, a dragon's power is very corrosive. When you use it, there can also be serious consequences. Still, you seem to be fine. Tiamat concluded. Her gaze twisted to a more tender one as her touches began to transform into caresses, causing Issei to be surprised by the act. You have given your arm to save your mistress. She must be a very good woman for you to have decided to give away a part of your body to rescue her. Tiamat's gaze changed to a more delicate one as she continued to stroke his arm. It must be great to have someone who really appreciates you that much. If it were up to you, I'd give up my other arm. Tiamat raised her gaze, visibly impressed by what she had heard. And if that's not enough, I'd also give up both my legs. And then my right eye, I suppose. By now, Tiamat's feelings and emotions were running so fast they were impossible to describe. She just needed to expel them somewhere, in one place, otherwise she would explode. And for that very reason, Issei was receiving a big kiss on his forehead from Tiamat. Issei could only blush and feel his heart flutter out of control for such a stupid thing as a kiss on the forehead was. But he couldn't help but think that it felt very special. After a few seconds, Tiamat pulled away from Issei and gave him a big smile. That's very nice of you, but I won't allow you to give away parts of your body to save me. If anything, I'll be the one to save you. Tiamat concluded, positioning both hands on Issei's cheeks in a very affectionate manner. I won't be behind you forever. Issei exclaimed with a smile on his face, standing up suddenly and causing Tiamat to be surprised. I made a bet that I'll beat you, and I intend to win it, HMP, Tiamat said with an amused tone in her voice as she stood up straight. That I'll have to see for myself. But for now, I will make sure you learn many other basic techniques that we left out because of your meager magic, and they are very important. With your new power, I'm sure you'll be able to master them. You bet! Issei exclaimed, clenching his fist tightly with conviction. Tiamat's determined expression would turn into a smirk. But before that, you have to make up all the classes you missed throughout all these days. You know what I mean? Tiamat asked, pulling out Issei's black briefcase from behind a stone. At the sight of the briefcase, Issei began to sweat profusely as a poker face dominated his expression, turning completely pale instantly. Tiamat waved the briefcase close to his face, further increasing her smirk as she saw him avert his gaze elsewhere. You know that, don't you? We were at the protagonist's home. It was 7 a.m. A day had passed since Issei's victory against Razor. The establishment was in complete silence, if not for the noise coming from the kitchen. Pretty hands were moving from one place to another, chopping and preparing different foods. The toaster removed the breads with a beep, causing the movement of the hands to stop dead in its tracks. One of the hands took a piece of toast and raised it to his mouth, taking a small bite. Although only the lower half of her face was visible, the small, satisfied smile that appeared on her face confirmed her identity. No one could smile like she did, after all. Wake up. Wake up, or I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces. The alarm sounded loudly, causing a hand to reach out from inside the blanket and shut it off with a sharp thud. The guy peeked his face above the warm blankets, revealing the very sleepy face of our beloved protagonist. I want to see some. Issei quickly covered his mouth at her words. Shit, I thought I had it under control already. He cursed aloud to himself. Relax, partner. The thickest, proudest voice known to all spoke through the hand of its bearer. You used to think only of touching them all the time. Now you only think about seeing them. It's great progress, Ddraig declared, quite proud that his bearer was coping so well with his greatest weakness. Issei rubbed his hair with a small, grateful smile on his face. Thank you. I can always count on you to lift my spirits, Ddraig. His chatter was interrupted when someone opened the door, causing Issei to pay special attention. Good morning. The highly regarded dragoness commented, carrying a large tray of food in her hands. I hope you're hungry. Whoa! Issei exclaimed with starry eyes, almost jumping out of her bed at the sight of the endless food. That looks super delicious. Issei's words caused a small smile to break out on Tiamat's face as she closed the door. Yet today was going to be a pretty normal day. Beginning of Arc Chapter 12, Returning to the Academy. Issei shouted in frustration, sinking his face into the books. Why did I have to leave the academy for over a month? This is a horror! He exclaimed, his tone rather dejected. The brown-haired man was in the living room, receiving lessons from Tiamat. At least, in every subject but history. It's amazing how humanity has changed over the last 1,000 years, Tiamat commented to herself, reading a book with some interest. Can I take a break? Issei asked, lifting his face from the books. Since yesterday all I do is study, plus eat and sleep. You won't even let me go to the bathroom by myself. Tiamat lowered the book a little, glaring at him. I can't risk it. You can escape through the vent. I don't think my body can fit in such a small place, Issei replied with a small drop of nervous sweat. Come on, you're only missing the last week. Tiamat said, hiding her face with the book again. That's right. Issei declared with renewed glee. The 14 hours a day of study was worth it after all. Issei sank his face into the physics book. After a few seconds, Tiamat lowered her book a little to give it a glance. She would stare at it for a while, until she finally found the words to speak to him. Your parents are coming back tomorrow? Yes, Issei replied, looking away from his book just to catch Tiamat's disappointed look. When we finish this, will you visit me again? She asked, her worried expression hidden thanks to the book. Of course. Issei's vigorous response caused Tiamat to lower her book immediately, denoting an impressed expression. You said yourself that I have many things to learn. Besides, a small blush appeared on Issei's face, averting his gaze from Tiamat's piercing eyes. I'd like to spend time with you here and in familiar realm, not just training. You know, Issei looked back at Tiamat, to see her impressed expression increase even more. But if you just want to train me, I'll have no problem with it. A large amount of books fell to the ground, a product of Tiamat's big hug, which had taken Issei completely by surprise. Let's repeat what we did a few days ago, please, Tiamat exclaimed in a grateful voice, as a sweet smile graced her face. Thanks to the dragoness Pablaras, Issei was able to snap out of his state and responded to the embrace. Of course. It was great for me too. The young man's words only made Tiamat hug him even more happily. Line jump. It was already completely dark. Issei and Tiamat were making the final checks before the woman left for home. Issei raised his gaze for a second, looking at Tiamat. She quickly lowered her gaze and continued writing. What's wrong? Asked Tiamat, who had somehow caught Issei's gaze without taking her face from the book. Nothing, he said, rubbing his hair in a bit of frustration. I was just wondering how long it will take me to learn the basic magical moves. It'll take you a lot less time than reaching your balance breaker. Tiamat raised her gaze, watching him carefully. They're basic spells, you won't have much trouble with them. The only thing you'll have trouble with is being able to use them with low augmentations due to your current condition. You mean because of the almost scarce magic reserves? Issei asked, somewhat disgusted by his lack of magic. Exactly. Tiamat nodded. Still, it is something you must learn. To give you an example, spells that function as blocks could save your life. There are also those that allow you to boost your magical attacks to an even greater degree, among others. The dragoness concluded, waving her hand to indicate that the list was much longer. Shields, enhancers, Issei thought aloud, remembering that Razor had done something similar. I think in about 15 minutes I'll be leaving, Tiamat commented, looking at the clock hanging behind the TV already pointing to midnight. All right, Issei replied, then giving her a big smile, causing Tiamat to blink in mild surprise. Thanks for everything. The protagonist grabbed the dragoness' hand, causing a tiny blush to creep onto her face. Really, I don't know how to repay you. You've helped me so much lately, he commented, with a very sincere tone. If it wasn't for you, I don't know if I would have made it this far in such a short time. The grip on his hand slowly transformed into something more personal, as their fingers unconsciously intertwined. You've given me of your valuable time without asking for anything in return. Issei widened his smile even more, forcing Tiamat to smile at the cute words that were rattling her chest more than she expected. You're amazing. I couldn't have spent my time on anything else. Tiamat's response caused Issei to glare at her. Well, maybe I could have spent it, picking a fight or two. But I don't regret anything. Spending time with you was quite enjoyable, plus you've helped me a lot too, she concluded with her beautiful smile still in force on her face, causing a small smile to creep onto Issei's face. You know something? Tiamat blinked, watching him carefully. When we first met, you hardly ever smiled. You always acted so serious, and even a little cold at times. But now you smile a lot more often. I'm glad to see that, because you look so much prettier when you're happy. Tiamat couldn't help but blush faintly at the chestnut's innocent words, causing the woman's smile to increase even more. That's because of you, Tiamat's words, adding to the warm squeeze she gave her intertwined hands, caused Issei to look at her with a small blush. If you hadn't been so good to me, chances are I would have never gone back to feeling so special. When he concluded his words, they both stared directly into each other's eyes, without any kind of interruption. The smiles still remained in force on their faces, making the comforting silence that had been generated between the two of them noticeably more comfortable. The squeeze was further tightened, this time by Issei. Unfortunately, the lovely atmosphere they had generated between them was completely shattered when the noise and lights of a car appeared outside the house, causing Issei to become visibly alarmed, and separate his hand with Tiamat's in a jerky motion. Shit! He exclaimed, holding his hands to his head. It's my parents! Why are they here at this hour? They were supposed to be here in the wee hours of the morning. I'm leaving right now, Tiamat said earnestly, creating a magic circle at her feet. I wouldn't want to cause you any trouble with your parents by my presence. Before disappearing, the dragoness raised her hand as a gesture of greeting, as a small smile appeared on her face. See you later. Issei simply smiled at her, then threw his face above the books. Issei's parents entered the house, and the first thing they saw was Issei sleeping on top of the books. Neither of them thought anything of it, and went up to the first floor, with the idea of going to bed as soon as possible. After a few seconds, Issei opened one of his eyes to check that the ground was safe. Finally, he looked up the stairs and breathed a huge sigh of relief. In these special cases, my parents' disaffection always saves me. Line jump. I'm on my way out to the academy, Issei said quietly, as he cupped his ear to keep the small light blue magic circle out of sight. Okay. Did your parents say anything about your absence? Tiamat's voice echoed through the communicator, causing Issei to raise his gaze to the sky. Although they don't pay much attention to me, it's very strange that they haven't received a message from the academy. Most likely the president took over somehow. That's what sounds most logical. See you after the academy? The communication cut off, causing Issei to lower his hand. Long time no see, Issei thought somewhat wistfully as he looked at the academy from the gate. Issei, Oei. The shout, clearly recognized by the protagonist, caused him to visibly startle. Issei was caught up in a flash by his two friends, who left a trail of dust in their wake. Issei, are you alright? Motohama asked, adjusting his glasses as he watched his companion with some concern. We were informed that you had gone on a trip with your parents on an urgent matter, but that's no excuse for not answering the flames, friend, Matsuda said, resting his hand on Issei's shoulder. Sorry. Issei looked in several directions, searching for a valid excuse. I forgot my mobile phone at home. Oh, brother, you're a real mess, Matsuda commented, giving him a small slap on the back. Issei could only smile nervously at such a statement. Look, it's the pervert duo. How disgusting. Issei blinked in confusion at the whisper from one of the women in his class, causing him to look at the two of them with special attention. Matsuda rubbed his bald head with a nervous smile, while Matsuda adjusted his glasses, ready to reply. You see, we've earned ourselves a certain reputation in this time you've been away. I guess that's not something you should be proud of, Issei commented, seeing that Motohama seemed to be proud of his nickname. Hey, is that guy with them? The whisper from one of the girls made Issei roll his eyes. No, I don't think so. If I remember correctly, he never participated in all the disgusting things the two of them did when he was still at the academy. But he's always with them, so maybe we should be a little careful, just in case. Great, I didn't even do anything at the academy, and they already see me as a freak, Issei thought with a roll of his eyes. Still a small smile appeared on Issei's face. Not that it bothers me much. I've never stood out in institutions for being someone sociable, and for that very reason is why I ended up with Matsuda and Motohama. Issei watched as Matsuda and Motohama smiled at him, while talking about different topics. They may be hopeless perverts, but they are very good friends. The protagonist closed his eyes happily. I don't regret anything. Line jump. Issei looked down at his notebook with a frown, then shook his hair out in frustration. That was to be expected. I can't learn everything I missed in a month with only 28 hours. Especially if we're talking about maths, he thought, with a tired expression at the end. Hey, Issei. The aforementioned turned around to see his friend Matsuda. We're going on a little expedition where the kendo girls are changing. Want to join us? He whispered quietly, as he looked in various directions. No thanks, Issei replied, with a shaky smile. I wouldn't want to get beaten up by so many women. As you wish, Matsuda said, with a raised eyebrow as he saw that his friend had changed his attitude a lot these past few days. Issei looked straight ahead again and gave a small sigh of exhaustion. As he got up from his chair to go get some fresh air, Kiba appeared in the living room, causing all the women to give a small sigh. Seeing this, Issei immediately became serious. Line jump. So, you've been trained by your familiar, Rias commented with some surprise in her words, keeping her eyebrow raised. Must be a rare familiar you have, because it's strange to find familiars willing to join you, being that you're weaker than them to begin with. Rias lowered her gaze, staring at Issei. By the way, with your current strength, do you think you can overcome her? Not at all, Issei replied firmly. She's very strong, I see, Rias said, a hand on her chin. She's interesting, no doubt, she commented with a smile. Guys, what do you think? The entire entourage nodded, indicating that they agreed with Rias. President, if you want, I can show you the place where we were training. And also, I could meet her, Issei commented with a smile, standing up from the couch. How about it? You had said earlier that she didn't get along well with the demons. It would be best to wait for her to come on her own, don't you think? Asia asked, giving her view of the subject. Issei rubbed his hair, mulling over the answer. I think you're right. She might feel uncomfortable. She seems like someone complicated, Kaneko commented, causing Issei to smile nervously. Well, when we first met, she had a bit of a strong character. But she's someone very good when you get to know her well, I assure you. Issei exclaimed with a big toothy grin on his face. By all this, does she have a name? Akino asked with great interest. Issei opened his mouth to answer, but was interrupted by Rias. Let's better not talk about trivia anymore. We need to concentrate on what summoned us today, Rias commented seriously. Kaneko. Yes, President, the albino said, looking at everyone more seriously than usual. Yesterday I managed to pick up the presence of 2 exorcists in our territory. I don't know why they're here, but it's most likely nothing good. We don't want to start any conflict with God, Rias clarified with an implacable tone. We'll just keep an eye on them until they leave here, or we find out what their real plans are. Rias folded her arms in an imposing manner. We have already suffered many casualties in the war 1,000 years ago. I don't want demon blood to flow again because of us. Guard them? Kiba asked, somewhat disagreeing with his mistress. I agree with not escalating the violence, but we could demand an explanation from them. They're in our territory, and they'd have to be pretty dumb not to know that. Good point, Kiba, Rias stated with a smile, agreeing with his servant. Good. In that case, you will follow Kiba's plan. Remember, don't create conflict over superficial things. Yes. They all replied with a smile. President. They all looked at Issei, seeing how he was raising his hand with a nervous smile. What's wrong, Issei? I haven't finished my training yet. Do you think it would be possible to obviate me from this job, at least until I'm done with my exercises? Issei asked, rubbing his hair nervously. Rias looked at him in silence for a few seconds, pondering his answer. It's all right. This is a fairly simple mission, so there's no need for all of us to get involved. Issei clenched his fist tightly with a smile after Rias' words. Nevertheless, Rias' tone made Issei turn serious immediately. Make sure you come every day to the academy, and participate in the club meetings. I won't be as lenient as last time, is that clear? Yes, boss, shouted Issei, in a military pose. Perfect, Rias concluded with a smile. Everyone else, you know what to do after class. In the meantime, I need to talk to my brother for personal matters. I trust you. Yes, they replied again, leaving the room. Once they were all gone, Rias sat back down and let out a big sigh. First, we have that familiar woman interfering with my brother's prearranged plans. And now, followers of God just happened to arrive where the security is. Rias thought wearily, twirling her pen. If I think about it, it's still a bit early for the angels to have discovered Haida's existence. Besides, God would never send a few simple priests to send him the message. In fact, it would be utter madness for him to tell the secret to people other than his archangels. Rias raised his gaze with a mysterious glint in his eyes. Most likely they came for another reason. The question is, which one? Line jump. Interesting, Tiamat thought, watching as Issei had created a magic circle of a violet color, which was just as big as he was. He has his own magic circle. That means he's not as bound to his mistress as I thought. I can't believe he did it the first time. Issei thought aloud, completely surprised. When Tiamat explained it to me, I swear it seemed so much more complicated. Flashback. To create blocks, magical powers, and other things, you'll need to materialize your magic circle. Tiamat explained, creating a small celestial magic circle to serve as an example. Due to your low magic reserve, you cannot create magic circles. But if you use Balance Breaker, your stats shoot up considerably. However, you shouldn't be overconfident. Your magic reserves will still be very small, so you must be sure to use every drop of magic for a valid, thoughtful, and consistent purpose. If you don't, the consequences will be very serious. End of flashback. Good job, Tiamat complimented with a small smile, leaning closer. This process is the easiest to accomplish. The others are a bit more conflicting, because you have to materialize those ideas into reality, using the magic circle as a medium. Issei's armor shattered into 1,000 pieces, causing Issei to stagger a little. Damn! The protagonist cursed to himself. Don't you think it would be better to just use all the augmentations of my boosted gear and be done with it? I can only go for 3 minutes in the armor, he insisted, a little annoyed at his weak condition. No. Issei looked at Tiamat with some surprise. It's a good idea if you want to master these techniques in a day, but that's not the point now. Ideally, you should learn these techniques, while developing a higher tolerance for your balance breaker. Even if you don't have proper training for sacred gear control, it will help you get used to the armor a bit, and your duration will most likely be extended by a couple of seconds due to accumulating less wear and tear over time. I agree, partner. Still, we should find someone who understands how sacred gear works, otherwise, you won't be able to progress any further. I'd help you myself, if I didn't find myself locked in this stupid gauntlet. Ddraig clarified with some helplessness at the end. That reminds me. Tiamat fixed her gaze on Issei's right arm. Don't overstretch your limit. You may possess a strange affinity with my kind, but if you overstep too far, I'm sure your dragon arm will make you make up very badly. Issei looked at his arm with a slight frown. What can I do to remedy that? Don't worry, Tiamat replied with conviction. I can heal you. Issei breathed a small sigh of relief. That's good to know. To tell you the truth, it's something I was starting to worry about. Hey Issei. Issei looked up with intrigue after hearing Tiamat's slightly worried tone. What are we going to do when you finish your training? The dragoness asked, completely expectant of her future lover's response. Issei hummed earnestly. I know. He snapped his fingers. Would you like to go to the movies? Sounds interesting, replied the dragoness with a small smile. Line jump. Shit, Issei thought with a violet face, seeing the amount of money he had. I should have seen how much yen I had left before I invited her. The protagonist flopped down on the bed, heaving a big sigh. I can't even afford a ticket. I guess I have no choice but to cancel when I get there. Issei blinked once at his own words. Wait a minute, how will he arrive? I don't think I thought of just showing up at the house with a magic circle, knowing that my parents are. The doorbell echoing through the home was the answer that immediately fell, causing Issei to turn pale. Who could it be at this hour? Issei's father wondered, seeing that it was 8 p.m. When he opened the door, he was a little startled to see a slightly tall woman, with long light blue hair, along with a white dress that resembled that of a teacher. The somewhat cold light blue eyes made the man unconsciously swallow deeply. What can I do for you, miss? I've come to fetch Issei, was the dragoness' simple reply, causing Mr. Haida's eyes to widen slightly. Issei? What did she do now? Questioned Mrs. Haida, stepping into the conversation with a grim look on her face. Noticing the woman's great beauty, she sighed. Let me guess, did he try to spy on her when she was naked or something? What? The dragoness questioned with a neutral expression, as she shoved her hands in her pockets. He promised me to go out somewhere today, she replied, as she looked inside the establishment in search of Issei, obliviously ignoring the Mizum's parents. He promised you to go out? Both parents would ask each other, looking at each other with a raised eyebrow. How did you meet our son? The two would ask again. The dragoness blinked in boredom and gave them a look. We are friends. At this point, Issei's parents were beginning to wonder at what point Issei had a friend, and secondly, why the hell she wanted to hang out with him at this hour. She's my tutor, Issei would shout from the stairs, making everyone look at him. I pay her out of my allowance, so don't worry. Thereupon, the brown-haired man made a few hand signals, indicating for the woman to come in. Before going to Issei, Tiamat lowered her head slightly in greeting to her father and mother. Conversation wasn't her thing. She was only interested in engaging in conversation with people who were actually worth talking to, as far as she was concerned. The parents stared genuinely impressed as Issei seemed to be apologizing for something, while the beautiful woman didn't seem to mind. Finally, they both entered the Browns' bedroom without saying a word to their parents. Honey, since when did Issei get an allowance? I don't know. But I'm fine with him paying for his education. If he's serious about it, maybe he'll do well in life when he turns 18. Oh, I hope so, because I'm not taking care of him for 2 more years. Line jump. The light in the room would be off. The only thing on in the room would be the computer that her 2 friends had given her for her last birthday. Both Tiamat and Issei were sitting on the bed, watching a movie on the monitor. I blew it. I should have looked at my savings before I made a promise I couldn't keep, Issei thought, disappointed in himself. The protagonist rubbed his hair nervously. I just hope he doesn't get too bored, he concluded, not having the courage to see Tiamat's face. The dragoness was blinking her eyes heavily, indicating that she was drifting off to sleep. It had definitely been a disaster. After a few seconds of nodding, she lowered her guard for a second and rested her face on Issei's shoulder. The protagonist was slightly startled by the action, as was Tiamat. I'm sorry, the dragoness commented, rubbing her eyes at her. No, I'm the one who should apologize, she answered Issei with a slightly down smile. If you're sleepy, you can sleep, all right, she answered, resting her face on the chestnut's shoulder with great affection, making Issei visibly startled. I meant sleeping on the bed, Issei thought with a nervous smile on her face. Tiamat opened her eyes when he felt how Issei's hands carefully took her face and her hips, and dragged her with great delicacy, leaving the dragoness's head above the man's legs. "This is more comfortable, right?" Issei asked with a small smile. "Yes," Tiamat replied, snuggling as much as possible as a smile appeared on his face. "This is so much better. You are a perfect pillow, thanks I think." She snuggled even more when she felt Issei caress her head. A small blush appeared on her face as her smile widened even more. Unfortunately, Issei was watching the movie as if to catch the rather cute reaction the dragoness had. "Line jump, and good?" The voice of the renowned Sirs Lucifer was heard in the Occult Club, waiting for a response from his sister, who was in the usual seat. "They haven't returned yet. The latest information was given to me by Kaneko 2 hours ago, saying that they had just been found." Rias answered seriously. "Perfect." The Mao nodded. "And as for the other problem, first I prefer to solve this. I consider it as a priority problem. Hayate's familiar can wait until then," Rias replied, looking towards the window with a lost look. "The chances are very low, but if they come for the security, it would be a big problem." Rias turned her gaze to his brother. "Don't you think so? We agree on that." Sirs put his hand to his chin. "I think it's inevitable that Issei finds out about the prophecy. What really bothers me is the fact that the angels have been able to guess the little trick that we devils have in hand. Because if God decided to tell the secret of the prophecy to some mere priests, it means that he is already aware of our plans." "Who were those aware of the prophecy?" Rias asked quite curiously. "Only the faction leaders, and the archangels of God. Also, it is possible that the hacker Yoku knows about it. Of course, they don't know that I am in charge of transmitting the message." The Mao commented, with a mischievous smile at the end. "So does that mean one of our own has betrayed us?" Rias asked with a frown. "Do not rush," Sirs replied sternly. "We still don't know why they are here." The Mao would give a small sigh of exhaustion, looking towards the window. "And as for the familiar girl, if she's just a very close friend of Issei's, there won't be any problem." The man frowned visibly. "But if she becomes much more than that, I'll have to kill her, without the security finding out about her, of course." "You're sure?" Rias asked with a bit of concern. "From what Hayate told me, she's quite a strong familiar." "Don't worry, sister." The Mao placed his hand on Rias's head with a smile. "There is no familiar that is stronger than a faction leader." It was the last words of the demon, before he disappeared in a magic circle while he waved his hand with a smile. A second later, the calm was completely broken. Laughs. Aquino rushed in, carrying Kaneko's unconscious body. Asia appeared supporting an almost unconscious Kiba due to the great damage he had on his body. "What happened?" Rias almost jumped up from his seat upon seeing the condition of 2 of his servants. "Luckily, we got there just in time." "Sona?" Rias widened her eyes after seeing the Citri clan heiress accompanying her entourage. "We were training new group techniques in the forest, when we felt a strange energy coming from the south. It was covered, but it was so big that we could feel it thanks to the proximity." Does that mean he was an archangel?" Rias bit her finger hard as she felt that things were getting too complicated. "Yes, but it's not what you think. He was a fallen angel." Sona's answer made Rias look at her in complete surprise. "Apparently, he is looking to start a war. He plans to control the Excalibur, and kill us both in our territory to achieve his goal." Asia tightly clenched her fists. "She only let us go, because Issei wasn't with us. He said it would be a lot more boring if he wasn't around." "Wait, the fallen angels already know about the security?" Rias asked in complete disbelief. "Remember that Rainier followed orders," Sona said, adjusting her glasses. "Surely the cadre must have received some information, and I come to the conclusion that Issei is the security. How many shards does he have?" Rias asked, regaining her calm. "Only one." "Who is the cadre?" "Kokabile." "What happened to the exorcists?" "There were 2 women. They only suffered minimal damage. They were carrying 2 fragments of the Excalibur, but Kokabile didn't seem interested in taking them at the moment. Probably because he thought it would be more interesting to have more enemies in the final battle." "Why did my entourage end up getting involved in a fight that didn't belong to our faction, when none of you knew Kokabile's true objective to begin with?" "It was Kiba. He couldn't help but chase after them when the exorcist sensed the presence of a holy sword," Aquino answered seriously. Rias looked at Kiba with a slight frown, then sighed. "I imagined." "Rias, shall we tell your brother?" Sona asked seriously. "No," she answered quickly. "My brother is busy with a lot of trouble, and I wouldn't want to add another pile of work to him. Besides, this is my chance to show him that my entourage is much stronger than before," she finished, with a small smile at the end. Rias, you won't be able to take on a cadre. Sona argued sternly. I can't do it alone, but with you I'm sure I can. Sona took a deep breath. You always get me into trouble. A small smile would appear on the Citri heiress. Okay. But I warn you that if things get complicated, I won't hesitate to call our brothers. Okay. Rias agreed. What happened to the exorcists? Most likely they are looking for Kokabeel. From what I know, I temporarily abandoned Ko to find the other Excalibur shards. Sona argued with her typical apathetic expression. Guys, they all looked at Kiba after hearing his words, only to see him fall to the ground unconscious. This is bad. I'll have to talk to him, before he decides to act on his behalf. Rias thought with a slight frown. At last! Shouted Issei with a great sigh of relief. A day of rest. He concluded, sprawling out on the bench regardless of Tiamat standing next to him. They were both in the park from last time, preparing another barbecue for lunch. You've done very well this past week. You've mastered all the basic spells already. Tiamat nodded to herself, proud of her student's progress. Still, that doesn't mean you're using it deliberately. Remember your position. She added, with great seriousness as she looked at Issei. I know. Issei sat back down properly on the bench while grimacing slightly. My magic reserves are a big problem. Tiamat rested her hand on Issei's shoulder, causing Issei to look at her expectantly. Don't worry. The dragoness commented with a small smile. Once you manage to have a large number of stable augmenters, your magic reserves will no longer be a problem. Mind you, you'll have to train a lot to get to that point. Tiamat brought her hand to Issei's abdomen and gave it a slight squeeze, causing Issei to start laughing. Stop, please. The chestnut commented with a chuckle. You're tickling me, see? The dragoness asked with a slightly bigger grin as she saw Issei's reaction. Your body is still not trained enough. It will take a long time for you to take on a physique befitting your needs. The dragoness continued to touch his abdomen for a while longer to tease him, starting to giggle a little. I get it, you can let go. Please. Finally, Tiamat gave in to Issei's pleas as she covered her laughter with one of her hands. Seeing this, the protagonist couldn't help but smile at her. She had changed so much in such a short time. She seemed like a different person. At least, she was different when she was with him. Tiamat's melodic laughter stopped suddenly, as she saw that many men and women were looking at them with some intrigue, though they quickly averted their gazes. Those looks, the dragoness commented rather seriously, denoting her discomfort. Why do humans look at us like we're weirdos? I mean, I think we're well camouflaged. He whispered in Issei's ear, making the latter aware of his surroundings. That's right. Issei rubbed his hair as he looked around. Last time we came on a weekday and very early, so there was hardly anyone in the park. The young man thought aloud. I think they see us this way, because it's strange for them. Strange? Tiamat blinked as she couldn't find any logic in it. You know, Issei rubbed his hair with a nervous smile. Humans live between 80 to 90 years, so the age difference is very different from the supernatural. In their eyes, you're a 25-year-old woman talking alone with a 17-year-old minor. Do you understand? Not quite, Tiamat commented, holding a hand to her chin. The age difference of humans is far more conflicting than that of supernatural beings. Let's leave it at that. Issei stated, silencing the conversation. I see. Tiamat placed both hands on her legs and lowered her head slightly. If you want, we'll leave. I wouldn't want you to feel uncomfortable because of me. Are you kidding? Issei's question caused Tiamat to raise her gaze in mild surprise. I don't exactly care what anyone else thinks. We're having a good time, and that's what matters. A big, toothy grin glimpsed across Issei's face. Don't you think so? Tiamat's features slowly transformed into a cute smile. You're right. She stood up, heading towards the barbecue. Issei just watched her with a smile as he saw that she had managed to clear her discomfort, though he never got a chance to see the small blush that had formed on the dragoness's face. Come to think of it, Issei thought, as he watched Tiamat begin to remove the meat. When I turn 21 I will stop aging. I'll most likely have to move to the underworld so they won't suspect, or brainwash everyone. Issei lowered his head with a somewhat sad look on his face. Somehow or other, I'll be separated from Matsuda and Motohama in 4 years. Did you get any information about what happened recently? Tiamat shoved a piece of meat into his mouth, causing Issei to snap out of his little world. Issei took the meat and set it down on the plate, giving her a small smile at Tiamat's actions, which quickly faded to utter seriousness. At the moment, none. It's been a week, and there hasn't even been a trace of that cadre or the exorcists. I understand, Tiamat nodded, looking up at the sky. If you need help with that guy, don't hesitate to call me. she concluded, opening her mouth to reveal her beautiful fangs, taking a large bite out of the piece of meat. Issei could only watch with a smile as Tiamat seemed to enjoy the meat with great satisfaction. A fallen angel, a cadre, Issei thought, repeating Tiamat's action. I was only following orders from my boss. Issei frowned slightly after remembering Rainer's words. I wonder if that guy had something to do with it. Line jump. Rias, it's already Saturday. It's been a week. Sona commented seriously. Are you seriously planning on not saying anything to your brother? Don't worry, Sona. Rias replied, moving a chess piece. Everything will be fine if we cooperate. Both women were alone in the occult club, playing chess at the president's very distinctive table. I understand that, but I'm saying that no one will be in danger of dying if we ask for more help. Not necessarily your brother. Sona looked up, adjusting her glasses. I'm talking about Azazel. Rias looked up with wide eyes. Azazel? Yes. Sona nodded. He's a pretty laid-back guy, and he's not interested in the war at all. I'm sure he's not involved in Kokobil's plans, and could be of some help to us. No. Rias' withering reply immediately silenced Sona. First, we would have to go to England to visit him in Grigori, a very difficult thing to do, considering that we must leave Ko. Second, there's no guarantee that he won't tell my brother what's going on. I prefer to keep him out of the equation. Sona looked at her seriously for a few seconds, until she finally sighed. As you wish. Their conversation was interrupted when they heard someone open the door. You sent for me, President? Issei asked, bowing slightly to the two women present. Yes. Rias replied with a smile. I need you to complete an errand. Rias handed him the pamphlet, causing Issei to look at it quizzically. The others are already on their own jobs, so this one will be for you. Rias handed him a big smile. I trust you'll make it this time, Issei. Yes, President. The man exclaimed in a military pose. Very well. Rias closed his eyes in glee. Aquino's bicycle is waiting for you outside. Issei just nodded and walked out of the room, leaving Rias and Sona completely alone. Do you think he can defeat the cadre? Sona asked, wagging her horse. He is the Securudii. His potential knows no bounds. I can tell by the vast improvement he showed in the last battle against Razor. Rias took one of his pawns and began to play with it. I'm sure this last week he wasn't wasting any time. Issei hopped on Aquino's bike, opting for absolute seriousness. I could use the new ability Tiamat taught me, and appear as any demon would. But I don't want to spend that much magic for a stupid thing. You never know what might happen. Issei thought, taking off at an enormous speed with the bike, as usual. Line jump. They'll ask again why a demon rings the doorbell, won't they? Issei wondered, looking at the light blue door with gold stripes of the small flat. Issei only had to wait a few seconds for the door to open, so he gave an energetic greeting. Hello? You summoned a demon, didn't you? The young man waved his hands quickly. Is he confused? Of course you are, aren't you? I'd really like to get out of the magic circle, but Issei rubbed his cheek with a nervous smile. I have a little problem with it. Well, come on in. Huh? Issei looked visibly confused as the man seemed not surprised in the slightest. Issei studied the fellow's appearance well, seeing that he was a man in his late 30s. He wore a gray kimono, along with completely black hair, except for the front, which was a blondish color. His eyes were a soft violet color, along with a neatly trimmed and manicured beard. You're a demon, aren't you? The man narrowed his eyes slightly, giving a rather mysterious look to Issei's eyes. I even swear it was even a little terrifying. Line jump. Amazing! Issei thought aloud, after sitting down in one of the 3 incredibly comfortable armchairs that were found in the small flat. It doesn't look like it's from here. This design doesn't belong in Japan, he thought aloud again, surveying the entire room in quiet awe. Absolutely all the furniture was exported. What did this person work from? Well, let's have a drink. The man appeared leaning against one of the doors, while holding a tray with 2 glasses, a cooler and a decanter that looked quite luxurious. Ah. I'm still underage. I see, the guy commented, sitting down on the armchair in the front and setting the tray down on the small table in the middle. I wanted someone to share a drink with. Is that your wish? Can't you? No. Issei replied quickly in defense. The contract will be made when I grant your request, and you are fully satisfied. I have only whiskey. The man arranged the glasses, then delivered a passive glare to the chestnut. Will you be all right with water? Why, yes. Issei replied, a little surprised by the guy's request. The sound of ice falling into the glass was the last thing heard. 3 hours later. Ha 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 ha. So you're riding a bike to see humans just because you don't have enough magic reserves? The blush from the alcohol was already visible on the man. Yeah, well, what a guy! The man shouted, then laughed. His voice is starting to irritate me, Issei thought, looking away with a pouty face. But I need this contract. He took a big gulp of water. That was fun. The man declared in a satisfied voice. What do you want as compensation, already? Issei would ask, completely surprised by the simplicity. The demon wants my soul? The fellow asked, narrowing his eyes with a smirk. No way! Issei waved his hands in defense. Conversing with someone doesn't make up for that. Oh. You are generous. My mistress prefers fair transactions. The protagonist commented, one finger raised for emphasis on his words. So, how about that? The man pointed behind his back, denoting a painting of flowers. It's not a copy, but it looks very expensive. I don't have anything else on hand now. The subject gave him a passive look again as he held up his hands. If you don't want it, I can give you my soul. Then I'll keep the painting. Issei exclaimed, a little startled. The man stood up from his seat with a sideways grin. Perfect. Issei gave a small sigh and looked back at the man as he removed the painting. What a strange guy. Just as he was about to receive the painting, a call echoed through his mobile phone. President? Issei wondered aloud, taking the call. President? Issei, I just wanted to tell you that we're going to an abandoned factory. Kaneko tracked a wandering demon at that location. Send me the location. No. Rias instantly interrupted Issei, causing the young man to blink in surprise. We'll take care of it. If you're done with your assignment, leave the compensation at the club and continue training. We'll need you as strong as possible for when the cadre returns to Kuo. Agreed, President. Issei cut the call, and gave the man one last smile before taking his leave. The subject followed him with a mysterious look, even when he had already closed the door. The man took the last sip of his drink, leaving the glass on the table. This is going to be an interesting holiday. Line jump. Issei and Tiamat were in the ladies' home along with the little dragons, watching as the protagonist was doing his final magic circle rehearsals for the day. Tiamat was leaning against the doorway, watching him with her hands in her pockets as she thought carefully. I see you have progressed as I had intended. Her gaze continued to fixate on his every move, as did the sweat running seductively down his face. Seeing you so focused on your training reminded me of a couple of things. Tiamat raised her gaze to the sky, a small smile breaking out on her face. Now that I'm totally clear of everything that happened to me, my desire to fight is crying out for me to find an opponent. It's exactly the same feeling I constantly had in the past. Tiamat looked at Issei again, increasing her small smile a little more. I think I owe it to him. It's nice to have what you're known for again. The dragoness put a hand to her chin with great seriousness, only to expel a sigh after a few seconds. I'd love to have a real confrontation with someone and kill them, Tiamat thought aloud, making it so Issei could hear her. Kill your opponent? Issei asked, abandoning his training and looking at her in complete disbelief. That's wrong. I don't think you need to kill someone to enjoy a fight, exclaimed Issei, scowling as he approached Tiamat. The dragoness watched him with both eyebrows raised as she realized he had spoken his last words aloud. Is it wrong for you to kill your opponent? Tiamat asked, glaring at him. Of course. Issei nodded several times for emphasis on his words. Well, Tiamat opted for a more serious look than usual, approaching Issei in a somewhat menacing manner. For me, killing your enemy is not bad, she commented matter-of-factly, her face just inches away from Issei's. How can you say that? Issei asked, completely shocked. To you, your opponent's life has no value? Of course not. Tiamat's immediate, curt reply made Issei look at her with even more disbelief. He is my enemy, so his life is of no value to me whatsoever. No matter what you tell me, you won't change my mind. Tiamat moved a little closer to Issei's face, causing their noses to brush. In fact, I find your reasoning utterly stupid. Tiamat raised an eyebrow. What will you do when an enemy comes with the intention of killing you? Will you tell him you just want to have a friendly confrontation? Do you think he'll listen to you? Do you think he thinks your life has any kind of value? Why would he think that, if you're standing in his way? But, do you really think that without killing your enemies you will succeed in fulfilling your greatest ambition? At that moment, Issei's somewhat enraged look changed to a shocked one. My ambition? To protect your loved ones. Tiamat's last words made Issei look away, unable to say anything back to her about it. You won't use all your power to kill him, knowing that this person can kill everyone you love? You'll only do it to keep those absurd ethics intact? You'll let your own values destroy your life? Tiamat turned away from Issei's face, her hardened gaze transforming into a much more compassionate one as she rested her hand lovingly on Issei's cheek. "Listen to me carefully, Issei." The protagonist gave him a look that was full of doubt and infighting. "When you plunged into the supernatural world, you abandoned your everyday way of life, you abandoned your humanity. Now you must adapt to this new world. Especially you, who are the bearer of the underdeveloped lizard. Thousands of enemies will come with the intention to harm you, directly or indirectly. They will not stop until they see you dead. Therefore, why would you have to deal with the death of subjects who have no value?" Tiamat rested her other hand on Issei's cheek, forcing him to look her in the eye. "How do I know that their lives have no value?" "That's very simple, Issei. That's because you're someone very good." Tiamat finally smiled with breathtaking purity, making Issei's eyes widen beyond belief. "How could a person as good as you have enemies that have values? And if, in a remote case, that is the case, I'm sure it won't be long before they understand each other." Issei lowered his gaze, not knowing what exactly to answer. "But Tiamat lowered her hands to the protagonist's shoulders, giving them a gentle squeeze, causing Issei to look up at her immediately. "Listen to me well. I know it will be very difficult for you to kill coldly, due to the fact that life is much more valued under human society's point of view. I'm not saying you understand now, because I'm sure you will when the time comes." Tiamat's smile quickly twisted into a commanding look. "I only hope you understand in time." Those last words caused Issei to give him a look full of confusion, which was completely appeased when Tiamat gave him a small friendly slap. "Don't give it another thought," the dragoness exclaimed with a cute smile, which denoted her fangs. "Now, the important thing is that you get a good rest and come back tomorrow with all your batteries. I'd like to show you a couple of new things." Issei cupped his bruised cheek with a somewhat surprised look, which eventually turned into a smile. "Okay, line jump." Issei threw himself onto the bed, as if he were a sack of potatoes due to his mental and physical exhaustion. He closed his eyes with the intention of falling asleep, but was unable to do so thanks to Tiamat's words that continued to rattle around in his head. Issei fixed his gaze on the ceiling, his eyes reflecting his doubts. "I have killed wandering demons with the president before. But she herself says that death for them is their salvation, so I never thought of them as someone, but as mere puppets, completely empty inside." The protagonist gave a big, restrained sigh. "It's very different to kill someone who has a reason to live. I only killed you because my boss ordered it." The broken female voice, thanks to crying and intense pain, tormented Issei's mind. He brought his hand to his face, intending to cover his eyes. "Why did I have to remember that?" he wondered, clearly referring to Rainier. Line jump. "Sorry to interrupt your morning training, boys. But something very important has come up." "No problem, President," they all declared in unison. The only one who didn't was Kiba, who seemed to be buried in thought. None of the people present missed this, not even Issei, who was the most clueless of them all in that regard. "Kiba?" Issei wondered quietly, seeing his companion's strange attitude. "He's been like this ever since Kokubile came to Kuo," Kaneko whispered, causing Issei to look at her. "His attitude has gotten progressively worse. Yesterday was the point of no return, though." "The point of no return?" Issei asked quietly, very quizzical. "He wasn't attentive in the fight, and that resulted in disaster. Asia almost got hurt because of him, so Rias punished him with 100 lashes. Issei widened his eyes in shock. 100 lashes? He thought, unaware that the president was so strict in punishments. "We have found no trace of Kokubile, nor of his 2 assistants. But recently, Kaneko claimed to see both exorcists hanging around Ko, but she lost sight of them." As soon as she finished saying those words, Kiba suddenly stood up from his seat and didn't take a second to open the door leading to the exit. "Kiba?" Issei shouted, standing up from his seat. The others stood up almost at the same time, seeing the blonde's reaction. Kiba didn't say a single word, just closed the door and disappeared from the room. "Damn!" Issei cursed him, clearly intending to force him back. "Let him go, Issei." Rias' focused words made the young man stop in his tracks. "President?" Issei asked, rather surprised. His companions reacted in kind to their mistress' words. "It won't do any good to hold him back now. You guys just make sure to do the search together, because we don't know how strong those 2 exorcists can be," Rias ordered. "But why is he acting like that?" Issei asked, worried about Kiba. "Don't worry," commented the redhead with a smile. "When this is all over, he'll be back to his old self." "Why? That's something only he can tell you, Issei." Aquino interrupted Issei, causing him to lower his gaze with even more hesitation. Line jump. "I believe that in these days you have already learned to use each spell at the right moment. Tiamat commented, clearly pleased with the result. There is only one more thing left for me to teach you. With that, the training will end for now. The dragoness concluded, with a dangerous little smile at her last words. Great! Issei exclaimed, clenching her fist in glee. What would be the last thing you want to show me? He asked, with great curiosity. Let's move away from the cave for a bit. I wouldn't want to destroy it. Tiamat commented rather innocently, starting to walk away. Destroy the cave? Issei thought, really confused. I think at this distance it's fine. The dragoness stated, seeing that they were at the edge of their small territory. Before we start, I'd like to tell you something. The dragoness added, placing both hands on her hips. Every supernatural being has a healing power. Some are more effective than others. Some are not even good at healing a small wound effectively. Do I possess that ability as well? Issei pointed out to himself rather curiously. When I say everyone has it, it's everyone. Tiamat clarified. But the vast majority have very poor healing skills, and there are many others who don't even discover such an ability. For example, Tiamat raised her hand, creating a small cube of ice that floated in circles. I can use my own ice to heal wounds, but it is only effective on very superficial wounds. I see, Issei replied, following the small ice cube with his eyes. Another thing you should know is that when you heal someone, you not only heal their wounds, but you also replenish their magical reserves. Do you know where I'm going with this? The dragoness asked, narrowing her eyes. Issei looked down slightly. That means I'll have to spend a great deal of magic. Exactly, and you're not one to have much to spare. You should use it carefully. Agreed. Issei replied earnestly, then raised both his hands eagerly. Now, can you show me? Tiamat closed her eyes and looked away. No idea, huh? In each person it can be presented by a different factor. It can be through magic, touch, blood, blah 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 blah, the dragoness indicated, widening one of her eyes. It is impossible to know what your healing factor is. The only way to know is trial and error. But that doesn't matter now. Tiamat's last words caused Issei to look at her with slight surprise. There's no point in finding your healing factor, as long as you don't have enough augmentations to bring your magic reserves up to a stat, at least, that's considered above average. You know something? Issei lowered his head with a small depressive aura around him. This not having a lot of magic reserves is starting to bother me quite a bit. Tiamat dropped her hand into the brown's hair, causing him to raise his gaze in slight surprise. Don't worry. The dragoness commented with a small smile. First you need to improve your physical condition as much as you can. Then we'll find someone who can help you with your control over the balance breaker. I'm sure that once you get full control of the armor, all your stats will explode to their limits. Of course, this also includes your magic reserves. I'll do my best. Issei shouted decisively. Tiamat nodded with a sideways smile at the sheer determination of her future lover. Now I'd like to show you what to do when your magical reserves are much larger. Tiamat's gaze hardened from one second to the next, causing Issei to take a step back. Step back a bit. The dragoness commanded, raising one of her fists. The first thing you need to do is to build up a large amount of magic in your hand. Issei was visibly startled, as she watched Tiamat's fist begin to charge with a massive amount of magical power, which began to shake everything around her. The second point is to shape it. Tiny cyclones surrounded the dragoness hand at different points, causing the blizzard to intensify even more, creating an utterly icy and menacing aura around Tiamat. And the easiest. Tiamat would turn her back to Issei, facing the forest. Release the strike towards your target. Tiamat flexed his arm back, charging a great force into his attack, which was even audible thanks to the sound of his fist clenching. Just before releasing his attack, Tiamat suddenly widened his eyes. Grave of ice. Tiamat brought his hand down towards the ground in one swift motion, creating a huge icy blast that forced Issei to take cover due to the magnitude of the attack. The only thing Issei could hear was the huge, deafening rumbling that such an attack produced, since he couldn't even open his eyes from the ice debris that was shot in all directions. After a few seconds, the blizzard suddenly disappeared, along with the huge sound of the explosion, which was still resounding like a huge echo. What do you think about it? Tiamat asked with an amused smile, seeing that a part of Issei's body was covered in ice. Hey, at least you would have warned me to get away a bit. Issei finally uncovered his face, being completely frozen by what he was witnessing. Further, there was a huge straight line behind Tiamat that was absolutely frozen. Huge ice cliffs rose where there had been trees. Not to mention the clear drop that had now taken that area. Apparently, Tiamat's attack had generated a huge line of destruction that devastated everything in its path, replacing everything destroyed with those huge ice spikes. Seeing that Issei could not formulate a word for what he had witnessed, Tiamat decided to speak. "Do you like ice?" he asked playfully as he winked, blowing his palm in his direction, creating ice particles. Line jump. That man again? Issei wondered, receiving a pamphlet from Rias. "Apparently you've got a regular customer, Issei," Rias commented with a smile. "He has sent for you 5 times, counting this last one." "Yeah," Issei replied, rubbing his hair. "He is a very strange guy. All the orders of him are very strange." He thought to himself, completely puzzled. "When you complete this request, I would like you to join the others in continuing the search for the exorcists. Has there been any news from Kiba?" Issei asked instantly. Rias's expression changed instantly. "No, been completely missing for the last 5 days." Issei took a big breath. "I hope that idiot is okay. Don't worry about it. If we find the exorcists, sooner or later we'll meet him." Yes, I know," Issei commented, rubbing his hair irritably. "What I can't understand is why you let him go without telling him anything." "Because I told you to investigate the whereabouts of the exorcists." Hearing her answer, Issei looked at her in confusion. "Even though Kiba is away from me, he won't be in danger, because technically he is under one of my orders. Do you understand?" "Not really." Issei looked down at him, trying to find the answer. "If he's under my command, he won't challenge his master. If I don't challenge his master, he won't be considered a wandering demon." Issei looked up from him wide-eyed at the answer. "Do you understand now?" "I see." Issei slapped his hands in understanding. "You are awesome, President. You always think of everything," Issei exclaimed with a chuckle. "Now, don't waste any more time and go." Rias waved his hand sweetly, receiving a quick nod from the brunette. Line jump. "I wonder what that guy wants now," Issei thought as she walked through the park, heading towards the mysterious man's house. "I always drink with him, or we play cards. If you're feeling so lonely, why don't you find cheaper company?" Being so wrapped up in his thoughts, he couldn't see someone turn in his direction, crashing imminently. "Oh!" Issei groaned as he fell to the ground, rubbing his head in pain. "Wait," Issei blinked in confusion. That didn't hurt in the slightest. In fact, he felt quite fluffy and comfortable. The protagonist fixed his gaze on a pair of black heels. Now knowing that it was a woman, Issei slowly looked up from him upon discovering that the woman hadn't even flinched from the shock. "How big?" he thought with his eyes wide open, seeing how 2 huge mounds that looked like small mountains stood out quite a bit in the figure of said woman. They are noticeably larger than Tiamat's, and Tiamat's are already larger than Rias. In short, they were monstrous. "Are you okay?" Suddenly, the woman's S completely faded into the background for Issei when he could see her beautiful face. Specifically because of her crimson-red eyes that gave off absolute discipline. "I apologize, I did not see you." The woman crouched down and held out her hand. Thanks to that, Issei was able to get a full view of her beautiful face. Her pale, fine skin made a perfect contrast to her long black hair with violet highlights that spread finely along her figure, reaching to the ground in her current position. She had somewhat unruly triangular bangs that fell freely across her entire forehead, which made her look quite pretty. Pretty delicate, and small lips that made you want to steal a kiss from her if the opportunity presented itself. Her great beauty was in perfect contrast to her voluptuous figure, and her black secretary outfit only made the lady look evenier. Issei shook his head at her, realizing that he had rambled on the lady's figure too much. "Don't apologize, it's my fault for not paying attention to the road." Issei accepted the woman's soft hand with gusto. "No problem," the woman answered matter-of-factly, helping Issei. The woman fixed her gaze on the pamphlet she had picked up for a brief second, though she quickly returned it to him. "Thanks, Penemue." "That's my name." "Penemue, that's my name," clarified the woman, fixing her hair. "You're a delivery boy, huh?" Issei rubbed her hair in great surprise. "How did you know?" "That's why." Penemue pointed to the pamphlet, causing Issei to look at her with even more surprise. "Does that mean you know about the demons?" Issei whispered. "Something like that," the beautiful woman commented, looking to her sides as if searching for something or someone. "I know someone from England who likes to do business with demons." Issei looked at her with slight intrigue at her words. Well, at least he was like that before. When he was 25, he hired female demons to learn to control his lust. "Hey, is he by any chance a guy with blonde fringes?" Issei pointed to his hair, to emphasize his words. Penemue fixed his gaze on Issei and grabbed him tightly by the shoulders, catching him completely off guard. "Where is he staying?" "Calm down," Issei raised his hands in defense. Actually, I was on my way to his flat. You can come with me if you want. Issei commented with a nervous smile. All right. Penemue released him, then lowered his head slightly. Thanks, line jump. Issei knocked on the flat door, only to be answered by the guy almost instantly. You're right on time as usual, brat. He commented, the door ajar revealing a bit of his face and the fishing rods he carried in one of his hands. HM? Azazel looked to Issei's side, seeing a woman taller than him with a look of few friends. Keeping his expression calm, Azazel slammed the door shut without a word. Huh! Issei blinked in confusion. Without him even being able to turn away, Penemue kicked the door shut, causing Issei's eyes to widen like saucers. How hard! The protagonist exclaimed with a strange pose. Penemue walked past Issei with furious strides. Azazel, you son of a bitch! Shouted Penemue, grabbing him by the shikata with great force. Issei's mind exploded as he tried to decipher what was happening right now. Relax, you look like a child. Azazel commented with great calmness as he raised both hands in defense. I look like a child? Penemue ranted with clear anger. Says the idiot who left a pile of papers and homework unresolved again for the 12th time. Penemue began to lash out a little, though the now recognized Azazel didn't seem to be affected. I'm not doing your homework again. You're coming with me, now! Penemue stopped shaking him and brought her face close to his, glaring at him. Did you hear me, HM? Azazel stopped cleaning his ear, giving him a passive look. Did you say something? Penemue's eyes flashed dangerously. You bloody bastard. Realizing that Penemue had the intentions of hitting him, his gaze turned serious for the first time so far. Wait! Don't do anything stupid! Hearing Azazel's unusual response, Penemue was visibly surprised. Understood? Azazel averted his gaze for a second to Issei, causing Penemue to give him a sidelong glance. Penemue finally sighed, and left Azazel. What's the job? It's a very interesting one. Azazel waved his shikata to fix it from the earlier jiggle. I'd love to explain, but it's best we discuss it privately another day. Penemue looked at Issei for a second, causing the young man to give him a confused look. Very well, she finally replied. But I'll settle in here to make sure you do what you need to do. She finished, with eyes that indicated a lot of pain if he ran away again. All right, Azazel replied, ignoring her death stare outright. Now, I'm going with the brat to go fishing. Azazel hugged Issei by the shoulder, as if he were his lifelong best friend. In the meantime, you can fix the door for me. Penemue folded his arms and spat on the ground. You! Azazel laughed at the woman's attitude. I like you too, line jump. Thank you for joining me this week. Azazel commented, sitting very comfortably as he waited for a fish to bite. No problem, that's what you call me for. Issei replied with a small smile. Speaking of which, Azazel gave him a sidelong glance. You haven't heard of us before, have you? Issei looked at him with confusion at the question. No, why do you say that? Are you guys some kind of big company, or something? He asked with a raised eyebrow. Something like that, Azazel replied, seeming to be even more relaxed that Issei had no idea of his identity. I'm the boss, and Penemue is my secretary. Since it's always busy, there are days when I decide to take a holiday. I see, Issei replied, then gave a look that gave off suspicion. He looks like a bum. Issei blinked as a realization hit him. Wait a second, HM? Azazel looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Why did you come to Ko? The protagonist asked, rubbing his hair. There are many vacation spots all over the world, and this is far from being one of them. I'm not here by a fluke. Azazel's response along with his mysterious look left Issei with 1,000 questions. Oh, you snagged one! Azazel exclaimed, causing Issei to pay attention and catch the fish, though it fell into the water as a result of his distraction. Line jump. Issei appeared through a purple magic circle in Tiamat's cave. The protagonist had a bored look on his face as he had both hands on the back of his neck. That guy is such a pain sometimes. Always so mysterious, Issei commented to no one in particular. Who are you talking about? Ddraig's voice echoed in the small cave. If you didn't spend all day sleeping when I'm not training, you'd know. Issei glared at the gauntlet after his words. Ddraig cleared his throat. Sorry, mate. Human life doesn't hold my attention in the slightest. I thought as much, but if you tell me his name, maybe I can remember it. Wait a minute, Issei rubbed his chin as he stepped out of the cave. I'm sure that woman had said her name, but I don't remember it because of the bizarre situation. Issei stopped in his tracks and widened his eyes as he saw that outside the cave was Tiamat. He couldn't formulate a word, he could only observe. Tiamat was doing some training, visualizing an opponent in front of her. Her arms and legs were moving in an impressive rhythm, along with her chest and hips making splendid movements. His eyes, focused and completely immersed in his imaginary opponent, made the light sweat running down his face give him an incredibly beautiful reflection. Issei had never had the chance to see her like this, and right now he was really happy to be able to witness his master's training routine. Amazing! Was all Issei could say without being able to take his eyes off her. Especially from her face, as she looked really attractive right now. Tiamat held out her hand once more after hearing the chestnut's voice. Issei? Tiamat asked, watching him with mild surprise. I thought you were taking the day off today, the dragoness concluded, turning around completely and wiping the sweat from her face, arranging her long hair in the process. She didn't realize she added to her attractiveness when she did so. Ah, yes! Issei exclaimed, in a lame attempt to respond. Tiamat looked at him with slight confusion, causing the protagonist to be forced to look away by such a cute expression from the dragoness. It's my day off, and so I had thought I'd ask you out. Are you sure? The dragoness asked, bringing both hands to her hips. Fine with me, I'd be happy to. But I don't want you to be burdened by my presence. After all, we see each other's faces every day. What? I could never get tired of seeing you. A small blush decorated the dragoness' face after hearing those words. Wouldn't you like to go see another movie? Issei held out her hand. Tiamat held her hand to her chest. She seemed to be thinking whether to accept or not. Matsuda and Motohama will be free today. You could meet them once and for all, concluded the man with a huge toothy grin. Tiamat remained silent for a few seconds with her typical serious expression, until she finally smiled. All right. The dragoness took Issei's hand affectionately. That affection was answered by Issei with an even more radiant smile. Just as they had closed the plans, something happened. Hey, Akino? Issei brought her free hand to her ear. Issei, we need you to come now. We found the location of the exorcists. They're with Kiba at a restaurant. Kaneko will pass you the address by mobile phone. Okay. Issei nodded earnestly. I'll be right there. The call cut off, leaving Issei a little nervous as he saw a hint of disappointment in Tiamat's gaze. I promise that when this is all over, I'll take you wherever you want to go, he exclaimed with great conviction, denoting a smile so focused and certain that it matched his words perfectly. Don't worry. She gave him a gentle squeeze in his tender grasp. Just be careful. And if you need help, don't hesitate to call me, okay? I promise. The young man held up his thumb with a toothy grin, as he disappeared with a light blue magic circle courtesy of Tiamat. When she was finally left alone, the dragoness couldn't help but think of Issei's smile. Or rather, her many smiles. She brought both hands to her chest and a loving smile decorated her face. There is no longer any doubt in my mind. His smile is what I like most about him. Line jump. I hope I got there in time. Issei came running up, standing in front of his companions. Yes. Kaneko replied simply. They haven't left yet. How about we go now, before Kiba makes a mess? Akino asked with her typical smile. All right. Issei nodded, being joined by the other three. I guess the president already knows, he commented, before entering the premises. That's right. Akino nodded. She didn't come, because she wants to decide what to do about Sona. So I guess we're just here to get some information, Issei concluded, looking at the two hooded women seriously. Still, it didn't take long for his gaze to twist towards Kiba. He had a lot of things to ask him. Can we sit down? Akino asked, with his typical condescending smile. More demons, the woman who could see a small green fringe of fringes sighed. All right. I want to set the record straight from now on. I don't think I can do it with this blonde demon here, since he won't listen to reason. Very well. Issei sat down next to Kiba, giving him a sidelong glance. The blonde barely minded the intrusion. He had only one thing on his mind. Or rather, one goal. We want to know how many sacred swords Kokabeel has in his possession. Kaneko spoke with her typical utter apathy. Why should I answer them? The woman with the green fringes spoke again. This is a matter of the church. Demons should not meddle in what does not concern them. Need I remind you that this is our mistress's territory? Asia asked with a somewhat false smile on her face. Asia Argento. The other girl finally spoke, her tone quite cheerful and fiery, unlike her companion. You're a nun who became a heretic and transformed into a reincarnated demon. The girl spoke quite matter-of-factly, not noticing that this was a delicate subject, or so Issei saw it. Aren't you sorry for your sins? Don't you still feel a little devotion to God? Aren't you ashamed that you've become a demon? That's enough. Issei slammed the table loudly, drawing the stares of those around him. though he seemed to care little. I don't care. Huh? Issei looked at Asia with wide eyes after hearing her answer. Having become a demon, it was the best thing that ever happened to me in my life. To hell with God. A somewhat gloomy look adorned Asia's face, causing Issei and the smaller exorcist to startle a little. Why would you ask a demon that, Irina? The older exorcist asked. Have you forgotten the effects of demon corruption already? There is no such thing as a demon, that is right. But Zenobia! Irina exclaimed in a plaintive tone. Remember that their attitudes changed in this last millennium. They even say that demon corruption has disappeared in the post-war generation. They are just that, mere rumors. We don't know for sure. Zenobia looked at them again, clearing her throat. Anyway, beat it. We have nothing to talk about with demons. I'm not leaving until you hand over those swords. Kiba finally spoke, getting everyone's attention. I'm not giving 2 holy swords to a demon. Zenobia replied, clenching her fist slightly, indicating that everything could get out of control. Isn't there some way we can engage in conversation without wanting to kill each other all the time? Aquino asked, covering her smile with her hand. The answer to her question came in the form of a huge roar, the product of both exorcists' stomachs. Zenobia, I'm starving. The smaller exorcist threw herself onto the table as an aura of the dead began to surround her. Meanwhile, Zenobia tried to remain serious, but the huge blush of embarrassment on her face only made it easier to mock her. This wouldn't be happening if you hadn't spent all of our funds on that stupid painting. I guess we can talk while we eat. Aquino pulled a wallet out of her pocket, denoting a large amount of yen. What do you say, Kiba? Are you hungry too? She asked, looking more serious than usual. All right, Kiba replied. This past week I haven't eaten very well. Line jump. I can't believe we took a bribe from the demons. Zenobia commented, finally with her hood down as she ate with a large appetite. Did you enjoy the food? Aquino asked, clearly intent on getting the information they came for. Zenobia wiped her lips and looked at her seriously. Kokabeel already has all the fragments of the Excalibur. They all looked at her with slight surprise at her answer. The only 2 missing parts are the ones we have. Why did he return to Ko? If you guys are following him, I don't see the need for that guy to come back. Issei asked with great interest. As you may be aware, Kokabeel is looking to start a war. Another war that is exactly like the one 1,000 years ago. Zenobia removed a completely bandaged object from her back, making all the demons feel slightly uncomfortable by the faint aura it emanated. Kokabeel seeks to repair the Excalibur and take it over, in order to anger the angels. His second target is the Mao's sister and the sister of the current Leviathan to get the demons involved as well. Wait a moment, Issei protested. Why on earth would a fallen angel, with such a high position, be so eager to start a war? It makes no sense. That's very simple. Irina replied simply, making Issei pay special attention to her. That's because his original sin is murder. Original sin? Issei wondered internally, unable to find an answer. Then why don't we solve this problem right now? Kiba stood up from his seat, holding out his hand. Give me the shards. Are you deaf? Zenobia frowned slightly. As I said before, demons have no part in the affairs of the sacred sword. Besides, a small smile would appear on Zenobia's face. Why should I bestow the remaining fragments to someone who is much weaker than me? You want to try it? Kiba questioned with a small smile. A showdown? Zenobia stood up from her seat with a smile. All right. It'll be a 2-on-2 fight. She held out her hand. If you guys win, you can order whatever you want. And if you guys win? Kiba asked, watching the hand with his arms crossed. Your dear mistress will leave Ko with her dogs. Everyone was surprised at the answer, except for Kiba. If we take one of her targets away, Kokabeel might rethink her plans. Sounds good to me. Kiba shook the exorcist's hand, receiving a stunned look from his companions. Kiba! Exclaimed Aquino. It was obvious he disapproved of her pedantic attitude. Well? Zenobia looked at everyone with a smile. Who will be the other one? Issei stood up from his seat, not saying a word. He just looked at Kiba and the exorcist seriously. Very well. Zenobia commented, without reproach. Line jump. Everyone was outside the restaurant, in an alternate dimension to carry out the fight smoothly. Before we begin. Zenobia drew her sword, looking at Kiba with great seriousness. Why do you want to take the Excalibur shards? Kiba's gaze twisted into one filled with hatred, being something that took Issei by surprise. Those swords are the personification of my kidnappers, of what they did to me and my friends. I want those swords to destroy them. I see. The sword's bandages fell, revealing a rather strong holy aura around it. But as I said before, there's no point in handing these swords over to someone weaker than me. Kiba narrowed his eyes with a mischievous look. That remains to be seen, he threatened, causing a large number of swords to appear around him. My ability comes from the hatred I have for my kidnappers. My hatred increases more and more just by having to see or remember them. He picked up one of his swords, glaring at it. I will use this hatred to destroy the Excalibur, the people who were involved in the experiment, and anyone who tries to stand in my way of revenge. I won't stop until I finish them all off. That's why Kiba was chasing them, Issei thought aloud, remaining with his hands in his pockets. I guess I can't stay mad at him for defying the president's orders. How about we begin our combat, Issei? Irina removed her tunic and removed her bandages from her sword, revealing a beautiful face of a young woman with light brown hair and eyes. She looked to be about Issei's age. Oh! Issei was startled. I know you! The protagonist pointed at her brazenly. Irina's face lit up for a second at his words. Who are you? He put a hand to his chin, leaving Irina on the verge of tears. You don't remember me? She shouted, clearly offended. We were best friends when we were kids. Issei snapped his fingers. That's right, I remember now. The protagonist folded his arms, activating his gauntlet. But I thought you were a man before? I see you've changed quite a bit. He put his hand to his chin, studying her body. Still, you don't even come close to Tiamat's heels. Issei blinked, completely taken aback by his thoughts. Why the hell am I comparing them? Oh! Who knew our reunion would be so sad? Irina hugged herself as small tears welled up in her eyes. You succumbed to your darker side and joined the demons. What happened to you, Issei? She pointed at him with the sword that appeared to be a whip. But don't worry, I'll take care of exorcising you and I'm sure you'll end up in heaven, because God forgives everyone. Irina clasped her hands together quickly and raised her gaze to heaven, praying. Isn't that right, God? Please have mercy on this sinful soul. What a strange girl, Issei thought aloud, as a bead of nervous sweat trickled down his head. Strange? Irina asked. Is it strange that I admire God? Right. She patted her face, as if she had found the greatest answer in the universe. You're a demon. It's only natural that prayers and faith are rare for you. Irina pointed her gun at him again, scowling. Repent of your sins, son of the devil. Let me think about it, Issei said with a sly grin. No one had noticed that all this time, his gauntlet had been flashing green. Really? A glint decorated Irina's eyes. In that case, I'll give you a minute to think about it. She exclaimed, with a very cheerful smile. Thank you? Issei replied, as his gauntlet continued to flicker. Their conversation was interrupted when a huge explosion was felt in the place. Everyone looked completely shocked at the huge crater Zenovia had left behind. Kiba seemed to have escaped the range by the skin of his teeth, watching intently at his opponent who stood in the center of the crater. There is a reason why the Excalibur destruction is called the Sacred Sword of Destruction, Zenovia explained as she pointed the huge sword at Kiba. Only one part of the seven has so much power, Kiba thought aloud, somewhat surprised. Destroying all seven is going to be an uphill battle. He concluded, with a fake smile on his face. No way I managed to concentrate so much power in just 1 second, Aquino commented, being the one who seemed to be the most surprised, along with Asia. Why are they so surprised? Issei thought, with a raised eyebrow. It was no big deal. Let's see what's stronger. Kiba materialized a large sword. Whether your sacred sword, or my demonic sword, only one part of the seven has so much power, Kiba thought aloud, somewhat surprised. Destroying all seven is going to be an uphill battle. He concluded, with a fake smile on his face. No way I managed to concentrate so much power in just 1 second, Aquino commented, being the one who seemed to be the most surprised, along with Asia. Why are they so surprised? Issei thought, with a raised eyebrow. It was no big deal. Let's see what's stronger. Kiba materialized a large sword. Whether your sacred sword, or my demonic sword. Kiba rushed towards Zenovia with the intention of cutting her into 1,000 pieces. But the woman moved much faster than him and managed to dodge him with no trouble, taking a big leap backwards. Not yet! Kiba thrust his sword deep into the ground, causing a massive amount of blades to fly in his direction. It's a pity. Zenovia closed her eyes, charging a large amount of holy magic into the sword. As the multiple swords were about to reach their destination, Zenovia waved her sword in Kiba's direction, creating a small, highly condensed D-shaped holy magic attack that destroyed all the swords and passed through without a problem. Kiba blinked in disbelief as he saw that the attack was about to hit him. The blonde materialized another sword to give him a better chance to defend himself, but it was all in vain. Kiba's demon swords took no more than 2 seconds to shatter, taking the full impact. Kiba screamed in great pain, being dragged down by the sheer force of the attack, until he finally crashed into the restaurant, and a small explosion erupted on the spot. Kiba! All his friends shouted, alarmed by the force of the attack. Issei stayed in place, still with his arms crossed, while Asia went to the aid of the unconscious Kiba, who lay with severe wounds all over his body, especially where the attack hit. It looked like some kind of weird magic slash, but it turned out to be a mere destructive magic attack, like the dragon shot. Issei thought, carefully analyzing the attack. If I had concentrated that attack to a more precise level, perhaps. Issei blinked in slight surprise as he found something interesting. Wait a minute, are the swords capable of creating magic cuts? It might be achievable, but I would need to concentrate magic without a spell beforehand, just like Tiamat taught me last time. That would be very interesting, he concluded, feeling a small urge to practice with swords. Only you are left. Issei awoke from his thoughts after hearing Zenobia. What will you do? I don't think you want to face me, after what you saw. All set, partner. Ddraig spoke in Issei's mind, causing the brown-haired man to smile. Thanks, Ddraig. He thought, noting that the gauntlet had already stopped blinking. Wait, Zenobia! Irina exclaimed, causing the aforementioned to look at her with a raised eyebrow. Issei is planning to surrender himself to God's grace. Really? Zenobia looked at Issei with wide eyes. It's certainly very interesting to see a demon accept God. Ah, that? A small smile appeared on Issei's face. I was only joking. What? Shouted Irina, on the verge of tears. How can you make fun of the Lord? It was to be expected. Zenobia commented, preparing to give him a great thrust with her sword. Even if you are a demon, we will not forgive this offense. A very menacing golden aura completely surrounded Zenovia's body, as the tip of the sword pointed at Issei's chest. Don't worry, I promise not to attack you with my full power. Killing you would only give us more unnecessary trouble. The ground began to crack dangerously, causing everyone present to stare at her in shock, even her companion. The only one who didn't seem surprised was Issei. The protagonist still continued with his arms crossed, his smile twisted into a serious look as he watched her intently. Get ready! Zenobia shouted, raising the sword over her shoulder, causing a blizzard to rise around her. Wait, I don't think it's necessary to go that far. Irina exclaimed, in complete disagreement. This will teach him not to insult God. Zenobia stepped forward, with clear intentions to lunge at Issei, but something very strange happened. Just as the exorcist swung her sword forward to begin the attack, a huge tremor came over the place, along with a dull impact that echoed throughout the place. Zenovia's eyes grew wide and her mouth opened abruptly, vomiting a large amount of blood in the process. Rule number 1. Never underestimate your opponent under any circumstances. That's what my master taught me, Issei commented with a smile. His casual expression was completely overshadowed, thanks to his hand being completely sunk into Zenovia's abdomen. Irina could only widen her eyes in shock at what she witnessed. Issei finally pulled away slowly, leaving Zenobia to catch her breath. Zenobia dropped her sword in pain and clutched her stomach tightly, as a gasp dulled by the lack of air escaped her lips. Her eyes twitched as she seemed to be writhing in pain from just one blow. Zenobia, are you okay? Irina quickly arrived to help her, with great concern. When she seemed to have gotten the pain under control because she had stopped screaming, Irina's concern grew even more as Zenobia fell to her knees on the ground. What was that? Zenobia thought, her eyes twitching in pain. I didn't even see when he moved. Zenobia! Irina helped her to her feet. Thank you, I think I can continue now. Zenobia replied, picking up the sword from the ground. Oh, okay. Irina replied, not quite agreeing with the idea of continuing the fight. Irina, we'll go all out. Zenobia fixed her gaze on Issei. Both of us at once? Issei folded his arms. I wonder how strong they'll be with combined attacks. Zenobia narrowed her eyes. It doesn't seem to bother him in the slightest that we both attack at the same time, she thought. Irina. The young woman looked at her intently. First, let's try to make him dizzy and then attack him. Irina just nodded, agreeing with the plan. They both dashed off at a high speed towards Issei, coming within inches of touching him. They repeated the sequence several times, passing very close to him, causing the brown's hair to flutter in several directions due to the great speed. Still, there was something odd. What? Irina's eyebrows twitched as she passed close to Issei again. It's not moving at all. Can it see us? Was that hit just luck? No, it can't be that. Zenobia braked out of nowhere a few feet away from Issei and extended her arm, throwing the sword at an enormous speed. The exorcist widened her eyes in shock as the sword pierced Issei's body, seemingly. Irina positioned herself right behind Issei's back, and used the length of her whip to her advantage to land several blows from afar, which ended up having the same result as the previous one. All of the attacks pierced Issei's body, as if it were an illusion. What the? Irina exclaimed, stopping his attacks. The attacks pierced through it like it's nothing. That gauntlet, Zenobia thought carefully. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before, Ag. Zenobia cried out in pain as Issei appeared out of nowhere and punched her in the face. Zenobia took several steps back as she covered her face and her body shook with pain. Are you serious? Issei asked, still with his fist outstretched. I'm sure I didn't use much force, he said to himself, looking at his hand with a raised eyebrow. Again, I couldn't see it, Irina thought to herself, clutching her weapon even tighter as she watched him in disbelief. It was definitely not a lucky thing. Zenobia finally stopped stepping backwards, though her body continued to tremble slightly. Blood began to seep between his hands, and when he uncovered his face he could see that his nose was bleeding too much. Zenobia began to sigh, with the thought of getting used to the pain. Damn you! She spat angrily. Now you'll see. She reached her hand out to the side, and closed her eyes. Petra, Rias, Rias, and Holy Mary. I beg you to hear my cry. After saying those words, a golden magic circle appeared, from which a blue-colored sword began to emerge and was chained. And with this sword of punishment, grant me freedom. Zenobia took the sword, breaking all the chains in the process. Holy sword de Landal. De Landal? Issei wondered with a raised eyebrow. It is a holy sword above even Excalibur itself. Zenobia replied. I see, sounds interesting. Issei replied, holding a hand to his chin. You're not serious, huh? Zenobia asked, then widened her eyes dangerously. It'll cost you. Zenobia tried to give him a great thrust, just as Irina attacked him with her sacred sword. Issei spun around at a great speed, and slightly crouched down, positioned his hands perfectly, and caught the two swords before they could touch his body, creating a small crater at his feet. With his bare hand? Zenobia thought, completely incredulous. Irina didn't even have time to protest, as Issei attempted to give her a side kick that she dodged with a leap. His kick continued as if it were the hand of a clock, until it reached Zenobia. She too was able to dodge it with a small jump. Issei gave a small jump and spun around, ending up on his feet, while his arms remained crossed in X. Issei threw his arms out sharply to the sides, creating a huge blizzard along with a bright red light. The two women flew off at an enormous speed without warning, due to the massive blizzard. What the? Zenobia thought as she covered her face from all the debris that had flown out after such an explosion of power. Irina ended up smashing into the restaurant, while Zenobia was able to get back on her feet when the unstoppable blizzard finally subsided. Zenobia got to her feet, while Irina rejoined her friend as quickly as possible. The dust finally began to dissipate, causing both of them to widen their eyes in shock at what they were witnessing. A thin crimson aura surrounded the armor that now protected Issei. The Brown still stood in the same position as always, waiting for his next move. It's obvious we won't be able to beat him in a melee battle. Zenobia made her point. Irina! Irina nodded seriously, having learned what her partner was planning. They both began to create small magic circles. The amount was such that they ended up covering her figure completely. Ahahahai! They both shouted loudly, releasing a large amount of small magical attacks that were directed towards a single target. Issei continued to fold his arms. All he did was materialize his helmet. All of the attacks began to impact against Issei, though his armor didn't seem to receive even the slightest scratch. Just as the magical attack stopped, Zenobia appeared at Issei's side out of nowhere, charging the same attack she did to Kiba on her sword. Let's see if your armor can take this, she shouted, throwing the attack at him, which was visibly much stronger than the previous one. Issei just watched as the attack came towards him, then frowned. Do you think I'm an idiot? The chestnut shouted, deflecting the attack with his hand as if it was nothing. Still, his gauntlet had been damaged quite a bit. Irina's eyes widened as she saw the attack headed towards her position, narrowly dodging it. The girl watched the explosion caused as beads of sweat began to adorn her face. Good thing you dodged it. Oh! Irina gasped, completely terrified when she saw that Issei was almost glued to her back. The small smile on the protagonist's face did not match the situation. Don't scare me like that, she shouted again, unleashing a barrage of thrusts, all being dodged by Issei without any trouble whatsoever. "Don't let him get away, Irina!" Zenobia commanded, quickly rushing to her friend and beginning to perform various thrusts endlessly across Issei's back, completely surrounding him. Still, that was far too far to be enough. The two women were attacking at a speed that not even their expectant followers could keep up with. Anyway, Issei was moving his body, ducking and swaying from side to side, dodging all of it without any trouble whatsoever. He dodged absolutely all of her attacks with uncanny speed, and the most incredible thing was that he could dodge Zenobia's thrusts without even looking at her. After being like that for a few seconds, Issei's face turned serious and disappeared out of nowhere, causing Irina to strike Zenobia with her whip, and both of them were completely entangled. "Do they surrender?" They both raised their gazes, to see Issei watching from the sky. "Irina, distract him while I prepare the attack," whispered Zenobia, before untying herself. Issei lowered to the ground and watched them, seeing that they still had the will to fight. "I don't have much more time to drag this out. We have to share the information with the president," Issei thought, creating a small ball of crimson energy in his hand. "Now, Irina!" Zenobia shouted, swinging her sword back, charging the same powerful attack as last time. "Here I come!" Irina swooped in at a great speed, though it didn't go as she had hoped. Issei lunged towards her when she was halfway there, receiving a strong kick to the chest that made her cough up a large amount of blood. Irina went flying in Zenobia's direction, so she was forced to drop her sword and grab her friend to keep from falling next to her. "Are you alright, Irina?" Zenobia smiled as she saw Irina open her eyes, but her smile instantly vanished when she saw that Issei was in front of the two of them, with a small magical orb pointed at their heads. "Put your heads down," were the opponent's simple words. The girls had no choice but to obey. Dragon shot. Ddraig's voice was accompanied by a huge screeching vibration, along with a gigantic roar that seemed to have no end in sight. The exorcist's eyes were wide as saucers after hearing such a huge explosion. And the most shocked of all was undoubtedly Irina, as she was witnessing what had caused such an explosion. "I remember." Zenobia turned her face, to see how the restaurant had disappeared without a trace. "That gauntlet, only the bearers of the Welsh dragon have it." Thanks for watching this video. You really enjoy this video. Like, subscribe, and comment down below, and turn on that bell notification. Don't forget to support and follow Jyanzein for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story, link in the description. See you in the next video. Goodbye.